Immortal blessed land. Fan Yuan was flying in the air. Hair armor! His thoughts shifted. His hair grew wildly and instantly condensed into a malevolent-looking pitch-black armor full of spikes. Icy drill stardust. Fan Yuan pinched at the air with his 5 fingers. A ball of starlight formed on his hand. The starlight constantly let out crackling sounds. Looking closely inside, one could discover there were countless small specks of icy drills colliding and exploding non-stop. Fan Yuan slowly pressed this ball of starlight into the hair armor on his chest. The hair armor lasted for a few breaths before it began to be damaged. A dozen or so breaths later, the surroundings of the damaged area were dyed azure blue, and the blue frost was spreading everywhere. 20 breaths later, the hair armor completely shattered, and there was a small hole on Fan Yuan's chest. This was completely within Fan Yuan's expectations. He had merged Yu Min Jun's inheritance into icy drill stardust. This would sell for 4 immortal essence stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. And the defensive killer move hair armor would only be worth around 2.5 immortal essence stones. The starlight on his palm dissipated. Fan Yuan willed and activated hair armor again. However, the hair armor this time was different. It was a new and improved version, having gone through many days of experimentation. The hair armor transformed quickly. The useless malevolent spikes were removed. The black iron-like luster before also turned into bronze. The primary cause for this was Fan Yuan perfectly merging large numbers of golden lion fur goo into the original foundation of hair armor. Golden lion fur goo was a rank 5 mortal goo that could let goo masters grow golden lion fur, increasing their defense and having an even higher increase in resistance to metal path attacks. Several breaths later, the original black iron-spiked hair armor was gone, and replacing it was a smooth bronze armor which was twice the thickness of the black armor. The helmet had turned into the shape of a lion roaring with an open mouth, revealing Fan Yuan's face inside. The defensive ability had also increased by 150% if it was defending against metal path attacks. The defensive power would increase by a whole 200%. Fan Yuan made a lump of starlight again and pressed it towards his chest area like before. The stardust drilled endlessly into the hair armor, but after a whole dozen or so breaths had gone by, the starlight was completely used up and merely a crack appeared on the hair armor. "Let's call it lion fur armor," Fan Yuan mumbled to himself before raising his 8 arms and letting out 8 lumps of starlight. The starlight flew to the sky and gathered into a large lump. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, charging into the large lump of stardust with his lion fur armor. The icy drill stardust constantly produced tiny explosions which impacted against Fan Yuan's lion fur armor from all directions. Fan Yuan constantly maintained the lion fur armor killer move, rapidly restoring any cracks that appeared. He maintained it till the starlight lump dissipated, and then flew down. There was not even a trace of a crack on the lion fur armor. Such recovery ability is about twice that of before. If placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven, this could sell for 4.5 immortal essence stones. Lion fur armor was one of the accomplishments Fan Yuan had made these days. He returned to Dang Hun Palace where Hu Immortal Land Spirit was maintaining connecting heaven goo, paying attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven. "How is the situation?" Fan Yuan asked. "Master, the other party is still insisting on 4 immortal essence stones and shows no signs of lowering it," Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit replied. Fan Yuan wanted to buy a pair of bat desolate beast wings. The other party had killed this bat desolate beast and was putting its corpse on sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan had asked for price before, but the other party had asked for 4 immortal essence stones just for this pair of bat wings, and their attitude was firm, not willing to lower it. 4 immortal essence stones was no doubt an expensive price. Back then, when Fan Yuan bought a 6-headed snake skeleton, he had only had to pay 3 immortal essence stones. According to the normal price, it should be 2.5 at most. Fan Yuan personally activated Divine Sense Goo and used the identity of 8-Arm Immortal to get in touch with the seller. "I am willing to pay 3 immortal essence stones to buy this pair of bat wings." The sellers will, however, refuse. "I'm not selling. The lowest is at least 4 immortal essence stones." Fan Yuan snorted. "Sir is too greedy. Look at how damaged these desolate beast wings are. They would normally only sell for 2.5 immortal essence stones. If not for me wanting to research some new goo and coincidentally happening to need this material, I would not have even asked." The seller's will's tone softened and it sighed. "I am also helpless. My losses were too severe when hunting this desolate beast. This desolate beast's blood had already flowed out, and my main body also suffered heavy injuries, if I don't sell it for this price, my finances will collapse and it might even lead to a delay in healing my injuries. Whether you live or die, is that my problem? Also, why would I believe your one-sided words? 3 immortal essence stones, are you selling or not? Fan Yuan said coldly. Not selling. Fan Yuan immediately withdrew his divine sense. After a while, he commanded Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit to inquire about the price and show a stance of being impatient. How about this? I will take out 3 immortal essence stones to buy your bat wings. Say it, are you selling or not? The sellers will hesitated this time, but still refused in the end. This pair of wings is the most valuable part of the whole desolate beast corpse. If Sir only wants to buy the wings, it won't be easy for me to sell the remaining parts. If you are sincerely thinking of buying, how about you take out 5 immortal essence stones to buy this whole desolate beast corpse? Little Hu Immortal talked with Fan Yuan and replied, I only need the wings, what will I do with the other parts? I have wasted enough time already. 3 immortal essence stones are already a lot. Alright, I shall give you 3.5 immortal essence stones, this is my final bottom line. If you are still not selling, then forget it. The seller's will was clearly shaken and it replied with hesitation. This. Let me consider it. The land spirit hastened him. My patience has limits, I will give you 5 breaths of time. Any longer and I might just take back my offer. 4 breaths passed before the seller's will heaved a long sigh. He also knew that although there was a high demand for desolate beast corpses, but his price was indeed high. Gu immortals were shrewd people, there were few that would spend money casually. Alright, I will sell. The seller's will was just replying when a divine sense interrupted him. Slow down, I want this bat desolate beast corpse, I will give you 5 immortal essence stones. Eh? Sir is immortal monkey king. This change naturally made the seller very happy. If he sold the bat wings to Fan Yuan for 3.5 immortal essence stones, then trying to sell the remaining parts of the corpse which were extremely damaged for 1 immortal essence stone would be demanding a very high price. Now, immortal monkey King Shirley cut in and was willing to pay 5 immortal essence stones. The seller was naturally willing to accept this transaction. Wait a second, we have already made the deal. Immortal monkey king, what do you think you are doing by suddenly butting in? Hu Immortal Land Spirit refused to accept this. What deal? Shirley scoffed. Who are you kidding? Does business and treasure yellow heaven pay attention to first come, first serve? The item will naturally go to whoever pays the higher price. Since the transaction has not been carried out, there is no deal. After saying that, Shirley then said to the seller, Hey, this deal will earn you a great profit, why are you not quickly finishing the transaction? The seller's will was just about to nod when Hu Immortal Land Spirit obtained Fan Yuan's instructions and immediately prevented it. Slow down, I will pay 5.5 immortal essence stones. Humph, only adding half an immortal essence stone, aren't you too petty? I will pay 7 immortal essence stones. Shirley said with a rich and overbearing attitude. Hu Immortal Land Spirit's tone immediately became gloomy. Since it is so, I will pay 8 immortal essence stones. 8? Shirley laughed. Then I will pay 9. 9.5. Hu Immortal Land Spirit immediately quoted. That seller's will had never expected such a change and was already overjoyed. Shirley was dazed before laughing loudly. All right, Hu Immortal, as expected of someone doing the business of guts goo, you have so much money. I don't want to contend with a junior. Just a mere damaged desolate beast corpse, I hope you can be happy when you take it. The divine sense left directly after laughing heartily. Who? Lord Hu Immortal. You meant what you said, right? The seller's will wore a fawning smile as he said while stammering. From the looks of it, he had not lied before, he was indeed a poor rank 6 Gu Immortal. Humph, business needs to be done with sincerity, would my words be a lie? Hu Immortal Land Spirit coldly snorted. The two finished the transaction. The seller received 9.5 immortal essence stones while Fan Yuan obtained a bat desolate beast corpse. After this transaction, Fan Yuan checked his wealth again. He had 172 immortal essence stones and 77 beads of green grape immortal essence. So far, Fan Yuan had already sold the 6th batch of Guts Goo. It was an average of 1 batch per month and every batch gave him 48 immortal essence stones in profit. Over these 6 months, Fan Yuan had completed 1 transaction of an immortal goo recipe with Langya Land Spirit, earning over 20 immortal essence stones. But he had fed the 8 desolate beasts earlier and converted large numbers of immortal essence stones into green grape immortal essence. He also consumed green grape immortal essence to reverse refined star path goo recipes, which ended in failure, and finally, to make a breakthrough using transformation path, he improved on his killer moves. He had not only improved his defensive killer move hair armor to lion fur armor, but also upgraded light illusion bat wings by a great degree. But to complete the new light illusion bat wings, he needed to transplant a pair of real bat wings onto his immortal zombie body. Because of this, Fan Yuan did not hesitate on spending a large amount to buy this bat desolate beast's corpse. Immortal Monkey King Shirley, making me spend 3 times the price to buy this bat corpse. I will remember this. Shirley was a higher-up of Combat Immortal Sect, which was one of the 10 great ancient sections. During his previous life's 5 regions chaotic war, after Feng Jiuge died, he replaced Feng Jiuge as the most powerful rank 7 in Central Continent. He was an Earth Path expert but cultivated Transformation Path as well, having secretly obtained several inheritances of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Fan Yuan thought of raising the price of Guts Gu to combat Immortal Sect, but he dispelled this thought after pondering about it. For the next half a month, he concentrated on handling the bat desolate beast's corpse. He carefully cut apart the bat wings and did more than a dozen sessions of meticulous treatment and maintenance. He then used Fire Path and Strength Path goo worms to constantly temper the bat wings. As a result, the extremely wide bat wings gradually became more condensed and small. Finally, after Fan Yuan endured intense pain, he finally succeeded in transplanting the bat wings onto his back. Chapter 713. True Solid Bat Wings. A wind wolf had its head lowered, its 4 limbs were stealthily moving as it traveled in the lush grassland. The prey that it was targeting was a pink flower rabbit. The rabbit's 2 ears were standing on end, listening to every movement nearby. The rabbit's head was buried in the flowers, eating pollen as food. As a cool breeze blew on this mountain, flowers blossomed in this lush greenery, giving off waves of fragrant smells. The wind wolf slowly got closer, but the pink flower rabbit had no idea. Suddenly, a black shadow flew past the ground rapidly. The pink flower rabbit was shocked. It raised its head. Even though Who Immortal Blessed Land had no eagle groups, it sprinted away in fear, managing to survive this trial, causing the wind wolf to fail in its hunt. Fan Yuan, who was flying in the air, observed all of this. He could not help but start to think. Right now, I have ample funds, and my own blessed land has turned into a dead aperture. I might as well manage this Who Immortal Blessed Land first. After the journey in Northern Plains, the beast groups in Who Immortal Blessed Land had fallen in numbers, becoming very sparse. Right now, I am already selling Guts Goo. The Rotman transaction is simply unnecessary. Who Immortal was an enslavement path Goo Immortal. Who Immortal Blessed Land has a grassland landscape. It is most suited for raising fox groups. If I raise the vitality of Who Immortal Blessed Land and make it flourish with life, when I revive, I would gain much greater benefits if I fuse this Who Immortal Blessed Land. Thinking so, Fan Yuan inspected the bat wings on his back. This was the 3rd time he had tested out flying with these newly transplanted bat wings on his back. The processed bat wings, if spread fully, were not even half of Fan Yuan's arm length. They were yellow-brown in color, and were quite petite. They seemed much less impressive than the prior light illusion bat wings. But Fan Yuan did not care about appearance, he only looked at its value and usefulness. The new light illusion bat wings gave Fan Yuan almost double the speed boost. At the same time, the duration of his flight had greatly increased. After all, the bat wings back then were only a phantom. The bat wings now were real physical wings. The flesh, skin, fur, bones, and blood were all condensed and refined. There were also many goo worms inside these wings. The goo worms residing in the bat wings were used to activate the newly modified movement killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings. No, right now, using the name Light Illusion Bat Wings for this killer move is no longer appropriate. I should call it True Solid Bat Wings. Fan Yuan created a new name for this newly modified killer move. He was more pleased with this movement killer move True Solid Bat Wings than the lion fur armor. If this movement killer move was sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it could be sold for 6 Immortal Essence Stones or more. That was because True Solid Bat Wings had much potential left. 1 pair of bat wings was not its limit. It could transplant 3 pairs of bat wings at most. The origin of these wings should be at least desolate beasts. Of course, ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts would be even better. If Fan Yuan could transplant 3 pairs of desolate beast bat wings on his back, his speed would be at least 3 times faster. Light illusion bat wings was the most widely spread movement killer move during the 5 regions chaotic war due to its price-to-value ratio. On that basis, raising one's speed by 3 times as much would be even more impressive. Even though it could not compare to movement immortal goo like Worldly Wave Trace, or Rising Azure Cloud, if Fan Yuan met Plump Lady again, her light sand escape would not allow her to run from Fan Yuan's assault. As the winds blew intensely behind him, Fan Yuan flapped with his wings and flew up into the sky. After flying to a high altitude in midair, Fan Yuan closed his eyes and felt the sensation of the air currents blowing on the bat wings silently. His immortal zombie body could not feel any pain, his sense of touch was nearly non-existent. This was a strength and also a weakness. When Fan Yuan transplanted the bat wings, he spent a lot of effort in order to retain the sense of pain and touch that the bat wings had. Only by doing this could he have a clearer and realistic feeling of the air when he flaps his wings, to feel the strength of the air currents, and to sense the state of the wings. Losing the sense of pain numbed him and made Fan Yuan fight more fiercely. But flying was another matter. Flying required meticulous control, especially when Fan Yuan's flying attainment had reached quasi-grandmaster level. Only by regaining his sense of pain and touch could he truly display his actual flying attainment. If it was a pair of zombified wings, the feeling would be very vague, especially in intense battles. When he needed to rely on the wings, sensitive nerves would allow him to react and adapt more easily, instead of being rough and careless. With a boost in movement strength, I will be able to advance or retreat at will. After I get 3 pairs of wings, true solid bat wings will be an exceptional mortal killer move. It would only lose out to Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan was a Strength Path Goo Immortal. He obtained a Strength Path Immortal body. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo had the Law of Water Path. When Fan Yuan uses this Immortal Goo, Water Path and Strength Path do not work together perfectly. There was a problem of them restricting each other. If a Fire Path Goo Immortal uses Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, his speed would be even slower than Fan Yuan. The most suitable would be Water Path Goo Immortals. When they use this same goo, by expending the same amount of immortal essence, they would achieve greater speed. Most importantly, true solid bat wings was a mortal killer move. Compared to using Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, it had a much greater value to cost ratio. This was the intelligence of humans. Using the combination of many mortal goo, they could achieve an effect that was only somewhat below immortal goo. Using goo, nurturing goo, and refining goo, they were extremely profound and deep. The corpse of a desolate beast is rarely seen. Even if goo immortals sell new beast corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they might not be bats. To collect 2 more pairs of bat wings, I would need to actively seek them. It seems that now, I should take some risks and go to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The immortal aperture of a rank 8 or 9 was known as a Grotto Heaven. The owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was a rank 8 goo immortal from 1,700 years ago, 7-Star Child. 7-Star Child had died long ago, during Fan Yuan's previous life. One day, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fell from high up in Central Continent. It broke up into tens of immortal aperture fragments, and was scattered all over Central Continent. Fan Yuan had already become a goo immortal. He could not enter these Grotto Heaven fragments. These fragment worlds of the Grotto Heaven were already very fragile. Fan Yuan's cultivation level was too high, and if he tried entering one, it would destroy the extremely unstable Grotto Heaven fragment. Thankfully, Fan Yuan had a bunch of elite subordinates in Bloodwing Demon Sect. After competing with several goo immortals, they split a relatively large Grotto Heaven fragment world between themselves. Fan Yuan and the other immortals sent their respective goo master disciples or subordinates towards the Grotto Heaven fragment world to explore and find resources. Fan Yuan left a will in each of his capable subordinates' minds to direct and supervise them. Thus, he was rather familiar with the scenery inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. In this life, currently, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is still high up in the sky. It had not fallen or broken into pieces. The scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in my mind will allow me to use fixed immortal travel to enter the Grotto Heaven in advance, to take the resources inside. I remember that there were a number of desolate beasts inside the Grotto Heaven. There were even ancient desolate beasts, and among them, there was a star demon bat desolate beast. My goal this time is to go and kill the star demon bat, and obtain the wings. At the same time, I can check the situation and see if I can capture a desolate beast and bring it to Langya Land's spirit. Fan Yuan planned in his mind. There were still many places in Fan Yuan's memories that were similar to this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. But for some, now was not the time yet, and others were simply too dangerous. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was the immortal aperture of a rank 8 Gu immortal. It had not reached the point of breaking down like in Fan Yuan's previous life. It was still very strong now. In my previous life, I only sent people to indirectly explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world. By that time, the heavenly spirit was no longer around. But in this life, if I go now, the heavenly spirit is sure to be alive. It can summon the entire defensive power of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. If I had not become an immortal zombie, I would not have the qualifications to explore it. Fan Yuan did not know too much about the current Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He could only deduce it based on his previous life's experiences. In his previous life, he was not the person who benefited the most from this opportunity. It was a rank 8 immortal zombie who rose up as a result of this. The 10 great ancient sects which had been extremely forceful all along suffered a loss under the hands of this immortal zombie. Next, this immortal zombie entered the Central Continent Zombie Alliance branch, and easily defeated the branch leader, becoming the one in charge and calling himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie. He had been the cause of many incidents. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he was an overlord that could hold his own in his territory. As for the real Starry Sky Heavenly Spirit, Fan Yuan did not see it, and did not know the conditions for the Grotto Heaven to belong to a new owner. A few days later, He Lu Lan brought strength Chi Immortal Gu and entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land using a stargate. Next, in Fan Yuan's stone nest, she and Fan Yuan, together with the thousands of hairy men, refined the 8th batch of air sac Gu. After this, He Lu Lan did not leave immediately. Instead she stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and listened to Fan Yuan's information on Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. With Fan Yuan's current strength, it was rather dangerous to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Thus, Fan Yuan invited his allies. But Fairy Li Shan was cooperating with Qin Baixing right now. Her mountain pledge Gu was having great use at this time. It allowed Qin Baixing to gather his forces and eliminate the enmity of his foes. He was preparing for a Northern Plains auction that was of unprecedented scale. Qin Baixing's compensation to Fairy Li Shan was an immortal Gu. With such great benefits, Fairy Li Shan obviously chose Qin Baixing and gave up on working with Fan Yuan this time. As for Tai Bai Yunxing, he was with Shark Demon now, entering the sea and exploring Yulu Blessed Land. Even thought Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to help his junior brother Fan Yuan. He was afflicted with death sentence awaits immortal Gu, and could not split himself into 2. There was nothing he could do to help. Only He Lu Lan was free now. She agreed with Fan Yuan to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, since the two were exploring and taking the risk together, any losses to He Lu Lan would not require Fan Yuan to compensate her twice the amount. At the same time, their gains would be split into Fan Yuan getting 60%, and He Lu Lan getting 40%. After resting for a few days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lu Lan entered Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Fan Yuan tried to activate fixed immortal travel with the image in his mind. He tried for 3 or 4 times, but he did not succeed. Fan Yuan was not surprised. The image in his memories, although it was a portion of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, it had already fallen at that time, and the scenery had changed drastically. Thankfully, Fan Yuan had many images in his memories. After trying for a dozen times, after he spent more than 10 beads of green grape immortal essence, he finally succeeded. With a flash of jade green light, at the next moment, he appeared inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Chapter 714. Fighting Star Desolate Hound. They appeared before a thick forest which was verdant and lush. The foot of the mountain was serene and fog filled the place. Fan Yuan had already activated Lian fur armor to protect him tightly. He used all his concentration to quickly scan his surroundings and discovered that he had appeared on the waist of a mountain. Surrounding him were tall ancient trees, and even his 6-meter-tall immortal zombie body could not reach 1/3 of these giant trees. Raising his head, he gazed at the sky through the opening between the lush leaves. The sky was a tranquil green color. There were 6 giant shadows of stars in the green sky. They appeared to be 6 round moons in the color of red, brown, yellow, blue, purple, and white. Fan Yuan opened his immortal aperture, and He Lu Lan shortly appeared outside, stepping on the mountain stones. Her eyes flashed with bright light as she looked around. This is inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? It is indeed, let's go. The desolate beast that I want to kill, Star Demon Bat, should be nearby. The two did not know the exact location of the Star Demon Bat, thus they casually chose a direction and moved along it. While moving forward, the two used investigative methods to scan around them all the time. After advancing to a Gu Immortal, They had unlimited primeval essence and could use mortal goo freely. The two had also made ample preparations before they had come here. Although they did not have investigative killer moves, they had prepared large numbers of investigative goo worms of all paths to not only enhance their vision and hearing, but also to sense the slight tremors when they walked, and to smell any odd odors when they breathed. At the same time, they spread out their divine senses to cover their surroundings, attaining completion in all aspects of scouting. Time flowed little by little, but this forest did not seem to have any end. 5 minutes have already gone by. There seems to be something wrong. He Lulan stopped and solemnly asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, saying in a deep voice, "Indeed, we have already been in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven for some time now but haven't actually encountered a single wild beast. There are only trees or fog. Whether we go up the mountain or down, or move in any direction, things all look the same." He Lulan looked up. "Let's fly." The two carefully flew up. The green sky was completely empty. If the two flew high up, they would be very conspicuous, and it would be extremely easy for them to be discovered by beast groups and get surrounded. Thus, for safety purposes, Fan Yuan and He Lulan had chosen to move along the ground. Right now, the two took the risk to attempt flying, but the result was disappointing. The higher they flew up, the thicker the fog became. Finally, the fog became so thick that they could not even see their own fingers. Fan Yuan and He Lulan's investigative methods were greatly restricted in this fog. The two discussed and chose to be cautious. Not willing to continue taking this risk, they descended to the ground. "Has the Starry Sky Heavenly Spirit already begun to target us?" He Lulan guessed. "The situation here, if it is not a unique law of the Grotto Heaven, then it is an illusion, quietly disturbing our sense of direction and obstructing our true senses. Unfortunately, I don't have any investigative killer moves," Fan Yuan replied. "Don't you have Wisdom Path methods?" Wisdom Path is also specialized in resolving these kinds of circumstances. He Lulan asked while frowning. Fan Yuan shook his head. "I indeed have some Wisdom Path methods, but they are rather special, they cannot deduce directions." "How about you, do you have any investigative killer moves?" He Lulan snorted lightly and raised her two delicate fists. "I don't have any investigative killer moves, but I do have offensive killer moves. Self-strength." She suddenly punched out with her two fists, sending out majestic fist chi. The fist chi surged all around and rapidly condensed into Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms had fat bodies like bears with triangular eyes and jagged teeth. It was the male shape He Lulan had disguised as before. Fan Yuan took a few steps back to give He Lulan sufficient space. These Strength Path Phantoms pounced at He Lulan's main body. The phantoms merged together and soon covered He Lulan, forming a giant Strength Path Phantom. This killer move had astonishing might. He Lulan had used it before in Northern Plains to destroy the Flying Bear Phantom. She again raised a fist. The giant fist ruthlessly smashed at an ancient tree on the side. The thick and sturdy ancient tree immediately broke into two. The lower half remained at the ground but was shaking intensely. The soil around it splattered to reveal the tree roots. The upper half was directly sent flying, cutting through the wind as it collided with another ancient tree, smashing 2 to 3 branches. Boom, boom, boom. He Lulan punched and kicked. The heavy punches and kicks shook the earth, stones flew, trees toppled down, and the fog dispersed. Fan Yuan flew into the sky. His sight was now much more clear. He saw this forest only had the range of 100 li. He and He Lulan had been moving in a circle. Outside of this forest, he saw a scene abundant in nature and life, the wild beasts roaming around, the cries of birds and insects, the gurgling of streams and wild flowers swaying with the wind. It seems this forest itself was special. It should be an extinct tree species. Your information source is somewhat dubious. Our entry was actually in this forest. The giant Strength Path Phantom transmitted its divine sense to communicate with Fan Yuan. Even Fan Yuan, with his plentiful experiences from his previous life and broad vision, did not recognize the origin of this kind of tree. He gave a bitter laugh and changed the topic. After the trees became sparse, this forest no longer has the bewilderment effect. We should take some and plant it in our own blessed lands. Maybe we can make some profits. There was absolutely no issue with the information source, because he himself was the information supplier. In his previous life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had shattered into many parts which then fell towards Central Continent. When Fan Yuan had sent people to explore the Grotto Heaven's fragment world, this forest was already in a different shape, Much of it had been damaged and thus it did not show any special effects. This was in warning to Fan Yuan, although he had previous life's memories. However, he had come early to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in this life. The situation was different, and he could not blindly rely on these memories. The giant strength path phantom gazed at these ancient trees. Even if you had not said it, I intended to do it. When the two had just taken 4 to 5 trees, a dog-shaped desolate beast charged down from the top of the mountain. The dog-shaped desolate beast growled, not concealing the fierce glare of its eyes as it looked directly at He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan's strength path phantom giant was not concealed by the trees and was exceptionally conspicuous. Fan Yuan looked at the source of the growl and saw the desolate beast. Its body was as large as a small hill, and glossy azure fur covered it. Whether it was its head, stomach, back, tail or its limbs, they were all covered with star-shaped stripes. These stripes were emitting faint blue radiance. Fan Yuan recognized this beast with just one glance, immediately reminding He Lu Lan. This is a star desolate hound, it should be this mountain's overlord. Let's check how powerful the desolate beast and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven are. If it is weak, don't kill it, it is best if we capture it alive, I have other uses for it. He Lu Lan frowned. She had an extreme physique strength path immortal body and possessed several great strength path immortal goo. It was not difficult for her to kill a desolate beast, but she still had some difference between the level of capturing a desolate beast alive. However, Fan Yuan continued, you take the lead, I will support. Decided according to the situation, if we can really capture it alive, I will use immortal essence stones to pay you. Alright, then let's do it like that. He Lu Lan was not an irresolute person. With a loud shout, the giant strength path phantom took large and loud steps as it charged towards the star desolate hound. The star desolate hound fiercely charged down from above and pounced at the giant strength path phantom. He Lu Lan was not to be outdone, and immediately punched and kicked, clashing with the star desolate hound. The two huge figures rolled down from partway up the mountain towards the foot, like a rolling gourd. It was like a giant compactor had steamrolled through a path. As the trees were toppled, protruding boulders were smashed and beasts and birds who had not time to escape were crushed into paste. Fan Yuan flapped his bat wings and flew down. 8 lumps of starlight condensed separately on his 8 monstrous claws, but they did not crash down yet. He Lu Lan's giant strength path phantom was rolling and turning around at times as it clashed with the star desolate hound, like a rolling wheel. The fight was fierce, but the situation was still not decided. The attacks moved so quickly that even an old demon like Fan Yuan was not able to find an opportunity to interfere. Rumble. Dust flew up, the giant phantom and the desolate beast rolled down to the foot of the mountain before finally stopping. The star desolate hound fiercely pounced on the giant phantom. It raised its head and opened its mouth, revealing the snow-white canines that were as sharp as swords and long as halberds, and bit down. Fan Yuan saw the chance. His 8 arms moved and the 8 lumps of starlight that had accumulated enough energy slammed down. Bam bam bam. A series of explosions resounded. The star desolate hound furiously barked. Its attack was interrupted. The giant hound head shook in every direction, flinging off the starlight lumps. However, He Lu Lan obtained the critical opportunity due to this, letting out a fierce attack. The giant strength path phantom bent its knee and fiercely struck a crucial part between the star desolate hound's rear legs. Howl! The star desolate hound immediately let out an extremely painful cry. Its giant body fiercely jumped like it had been electrocuted and bounced around in the lush forest. Fan Yuan immediately fluttered over, not giving the star desolate hound any time to recover. He flapped his wings in the sky, moving nimbly like a fly as he threw down lumps of starlight right at the star desolate hound's vital areas like eyes, mouth and anus. The star desolate hound bounced around everywhere, but it was gradually not able to hide from Fan Yuan's crafty attacks, and started to whine in pain. The star desolate hound had defensive wild goo on it. But facing a killer move like icy drill stardust, a defense from ordinary wild goo would not work. Instead, the defensive goo would rapidly die when facing icy drill stardust. He Lu Lan controlled her giant strength path phantom and stood up. As expected of a desolate beast, He Lu Lan sighed in her heart. The strength path killer move that had never failed her before was actually not able to resist the tyrannical strength of the star desolate hound. Especially this giant strength path phantom, which was the pinnacle transformation of her killer move, and yet was actually not a match against the star desolate hound in terms of strength. Since that is the case, then let me use self-strength immortal goo. He Lu Lan gave a sinister smile and was about to attack. Suddenly, familiar barks came down from the nearby two mountain peaks. Shortly afterwards, two female star-desolate hounds charged into Fan Yuan and He Lulan's sight. Fan Yuan's movements slowed down, He Lulan's pupils shrunk, and as if they had identical thoughts in mind, they transmitted the same message to each other. Run! Chapter 7:15. Diamond Soil. Three star-desolate hounds chased, as Fan Yuan and He Lulan retreated along the way. It was not that they could not defeat the three desolate beasts, but they would have to engage in fierce combat and expend a lot of effort to defeat them. As Fan Yuan and He Lulan were inside an unfamiliar environment like Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they would not want to fight with their full strength randomly, especially not against these desolate beasts which they had met by chance. Only a fool would do such a thing. Fan Yuan and He Lulan were experienced schemers. This trip of exploring Starry Sky Grotto Heaven needed to be handled with caution. They had to preserve their battle strength to deal with unexpected situations, especially when the heavenly spirit of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had not shown itself yet. The heavenly spirit controlled all aspects of the Grotto Heaven. When Fan Yuan and He Lulan entered, they would have been detected already. Fan Yuan led the way, flapping his wings continuously. He was extremely fast. He did not dare to fly at high altitude, he only flew near the ground. He Lulan was much slower than Fan Yuan. She was behind him as she deeply looked at his wings, thinking and comparing in her heart. Fan Yuan's current speed is not outstanding, I can reach it. But he can move and maneuver so agilely and precisely, he can swerve around the branches of the trees so freely. After nearly 10 li of flying, the three star-desolate hounds behind them stopped, and gave up on He Lulan and Fan Yuan, no longer chasing them. The two stopped at a tall tree and took a small rest to recover. Fan Yuan stood on the crown of the tree, trying to decipher their direction. The surrounding mountains were not far from each other, yet they were independent and distinct. Some mountain peaks had green pines growing on them. Some had only shrubs. Some had no trees and only had weeds and wild flowers. All these were man-made arrangements. Nature would not have made things so organized. Fan Yuan could tell. The owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child, had categorized these mountain peaks into independent areas to nurture different vegetation. This way, he could raise the productivity of specialized products. It seems that the owner of this Grotto Heaven had spent quite some effort on managing it. He Lulan walked over, standing beside Fan Yuan and observing the area. Fan Yuan instead frowned. This landscape was simply too different from the one in his memories. Did that mean that hundreds of years later there would be a huge change to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's terrain, causing it to be completely different after it broke apart and collapsed? This way, Fan Yuan's previous life's memories could not give him any precious help. He Lulan directed her gaze towards the small bat wings on Fan Yuan's back, asking with great interest. Your killer move is not bad, where did you buy it? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fan Yuan could not lie to He Lulan, but he could choose to not talk about it. However, true solid bat wings was an ordinary technique of Fan Yuan's, he did not need to hide it. He answered plainly. This killer move is based on an improvement of my previous killer move, suited for my immortal zombie body. If you want to use it, you will need to transplant a pair of bat wings onto your back. He Lulan heard this and frowned, though not because she was concerned over destroying her image, she pursued strength. The body of a desolate beast is also an immortal body. Just like the bodies of us Gu immortals, their bodies contain Tao marks and are closer to certain laws. Your pair of bat wings should not have the Tao marks of strength path, they are closer to wind path. Transplanting them casually like this, are you not afraid that there would be a conflict between strength path and wind path, resulting in your strength path killer moves weakening? Fan Yuan chuckled. You know about how Reckless Savage Demon Venerable can transform into all sorts of fierce beasts, right? Of course. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Transformation Path, he was the progenitor of Transformation Path. He Lulan answered. The essence of Transformation Path is to transform one's own body into a fierce beast or plant, and obtain their strength and abilities at the same time. A Transformation Path Gu Master can become a Wind Path bird, Fire Path tiger, or Water Path fish, using just one path to project countless paths. Why do their Tao marks not interfere with one another? Fan Yuan asked. Transformation Path Gu Masters who solely transform their bodies had not truly ventured into Transformation Path. A truly successful transformation was not only changing one's appearance, but also gaining the beast's respective Tao marks. Gu immortals who become desolate beasts not only have the strength, defense, and speed of the desolate beast itself, They can even amplify the effect of goo worms in their respective paths. That is because, every time they transform, they will turn into a single fierce beast. They would only have one type of down mark on their bodies. It is unlike you who has two types of down marks mixing together, like a goo master trying to cultivate two paths. Furthermore, after they transform, they will use their relevant goo worms to cleanse their bodies, removing all of their current down marks, before they can transform into a fierce beast which has another down mark. Hei Lulan said. Fan Yuan laughed arrogantly. No, that is because they are not good enough yet, their methods are lacking. Reckless savage demon Venerable was not like this. He ate immemorial desolate beasts and formed desolate beast totems on his body, encompassing countless down marks in his body, allowing him to transform at will. When you were undergoing your tribulation, I obtained the true meaning infusions of the demon Venerable. I have already become a transformation path master. Hei Lulan was truly shocked. That is to say, you obtained pointers from Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. You have a method to balance different down marks? Fan Yuan nodded, but shook his head soon after. I am only at Master Realm. I can only balance 3 different down marks. I am also limited by physical transplantation and other restrictions. True solid bat wings can only have up to 3 pairs of wings. That is the greatest display of my current transformation path Master Realm attainment. Hei Lulan heard Fan Yuan's words and gained much interest in true solid bat wings. Sell this movement killer move to me. I will purchase it at a high price. Fan Yuan shook his head, rejecting her. He had modified this killer move after much effort. It was his unique method. How could he give it to someone else? Unless he no longer needed it in the future, then he would consider selling the simplified version. Hei Lulan was slightly disappointed that Fan Yuan rejected her, but she was not surprised. If their roles were swapped, she would have rejected him as well. Fan Yuan did not lack immortal essence stones currently. I finally understand why you want to kill star demon bats now. What does your information say? A star demon bat is nearby? Hei Lulan asked. Fan Yuan nodded. From my information, it is close by. But the terrain here is slightly different. Let's look around first. He had surveyed for a long time, but he could not confirm the location. The place in his memory was a rotten swamp with poisonous air. But here, there were mountains independent of each other. How could there be a rotten swamp? 2 hours later, 2 figures were attacking a desolate beast. This desolate beast's body was transparent, like it was made of diamond. Its figure resembled a bear, but it was as large as a mammoth. It was a diamond bear that was rarely seen in the 5 regions. It was Hei Lulan and Fan Yuan fighting the diamond bear. Take this. Fan Yuan flew in the air. His 8 arms were moving around as they sent out lumps of starlight specks. The diamond bear stood up, waving its paws and smashing the starlight completely. Hei Lulan transformed into the Strength Path Phantom Giant again. She raised her leg and kicked at the diamond bear's belly. The diamond bear growled. As its diamond-like body shined, Hei Lulan's giant Strength Path Phantom's right leg broke. This diamond bear's body contains wild goo worms that counter my Strength Path Giant. Hei Lulan was shocked, retreating immediately. Killer moves were not invincible. They had weaknesses and could be countered. But the diamond bear did not want to let Hei Lulan go. It pounced in her direction. Fan Yuan saw this and immediately rushed over. The starlight lumps in his hands were shot out more quickly, like the pelting of raindrops. At once, the diamond bear was unable to raise its head from the attacks. Here's a big one, enjoy it. Fan Yuan raised 4 of his arms up, summoning a huge icy drill stardust lump that he threw it down. With a loud explosion, the entire diamond bear was covered by the icy drill stardust. The diamond bear was assaulted by the stardust. It growled in pain. It had become greatly angered. Boom! At the next moment, it charged out of the starlight lump, flying into the sky. This bear could fly. Fan Yuan was the closest to it. Caught off guard, he was hit by the diamond bear's raised paws. Bam! At the next moment, Fan Yuan was like a cannonball. He flew out, crashing into dozens of large trees before stopping. His zombie blood was pouring out, with 2 of the arms used to block the bear paw having been cut off, and 3 were fractured. Fan Yuan's mouth twitched. Accidents were bound to happen when fighting desolate beasts. Desolate beasts were not like goo immortals. They did not have much intelligence. But as for which wild goo they had in their bodies, one could not tell upon first contact. Like earlier, the diamond bear actually dispelled Hei Lulan's Strength Path Phantom and flew into the air, causing heavy injuries to Fan Yuan. Only after suffering some injuries did Fan Yuan and Hei Lulan learn that the diamond bear had very powerful goo worms on it. Not only were there goo worms that countered the strength path phantom, it even had flying goo that could raise such a heavy body into the air. Retreat! Fan Yuan shouted to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan had the intention to retreat already. She stopped her killer move and escaped with Fan Yuan. The diamond bear did not chase after them. It picked up Fan Yuan's 2 arms and placed them into its mouth, chewing. Crack, crack. The diamond bear's teeth were sharp. They easily broke Fan Yuan's immortal zombie arms. It continued to chew, turning the arms into minced meat. The green zombie blood flowed out from the space between the diamond bear's teeth, and an intense stench spread out. The diamond bear swallowed the zombie meat with a weird expression, but it immediately opened its mouth and vomited the food that it had just eaten. What a terrible taste! The diamond bear had a constipated expression as it looked at Fan Yuan's remaining arm with disgust, slamming it into a mountain rock before moving back to its cave that was at the mountain peak grumpily. A moment later, Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan sneakily returned. Fan Yuan picked up the amputated arm. After verifying it, he placed it at a wound on his body. He used healing goo worms, and with the recovery ability of the immortal zombie, the amputated arm quickly connected to his wound. As for the remaining arm, it was chewed up by the diamond bear. Fan Yuan could not use it. He sighed and had to regenerate it himself. The immortal zombie body was not a mortal body. To regrow limbs, 6 to 8 hours were needed. This was not simply a regrowth of body parts. The relevant strength path Tao marks had to be replenished. He Lu Lan looked at the cave entrance at the highest point of the mountain. In that cave, there are at least 15 kilograms of diamond soil left. Diamond soil was formed from the feces of the diamond bear. It was filled with rich nutrients, and was one of the soils that could be sold for a high price in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Not long ago, Fan Yuan had come to this mountain peak with He Lu Lan. While Fan Yuan attracted the bear out of the cave, He Lu Lan sneaked in and took hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil. They were worth at least 30 immortal essence stones. Fan Yuan shook his head. 15 kilograms of diamond soil is not worth the risk. The first time was fine, but if we try a second time, with even more animosity, the diamond bear might not let us off. The diamond bear is sturdy and tough. We will need to pay a huge price to kill it. My goal is the star demon bat. Since it is not in this direction, let's try another direction. Chapter 716. Star Hall. Half a day later, Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan had almost searched through this area and seen many desolate beasts, but did not come across the star demon bat. Your information seems to be somewhat unreliable. He Lu Lan casually sat down on the ground and said while healing her wounds. There was a long, bloody wound on her left arm which stretched from the back of her palm to her elbow. This was the mark left behind from the encounter of He Lu Lan and Fan Yuan with a desolate beast flying sword rat. The flying sword rat was small and extremely fast. A bit of carelessness resulted in it slashing its claws at them. Even if He Lu Lan had the great strength true martial physique, having a strength path extreme immortal body, she had to struggle to heal this wound. This was because the wound the flying sword rat caused was filled with Tao marks of metal path, which were repelling the strength path Tao marks of He Lu Lan's immortal body, and resisting the extreme immortal body's recovery ability. A long while later, He Lu Lan was able to heal the wound and a thin layer of scab had formed on top of it. She went up to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was sitting on the ground, using his iron-sharp fingernails to draw the outline of the terrain they had explored on a flat rock. There were dozens of green mountain peaks. Most of the green peaks were the territory of a desolate beast, like the star desolate hound, flying sword rat, diamond bear, and so on. The mountain peaks with no desolate beasts had large numbers of beast groups, as well as a sea of ghoul worms living together. Seven Star Child had clearly invested a great amount of effort to manage Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Only then could such dense numbers of desolate beasts survive in this piece of territory. However, the strange thing was there were no ancient desolate beasts. Ancient desolate beasts were comparable in battle strength to a rank 7, according to common sense. There should be ancient desolate beasts in this outstandingly managed Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. This was only one of the strange aspects. The second strange aspect was that the heavenly spirit had still not shown itself. Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan had explored all around and encountered many fights, but were able to smoothly free themselves. Strictly speaking, they were invaders, but this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was behaving as if it had no heavenly spirit to manage it, and the suppression Fan Yuan had expected did not appear. The third strange thing was that Fan Yuan could not find the poisonous swamp no matter where he searched. According to his previous life's memories, the area he was in right now was the same as the small fragment world of the original grotto heaven, which he had sent his subordinates to explore in his previous life. Originally, the poisonous swamp should have been near that ancient tree forest, but Fan Yuan was not able to find it. Could it be that the poisonous swamp is part of the terrain that only appears after several hundred years? I came here this early, thus I am not able to find it. If that is the case, my plan to hunt Star Demon Bat will end in failure. Fan Yuan stared at the diagram of the terrain on the rock, and was pondering everything when suddenly a bright light shot out. He and He Lulan raised their heads at the same time and looked at the green sky. Unknowingly, the sky was filled with countless star specks. The amount of this starlight grew rapidly and continued to grow. In a blink of an eye, the starlight filled the whole world, drifting in disorderly fashion like snow. This is an astronomical change that occurs only in grotto heavens. Fan Yuan stood up with an alert gaze, activating lion fur armor. He Lulan also activated her defensive killer move with a vigilant mind. The bright starlight shone on all living beings. Beast roars resounded from each mountain peak, some clear, some crisp, some long and some hoarse. Wind surged, the endless specks of starlight suddenly converged on top of a mountain. After a dazzling blue radiance was sent out, the star specks dispersed and a resplendent giant hall, exquisite and gorgeous, appeared on the mountain peak. This hall. Fan Yuan's pupils enlarged, as he felt a great sense of familiarity with the structure of the hall. It clearly resembled the ruins that had been left behind in the shattered worlds of the grotto heaven, which had spread everywhere during his previous life. It was only that the former ruins now showed no trace of damage. Fan Yuan and He Lulan glanced at each other. He Lulan guessed. Did the astronomical change occur due to some specific timing and result in the appearance of the hall? Or did the heavenly spirit intentionally set up a trap to lure us in? Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. The two only hesitated for a moment before deciding to go in the Star Hall. At the same time, in another area of starry sky grotto heaven, an intense battle was nearing its climax. Foul beast, take this king's fist. A rockman that was as tall as a hill shouted as it smashed down its fist. Wind surged and even the air burst. The desolate beast's flying bear could not dodge in time. Its head was struck by the giant stone fist and with a loud sound, it crashed down on the ground, smashing a large crater. Stones and soil flew all around, dust surged up and the earth shook for a while. The rocky giant did not stop. It spread open its two fists then smashed down from high up. Bam! The two palms heavily smashed at the flying bear's thick, snow-white body. The flying bear tried to budge but it was not able to let out even a cry. It was already filled with injuries. The punch just before had cracked its skull and caused it to be on the brink of losing consciousness. Immortal killer move, Earth's Root. From the center of his two palms, Earth Chi bubbled, and countless thick and sharp earth spikes protruded out from the ground like spears. Plop! The desolate beast's flying bear was pierced through instantly by hundreds of earth spikes. In its last burst of energy, it raised its head, opened its eyes and let out a mournful cry before its energy was completely spent. Its body stiffened, and its head fell back down to the ground. Dong! A sound like that of a drum being struck resounded, with dust rising and falling. An intense scent of hot blood erupted, as it flowed down the stone pillar, and quickly dyed the ground red. The flying bear was dead. The rocky giant snorted. It suddenly emitted a piercing light. After the light dispersed, Agu Immortal proudly stood in the air while crossing his arms. He had short white hair, a pair of golden pupils, broad shoulders and a thin waist. He wore a tight-fitting combat uniform and a valiant aura was emitted from him. A ray of starlight shot over, transforming into a middle-aged man. He was wearing a long robe with wide sleeves and a high hat on his head. He clapped his hands and praised. As expected of Lord Immortal Monkey King, killing the desolate beast's flying bear in just 3 minutes. The white-haired man with golden pupils was a rank 7 Gu Immortal of Combat Immortal Sect, Immortal Monkey King Shirley. Shirley looked at the middle-aged man with an indifferent gaze. 7 star halls have already appeared, Star Lord Wan Xiang. The 8th star hall you spoke of, why has it still not opened? This middle-aged man was Star Lord Wan Xiang, who had traded with Fan Yuan several times. Star Lord Wan Xiang gave a bright smile. Immortal Monkey King, there's no need to worry. We can only make the 8th star hall appear when we have killed enough desolate beasts, and let their blood seep into the ground. We have already killed 6 desolate beasts, but the amount of blood is still not enough. How much more desolate beasts should we kill exactly? Shirley asked impatiently. Star-Lord Wan Xiang revealed a thoughtful expression and said after a pause, "According to my annual explorations over the past 20 years and my own speculations, we probably only need to kill one more desolate beast." "Humph. You better not deceive me," Shirley replied in an overbearing manner. Star-Lord Wan Xiang lowered his head. "I am just a lone cultivator. Even if I had 10 times the guts, I would not dare to deceive Lord Immortal Monkey King. Based on Central Continent's time, I can only forcibly break into this star path grotto heaven during this point of the year. Moreover, the duration we can stay is only 2 days. After these 2 days, the small opening leading to the grotto heaven will close up and we won't be able to exit. Why would I deceive you when time is so limited? I also want to plunder more resources, but several years ago, I accidentally saw the 8th Star Hall. That hall was covered in a foreboding atmosphere. The guards of the Star Hall were all ancient desolate beasts. It definitely is the central control point of this grotto heaven, and it is very likely for the heavenly spirit to be there." Shirley nodded. He believed Star-Lord Wan Xiang's words. He has known Star-Lord Wan Xiang for some time and was familiar with the latter's nature. "Sigh, if not because I had a huge battle with Song Zixing and spent large numbers of immortal essence, and that I urgently require large amounts of immortal essence stones to convert into immortal essence due to my blessed land's approaching tribulation, I would not have told such a huge secret to you." Star-Lord Wan Xiang sighed. Shirley's tone softened. "Don't worry, I will abide by the agreement. 80% of this exploration's battle spoils will go to you while I take 20% also. I will not tell anyone else about this secret. Later, we will come to explore this grotto heaven every year. Right now, only Star-Lord Wan Xiang had the special method to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Shirley still had not grasped the method. Lord Shirley has an outstanding reputation. I can be at ease. According to my past explorations, there is a star demon bat not far away and it is rather easy to kill. Alright, let's go there. Old rules, when fighting you stand to the side, don't interfere." Shirley was very decisive and immediately started flying rapidly towards the destination. Star-Lord Wan Xiang laughed bitterly while hurriedly following behind. Fan Yuan and He Lulan cautiously entered the Star Hall. This Star Hall had no defenses, there was no one inside, only 6 large wells in the center of the main hall. Water was surging inside these 6 large wells. The water in the wells were of different colors: red, brown, yellow, blue, purple, and white. The well water was glittering and translucent, and emitted slight radiance. He Lulan and Fan Yuan used investigative goo worms to completely check them. Their discovery was that the well water, the Star Hall, everything was as normal as they could be. This was naturally impossible. How could an ordinary hall appear out of thin air? How could ordinary well water be of different colors and emit light? The only explanation was that the 6 well waters in this Star Hall were related to the grotto heaven's astronomical transformations. If so, the mortal investigative goo of He Lulan and Fan Yuan were not of high enough level to investigate anything. The two were unable to distinguish the mysteries of the 6 wells, and fell into a predicament for a while. "This color," He Lulan observed again, and could not help mumbling. Fan Yuan knew what she was thinking. He remembered when they had just arrived in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he had looked at the sky. He saw the shadows of 6 stars in the sky. They were as large as the full moon and were easy to notice. These 6 star shadows were the colors of red, brown, yellow, blue, purple, and white, the same as these 6 waters in the wells. "What connection do they have?" Fan Yuan mumbled and sent a mortal storage goo inside a well to take out some of the water to study. However, when the mortal goo entered the well water, the tranquil and calm well water suddenly moved and formed a whirlpool, swallowing the mortal goo. Chapter 717. Killing Star Demon Bat. The well water quickly settled down, there were no ripples, it was shining brightly. But the mortal goo that Fan Yuan tossed in had completely vanished into the water. Fan Yuan knew that his mortal goo had not been destroyed yet, because he could still sense its existence. But this connection was very weak now. The connection between a goo master and goo worm had much to do with distance. The further the goo worm is from the goo master, the weaker their connection. In that case, when a goo master uses the goo, their mind would send orders. If they gave 10 orders, 9 might be missed and the goo worm would only execute 1. Of course, this was in ordinary cases. A small portion of goo worms could maintain a strong connection over a huge distance. They could be easily activated even if they were far away. Some goo worms were even more peculiar. The closer they were to the goo master, the weaker their connection. Creating distance between them could improve their connection instead. Fan Yuan originally had a close connection to the mortal goo, but now the feeling was much weaker. It was like the two were very far apart. Fan Yuan followed the connection in his mind, slowly deducing the direction and raising his head. All he saw was the top of the walls and the Star Hall. Fan Yuan activated his investigative goo. In his field of vision, the roof of the Star Hall became translucent. Fan Yuan's gaze pierced through the roof of the Star Hall, seeing the 6 huge circular star shadows in the green sky. He felt a sensation in his mind. His gaze remained on one of the star shadows. According to the remaining connection he had, he knew that the mortal goo was on top of that star shadow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The star demon bat's huge wings whipped up fierce winds as countless arrows shot out at the same time. These arrows were all made of starlight. They flew very quickly, piercing the air. Their numbers were high, flying towards Immortal Monkey King Shirley like a storm. Seeing the large-scale attack, Shirley scoffed in disdain. Merely rank 2-star arrow goo, except the numbers are a bit high. Mortal killer move, fallen gray cloak. Shirley's body shook, as a thin layer of yellow-white smoke and dust covered him. He did not dodge, he allowed the arrows to land on his body. No matter how many star arrows came, they dissipated after coming into contact with the mortal killer move fallen gray cloak, vanishing in an instant. The star demon bat lacked intelligence, it could not use killer moves. Although the scale of the wild goo on its body was large, it could not use goo in great quantity. How could such an attack compare to a killer move that a human cultivator came up with painstakingly? This time, look at my eagle transformation! Shirley shouted, his body shining in a bright golden light. As the light dissipated, Shirley had vanished. In his place was a desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle. The Iron Crown Eagle spread its wings, flying in the air. Its sharp claws that resembled steel gave off an imposing aura. The size of its body was not any smaller than the Star Demon Bat. Far away, Star-Lord Wan Xiang quietly observed the battle. Seeing this, he sighed helplessly. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a battle maniac. He refused to fight together in each of these battles. Up to this point, Shirley had already killed 11 desolate beasts. Every time he fought a desolate beast, he would use a different type of transformation path killer move, to fight using the body of different desolate beasts. Star-Lord Wan Xiang was anxious about the time. He had urged Shirley to use his strongest methods. But Shirley rejected him, saying that he wanted to use this opportunity to accumulate transformation path battle experience. He did not want to waste any chance he had. By accumulating his foundations, he would eventually trigger a qualitative change, elevating his transformation path realm. The Iron Crown Eagle flew for a while, before screeching and pouncing towards the Star Demon Bat. The Star Demon Bat was also screeching. Its ruthless nature was awakened as it did not evade. It flapped its wings and collided with the Iron Crown Eagle. 2 huge winged figures were clashing in the sky violently. The Star Demon Bat bit with its mouth, while the Iron Crown Eagle attacked with its beak. The Star Demon Bat scratched with its claws, but the Iron Crown Eagle's talons were just as sharp. They were evenly matched. The two had exchanged many blows within a moment. They left many injuries on each other's body. After a while, they pulled some distance between them. The Star Demon Bat shrieked loudly in a self-satisfied manner. The Iron Crown Eagle that Shirley had transformed into had lost most of its feathers. It flapped its wings and after much effort, it stabilized its body. In the battle earlier, the Iron Crown Eagle had suffered a loss, while the Star Demon Bat had the upper hand. Not only were most of its feathers gone, there was an injury on its stomach, filled with Star Path Tao marks. It bled continuously and prevented the Iron Crown Eagle's body from healing naturally. Desolate beasts were different from Goo Immortals. Goo Immortals had weak bodies, their strength rested in Goo worms. Even if Strength Path Goo Immortals made their bodies extremely strong, it was still from the effects of Goo worms. Meanwhile, the strength of desolate beasts was in their own bodies. Desolate beasts have strength, defense, and other attributes from birth. This was something humans could only dream of. Especially when a desolate beast gets closer to nature during their growth, and develops more down marks on their bodies. When they fight in battle, the injuries that desolate beasts cause will have down marks lingering. Injuries involving down marks were very hard to get rid of. Not only did they resist the body's self-healing, they also hindered the use and effect of healing goo. Of course, if the desolate beast had an immortal goo, the situation would be completely different. The Iron Crown Eagle shrieked, ignoring its injuries and pouncing towards the Star Demon Bat. The two met in the sky again. After several attacks, the Star Demon Bat found an opening and flapped its wings quickly, slamming on the Iron Crown Eagle's head. The Iron Crown Eagle went into a daze, falling towards the ground. The Star Demon Bat flew in the air, flapping its wings thrice at the Iron Crown Eagle. The first one caused an intense wind to blow, as thousands of wind blades shot out. The second caused a burst of starlight, over 10,000 star arrows flew out. The third caused darkness to gather, forming a giant specter that charged towards the Iron Crown Eagle. The Iron Crown Eagle first crashed onto the ground, causing rocks to fly and a crater to form. Next, after it raised its head, it was cut by the wind blades. The Iron Crown Eagle shrieked. It endured the attacks and did not retreat. After enduring the wind blade attacks, it had hundreds of light wounds on its body. It wanted to flap its wings, but the star arrows flew over. These arrows had extraordinary strength. They pierced into the Iron Crown Eagle's body and caused many wounds, but those were not deep. Next, that specter which had no solid body drilled into the Iron Crown Eagle's mind. If it was any ordinary desolate beast, they would have been in trouble, but this Iron Crown Eagle was Shirley's transformation. Shirley snorted coldly, thoughts and wills moved in his head, destroying the specter in the blink of an eye. Although he was an Earth Path Gu Immortal who also cultivated Transformation Path, he was an established expert, he was a veteran Gu Immortal, he learned a lot about many other paths and had a set of complete defensive measures against Gu worms of other paths. Lord Immortal Monkey King! At the side, Star-Lord Wanxiang shouted in concern. The Iron Crown Eagle spoke human words, laughing loudly. Don't interfere, stay at the side, this is my battle. Intense fire seemed to be burning in the eagle's eyes. With much determination, Shirley flapped his wings and flew up, towards the Star Demon Bat, but was sent flying. Bang! With a loud sound, the eagle crashed on the ground again. Good, interesting! Shirley shouted. He got more excited as he fought. Ignoring his injuries, he rushed up again. He was fighting with something he was not familiar with, in terms of close combat. How could he be the Star Demon Bat's match? In their fight, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. But every time Shirley lost, he would battle again, the eagle's head would rise up highly, and the eagle eyes would always stare at its opponent. This maniac! Star-Lord Wanxiang watched with a grimacing expression. Shirley obviously had defensive moves like Fallen Grey Cloak, but after transforming into the Iron Crown Eagle, he did not use any of them in battle. This had happened many times in his previous battles as well. Star-Lord Wanxiang had asked earlier, but Shirley's answer was that he was purposely not using them. It was to experience the joy of battle with his own body. This would be the most effective way to raise his battle foundation. Shirley was a battle addict. He was a fierce man who derived pleasure from fighting. Again! Shirley shouted, flapping his wings towards the Star Demon Bat. The two sides got closer rapidly. Seeing that they were about to collide, the Star Demon Bat suddenly flapped its wings, displaying an incredible flying ability, passing the Iron Crown Eagle narrowly. Whoosh! The Star Demon Bat suddenly breathed out a shooting star, hitting the Iron Crown Eagle's back. The Iron Crown Eagle spat out some blood. Its body shook as it had to flap its wings to stabilize itself. Next, Star-Lord Wanxiang heard Shirley laughing. Interesting, bullying my flying attainment which is only master level? Saying so, he flapped his wings and rushed up. The Star Demon Bat did not take the attack directly, it retreated while using Star Path, Wind Path, or Dark Path Gu worms to attack its enemy from far away. The two had fought for a long time. Unknowingly, the Star Demon Bat's body was filled with injuries. These injuries all had Metal Path Dao marks, they could not heal any time soon. Of course, the injuries on the Iron Crown Eagle were at least twice as severe as the Star Demon Bat. But Shirley fought crazily, it struck fear in the Star Demon Bat. This dominating desolate beast that ruled over a mountain felt some apprehension, and did not dare to fight directly. The Star Demon Bat's intelligence was low, what it was doing was giving on its advantage and fighting with its weakness. It had mortal goo on it, although they could disturb Shirley, they were not as dangerous to him as fighting at close range. The Iron Crown Eagle did not use any defensive methods as usual, but its aura was surging as it dodged left and right, finally getting close to the Star Demon Bat. After shrieking loudly, the eagle claw grasped downwards at it. The Star Demon Bat dodged agilely, but Shirley found an opening. In terms of flying attainment, the Star Demon Bat which had been flying its entire life was at least a flying grandmaster. The Star Demon Bat pulled some distance, using goo worms to attack at a range, while the Iron Crown Eagle tried to get close to engage in close combat with it. In this fashion, the two fought for a while. The Star Demon Bat was bound to mess up at some point. Finally, the Iron Crown Eagle found a flaw and used its eagle claws to tear the bat wings. With a hole in the bat wings, the Star Demon Bat's flying ability fell drastically. Before it could adapt to the injury, the Iron Crown Eagle found even more flaws. Shirley pursued it during this prime opportunity. After enduring the Star Demon Bat's final struggle, he killed it. The Star Demon Bat landed on the ground. Its blood was pouring like a river. The ground absorbed the blood, just like what Star-Lord Wanxiang said. A formless energy had been activated. In the sky, starlight appeared again. Chapter 7:18. Starshine Fake Eye Goo. The specks of starlight coiled around and fluttered for a while before gathering high up in the air and forming a completely new star hall. Different from the previous star halls, this star hall was floating in the air. Its design was exquisite, giving off a majestic beauty that was far above those star halls on the mountains. The 8th star hall has finally appeared. My speculation was indeed correct. Star-Lord Wanxiang spoke with excitement. Shirley cancelled the Iron Crown Eagle transformation and returned to his human form. The injuries on his body were still recovering, the blood flow had yet to stop. He indifferently glanced at the sky with his golden pupils. No wonder you guessed that this was the Grotto Heaven's central control point. Looking at its appearance, it is very likely to be that. He grimaced in pain and sat down, healing the wounds. His healing was in no way simple. He first used large numbers of goo worms to eliminate the down marks of Star Path, Wind Path, Dark Path and other paths that had filled the wounds. Only then did he use healing goo worms which showed visible effects. Star-Lord Wanxiang waited for a little while, and when he saw Shirley's injuries were roughly treated, he finally could not endure and urged him. Your healing is almost done, right? Time is limited, Lord Immortal Monkey King. The prerequisite for the 8th star hall to appear is that the other 7 star halls should be formed first. Every time the 7 star halls appear, they will only exist for 15 minutes. When the 7 star halls disappear, the 8th star hall will also disappear. Why are you in a hurry? If you are in such a rush, you can enter it first. Shirley opened his eyes and coldly glanced at Star-Lord Wanxiang. Lord Shirley is jesting. My battle strength has fallen to the depths. I still need to rely on Lord to break through the ancient desolate beast's defenses. Star-Lord Wanxiang chuckled and did not speak any further. However, his fists that were hidden inside his sleeves were tightly clenched. If not for his strength plummeting and the tribulation coming soon, why would he reveal this treasury on his own initiative? And why would he have to be forced to bottle up his frustration? He knew Shirley's scheme and intentions. Shirley was a battle addict, unreasonable and unruly, but he was in no way stupid. Everyone who reached a high position had their own outstanding points. The outstanding and famous Shirley did not lack shrewdness. Shirley accepted Star-Lord Wanxiang's invitation to come to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to plunder resources. But he did not put in his full effort. He was interested in breaking through the 8th star hall. But he was not willing to see Star-Lord Wanxiang obtain large numbers of resources to pull through the difficulties and escape his grasp. If Star-Lord Wanxiang does not obtain a fortune in this trip, he would have to request help from others when undergoing the tribulation. Shirley could help him then and also obtain a greater grasp on him. When that happens, in their future visits to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Shirley could obtain larger benefits which would absolutely not be in an 80-20 ratio like in this trip. Every year, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven would reveal a tiny gap which allowed Goo Immortals to enter it. Every time, the Goo Immortals could only stay inside for 2 days of Central Continent's time. There were abundant desolate beasts and resources in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It was clearly a small but steady source of resources. Star-Lord Wanxiang was a prime example of this. He was obviously a lone cultivator, but with each of his visits to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he was able to strengthen himself to the extent that his peak battle strength did not lose out to the majority of Goo Immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. Even when fighting Song Zixing, he had even been able to make a good record of himself. After a while, Shirley's injuries healed completely with no traces of injuries anywhere on him. Because of the previous oath, Shirley could not push it too far. He examined his body once then stood up. Sorry to keep you waiting, we can now go in. Star-Lord Wanxiang put on a smiling expression and shook his head. It was me who was overly anxious. I have to ask Immortal Monkey King to not blame me. More preparations quicken the speed of the work. I will still have to rely on your strength a lot more. Shirley bluntly nodded. Naturally. He stamped his foot and charged straight into the sky. Star-Lord Wanxiang followed closely behind. The 2 immortals moved towards the 8th star hall in the sky together. At the same time, Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan also jumped out of a well. This is another star hall, Fan Yuan said as he scanned his surroundings. He Lu Lan nodded. We used many methods to test and we were not wrong. These 6 wells are passages. The two gazed behind them. The center of this star hall also had 6 wells. But the colors were slightly different from the previous star hall. In the previous star hall, the 6 well waters were of red, brown, yellow, blue, purple, and white color. However, the 6 well waters here emitted the colors of red, brown, yellow, blue, green, and white. Purple was gone and green was added. He Lu Lan and Fan Yuan looked at each other. Both were clever and shrewd, and they both obtained an understanding. What do you think of it? He Lu Lan asked. Fan Yuan grinned, showing his sharp, jagged canines as he replied with his hoarse voice. If I am not wrong, this starry sky grotto heaven has a special terrain. There are a total of 7 spaces. These 7 spaces are isolated and independent of each other. Outsiders can only enter or exit them through the 6 wells in the star halls. He Lu Lan nodded and picked up a goo worm from the ground. This is the mortal goo you tossed earlier into the purple well water. It is the best proof. If my speculation is right, there is also another form of proof, that is the sky. When we go out of this star hall, this space's sky should also have 6 round shadows of stars. The difference should be that there instead of a purple star shadow, there should be a green star shadow. Fan Yuan agreed with He Lu Lan's speculation. Normal grotto heavens and blessed lands would have integrated spaces. But starry sky grotto heaven was special. It was actually divided into 7 spaces, and every space had an independent sky, earth, and ecology. In his previous life, what Fan Yuan explored was only the fragment world of starry sky grotto heaven, and he did not know of this layer of mystery. He and He Lu Lan finished discussing and they walked out of the door of the hall, gazing at the sky. They saw 6 round star shadows like 6 full moons floating in the air. He Lu Lan clapped her hands and gave a bright smile. Just like I guessed. Wait, someone is here! Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk as he looked at the moving objects in the distance, and happened to see Shirley and Star-Lord Wan Xiang rapidly flying. Following the direction they were flying towards, Fan Yuan discovered the 8th star hall. This star hall seems to be of a higher standard. It is hovering in the air and is being coveted by others. It is very likely that it is the central control point of starry sky grotto heaven. He Lu Lan guessed, her gaze stuck on the 8th star hall. There are actually others who are 1 step ahead of us, Fan Yuan mumbled. He was shocked internally. According to his previous estimation, starry sky grotto heaven was a place with no one but the heavenly spirit existing in it. If not for this, starry sky grotto heaven should not have fallen in his previous life. However, the current situation was that he saw no signs of the heavenly spirit, and instead saw 2 Gu immortals. As for the Gu immortals' appearances and identities, the distance between them was very far, so Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan were not able to see clearly. However, the two felt that either of these 2 Gu immortals were the owners of this grotto heaven. If one of them was the owner of this grotto heaven, they would have already sensed He Lu Lan and Fan Yuan, and would have acted by now. What's strange about it? You could obtain the secret intelligence about starry sky grotto heaven from some source. Does that mean other Gu immortals cannot? He Lu Lan was able to accept this fact much more easily than Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan laughed bitterly in his heart. He had concealed from He Lu Lan that the so-called information source was, in fact, his own self. However, it seemed that the truth and his preconceptions were vastly different. The first possible cause for this situation would be Fan Yuan's rebirth constantly influencing the various events in the world, causing a butterfly effect. The second possible reason was there was a lot of details behind the scenes regarding the fall of starry sky grotto heaven in his previous life. It was just that he did not know about them, and now in this life, he ran across one of the inside stories. Fan Yuan's thoughts ebbed and flowed, inclining towards the second cause. At this moment, sounds of fighting came from the 8th star hall. Looks like these 2 Gu immortals are of similar status to us. They are also outsiders. But they are a step ahead of us. He Lu Lan's gaze flickered. Fan Yuan did not reply, he just snickered. His laughter was cold. He Lu Lan also silently grinned. These 2 were formidable characters and were also schemers. Right now, the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark, and both felt they had huge advantage. They could even be said to be the Oriole in the saying the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Immediately, Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan activated large numbers of mortal Gu to hide their bodies and restrain their auras, as well as using many kinds of investigative methods to scout. The two quietly closed the Star Hall's door, got rid of all their traces, and slowly moved outside. After a while, Fan Yuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and warned He Lulan. "Slow down, there is a rank 5 investigative goo ahead." He Lulan carefully probed, and saw an eye-like small goo worm quietly hovering in the air. Its eyes were slowly moving around, constantly scanning its surroundings. The two were not surprised. With just one look, one could see this goo worm was not a wild goo and was clearly left behind by the two goo immortals from before. This was expected. Previously, when Fan Yuan and He Lulan had explored the space relating to the Green Star Shadow, they had also left behind similar investigative goo to keep watch on their paths. After becoming a goo immortal, one no longer lacked mortal goo. These mortal goo could let the goo immortal constantly scan their surroundings, mark the area, warn them, and many other uses. He Lulan was young, she had just advanced into a goo immortal, thus was not able to recognize this goo's details, giving a suggestion of caution. "Let's deter." Fan Yuan smiled. "No need. This goo is Starshine Fake Eye Goo. It has a long-range sensing ability. Goo immortals can observe the situation of the surroundings through it. Its scope is 5 li, it cannot detect stealth, and not only does using this goo constantly consume primeval essence, it also burdens the soul. We can use methods to be invisible and boldly go past it." At the same time, Fan Yuan added in his mind, this goo worm is often used together with true sight goo, which can then detect stealth and invisibility. But that is the situation during the 5 regions chaotic war. The true sight goo is still being held by some small sect right now, and has not been wantonly spread. He Lulan glanced at Fan Yuan, still not feeling relieved. "Are you sure you are not wrong? Goo immortals research new goo all the time. Maybe this goo worm is a newly researched goo that can see through invisibility?" Fan Yuan snickered. "You think I only looked at it with my eyes and did not use other goo worms to check it? Don't worry, 8 or 9 out of 10 goo immortals are flying masters, but having even 2 to 3 refinement path masters out of 10 would be pretty good. Refinement path is considerably harder to advance compared to other paths." Chapter 719. Small methods have profound meaning. The more one understands, the more shocking it is. Fan Yuan spoke with such certainty that He Lulan chose to believe him. The two hid their bodies and swaggered into Starshine Fake Eye Goo's range, and they indeed did not attract any goo immortal's attention. Along the way, the two found similar types of investigative goo like Starshine Fake Eye Goo. Some of these goo worms were buried in the ground, some were disguised as tree leaves, and some were hidden in brooks, drifting with the water. Fan Yuan used his methods one by one, sometimes invisibility, sometimes goo worms directed at countering them, or tunneling under the ground or swimming through water, all kinds of methods to slip past these investigative goo worms. The two had wanted to move until they were below the 8th Star Hall, and the shortest way would be a straight line to the 8th Star Hall. If they got a chance, they could also quickly react and use the shortest amount of time to charge to the 8th Star Hall, and fish benefits from the messy situation. However, as they walked through this straight line, a bloody odor assailed their noses from ahead. Fan Yuan and He Lulan glanced at each other. The latter revealed a doubtful look as she used her divine sense to transmit. "Strange, both the amount of investigative goo in this path and their types are increasing more and more." "Let's take a look," Fan Yuan replied. The two cautiously evaded or deceived the investigative goo worms, and discovered further traces of battle. After a while, they finally reached the area where there was the most intense odor of blood. They saw a black leopard's corpse lying on the shattered and disordered pile of rocks. The black leopard was as large as an elephant. Its fur was glossy and shiny, full of wild charm. The remaining aura showed the black leopard's identity, a genuine desolate beast. "This desolate beast is a vanishing shadow leopard," Fan Yuan said in a low voice. "It is that someone killed this vanishing shadow leopard and yet left behind its corpse here?" He Lulan revealed a trace of doubt. Fan Yuan squatted down near the ground, and used his hand to feel the gully beside his legs. He then took out a time path goo worm and carefully activated it. This goo worm had the appearance of a crystal sphere, and was an extremely rare rank 5 goo. Its name was Backtrack Goo, an investigative goo under time path, which could backtrack to the past events within a specific range. Backtrack Goo was activated. It displayed a blurry and new battle scene. In the scene, 2 giant figures were in an intense battle while a small figure was standing far away to the side. Backtrack Goo was only a rank 5 mortal goo, and whether it was Shirley, the vanishing shadow leopard or Star-Lord Wanxiang, they were all rank 6 or above, Immortal bodies and desolate beasts' bodies had Dao marks, thus Backtrack Gu's investigative ability was restrained greatly. He Lu Lan came closer and watched the battle. The mute battle scene was extremely blurry, but they could roughly guess that one of them was the Vanishing Shadow Leopard from the approximate build. And the one battling with the Vanishing Shadow Leopard did not seem to be a human but a tiger desolate beast. The one standing far away had a human shape and could be a Gu immortal. But their appearance was blurry, and they could not be sure. Not only this, the battle scene broken off intermittently, and was not coherent. Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan observed the battle with all their attention. For a moment, other than the slight breeze in the mountains, there was no other sound. After a dozen breaths of time, scorching smoke started to curl up from the Backtrack Gu and the battle scene suddenly disappeared. The Backtrack Gu had died as a result of forcibly recreating the image of the Gu immortal level battle. Fan Yuan felt slight heartache, and put the scorched corpse of Backtrack Gu back inside his immortal aperture to get rid of any traces. He had been gathering this Backtrack Gu from Treasure Yellow Heaven recently, but even then, he only had a total of 50 to 60. This was still the case when the 5 regions were in peaceful times. During the chaotic war of the regions, Backtrack Gu would be widely used and very hard to get. It would be a case where one would have to produce them for their own use. Treasure Yellow Heaven would simply have none for sale. He Lu Lan was very interested. This Gu worm is quite ingenious. What is its name? Did you buy it in Treasure Yellow Heaven? The varieties of Gu worms in existence were as vast as the ocean. Moreover, He Lu Lan cultivated Strength Path, not Time Path, and her understanding of other paths was only at the basics, limited to the typically used Gu worms. Gu worms like Backtrack Gu were classified as rare Gu of another path. It was normal for her to not know of it. Fan Yuan did not reply. Instead, he took out another Gu. He had refined this Gu himself based to his memories. According to the course of history, this Gu should have only appeared 300 years later. Its name was Thread Trace Gu. Its appearance was quite special, resembling a small horsewhip which children from northern plains played with as toys. Fan Yuan used his enormous, monstrous zombie claws to grab it, making its small size even more apparent. Fan Yuan grabbed the handle of the horsewhip and softly whipped at the air in front of him. Crack! The empty air suddenly showed traces of marks. What is this? He Lu Lan gazed at the marks without blinking. Crack, crack, crack. Fan Yuan whipped the horsewhip like Thread Trace Gu repeatedly. The marks in the air continued to increase. He Lu Lan watched the whole process, and soon was able to sense that the space Fan Yuan was whipping at was the area where the fight in the battle scene had occurred, and also the area where that blurry Gu immortal had been standing. As various thoughts flashed past, He Lu Lan's pupils slightly enlarged, blurting, "Could these marks be Dao marks?" Fan Yuan gave a contented smile at this moment. "Right, they are Dao marks. Whether it be Gu immortals or desolate beasts, they are filled with Dao marks, and any area they stop at will leave behind Dao marks for a short period of time. It is just that these Dao marks are extremely weak, that even Gu immortals paying close attention won't be able to sense them, that is, unless they use this Thread Trace Gu that I researched. From observing these Dao marks, I can infer some information on them." Fan Yuan once again brazenly took on someone else's creation from his previous life as his own. Thread Trace Gu. He Lu Lan mumbled. Her gaze towards Fan Yuan had changed a little. Fan Yuan pointed towards the area where Star-Lord Wan Xiang had stood previously. "Look, the Dao marks have manifested and formed a human shape. The color is azure blue, which means the Star Path Gu immortal had been observing the battle. The greater portion of the Dao marks had stayed there, and although there are some Dao marks in the surroundings, they are mostly tightly enclosed around the greater portion. This means that Star Path Gu immortal had only been observing from the side during the whole battle. And looking at the concentration of the Dao marks, it seems to be a rank 6 Gu immortal." He Lu Lan looked at the direction Fan Yuan pointed towards and listened to him, paying full attention. Fan Yuan then pointed at the area where the Vanishing Shadow Leopard died. There were remaining Dao marks of black color for Dark Path and red color for Fire Path. He continued, "The Dark Path Dao marks clearly belong to the Vanishing Shadow Leopard, while the red-colored Dao marks belong to the existence that killed the Vanishing Shadow Leopard. As for their identity, whether they are man or beast, that is still not certain. Look at how concentrated these Dao marks are and how they are intertwined with each other. This shows that the battle was very intense. The Dark Path Dao marks are sparse while the red-colored Dao marks are rather dense. We can deduce that the existence that killed the Vanishing Shadow Leopard is also at least of rank 6 realm." He Lu Lan's mouth widened slightly as she listened to Fan Yuan. Her gaze towards the thread trace goo in Fan Yuan's hand became slightly burning. This thread trace goo was only a rank 5 mortal goo, but it was very useful. With just this goo, one could infer so much useful information. The key thing was the thoughts involved in refining it were very special, and it could even be said to have blazed an unexpected new trail that bypasses common logic. Hei Lu Lan might have just recently advanced into a goo immortal, but she understood the importance of information and started to give more significance to Fan Yuan invention, thread trace goo. Had Shirley and Star Lord Wan Xiang been here, they would probably be soaked in cold sweat. They had used mainstream investigative methods and counter-investigative methods, but thread trace goo just happened to pierce through the gap in them. Fan Yuan's methods were from the time of the chaotic war of the 5 regions after all, the materialization of the intelligence of the whole 5 regions. It was like they were over half an era ahead of current goo immortals. Naturally, they had huge superiority. Crack, crack, crack. Fan Yuan lashed the horsewhip several times. Many more down marks appeared, but also many more disappeared. These down marks were very weak and were gathered together by thread trace goo, thus greatly shortening their already limited lifespan. Down marks entangled mutually, getting more disorderly. Fan Yuan finally stopped lashing the horsewhip and sighed. This is more or less the ability of this thread trace goo. The manifestation of down marks lasts only for a period of time and requires the observer to have plenty of experience. Moreover, activating immortal goo also leaves behind responding down marks. In an intense battle, many abilities and methods are used, causing the down marks to entangle and become extremely chaotic with no way to infer anything. However, fortunately few methods were used in this battle, so we are able to roughly understand the situation. Hei Lu Lan's eyelids twitched. Inferring so much useful information with a mere rank 5 mortal goo and still not satisfied? Her gaze firmly locked upon the thread trace goo until Fan Yuan stored it back in his immortal aperture. She keenly discovered that the formerly intact thread trace goo's whip-like body was full of cracks now. Clearly, there was a price to pay for manifesting the down marks. Hei Lu Lan inwardly estimated this thread trace goo could be used for 2 more times at the minimum. Immediately, her evaluation of thread trace goo increased by another level. It could be used for a total of 3 times. A mere rank 5 goo worm could be used 3 times to investigate into existences of rank 6 level and obtain so much information. Just as Hei Lu Lan was unable to endure and was about to ask if Fan Yuan was selling thread trace goo, Fan Yuan took out another investigative goo worm. This was only a chi path goo worm which Fan Yuan used to draw in the surrounding sense. Next, Fan Yuan stored this chi path goo worm and took out another goo worm. He moved everywhere around the battlefield and activated goo worms from time to time. Hei Lu Lan was only able to recognize a small portion of these goo worms, but it was also not to the extent where she was certain. The remaining greater portion, Hei Lu Lan simply had no idea, unable to recognize any of them. She subconsciously pursed her lips, as she for the first time felt that Fan Yuan had unfathomable depths. During the journey in northern plains, she only felt that Fan Yuan was experienced and astute, and a major enemy. When cooperating with Fan Yuan, she had no choice but to do so, and was very aware that it was asking for favors from a tiger. She got Fan Yuan's help to pass through her tribulation and become a goo immortal. She had thought she could suppress Fan Yuan a notch. But soon, Fan Yuan used her and Fairy Li Shan to scare even immortal crane sex goo immortals away. The whole thing was won before engaging in battle, which gave no chance for Hei Lu Lan to make a move. Since there was no loss in battle, Fan Yuan did not have to pay twice the compensation. It was akin to him obtaining his objective without losing anything. In contrast, to coax Fan Yuan to make an effort, Hei Lu Lan had to give the precious true meaning infusion of reckless savage demon venerable to him. Fan Yuan was also truly ruthless. He swallowed it whole without leaving behind anything to Hei Lu Lan. Later, Fan Yuan started the guts goo business and took the initiative to share profits with Hei Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Although he needed Hei Lu Lan's strength chi immortal goo in the process, Hei Lu Lan did not feel comfortable the whole time. It seemed as if she was being controlled. Now Hei Lu Lan felt a shiver in her heart as she looked at Fan Yuan using these methods. These small methods all used mortal goo and were seemingly unremarkable, but Hei Lu Lan was a discerning person. How could she not understand the profound significance represented by these small methods? Chapter 720. Picking them up one by one, a windfall of a great fortune. After Hei Lu Lan ascended to an immortal, she was taught by Fairy Li Shan, guided step by step. She was instructed in almost all aspects. Thus, in terms of investigative methods, He Lu Lan was not inferior to ordinary Gu immortals. But Fan Yuan's foundation is so deep, he is evidently miles ahead of most Gu immortals now. Although I have several immortal Gu, can I be like Fan Yuan and create new Gu independently, to modify and perfect my own killer moves? He Lu Lan shook her head internally. Her strength path killer move was given to her by her mother. To refine new Gu, one had to create new Gu recipes. This process not only required resources and ample foundation in that path, one also needed inspiration and luck. He Lu Lan was indeed a Gu immortal, but she was too young. She was not a refinement path master, and not even skilled in refinement path. Foundation could only be attained after a long period of trial and error, of exploring and accumulating experiences slowly. At this point, Fan Yuan walked back. He hummed. Summing up all of the clues, I mostly know the other party's identities already. Oh? One is a rank 6-star path Gu immortal. He has not made a move yet, and is more mysterious. The other is an Earth Path Gu immortal who cultivates Transformation Path as well. He has a powerful aura and using Gu worms. I caught a trace of his voice. This is likely Shirley from Combat Immortal Sect in Central Continent. Fan Yuan said. That immortal Monkey King? He Lu Lan and Fan Yuan had shared most of their information. She naturally knew who Shirley was. She started to frown, finding it a little troublesome. Shirley was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had outstanding battle strength. Even though He Lu Lan had several Strength Path Immortal Gu, Shirley had Earth Path Immortal Gu and had even created his own unique immortal killer moves long ago. In addition, he even cultivated Transformation Path. His battle talent was exceedingly rare. He Lu Lan had Immortal Gu self-strength, using it to activate her former mortal killer move, forming a giant Strength Path Phantom, that could barely be considered an immortal killer move. Up to this point, He Lu Lan had been attempting to improve and modify it, but her progress was slow. Fan Yuan, if you use the Myriad self-killer move, and cooperate with me, we might be able to resist the immortal Monkey King. But in that case, we will not be able to deal with the mysterious Star Path Gu immortal. He Lu Lan muttered. Fan Yuan laughed bitterly. I have not told you yet, but because the core immortal Gu is starving, Myriad self cannot be used anymore. All I can use are mortal killer moves. He Lu Lan looked at Fan Yuan deeply, squinting. In other words, we should avoid fighting with the other party directly. Roar, roar, roar! High in the air, there was loud growling noises. Fan Yuan raised his head and looked. There are bound to be injuries when two sides fight. We should just go with the flow and observe the situation now. Although our battle strength is lower than them, if we find the chance, it is not necessarily the case that we can have them killed. In the worst case, I still have fixed immortal travel. We can definitely resist them while we find the time to activate fixed immortal travel. He Lu Lan nodded in agreement. Fan Yuan's words were very similar to her own thoughts. The two decided to devour the loot in front of them first. The vanishing shadow leopard corpse was quite a fortune. Even though there were large numbers of investigative Gu around, they could not stop the old demon Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had methods that were ahead by half of an era. He made his moves, sealing or deceiving the investigative Gu. A moment later, they obtained the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse without alerting Star-Lord Wan Xiang. This vanishing shadow leopard's fur can be used to make many defensive Gu. The bones can be made into shadow attachment Gu, shadow tracing Gu and others. The eyes are top-tier materials for making dark vision Gu and dark fog Gu. It is a pity its blood had already been lost completely. Otherwise, it would be even more valuable. He Lu Lan placed the vanishing shadow leopard corpse into her immortal aperture, her eyes shining with a joyful light. The other party seems to be letting it bleed on purpose. It seems that the Star Hall in the air is truly an important place. They even ignored the desolate beast corpse for now. Fan Yuan showed an interested expression as he pondered. His immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was not good for keeping corpses fresh, thus he placed the vanishing shadow leopard in He Lu Lan's hands. The two were fearless and unscrupulous people. Even if the other party was strong, they dared to continue plotting against them. Next, they followed their original plan and secretly advanced, trying to get close to the 8th Star Hall in the air. But along the way, they quickly made a new discovery. The number of investigative Gu ahead have increased. Does that mean? He Lu Lan's gaze shone with anticipation. After a while, the two avoided all of the investigative Gu, passing a mountain ridge and into a valley. In the valley, there was a desolate beast corpse, resembling a small hill. It was like a cult, It had a huge, bright red body with thick legs, dark as steel. Its body was strong, muscular and bulky. Its mane and tail were vibrant and golden in color. Blood was dripping from the holes all over its body. The blood was scalding hot, and the heat spread to the surrounding trees and plants, causing them to wilt. Fan Yuan and He Lulan gradually got closer, feeling a heat that was like a blisteringly hot summer day. This is the desolate beast blazing divine stallion. It has many fire path wild goo on it and can walk on fire. Its blood is extremely hot and is a top-tier material in refining fire path goo worms. It is very rare even in treasure yellow heaven. He Lulan's heart bled as she looked at the horse blood flowing out. The two worked for a while, getting their hands on the blazing divine stallion, while Star-Lord Wanxiang still had absolutely no idea. After leaving this valley, the two moved stealthily, but Fan Yuan slowed his footsteps. Our destination is up ahead. But towards the left, there are large numbers of investigative goo. Should we go take a look? Fan Yuan looked at He Lulan, transmitting. Of course. He Lulan's reply was very curt. The two came to the area that was filled with investigative goo. They found a desolate beast corpse as expected. This was a yellow jade lion. Its body was like an elephant, lying on the ground with its eyes mostly closed, only opened by a slit. Large amounts of yellow blood flowed along the wound on its stomach, pouring out. Fan Yuan and He Lulan stealthily moved closer, but this yellow jade lion's body shook. It tried to open its eyes as its bloody mouth opened slightly, emitting a barely discernible growl, as if it wanted to continue battling. This yellow jade lion truly has a courageous nature. To be able to hurt the yellow jade lion to this extent, this sure lays transformation path battle strength is greater than I thought. He Lulan praised. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly made his move. After deceiving many of the surrounding investigative methods, he stole the yellow jade lion. He patted with his hand, as large numbers of healing goo flew out of his aperture, landing on the yellow jade lion, rapidly stabilizing its injuries and keeping it alive. You intend to save it? He Lulan was slightly surprised. Fan Yuan nodded. Saving it is 100 times easier than capturing another desolate beast alive. Why shouldn't we? You can keep this desolate beast in your immortal aperture for now. Be careful and keep it safe. This will be part of my share. This way, as long as things progressed well, the mission that Fan Yuan agreed upon with Langya Land's spirit would be completed. He Lulan placed the yellow jade lion into her immortal aperture. Her gaze was shining as she seemed to have made up her mind, saying, The 3 desolate beasts we had encountered had their blood drained for some reason. Very likely Shirley's group is trying to complete some procedure. Maybe this was the reason why the star hall in the sky appeared. After all, when we first appeared in this place, the sky was still empty. How many desolate beast corpses do you think are around here now? Fan Yuan laughed upon hearing this. Even if you did not mention this, I was going to talk about it. Indeed, looking at this situation, there are definitely many desolate beast corpses around. One desolate beast corpse can be sold for around 40 immortal essence stones optimally. It is truly an effortless profit for us to pick up these desolate beast corpses. The benefits are huge, yet we are paying 0 costs. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Moreover, we might not have the opportunity again. We should secure these profits first, that is the safest measure. The two had the same plot in mind. They changed their tactics and started scouring for desolate beast corpses. They could not use investigative goo openly, but the clues were very obvious. Star-Lord Wanxiang's original plan was to keep these desolate beast corpses around first, and deal with them after taking down the 8th Star Hall. The aura of these desolate beasts was still around. With that to induce fear, he was not afraid of wild beasts devouring them. Shirley was in charge of fighting, while Star-Lord Wanxiang was in charge of setting up investigative goo worms. Naturally, he would place more investigative goo around the corpses of the desolate beasts. But he would never have guessed that putting all of these investigative goo together was the biggest clue in itself. They were guides for Fan Yuan and He Lulan to find the corpses. This is the chestnut yak. Its meat tastes like chestnut. It can be eaten raw. It has a mild nature and is a somewhat unusual desolate beast. Let's keep it. He Lulan was laughing happily. Oh, there is a golden pangolin. It is a pity its armor is tattered, otherwise it could be sold for a higher price. Fan Yuan said with some disappointment. Flying bear, there is a flying bear corpse. Great, excellent, I want this corpse. He Lulan was overjoyed. Star demon bat. I knew this rotten poisonous swamp was very familiar. It is a pity that the bat wings are in bad shape. It would greatly affect my movement speed if I transplant it like this. I wonder if I can fix it first. Fan Yuan also stole the corpse of the star demon bat. He felt some regret, but he quickly got over it. After all, he did not battle the bat himself. Why would Shirley care about his plans? Obtaining the corpse without any cost, this was already a huge gain. He had not felt such good luck in a long time. The two obtained nearly 10 desolate beast corpses. It was a windfall. After the two searched around and ensured that there was no lingering desolate beast corpses, they hurried towards the bottom of the 8th star hall. But when they arrived, a figure like a small hill crashed onto the ground. With a loud bang, it landed and caused the mountain rocks to shatter. Dust and smoke was rising. This is the ancient desolate beast, astral wind flying heavenly boar. It is dead. This is the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. Fan Yuan and He Lulan made eye contact. After communicating through transmission, they were evidently moved. Chapter 721. Walking Me Tree. The corpse of the ancient desolate beast, astral wind flying heavenly boar, was right in front of them. Although He Lulan and Fan Yuan were moved, they did not close in on it. The two looked up towards the sky at the same time. They saw that high in the air, the 8th star hall was shaking slightly. Loud explosions and the growls of fierce beasts could be heard from within the hall. With a loud bang, the star hall shook intensely. A pillar of fire burst up from the roof of the star hall, creating a huge hole on it. The star hall was not made of ordinary material, it was formed from the phenomenon in the grotto heaven. At the area of the roof that was broken, starlight was emitting from it, as the hole continued to spread outwards. A pillar of smoke flew up outwards into the sky. What an intense battle! He Lulan sighed. Fight, fight, the more intense the better it is, Fan Yuan muttered. In the 8th star hall, it was a mess. The two sides were fiercely engaged in combat. A heavily injured desolate beast flame tiger growled loudly, shooting out a fireball from its mouth. The fireball shot a huge tree. While it was in the air, the flame tiger moved its claws and followed behind the fireball, attacking towards the huge tree. The huge tree moved its huge branches. Its branches were very peculiar, they were like soft and thick octopus tentacles. With a loud thud, a tentacle-like branch destroyed a fireball. With another whipping noise, a branch swung over, causing the flame tiger who was behind the fireball to be sent flying. The flame tiger cried out in pain, it flew for up to 100 steps and crashed onto the ground. With a burst of bright light, it returned to a human form. It was immortal Monkey King Shirley. Shirley spat out 3 teeth, his expression was excited and crazed. What a great walking meat tree, as expected of something of legend, this ancient desolate plant is truly incredible. Star-Lord Wanxiang, who was beside him, continued to unleash starlight attacks while transmitting helplessly when he heard Shirley's words. Lord Immortal Monkey King, the enemy is very powerful, stop playing with it, and use your Earth Path main battle strength. Shirley was not an ignorant person, he did not hesitate as he said. Alright, I have already used my Transformation Path battle strength to kill an astral wind flying heavenly boar, I am satisfied. Next I will use my true Earth Path cultivation and destroy this energetic walking meat tree. Star-Lord Wanxiang was overjoyed when he heard this. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was finally going to use his true strength. But at the next moment, Shirley sat down on a rock in the hall, healing himself. Star-Lord Wanxiang, hold on for now. When I remove the fire path down marks on my body, I will use my Earth Path methods. Star-Lord Wanxiang heard this and almost scolded him in anger. But he did not do so. Shirley's request was reasonable. With fire path down marks on him, it would interfere with and weaken the effects of his Earth Path goo worms. Star-Lord Wanxiang could only hold in his anger and agree, flying forward and facing off against the walking meat tree. Although Star-Lord Wanxiang was heavily injured by Song Zixing and his foundation was damaged, he still had ingenious methods left. Beams of starlight shot out like grand pillars, towards the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree moved 3 branches to retaliate. Star-Lord Wanxiang's body suddenly shuddered, as 5 starlight clones split from his main body and together, they took up 6 positions, unleashing different star path killer moves and attacking the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree was hit several times, it flew into a rage and moved more than 10 branches to fight back. Crack, crack, crack. Star-Lord Wanxiang's starlight clones were all smashed. Star-Lord Wanxiang evaded the branches coming from left and right. He quickly got into a disadvantage. Facing off against the walking meat tree directly, he finally felt immense pressure. Bang! With a loud noise, Star-Lord Wan Xiang could not defend himself and was sent flying. Along the way, he crashed through a thick pillar, but his momentum was not lost, as he directly flew out of the Star Hall. Seeing that Star-Lord Wan Xiang was gone, the walking meat tree moved its branches and assaulted Shirley, who was sitting down. Useless! Shirley opened his eyes, the battle intent in his golden pupils were surging. He shouted in anger as he stood up, attacking the walking meat tree. Star-Lord Wan Xiang flew a long way out of the Star Hall before stabilizing his body. He wiped the blood on his lips. Looking at the 8th Star Hall, he showed a cold smile as his scheme worked. He sent himself flying on purpose. This way, he could force Shirley to fight. I exposed the secret of this starry sky grotto heaven to you, regardless of the consequences, yet you do not even want to fight? Guh. Suddenly, Star-Lord Wan Xiang spit out a mouthful of blood. An intense pain assaulted him. He sucked in a breath of cold air, shock shining in his eyes. When this walking meat tree hits me, it directly etches the down marks of strength path into my body, causing my internal organs to suffer a huge blow. After realizing this, Star-Lord Wan Xiang did not want to rush up foolishly to fight the walking meat tree. I'll let Shirley fight, he is a battle maniac anyway. Under the pressure of the walking meat tree, he would need to use his full strength. I have already paid such a huge price, I should heal the injuries on my body first. Immediately after, Star-Lord Wan Xiang summoned his goo worms, which formed a star cloud bed. He sat on the bed as he floated in the air, healing his injuries. After a while, he opened his eyes, the injuries on him had healed. He first took a look at the 8th Star Hall, before looking down at the huge corpse of the ancient desolate beast, astral wind flying heavenly boar. He then looked at the other areas of the battlefield, seeing the other desolate beast's corpses. He hesitated, although he wanted to take all of the corpses first, considering Shirley's feelings, he had to dispel this thought. Forget it, I do not need to give Shirley an excuse later to make things difficult. In any case, there is no one else in this grotto heaven, I should battle now and deal with the current situation. Thinking of this, Star-Lord Wan Xiang retrieved the star cloud bed goo and flew away, entering the 8th Star Hall after traveling a short distance. In the thick lush forest, He Lu Lan and Fan Yuan, who had concealed their auras, sighed in relief. Fan Yuan, the goo worms that you left behind successfully deceived the enemy, He Lu Lan said excitedly. My method can only create a hologram. It cannot deceive a proper investigation. Quick, let's not talk about this anymore. We should make this part of our earnings first. Fan Yuan did not want to indulge in self-praise. He moved ahead and sneaked towards the corpse of the astral wind flying heavenly boar. The two quickly got to the side of the astral wind flying heavenly boar corpse. The astral wind flying heavenly boar corpse was tall like a small hill. It cast a huge shadow on the ground. Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan purposely detoured, hiding under the shadow, waiting for the appropriate moment to strike. They first inspected the wild goo on the astral wind flying heavenly boar's body. There were many wild goo originally, but after the battle with Shirley, more than half were destroyed. After the flying boar died, much of the remaining half escaped, very few were left. After Fan Yuan completed his search, he started to collect the astral wind flying heavenly boar's soul. The desolate beast corpses they encountered earlier had no souls. Maybe because they had died for a long time, their souls had flown away from their bodies, but the more likely reason was that Shirley or Star-Lord Wan Xiang had taken them. This astral wind flying heavenly boar had not been looted yet because the battle had just ended, thus Fan Yuan had a chance. But the result was very disappointing. This astral wind flying heavenly boar's soul was heavily injured, only a little bit was left. Evidently, during the earlier battle, it was attacked by methods directed at the soul. No wonder the Star Path Goo Immortal earlier did not fly here to collect the soul of this boar. Fan Yuan sighed. He willed and mobilized several hundred goo worms. These goo were from Light Path and Dark Path, while a small number were from Strength Path, Blood Path, Bone Path, and Chi Path. Under Fan Yuan's control, these goo worms flew around the surface of the astral wind flying heavenly boar's body, going round and round as Fan Yuan nodded to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was prepared since long ago. Once Fan Yuan gave the signal, she used the tens of goo worms prepared earlier. Using these goo worms, the astral wind flying heavenly boar corpse was quickly pushed into He Lu Lan's immortal aperture in a short time. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan activated the several hundred goo worms, remaining at the same spot as they continued to fly in the same manner as earlier. They gave out bursts of light and shadow, forming into one figure. It was the image of the astral wind flying heavenly boar. It was very realistic. Simply looking at it, one would think this was really the astral wind flying heavenly boar in front of them. Your method is really good, He Lulan praised again. Earlier, Star-Lord Wan Xiang felt nothing wrong. He was deceived by this method. Fan Yuan shook his head. This simple method cannot deceive proper investigation. If I can elevate it to a killer move, the effect would be better. Oh no. He Lulan suddenly froze. She pointed at one area and noted to Fan Yuan. You have a flaw here. Fan Yuan looked over and indeed, on the image of the astral wind flying heavenly boar, the anus was missing. How could the flying heavenly boar not have an anus? This was indeed a huge flaw. Fan Yuan quickly manipulated his goo worms, adjusting the image and forming the anus. But He Lulan said, Not good, not good, now that the anus is here, the penis is gone. Fan Yuan looked and was embarrassed. The astral wind flying heavenly boar is too high level of an existence, and has a gigantic body. My methods cannot replicate it fully, this is the limit. To create something, it will have to lose something. He Lulan nodded, her tone was grand and fearless. Then stop changing it, keep the penis and discard the anus, that is more realistic. Fan Yuan followed what she said and changed the image back. Hey Fan Yuan, aren't you proficient in researching killer moves? When we go back, you should raise this to the level of a killer move, that would make it easier to use. He Lulan said in amusement. Do you think we will still encounter such good things later? This method is sufficient, we do not need to make it a killer move. Fan Yuan shook his head, before raising it and looking at the sky. The roof of the Star Hall only had a small hole earlier, but now holes were all around the Star Hall. All of the explosion sounds were even louder than before. As he was looking, a broken tree flew out of the Star Hall. With a loud bang, the giant tree's branches crashed onto the ground, causing the ground below Fan Yuan and He Lulan's feet to tremble violently. Next, the other half of the giant tree, the crown, also collapsed. This is a walking meat tree! Fan Yuan and He Lulan opened their eyes, which were shining brightly. Chapter 722. Zombie Dragon. Walking meat tree was a legendary plant that was recorded in Legends of Renzu. Chapter 3, Section 16 states, Renzu's third son, Northern Dark Eye Soul, was revived by unexpected goo and was wandering outside. After encountering his sister, Desolate Ancient Moon, he gave her a new meaning in life. Next, under the guidance of Wisdom Goo, the brother and sister came to the Blue Sea to search for the life gem that could revive their father, Renzu. In the end, Desolate Ancient Moon sensed the mysteries behind life and sacrificed herself, being turned into a damaged life gem. Northern Dark Eye Soul carried the life gem as he attempted to return to his father, to revive Renzu. But it was extremely difficult for him to enter the door of life and death. The door of life and death had two routes. One was the road of life, the other was the road of death. No matter which path it was, there would be a lot of suffering goo. To overcome the interference of the suffering goo, to enter deep into the door of life and death, he would need the help of Courage Goo. But because Courage Goo had already been taken by Renzu and was currently with him, Northern Dark Eye Soul did not have courage and could not enter the door of life and death. He had no methods left, and could only wander around and search for a method to resolve this. He walked past tall mountains, traveled through streams, ran for his life under the assault of wild beasts, and had gone hungry during the intense cold. He had suffered a lot. Northern Dark Eye Soul was filled with guilt and anxiety. He was guilty because he was the one who gave Desolate Ancient Moon her meaning in life, but that caused her to sacrifice herself and become the life gem. Northern Dark Eye Soul was the murderer who indirectly caused his sister's death. He was anxious because even though he had the life gem, he was unable to return to his father's side. He was afraid that if a long time passed, his father's soul might collapse in Luopa Valley, causing Desolate Ancient Moon's sacrifice to be in vain. He walked and walked until the purple sky above him faded and became black. Originally, the immemorial 9 heavens, white, red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, black, would take turns to loom over the 5 regions at set intervals. The sky of the immemorial antiquity era was connected to the ground. Heaven and earth were connected and whole. People could walk towards the sky from the ground, or walk towards the ground from the sky. Northern Dark Eye Soul was walking aimlessly. Unknowingly, he left the ground and walked towards an area deep within Black Heaven. It was complete darkness inside Black Heaven, but it was not desolate. There were large numbers of life forms there. Northern Dark Eye Soul was inside the darkness, and could not find a way back. He was flustered, scared, and lost. He could not tell what direction to walk. He tripped many times and fell. Suddenly, he saw a lump of fire ahead of him. This was the only source of light in the entirety of Black Heaven. Northern Dark-Eye Soul was overjoyed. He quickly walked towards the fire. When he got close to the lump of fire, he realized it was a goo. Northern Dark-Eye Soul was very curious. He asked, "What goo are you? You can actually give out light in Black Heaven. Help me, I want to leave Black Heaven, heading back to the ground. I have very important things to do." The goo's voice was very weak. It said to Northern Dark-Eye Soul, "My name is Fire. Who are you?" Northern Dark-Eye Soul said, "I am a human. My name is Northern Dark-Eye Soul. Can you help me? With your light, I will be able to see the way and return to the ground." The goose sighed. "So you are a human. I've heard of a famous human before. He is called Verdant Great Sunday. Because Verdant Great Sun had reputation goo, his name was spread in the entire world. There was almost nobody that did not know him." Northern Dark-Eye Soul was overjoyed. "That's right, Verdant Great Sun is my big brother." Fire Goose said, "I can help you. But before I help you, you have to help me. I am too hungry. I am going to die of starvation. Go find me some food first." Northern Dark-Eye Soul asked, "Oh, Fire Goo, what do you eat? This place is completely dark. How can I find what you need to eat?" Fire Goose said, "I am the least picky goo worm in the entire world. I can eat almost anything. I will eat whatever you feed me." Northern Dark-Eye Soul searched around, finding some tree branches and throwing them towards Fire Goo. After Fire Goo ate, it started to shine more brightly. It was giving off a warmer light, and it also grew from the size of a fist to around the size of a basin. It was very happy. "Can you bring me more food?" Northern Dark-Eye Soul nodded and looked around, finding a pile of rocks and throwing them at Fire Goo. After eating for some time, Fire Goo sighed. "Sigh, I was way too hungry. My teeth are not working well now. The things I could chew before, I can't chew them now. Bring me some stuff that are easy to digest." Northern Dark-Eye Soul thought about it. "How about this, Fire Goo? Follow me and light the way. Along the way, whatever you feel like eating, I will feed to you. Is that all right?" Fire Goo agreed and condensed into a small lump, letting Northern Dark-Eye Soul hold it. Like this, Northern Dark-Eye Soul left on his return journey. Along the way, he fed many things to Fire Goo. After a while, Fire Goo grew larger. On this day, Northern Dark-Eye Soul was resting. Fire Goo was eating branches in front of him while swaying with the wind. Suddenly, countless footsteps could be heard. Northern Dark-Eye Soul looked and saw a huge group of trees shining under the light of the fire. They were running towards him in huge numbers. Not just trees, there were also countless wild beasts and insect groups. Northern Dark-Eye Soul was extremely scared. He quickly picked up Fire Goo and ran. Behind him, the trees, wild beasts, and insect groups were chasing. Wherever Northern Dark-Eye Soul went, they followed. The pursuers shouted, "Whoever is in front, stop running. We do not want to harm you, we just want to escape into the light. Dream realms are about to reach us, please help us and let us live under the light of the fire." Northern Dark-Eye Soul was breathing roughly. He could not run any further. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Fire Goo said, "Oh human, don't be afraid, these pursuers are my food, let me help you. Just toss me there." Northern Dark-Eye Soul was forced by the circumstances. He could only listen to Fire Goo and toss it towards them. What Fire Goo first encountered were a huge group of trees. These trees were walking meat trees. The branches were made of meat, they resembled the tentacles of octopuses. Fire Goo burned all of these trees, turning the trunks into ashes, and branches into cooked meat. The smell of fragrant meat attracted Northern Dark-Eye Soul, and he picked up one to eat, exclaiming that it was delicious. Lu Lan stared with eyes wide open, looking at the broken tree trunk as well the tentacle-like branches, speaking in disbelief. "This is a walking meat tree?" "Absolutely." Fan Yuan nodded, his gaze was heated as well. "Right now, only Black Heaven and White Heaven are left from the immemorial 9 heavens. Walking meat tree is a life form from Black Heaven. It is much easier to obtain than other immemorial life forms in the other heavens. After all, Black Heaven is still around. 7-Star Child is a rank 8 Goo Immortal. He has the ability to explore Black Heaven. This walking meat tree was most likely something he obtained from his explorations. This walking meat tree has an amazing aura. It has rank 7 battle strength at least. Even more amazingly, it is a rare strength path plant." Lu Lan licked her lips, saying excitedly. Fan Yuan was also overjoyed. Walking meat tree was a strength path plant. The branches, trunks and leaves were all excellent materials to refine strength path goo worms. Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan were strength path goo immortals, they had great use for it. But when the two were going to sneak over and take the walking meat tree, there was a huge, thunderous explosion in the sky. This was an unprecedentedly large explosion. It shook the sky as a formless sound wave spread out intensely. The 8-star hall shook harshly. It also broke apart as large amounts of starlight dispersed. It was in a half-ruined state. Roar! The roar of a dragon could be heard, not any softer than the explosion earlier. Next, Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan saw Shirley and Star-Lord Wan Xiang fly out of the Star Hall. A huge dragon flew out of the Star Hall. This dragon was hundreds of meters long. It was eerie and ominous. The dragon horn on its head was like silver, the dragon's eyes were half open, and the scales were like gray rocks. There were 8 dragon claws that were fearsome and powerful. Pale white zombie energy was coiling around its body like a mist. Is this a zombie dragon? He Lu Lan exposed the identity of this dragon. Zombie dragon was not an immemorial life form. After Fate Goo was broken by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, souls in the world were no longer sucked directly into the door of life and death. Thus zombies were born. A zombie dragon was formed after a giant dragon died. If its soul did not leave the body, it would undergo a transformation and become a zombie dragon. This zombie dragon has 8 claws. It should have been an immemorial desolate beast when it was alive, having rank 8 battle strength. Now that it is dead, becoming a zombie dragon, it has battle strength at the peak of rank 7. No wonder Shirley was forced out of the Star Hall. Fan Yuan analyzed. In the air, the zombie dragon was growling as its body twisted, flying towards Shirley. The dragon opened its mouth and shot out a stream of pale white zombie fire. Dragon fire was a primary form of attack of the giant dragon. That was a natural ability for them, like the horns of a bull, the paws of a bear, or the stinger of a bee. Wariness shone in Shirley's eyes. He did not dare to receive the attack head-on. He continued to fly to the left. After dodging the zombie fire, a huge dragon tail entered his vision. Shirley opened his eyes wide as he placed both arms in front of him, defending his chest. He could not dodge it. In Fan Yuan, Star-Lord Wan Xiang and He Lu Lan's vision, they saw that the zombie dragon had elegantly moved in the air, turning its huge body and swinging its tail, directly crashing it into Shirley, who had dodged the zombie fire. With a loud bang, Shirley was sent fly harshly like a cannonball. He crashed onto a point partway up a mountain, entering deep into the mountain rocks. The entire mountain was shaking as rocks fell from above. They quickly covered him up completely. Star-Lord Wan Xiang sucked in a breath of cold air. He retreated hurriedly. The zombie dragon was so powerful. This was the first time he had seen immortal Monkey King Shirley in such a pathetic state. But soon, he heard Shirley shouting under the pile of rocks. "Worm, you have truly angered me. Have a taste of my immortal killer move. Shocking rock break." The sky burst open as a small hill was aimed towards the zombie dragon. He Lu Lan's eyelids were twitching. This immortal killer move's activation is so fast? Normally, the stronger the immortal killer move, the more time is needed to activate it. But Shirley's shocking rock break defied common logic. Not only was it strong, it could be used very quickly. Even the zombie dragon could not dodge it. But the zombie dragon did not want to dodge it. Seeing the small hill that was approaching it, a hint of disdain flashed across the dragon's eyes. With a loud bang, the zombie dragon raised its head and rammed into the small hill. Shirley's immortal killer move had no effect. Good, such an opponent is what I like. Shirley was shocked and excited. He shot up into the sky and crashed into the zombie dragon. The human and dragon engaged in the sky. Winds were blowing and clouds were in turbulence. Heaven and earth were changing colors. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. This zombie dragon is not simple. It seems that defensive immortal goo worms had been used on its body before. Then what do we do now? He Lu Lan was very troubled. Under their watchful eyes, there is no way we can get the walking meat tree. Chapter 723. Shocking appearance of star constellation Immortal Venerable. In the sky, the human and dragon were engaging in battle. With loud explosions, the battle was entering its climax. Star-Lord Wan Xiang was at the side. He could not interfere at all. Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan were hiding in the forest on the ground. They were observing the fighting and awaiting their chance. The huge dragon roared. Zombie energy was bursting from it as the famous expert of Central Continent, Shirley, was in a disadvantage. This zombie dragon is incredible. When it was alive, it was a wind path azure dragon. After becoming a zombie dragon, not only does it have wind path and dark path Dao marks, its speed is even amplified by immortal goo. After observing the battle, He Lu Lan gradually understood the situation. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child, originally had a wind path immortal goo, called Wind Sprint Immortal Goo. But using this goo required immortal essence. According to rumors, 7-star child had once developed a killer move that could apply the effects of the immortal goo on another target for a long period of time. Looking at this now, it seems the rumors were right. Fan Yuan added. The zombie dragon's defense and movement were boosted by immortal goo. It was experienced in battle and its giant dragon body could strike with huge force. Manipulating its tail while flying, it gave off an unrestrained aura. Most importantly, the zombie energy dragon flames were very powerful. They were on par with the highest tier of mortal killer moves. Shirley continued to shout as he used near 10 different battle tactics, but he could not change the situation. Often, when he took back some of the initiative, the zombie dragon would suppress him again. The zombie dragon had no weakness in attack, defense, or movement. It had an all-around advantage. He Lu Lan's expression turned heavy as she watched. She said solemnly, Shirley's battle strength far surpasses my estimation. If it had been me, facing the attacks of the zombie dragon, I would only last for a moment before getting killed by it. If it was you, Fan Yuan, unless you could use Myriad Self, you would only hold on for a while longer than me. There is no way of winning. Fan Yuan did not rebuke her. He Lu Lan's assessment was very reasonable. Although she was a strength path extreme immortal, because of her life experiences, she was not arrogant at all. She was humble and vigilant. She understood her own strength clearly. The reason why Fan Yuan could last longer than her was because of his flying attainment, as well the movement killer move True Solid Bat Wings. But even if Fan Yuan's speed surpassed He Lu Lan, without the killer move Myriad Self, he could not pose a threat to the zombie dragon. He could only run away. As Icy Drill Stardust could not cause damage to the zombie dragon, he had no way to win. Although He Lu Lan had Strength Path Immortal Goo, and half an offensive immortal killer move, her offense surpassed Fan Yuan, but her movement speed and defense were her weaknesses. Although she could cause damage to the zombie dragon, it would not take a beating without fighting back. Once they fought, He Lu Lan would not last as long as Fan Yuan. Those who were called experts not only had battle strength, they also needed great insight. Looking at information and knowing if they could do it or not, whether they could win or not. That was the ability to assess a situation and know one's own limits. Without these abilities, even if one had great strength, they would not go far. Knowing whom they could offend, know whom they could not afford to offend, knowing when to battle or retreat. Retreating was not cowardly, it was treasuring one's own life, awaiting the time where they could soar towards success. In this situation, we have no way of succeeding. We should leave the walking meat tree there. I suggest we retreat. Fan Yuan said. He Lu Lan nodded. That was my intention as well. Nobody can predict any accidents in battle. Even if we stay here and take a risk of getting discovered, we cannot do anything anyway. We should withdraw towards a safer location. The two came to an agreement and retreated stealthily. Their advantage was that they were in the dark while their enemies were out in the open. They could afford to watch on the sidelines. Right now, the enemies were stronger than them. They had to hold on to this advantage. After they retreated to a safe distance, He Lu Lan suddenly said, Actually, I have a question. How did they get in? Fan Yuan's gaze shone. I was thinking about this question too. The area near the Star Hall that we came in from did not have any investigative goo worms around. That is not the usual behavior of goo immortals. In this case, we can deduce that they did not come from a Star Hall. This area is the place where they first arrived in. To enter someone else's blessed land or grotto heaven, the most usual method is to follow cracks and loopholes, or goo worms like connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo. He Lu Lan continued. It is unlikely for them to use whole earth goo or connecting heaven goo. After all, both sides need to agree for that to work. This starry sky grotto heaven is quite strange. The heavenly spirit has not shown up yet. After being here for so long, we have not faced any obstacles as well. And if Shirley's group was able to gain access normally, they would not be fighting so intensely. Fan Yuan said. Thus, it is most likely that they used a loophole or crack. He Lu Lan laughed. A dark light shined in Fan Yuan's eyes. He spoke what He Lu Lan was thinking but did not say out loud. They are not like us who have fixed immortal travel, so be it if they have other space path goo worms. But if they really came in from a loophole, we can use this to ambush them or plot against them. We might have a huge profit from it. If Star-Lord Wan Xiang and Shirley heard this, they would definitely be breaking out in cold sweat. Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan were demons full of evil ideas. Most importantly, they could keenly analyze and would not give up on any minute clues. They even managed to guess Shirley's and Star-Lord Wan Xiang's method of entering the Grotto Heaven. But just as Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan were about to search for the loophole, the battle in the sky changed. Shirley had been fighting for a long time, suppressed by the zombie dragon the whole time. He was growling in anger. He quickly moved back as he pulled some distance. His body started shaking. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rolling Rock Battlefield. The sky was changing, turning into a gray rock battlefield. The battlefield rapidly expanded, covering the zombie dragon and Shirley. From outside, it looked like a huge gray rock cloud was hanging in the sky. It completely blocked any vision from outside. He Lu Lan's and Fan Yuan's hearts shuddered. He Lu Lan thought, "An amazing method. It actually is an immortal level battlefield killer move. To form such a killer move, he needs to use at least 3 immortal goo, and these immortal goo need to be connected in some way." Fan Yuan was thinking. Rolling rock battlefield. In my previous life, Vicious Lightning Fiend lost to this move. To think that Shirley has already obtained this method at this time. At the same time, Star-Lord Wan Xiang was thinking. Shirley is going to fight the zombie dragon to the end. What should I do? There are no longer any ancient desolate beast guards inside the 8th Star Hall. The battlefield killer move also isolates the inside and outside of the domain. Should I explore the 8th Star Hall first? The more Star-Lord Wan Xiang thought about it, the more he was moved. After a dozen breaths of time, he could not control it anymore. He turned into a shooting star and flew into the 8th Star Hall. Seeing Star-Lord Wan Xiang move so swiftly, He Lu Lan and Fan Yuan stopped their current plans. The two were familiar with people's thought processes. They had keen perception. They immediately guessed the possibility that the Star Hall's defenses were no longer a threat. Let's bet on it. Do you dare to bet on it and charge in? Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan transmitted at the same time. They flew up and towards the 8th Star Hall. The two came to the 8th Star Hall and found the ravaged battlefield. There were 3 defenses in the 8th Star Hall. The first was the astral wind flying heavenly boar, the second was the walking meat tree, and the third was the zombie dragon. After the 3 defenses were gone, one could enter the deepest area of the Star Hall. The two used their defensive killer moves at the same time, moving together deep into the Star Hall. Soon, they found the inner hall. The inner hall's doors were opened, as Star-Lord Wan Xiang was already inside. Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan did not dare to waste their precious time. They hid their figures and stepped into the inner hall. At the next moment, they saw Star-Lord Wan Xiang. Star-Lord Wan Xiang was in a strange condition. His back was facing Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan as he stood on the spot, shivering as if he was filled with extreme fright. "Immortal Venerable, please spare me!" Suddenly, he shouted with a tone filled with fear. He directly knelt on the ground. He was begging for mercy. Before him was deep darkness. The lights in the inner hall were not lit. There was no light source. Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan could only see the figure of a huge throne. "Immortal Venerable?" He Lu Lan and Fan Yuan looked at each other. Acting mysterious. Soon after, Fan Yuan snorted coldly as he walked forward. He Lu Lan followed behind. At the next moment, their pupils shrunk to pin size as their bodies froze like a rock. A woman's figure appeared before them. She was wearing a dark blue robe. Her hair was dazzling like the Milky Way, drooping down. She looked down from above as she pointed at Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan. "You two juniors are simply too daring. You dare to offend Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Quickly kneel down." The aura of rank 9 was overwhelming. She was the real deal. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, by Qing Blessed Land. The sunlight pierced the window as it shone on a small building on a mountain. In the small building, there was a warm and comfortable bed. On it was a woman sitting in a meditating position. This woman had inborn beauty like that of a flower. She had white skin and a straightly pointed nose with red lips. She wore a phoenix coronet as she appeared elegant and grand, incapable of being profaned. She was Feng Jin Huang. Because of Dreamwing's immortal goo, she had gotten into a strange state where she had not woken up for a very long time. All of the goo immortals in Spirit Affinity House could do nothing to help her. A small sparrow was chirping as it flew onto the window from a tree branch outside. As if she had heard this, Feng Jin Huang's eyelashes suddenly moved. Soon after she opened her eyes, she had woken up. "Huang Er, my Huang Er, You have finally woken up! Almost at the same time, Feng Jin Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, appeared in the building. Looking at Feng Jin Huang, who had woken up, she was overjoyed and in tears. She hugged Feng Jin Huang tightly. Mother, Huang Er was unfilial. I have worried you. Feng Jin Huang hugged Bai Qing as she consoled her maturely. All is fine as long as you are all right, Huang Er. Are you injured? Do you feel anything wrong? Fairy Bai Qing was worried. She touched Feng Jin Huang's face and shoulders, checking everywhere. It is not a problem, Mother. This time, I have found the true use of Dream Wing's immortal goo. It can bring me into dream realms, Feng Jin Huang said. Dream realms? Fairy Bai Qing was shocked. At the next moment she reacted. Her pupils expanded as she showed some uncertain joy. She grabbed Feng Jin Huang's shoulders. Daughter, are you sure? It really is about dream realms? Chapter 724. Pitiful Dreamer, Precarious Situation in Dream. That's right. Feng Jin Huang nodded with certainty. Using Dream Wing's immortal goo, I traveled in a dream realm. I encountered many life forms. I met many people. There were goo masters and ordinary people. I saw many wild beasts, tigers, wolves, rabbits, rats. I even found a desolate beast, Iron Crown Eagle. I watched it grow up from birth. In the end, I came across an old man. He had a strange temperament, constantly muttering to himself, saying that he is called Kong Ju. He often killed people and dissected their corpses. It was terrifying. He even tried to block my way. I could only dodge left and right and had to escape for a long time. Otherwise, I would have woken up long ago. When Feng Jin Huang first spoke, she had an excited and agitated tone, but when she mentioned Kong Ju, her tone became grim and she felt some lingering fear. Fairy Bai Qing heard this and stared straight at her daughter. Mother, what's wrong? Only when Feng Jin Huang was starting to get worried and asked did Fairy Bai Qing breathe in deeply, her eyes showing extreme happiness. Huang Er, your opportunity has come. It seems you truly entered a dream realm. The Kong Ju that you mentioned is likely to be old immortal Kong Ju. In history, he was one of the three olds, along with old eccentric Tian Nan and long hair ancestor. The so-called three olds were the three refinement path supreme grandmasters over the long course of history. No wonder I felt that Kong Ju was so familiar when I heard the name. Feng Jin Huang realized at once, but then her beautiful face showed some confusion. But why did I encounter old immortal Kong Ju? Why did he want to capture me? Why is it that after I woke up, I felt that there are a lot of refinement path methods in my mind? My recognition of certain goo worms became clearer, and when I see a goo worm, I would think of its refinement recipe, the materials needed, the funds necessary for the refinement, and so on. Great fortune! This is your great fortune. Fairy Bai Qing raised her head and sighed. Tears were almost about to fall from her eyes. Mother, what is this dream realm? Why is it so magical? Feng Jin Huang asked again. Fairy Bai Qing let out a breath of cloudy air. She calmed her emotions and said gently. Regarding dream realms, Mother does not know much either, but the earliest record of a dream realm is written in Zhu. Chapter 3, Section 16 states, Rinzu's third son, Northern Dark Eye Soul, had entered a deep part of Black Heaven, obtaining fire goo. He was chased by many life forms inside Black Heaven. Left without a choice, he tossed fire goo towards them to protect himself. Fire goo lit up many of the walking meat trees, and the fire spread out to ignite many of the wild beasts' bodies. At once, life forms were crying out as the light of the flames burst out brightly. So many delicious things, so many delicious things. Fire goo shouted in excitement. It was no longer weak like before, it was tall and imposing. There was even a hint of ruthlessness and madness in its tone. Northern Dark Eye Soul was shocked. Fire, oh fire, how did you become so huge? I said I am the least picky when it comes to food. I can eat almost anything. Fire can draw out more fire. A spark can create a forest fire. Fire goo shouted proudly as it answered. Suddenly, the flame rose up like a wall, moving towards Northern Dark Eye Soul. Northern Dark Eye Soul quickly took a step back. Fire goo laughed loudly. Oh human, do not be scared. You saved me, you are my benefactor, you are my friend. They are afraid of me, but they need me to deal with those dream realms, thus they imprisoned me and starved me. Only you helped me, thus you are my true friend. From now on, if you have any difficulties, you can count on me. Northern Dark Eye Soul's heart was eased, he said happily. That would be great, my friend. Friend! Fire goo laughed loudly. It turned into a form of a human as it opened its arms, wanting to give Northern Dark Eye Soul a hug. Northern Dark Eye Soul jumped back in fear. "Oh, fire! Excessive fervor is the fire of self-immolation. Let's keep a distance between us." Fire Goo had no choice but to stop its actions. It spun around Northern Dark Eye Soul as he said, "Oh human, you are so weak, you are not fun." Northern Dark Eye Soul was surrounded in flames. He quickly waved his hand. "Don't get too close, don't get too close. It is so hot, way too hot, leave a path open for me to walk out." Fire Goo had to open a path for Northern Dark Eye Soul to walk out of. After he walked for several hundred steps, he looked back at the blazing sea of fire with a sigh of relief. But at this time, a wild beast came out from the shadows behind him, swallowing Northern Dark Eye Soul in one mouthful. That is a dream realm. There are so many dream realms, they are catching up. Many life forms shouted as they escaped. "Quickly release my friend." Fire Goo shouted in anger, pouncing towards the beast group of dream realms. The dream realm beast group shrunk when shown by the light of the fire. They rapidly melted like a candle. They growled and scattered all over the place. Fire Goo continued to eat along the way. It spread towards the dream realm that consumed Northern Dark Eye Soul. The dream realms were escaping, but Fire Goo was chasing behind them. Among the escaping dream realms, the larger their bodies, the stronger they were, and the faster they ran away. Soon, they pulled some distance from Fire Goo. As it turned out, the dream realms used the emotions and desires of their prey to strengthen themselves. Northern Dark Eye Soul, who was swallowed by a dream realm, had a huge desire to survive. At the same time, his greatest goal was to revive his father. In addition, he was filled with anxiety and was afraid he would not make it. He was also filled with guilt and regret, because Desolate Ancient Moon died due to him giving her a meaning in life. One could say that Northern Dark Eye Soul was the best prey for the dream realms. The dream realm who swallowed him grew rapidly. Fire Goo growled loudly in anger, but it was getting closer to the dream realm. Northern Dark Eye Soul was deep inside the dream realm. He had fallen asleep. In his dream, he saw Desolate Ancient Moon reviving and smiling to him, calling him a good brother, and saying she forgave him, and that she knew he did not do it intentionally. He saw that he was at the door of life and death, successfully saving his father, Renzu. Renzu praised him. "You are indeed my good son. If not for you, father would not have revived." Northern Dark Eye Soul's face was filled with a blissful smile. And like that, many days passed. The sea of fire was still burning intensely. It spread all over Black Heaven as it finally blocked all of the dream realms which were escaping. Under the burning of the flames, the dream realm quickly melted as Northern Dark Eye Soul fell onto the ground, waking up from his dream. He suddenly understood that everything in his dream was fake. His happiness was not real. What he faced was a burning hot Fire Goo. But his face was filled with tears. He felt an extreme cold that was piercing into his bones. He cried out loud, questioning Fire Goo. Why did you wake me up? I still want to dream. I want to be eaten by the dream realm." Fire Goo reminded him helplessly. "Oh human, you must know, dreams are often the opposite of reality. They are fake. I don't want to listen, I don't care." Northern Dark Eye Soul cried out as he covered his ears and shook his head. Fire Goo was anxious. "I am your friend, I do not want." Northern Dark Eye Soul interrupted it before it finished. "Since you are my friend, you should not restrict me or obstruct me." Sigh. Fire Goo let out a long sigh. It fell into silence, giving Northern Dark Eye Soul a path leading out without a better choice. Northern Dark Eye Soul quickly ran out, wanting to find another dream realm within the darkness to have him eaten once again. Central Continent, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing this person, Fan Yuan and He Lulan were tongue-tied. They were shocked and dazed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, one of the 10 venerables in the history of Goo Masters. Legends regarding her had been passed down even until this day. She was a rarely seen female rank 9 Goo Immortal, the founder of Wisdom Path, and the creator of Star Path. She was the second generation reigning immortal of Heavenly Court. Even after death she plotted against 3 demon venerables, protecting Heavenly Court from danger. Now that she was standing in front of Fan Yuan and He Lulan, she looked down arrogantly as her grand aura of rank 9 burst out towards them. "What is going on? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? She is still alive?" He Lulan gritted her teeth, feeling an immense pressure. Even if she had great confidence, and was a formidable person plotting to kill her own father, at this moment her body was shaking as she faced an intense trial of her will. After all, The other party was at the peak of Gu Masters, a rank 9 Gu Immortal, the legendary star constellation Immortal Venerable that she had heard about since a young age. He Lu Lan could not help but feel her legs go soft, while Star-Lord Wan Xiang in front of her was already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing as he begged for mercy. The aura of rank 9 was undeniable. But Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with ruthlessness. This feeling? This feeling! This is actually a piece of a dream realm? He could only growl in his mind, he could not produce any sound. He could not move at all, under the pressure of the rank 9 aura, he felt like an ant that was sealed inside amber. Under the intense threat of life and death, Fan Yuan felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. I have to get out of this dream realm, otherwise, all of my plans after rebirth would come to a halt. My plan for eternal life would end here. True solid bat wings, detonate now! Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. At the crucial moment, he decided to make a sacrifice. The bat wings that he had transplanted after much effort detonated under Fan Yuan's resolute decision. An intense sense of pain assaulted him, turning into a formless energy that protected Fan Yuan's entire body. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped lightly, looking at Fan Yuan deeply. An immortal zombie, yet so fascinating. Just as she said that, under Fan Yuan's perception, the entire scene changed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable vanished, and the 8th star hall disappeared. What he could see was a blue-robed Gu Immortal with his face facing Fan Yuan, looking up at the clear moon in the sky above the clouds. He muttered, "Heaven has taken pity on me. I, 7-star child, have finally combined the 7-star spaces into one, forming the unified starry sky grotto heaven. I have passed another huge obstacle in my cultivation journey. I am one step closer to rank 9 realm, one step closer." Ha ha. 7-star child seemed to be unable to sense Fan Yuan's existence. He continued to face Fan Yuan as he had no inclination to turn around. He continued to laugh loudly. His laughter was filled with joy. Even Fan Yuan was affected by it and started to feel happy. Fan Yuan started to feel some joy in him, but his body was turning cold, like he was in an icy domain. Oh no! This is a dream within a dream. I had just left the dream of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but now I am inside 7-star child's dream. But this time, Fan Yuan had no bat wings left to detonate. Chapter 725. 7-star child awakens. Not good. A person's dream realm is filled with their desires and emotions. I am currently experiencing joy after hearing 7-star child's laughter. It is a signal that I am starting to be infected by the dream's emotions. Being inside 7-star child's dream realm, Fan Yuan knew the situation was terrible. He had his previous life's experiences. He knew about the dangers of a dream realm. If one was careless, a grand Gu Immortal could lose himself inside a dream realm, dying in the end. At this moment, Fan Yuan had not fallen too deeply into it. To leave the dream realm, the most effective way was to stimulate himself with severe pain. But as an immortal zombie, he had no sense of pain. If not for the fact that he had retained the sense of pain in his true solid bat wings earlier, he would have been stuck in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The encounter earlier was extremely precarious. Thankfully, Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories and recognized that it was a dream realm, thus he could leave before he sunk further into it. Fortunately, he had true solid bat wings, and the pain produced from the self-detonation exceeded the power of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, thus Fan Yuan was pushed out of the rank 9 Venerable's dream. But just when Fan Yuan escaped from the tiger's den, he entered the wolf's cave. 7-star child was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. He did not have a prominent reputation, but his battle strength would have been exemplary. Be it Fan Yuan during his previous life or Fan Yuan currently, he was not 7-star child's match. Fan Yuan had no more pain that he could inflict. He felt helpless at this moment, like he was quietly awaiting death. No, there has to be a way. There is another way. Fan Yuan's lips were dry. He was nervously clenching his fists. Huh! Sensing his clenched fists, a brilliant light shined in Fan Yuan's red eyes. He was overjoyed. There is a chance! Although 7-star child is rank 8, he is far inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, I could not move at all. But in 7-star child's dream, I have not lost all of my movement ability yet. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan raised one arm with much difficulty. It felt like a huge mountain was pressing on his hand. Such a simple act of raising his arm became extremely difficult. Rise up. Fan Yuan's veins were popping. He stared at this arm as he exerted all of his strength. After 15 minutes, he finally raised his hand to an appropriate degree. With much difficulty, he slowly opened his 5 fingers, conjuring a lump of starlight in his palm. There were countless icy shards in the starlight. A continuously soft explosion could be heard from them. The blue starlight shined the entire area blue. Seeing this starlight lump, Fan Yuan had an intense feeling of joy and satisfaction. Oh no, I'm starting to feel the same joyful emotions as him. The deeper I am in this dream realm, the more mobility I lose. Fan Yuan reacted, suppressing his emotions. As he expected, his mobility had fallen greatly. He could raise his arm earlier, but now he could only move his fingers. His hand spent a lot of effort to create a lump of starlight. This was his final hope. Hidden dream realms cannot be attacked using normal methods. But this piece of dream realm is different. It has already surfaced. Since it can interfere with outside forces now, it can also be disrupted and destroyed by those outside forces. Although this piece of dream realm had star constellation Immortal Venerable and 7 star child's dreams, it had immense value. It was a huge waste to destroy it, but if Fan Yuan did not do this, he would lose his life. He had no choice but to do this. Fan Yuan exerted all of his strength. His 5 fingers trembled as the icy drill stardust flew out of his palm slowly. Carrying Fan Yuan's hope, the icy drill stardust slowly hit 7 star child's back. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. I fused the 7 stars into one. Ha ha. G.U.H. 7 star child's laughter came to a stop. He turned around, but his body was shattering rapidly like a mirror. Fan Yuan could only see his face clearly. His entire body had collapsed. A good chance. Fan Yuan's entire body relaxed, like the formless mountain pressing on his body had been lifted. Fan Yuan regained his mobility and immediately retreated. If he did not move, when the dream realm recovers, he would not be able to any longer. But 7 star child's dream was much more fragile than what Fan Yuan had expected. Not only did 7 star child's body shatter, the surrounding clouds and the moon in the sky shattered. In the blink of an eye, this dream realm of 7 star child vanished completely. How could that be? My icy drill stardust is not strong. All it could do was shatter 7 star child's image. He should recover very quickly. Wait, this situation? Could it be? A flash of inspiration appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. He thought of a possibility. As if responding to his thoughts, a sharp growl could be heard from within the 8 star hall, the voice creating strong sound waves. Who disrupted my sleep? At the deep, dark spot of the 8 star area, high up on the throne, there were 2 blue eyes shining brightly. Soon after, a body of an immortal zombie resembling a mortal person stood up and stepped out, furiously looking around, fixing his gaze on Star Lord Wan Xiang, He Lu Lan and Fan Yuan. At once, Fan Yuan felt extremely alert. He moved his entire body and retreated quickly. He did not even have time to turn around. He directly charged out of the Star Hall. It turns out that 7 star child had not died, but transformed into an immortal zombie. No wonder the heavenly spirit did not appear. Hey Lu Lan, I can only help you to this extent. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. Before leaving, he fired icy drill stardust towards Hey Lu Lan. Worms, you court death. 7 star child first went to Star Lord Wan Xiang. He raised his leg and harshly stepped on Star Lord Wan Xiang's back. Bam! With a loud boom, he created a hole in the 8th star hall. Star Lord Wan Xiang's chest was almost entirely smashed. His injured body was like a shooting star, flying down and crashing into the forest. 7 star child immortal zombie took large strides towards He Lu Lan. But He Lu Lan was attacked by the icy drill stardust. Under the intense feeling of pain and cold, she narrowly woke up from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. 7 star child immortal zombie snickered sinisterly. When he got to around 50 to 60 steps from He Lu Lan, he pushed with his left arm. He Lu Lan had yet to react before her entire body moved back subconsciously. At the same time, she raised her arms to block. At the next moment, a huge starlight pillar shot out of 7 star child immortal zombie's hand silently. Immortal killer move, Star Billow Pillar. The defense He Lu Lan created was thoroughly destroyed in the blink of an eye by the starlight pillar. Luckily, He Lu Lan had obtained a crucial moment to rest. She quickly changed her direction. Star Billow Pillar was a straight-line attack. He Lu Lan narrowly escaped death and avoided the range of the pillar, retreating quickly. 7 star child immortal zombie halted for a moment, before twisting his left arm and adjusting the direction of the pillar. Hei Lu Lan dodged left and right. She narrowly avoided Star Below pillar many times. Even if she was hit by the light pillar, it was not for more than 3 breaths of time. After dozens of breaths, the huge starlight pillar in 7-star child's hand vanished, and Hei Lu Lan successfully escaped from the 8th star hall, rapidly descending towards the forest. When Hei Lu Lan got to Fan Yuan's side, she could not believe that she actually escaped successfully, keeping her life. She did not have strong defensive methods. Even with the recovery speed of being a strength path extreme immortal, she could not stay in the light pillar for 4 breaths of time. During the process of her retreat, she was dancing on the edge of death. If there was an accident, and she stayed in it for 4 breaths, she would have died. Fan Yuan grabbed her arm and ran towards the deeper parts of the forest. Quickly go! 7-star child immortal zombie had been trapped in that dream realm for too long. His condition is abnormal, and there are few thoughts in his mind. His cognition is slow, and he cannot think normally now. Hei Lu Lan was dragged by Fan Yuan. They concealed their figures and stealthily moved past trees after trees, running frantically in the forest. She was still confused even now. She asked rapidly. Dream realm. The star constellation Immortal Venerable that I saw earlier was also part of a dream realm? What is a dream realm? Suddenly, Hei Lu Lan's voice came to a stop. Seeing the icy drill stardust marks on her body, she shouted in anger. Fan Yuan! You actually attacked me? Shut up. I was saving you. Without this icy drill stardust, would you be able to escape from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm? If you could not react in time, you would have been killed by 7-star child Immortal Zombie's immortal killer move already. Fan Yuan did not turn around. He replied in a displeased tone. Hei Lu Lan was stunned, but she accepted his explanation. Fierce and ambitious people were usually easily suspicious. Hei Lu Lan did not believe Fan Yuan. What she believed was the Snowy Mountain alliance that they had. The alliance stated that allies were not to harm or attack each other. When one side was in danger, the other party must attempt to save them to the best of their ability. If Fan Yuan's icy drill stardust was an attack trying to harm Hei Lu Lan, he would have died from the oath already. Seeing that he was rapidly running, and causing pain to her arm, Hei Lu Lan understood and broke free from Fan Yuan's grasp. I can move myself! Pausing for a while, Hei Lu Lan followed behind Fan Yuan as she asked. I will remember this favor of saving my life. The compensation that I give you should certainly satisfy you. However, what is that dream realm? As a strength path extreme immortal, I actually sunk into that dream realm with no way of resisting? Dream realm, dream realm. Is it that dream realm in? Is it connected to Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Also, why are you running so rapidly? We have fixed immortal travel. Shut up! Fan Yuan shouted, running at his full speed. His true solid bat wings were already gone. His speed was much slower now. Worms that invade my territory deserve death. At this point, 7-star child Immortal Zombie's furious voice could be heard. Fan Yuan and Hei Lu Lan ran as they looked up, seeing that 7-star child Immortal Zombie had already flown out of the 8th star hall. His attention was on the rolling rock battlefield that was in the air. This was unavoidable. After all, the rolling rock battlefield was high in the air. It was massive and was like a huge poisonous tumor attached to the starry sky grotto heaven. It attracted too much hostility. 7-star child Immortal Zombie thought about it for a while. He stretched out his left arm and burst out with another star below pillar. An immortal level star path killer move. It crashed onto the rolling rock battlefield. The rolling rock battlefield shook intensely, but it did not break. The star below pillar was certainly an immortal killer move, but rolling rock battlefield was also an immortal killer move. In fact, it was a killer move formed by using 3 immortal goo that were related to each other. Chapter 726. Retreat. Seeing that his attack did not destroy this despicable poisonous tumor, 7-star child Immortal Zombie was stunned. He opened his mouth and roared with even more anger, as his right arm pressed towards the rolling rock battlefield. Following his action, a huge hand made of grand starlight formed and slapped the rolling rock battlefield with great force. It was another immortal killer move. After the attack of 2 immortal killer moves, the rolling rock battlefield cracked open as a huge opening revealed the scene inside the battlefield. It had not broken apart yet. Fan Yuan saw this and retracted his gaze, running without rest. Hei Lu Lan let out a breath of foggy air. Her worry was mostly lifted. All right, 7-star child Immortal Zombie is fighting Shirley now. This is the best situation. Fan Yuan, why are you running? Saving a person. Fan Yuan's reply was extremely brief and to the point. He Lu Lan was curious. Save who? At this time, Fan Yuan turned around a mountain wall and stepped onto a cliff. He pointed. Him. He Lu Lan looked and saw that there was a Gu Immortal lying on a cracked rock after a trail of broken trees. It is that Star Path Gu Immortal. The two came to Star Lord Wan Xiang and saw that there was a huge hole on his chest. Not only was it completely pierced through, he had lost almost all of his chest. Only some flesh by the two sides were holding him together. Such heavy injuries made even He Lu Lan breathe in sharply. This is the power of 7-star child immortal zombie stomp. Fan Yuan lowered his body and his 8 arms searched Star Lord Wan Xiang's body in turns. After a while, Fan Yuan sighed in disappointment, thinking, although his body's injuries are severe, it can be healed by paying a huge cost. But his soul was sucked into the dream realm. Unless Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream was broken, this Gu Immortal's soul can only wander inside that dream realm, or transform himself into another dream realm. He Lu Lan was standing at the side, using her investigative Gu to check. She said with some lingering fear. There is no way to save him, even his soul is entirely missing now. Don't tell me it was because of that dream realm? If you did not save me, would I end up in that state as well? What a pity. Fan Yuan muttered. His movements did not stop. If he was still alive, we could still gain important information from him. In fact, we could use your slavery immortal Gu to make him become one of us, doing our bidding. We could even plot against Shirley, and might have a chance of killing Shirley without taking any risks, while also leaving us free from suspicion, obtaining the greatest benefits. Hey, are you listening to my words? He Lu Lan was stomping her feet in anger. If you have the time for that, why don't you come and help me seal the immortal aperture in his body? Fan Yuan's words attracted all of He Lu Lan's attention. This was a complete rank 6 blessed land. He Lu Lan quickly moved ahead and sent out her divine sense, but it could only move around the area outside the immortal aperture, unable to enter. He is dead, but he left behind his obsession. The blessed land now has a land spirit. Fan Yuan's 8 arms were continuing to move, planting all sorts of Gu worms on Star Lord Wan Xiang's corpse. Star Lord Wan Xiang's injuries continued to heal. What can I do to help? He Lu Lan was stunned by the incredible techniques that Fan Yuan was using endlessly right now. Fan Yuan's brows were tightly locked, he was concentrating. Sealing the blessed land is a troublesome matter. Thankfully the land spirit has just been formed. I did not expect such a situation. I am lacking Gu worms now. You have to observe the battle situation up there, while communicating with Treasure Yellow Heaven to buy these Gu worms. Remember, we cannot have a single one missing. Saying so, Fan Yuan transmitted his divine sense. I know. He Lu Lan obtained a list and her face was serious. She stood beside Fan Yuan, acting as a guard while using her own immortal aperture to communicate with Treasure Yellow Heaven. Not just that, she even used the moving perspective cup Gu that Fan Yuan lent her to ask for help from Fairy Li Shan. Boom boom boom. High in the sky, 7-star child immortal zombie continued to attack endlessly. His immortal killer moves were unleashed as if they did not cost any immortal essence at all. He used them one after another. The rolling rock battlefield could not take the pressure, and was finally broken. The battlefield broke apart, and the zombie dragon fell from the sky helplessly, like a dead snake with lots of injuries. Shirley, who caused its injuries, was not in a good state either. He was covered in wounds, especially the one on his chest. It extended from his shoulder to his waist. The wound was so deep his bones could be seen. Shirley was panting heavily. His face was pale. There was still a trace of gray-white zombie fire burning on his body. In order to defeat the zombie dragon, he had paid a huge price and suffered heavy injuries. But the more injured he was, the greater his fighting intent. Seeing 7-star child immortal zombie, who was stronger than the zombie dragon, this Gu immortal from Combat Immortal Sect laughed loudly. He did not have any fear. Instead, his fighting intent was blazing like a forest fire. Intruder, die! 7-star child immortal zombie shouted, expressionlessly pointing a finger at Shirley. Immortal killer move, 1-star finger. At the same time, Shirley snickered, flipping his palm. Immortal killer move, shocking rock break. The two killer moves were attacking methods that had short activation time but great offensive power. 7-star child immortal zombie's fingertip burst out with starlight. In the blink of an eye, it tore through space and pierced Shirley's chest. Meanwhile, a huge mountain rock pressed down on 7-star child immortal zombie. With a loud bang, Seven-star child immortal zombie was sent crashing to the ground, buried under a small hill. Shirley's blood was spewing out in a line, from the front and back of his chest. His body shook in the air for a while, he almost fell but he managed to continue floating. Shirley was stunned, the attack earlier was too fast, if he did not move his body in time, his heart would have been destroyed. At the area of his wound, there were countless star path dowel marks, as they were near his heart, blood was flowing out unceasingly. Ordinary mortal goo could not help, even mortal healing killer moves could not do anything, but Shirley had his own healing immortal goo. After the treatment of the immortal goo, Shirley's injuries healed rapidly, the blood stopped spewing out, it flowed down his chest like a stream. Right after he finished treating his injuries, the rock that was suppressing seven-star child immortal zombie broke apart. A huge starlight hand pressed hard and broke the rock into pieces, sending the shards flying. Roar! Seven-star child immortal zombie shouted loudly. His body was covered in a multicolored star cloak. With a loud bang, he flew up, only leaving behind an illusory figure on the spot. The intense force caused the ground below the immortal zombie to crack, caving in to form a crater. Shirley's pupils shrunk. He was shocked by seven-star child's burst of speed. Shirley had just summoned his defensive immortal goo when seven-star child immortal zombie crashed towards him with a loud bang. The immortal goo's defense was nearly broken. Shirley spat out a mouthful of blood with his vision spinning. He was sent flying into the sky from the impact. Oh no, this is a movement immortal killer move! Shirley could feel the wind brushing against his ears. He tried hard to open his eyes. Whoosh! Hearing something with his ears, Shirley turned around with much difficulty, only to see seven-star child immortal zombie covered in a robe of starlight, piercing the clouds and appearing before him. Seven-star child immortal zombie flew alongside Shirley, towards the sky. At that moment, the immortal zombie opened his left palm, aiming it at Shirley's head. Immortal killer move, star billow pillar. Boom! The huge light pillar pierced the cloud layer from a high altitude, penetrating a mountain peak and causing a large area to collapse and fall apart, resulting in much dust and smoke. A body descended from the sky like a broken sack. It was Shirley. He had endured the attack of the star billow pillar for 15 breaths, but he was still alive and had some battle strength left. His entire head was charred black, his facial features were all blurry, like the melted wax of a candle. Roar! Shirley opened his eyes, his golden pupils bursting out with an unprecedented ruthless light. His heart was filled with rage. He finally used his greatest trump card. Earth Path, Transformation Path, Dual Immortal Killer Move, Rock Mountain Immortal Monkey King Transformation. Seven-star child immortal zombie charged over, but was repelled by a burst of golden light. When the giant pillar of golden light vanished, a 16-meter-tall giant monkey appeared. The monkey had golden fur, like it was clad in golden armor. The muscles on its body were bulging like huge rocks. Its golden pupils were emitting an emotionless dominance, as the reflection of seven-star child immortal zombie could be seen in its eyes. There were a pair of huge hands with red fingernails that were sharp as swords. When his fingers were extended, his hands looked like two fearsome claws. Opening its mouth, fangs grew. In a moment, fangs were protruding out of its mouth. It was as if a demonic god had descended into the mortal world. On one end, it was the huge immortal Monkey King. On the other end there was the awakened immortal zombie clad in a starry cloak. The two were at a standstill, either of them attacked yet. Hei Lu Lan watched with her heart shaking. She knew that the moment the two of them attacked, it would be an overwhelming battle. She could not help but urge Fan Yuan. Quick, the situation is becoming more troublesome. Okay. But without immortal goo, we can only last for 7 minutes. Once the time is up, the immortal aperture will have to land on the ground and take root. Fan Yuan was extremely busy. He felt dizzy as his 8 arms stopped moving in that complex manner. He heaved a deep sigh, looking at the sky, seeing the fearsome immortal Monkey King, as well as the 7-star child immortal zombie who was surrounded by shiny starlight. Immortal Monkey King moved his golden pupils, using his peripheral vision to look at Fan Yuan and Hei Lu Lan. Fan Yuan's concealment method could not deceive Shirley in his current state. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. He found us. Quick, hide the corpse. Hei Lu Lan's expression was solemn. She quickly dragged Star-Lord Wan Xiang's leg and tossed him into her immortal aperture. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie howled towards the sky. His voice pierced heaven and earth. Beams of starlight pillars shot down from the sky. From the pillars, desolate beasts came out: Diamond Bear, Flying Sword Rat, Star Desolate Hound, Golden Pangolin. After 7-star child immortal zombie started thinking again, he finally used the advantage of the grotto heaven. He released the desolate beast inside the 7 spaces and displayed an overpowering position. Seeing this, Fan Yuan said nothing more, activating fixed immortal travel. Immortal Monkey King's expression changed. He Lu Lan entered Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. In just a few breaths of time, the two of them vanished. Fixed immortal travel, immortal zombie. Fan Yuan! 3 phrases appeared in Immortal Monkey King's mind, but 7-star child immortal zombie charged over again. Shirley was bold, but he was not stupid enough to continue fighting. He flew down, towards the walking meat tree, and placed the 2 segments of the tree into his immortal aperture. Boom! A trace of starlight tore through the sky, piercing Immortal Monkey King's huge body. It was 7-star child's immortal killer move, 1-star finger. After Shirley was hit, his body merely shook slightly. He continued to fly towards the flying heavenly boar corpse. He had the intention to retreat already. He wanted to get his loot before leaving. He endured 7-star child immortal zombie's attacks as he flew towards the astral wind flying heavenly boar corpse, stretching out his arm to grab it, but he got nothing instead. What? Shirley was shocked, seeing the broken mortal goo on his arm. He understood at once and flew into a rage. It had to be that Fan Yuan. Bam! At the next moment, a star billow pillar hit Immortal Monkey King directly on the back, causing him to fall onto the ground. Chapter 727. Escape. Immortal Monkey King was hit directly by the star billow pillar. With a loud thud, he crashed on the ground, with his head facing the floor. He growled angrily, spitting out the soil in his mouth, getting up quickly. Shirley did not care about the 7-star child immortal zombie. He only wanted to get to the star demon bat corpse, towards the location in his memories. He took huge steps as he ran, uprooting all of the trees in his way. He looked at the star demon bat corpse from afar, joyful to see that it was still intact. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Right at this moment, 3 golden lights flew over from the sky. The golden lights were extremely fast and agile. They were 3 flying sword rat desolate beasts. Shirley snorted coldly. He did not want to engage with them. He raised his arms and covered his face. Clank clank clank. The flying sword rat's nails were as sharp as swords. They scratched Immortal Monkey King's huge body, but no blood was seen as the soft, golden monkey fur blocked the nails, emitting a loud metallic noise. Shirley's current form had outstanding defense. The 3 flying sword rats did not let go of Shirley yet. They were small and agile. They followed him and continued to scratch and hack away at his body. Bunches of monkey fur fell from Shirley's body. Wherever Shirley went, monkey fur would scatter on the ground. Damn rats! Shirley shouted, whipping his tail and using it like a golden whip. The flying sword rats were hit by the tail, but after they were sent flying, they returned and continued to disturb him. Just as he was about to reach the star demon bat corpse, a diamond bear appeared. Scram! Shirley was furious. He clenched his fists and swept with his arms. His fists were slamming horizontally as his brute force pushed the heavy diamond bear away. The diamond bear flew in the air for a short distance, before crashing partway up the mountain. With a loud thud, its body, which resembled diamonds, had cracks on it, but it stood up like it was uninjured. Desolate beasts generally had strong vitality. They were durable and sturdy existences. Shirley did not want to tangle with the diamond bear. He only wanted to get back his loot. He ignored the disturbance of the flying sword rats as he reached the star demon bat corpse and grabbed it with his hand. The star demon bat corpse shattered. He had been deceived once again. Shirley reacted quickly, shouting in anger. Damn, what method is this? How can it look so real? Flying bear, right? There is still a flying bear here. Still having some hope in his heart, the golden fur giant monkey changed directions and continued to run. Along the way, he was met with obstruction from desolate beasts, but with his brute strength, he forcefully carved out a path. During this period, 7-star child immortal zombie who was in the air attacked non-stop, sending blows towards the golden fur giant monkey. Even with the great defense of the Immortal Monkey King form, his skin was torn and flesh was exposed. Shirley finally got close to the flying bear corpse, but he saw that there were 5 flying bears surrounding the corpse. Some made mournful cries while others were licking the blood on the ground. There was one which used its head to nudge the flying bear corpse, but the image flickered. Shirley saw this and lost all hope. It was completely dashed as rage overwhelmed him. It seems that all of the desolate beasts that I killed were stolen by that despicable thief Fan Yuan. All of these are my loot, the fruits of my victory. He dared to steal my possessions, the immortal Monkey King's. How long has it been since such a thing has happened? Shirley's huge body attracted the attention of the flying bears. Grr! The 5 flying bears had bloodshot eyes as they charged towards the golden fur giant monkey. Shirley did not have the mood to fight with them. At this point, he knew there was nothing to gain here. He wanted to escape. Even though Star-Lord Wan Xiang was killed and Shirley lost the method to leave Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he knew the location of that Grotto Heaven loophole. As long as he can find that place, he could exert force and create a bigger hole, connecting to the outside world of Central Continent. Shirley immediately changed directions, but he realized that while the 5 flying bears were still charging towards him from the front, on the left, there were 3 blazing divine stallions getting closer. On the right, there was a huge ghost-faced tortoise, and behind him were 7 star desolate hounds. In just a short while, he was surrounded by desolate beasts on all sides. Shirley wanted to fly into the sky, but he looked up to see an iron crown eagle, a 9 palace crane, and a Chi-Grand lion, these 3 desolate beasts above him. Other than that, 7-star child immortal zombie was also ready to attack. 3 desolate beasts are nothing much, but this immortal zombie. The golden fur giant monkey's golden pupils shined with wariness. He lowered his head, looking around and deciding to break through from the right side. On his right, there was a ghost-faced tortoise. It was like the size of 3 mountains, floating in the sky silently. It was the largest in build and had the most difficulty in turning around. If 7-star child immortal zombie continued to attack, he could use the ghost-faced tortoise's huge body to act as a shield. Shirley made up his mind and took a huge step forward, charging towards the ghost-faced tortoise. He had transformed into the golden fur giant monkey. He was more than twice as large as Fan Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie form. But in front of the ghost-faced tortoise, he was like a pearl in front of a wolf. The ghost-faced tortoise growled, as countless soul beasts emerged from the holes on its shell. The dark blue-colored soul beasts formed into an army, huge in numbers, filling the sky and charging towards the golden monkey like a torrential wave. Shirley fought against the flow and moved up, his fists sending all of the soul beasts in his way flying. His golden fur had great defense. Although the soul beasts were huge in numbers, they were slaughtered mercilessly. Shirley managed to use this soul beast army to avoid the entrapment of the desolate beasts. Only those 3 flying sword rats were still near him, causing small wounds from time to time. This immortal zombie seems to be unable to think. Even though he has strength, his beasts are hindering each other, and cannot display their true power. If it was me, I would have attacked long ago. Who cares about the lives of the soul beasts? Shirley had rich battle experience. After evading the ghost-faced tortoise, he had an idea and purposely slowed down. Under the encirclement of the soul beast army, he continued to move forward. The other beasts could only stand far away. Even 7-star child immortal zombie was staring blankly, as if he did not want to harm the soul beast army. Finally, Shirley came to the opening of the loophole of the Grotto Heaven. He let out a breath of turbid air. He was just about to relax before he winced, as blood poured out from his back. These 3 accursed rats! Shirley growled in anger. He turned around and raised his fist, sending the flying sword rats flying. The flying sword rats earlier could not cause much damage, but when damage accumulated, a small injury would grow into a large one. His back's injury was already filled with metal path dowel marks. The flying sword rats crashed onto the ground, but they quickly flew towards Shirley again. Shirley's eyes shone with a ruthless light. He activated an immortal killer move, Filthy Mud Robe. The 3 flying sword rats landed on the filthy mud robe and could not free themselves, like they were stuck in a swamp. Shirley used another move, Earth's Root. From the thick filthy mud robe, countless spikes shot out, stabbing and piercing the flying sword rats. The flying sword rats held on for over a dozen breaths of time before their tiny bodies were pierced through by hundreds of spikes. They died at the scene. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie finally reacted. He mobilized the soul beast army and ordered the desolate beasts to charge forward fearlessly. It is too late, fool! Shirley breathed in deeply. The sticky, filthy mud robe on his body moved rapidly, detaching from his body and covering the Grotto Heaven opening. Shirley placed both his palms on the filthy mud robe, pouring a large amount of immortal essence into it. Immortal killer move, Earth Disintegration. The filthy mud robe scattered and flowed out. The Grotto Heaven crack became a huge hole after this attack. Shirley could see another sky out of this huge hole. He laughed heartily, taking a huge step and forcing his way out. Because it was a forceful breakthrough and was not as meticulous as Star-Lord Wan Xiang's methods, During the process of leaving, a huge invisible force squeezed at Shirley's body from all directions. Thankfully, Shirley had become the golden fur giant monkey. His defenses rose by more than 10 times. He resisted the pressure and went through the hole. His body was covered in blood, especially the wound caused by the flying sword rats. His flesh was mushy and large amounts of blood was oozing out. Shirley sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. He shouted in his heart, "Who dares to block my way? I am out of here. That accursed immortal zombie, I will definitely take you down. And for that Fan Yuan, the thief that stole my loot. A mere tiny rank 6 immortal zombie that doesn't know what is good for him, he dared to offend me. When I return, I will deal with you properly, and let you know the terrible fate for offending me." Thoughts flashed in Shirley's mind, but at this time, he heard the growls of flying bears near him. Shirley quickly looked around, seeing that 5 flying bears had gotten extremely close to him from 5 different directions. What is going on? He raised his head and looked, only to see 6 huge star shadows in the sky. Why am I still here? I had undoubtedly. Shirley was extremely shocked, his mouth was wide open. 7-star child immortal zombie looked at him as he laughed coldly. Little monkey, did you think that my 7-star space is so simple? I do have to thank you. If you did not awaken me, I might still be stuck in that dream realm. As thanks, I will bury your corpse below my most beloved mountain peak. By now, 7-star child had actually regained his senses. He could think normally again. This is bad. Shirley's heart sank. 5 flying bears raised their paws, attacking the golden fur giant monkey. Scram! Shirley was just about to erupt, when starlight flickered around him. His body became heavier and his movement became slower. 7-star child immortal zombie had attacked. This was only a mortal killer move, but its effect was amazing. It was even more effective than the offensive immortal killer move earlier. At once, bear paws slammed down from all directions. Shirley shielded himself on his left and right, but he was unable to protect himself thoroughly. When he finally got rid of his restraint, he rolled and escaped from the 5 bears. But at this time, he was already dizzy from the beating. His muscles were swollen, becoming green and purple. Although he had no bone fractures, his body was aching intensely. After 7-star child regained his senses, his danger level escalated intensely. I have no choice, I will have to seek help from the sect. To think that I, the Grand Immortal Monkey King, was forced to use seek help goo at this moment. Where will my reputation go after this? Fan Yuan, this is all your fault. After I am saved, I will make sure you pay. Shirley shouted in his heart. He was going to puke blood from anger. Fan Yuan not only stole his loot, causing his trip to be an overall loss, he even took away Star-Lord Wan Xiang and trapped Shirley in this starry sky grotto heaven. Woof woof woof. 2-star desolate hounds traveled over, and the ghost-faced tortoise also floated ahead of him soundlessly. Immortal Monkey King raised his head, shouting at 7-star child immortal zombie. Fight me for 300 more rounds if you have the guts. 7-star child immortal zombie laughed arrogantly. Sure, come here. The golden fur giant monkey growled as sharp golden light burst out, forcing 7-star child immortal zombie to squint in response. After the golden light faded, Shirley regained his human form. He charged into the forest and sped away rapidly. The result was, he ran away. He ran away. The immortal Monkey King Shirley, famous for his bravery and ruthlessness in Central Continent, had chosen to escape. If this was known to the outside world, who knows how many of Central Continent's goo immortals would gasp in shock. 7-star child immortal zombie was shocked for a while before reacting, responding angrily. You dared to trick me? I thought you were a heroic champion who would rather battle to the death and would never give up. Escape, go ahead and run, I want to see where you can escape to in this grotto heaven of mine. Shirley did not say a word, he ran even faster. Chapter 728. Starform Blessed Land. We are here. Fan Yuan looked around him and gave a satisfied nod. Where is this? He Lu Lan came out of Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. The two had used fixed immortal travel to escape Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and arrive at this place. He Lu Lan looked around her and guessed this was either an underground cavern or inside a hollow mountain. The light was sparse, causing the place to be dark and gloomy. There were jagged rocks and the moisture in the air was very high. However, it was quite spacious. This place is Earth Abyss. Fan Yuan lightly replied. Earth Abyss? He Lu Lan looked at Fan Yuan with an astonished gaze. She was not unfamiliar with Central Continent, and knew that this Earth abyss was located in the far west of Central Continent, and was an incomparably large underground world. Earth abyss was divided into tens of layers, with every layer being at least hundreds of thousands of square kilometers in size. The space was extremely large, and the underground world was deep and secluded. There were all sorts of caves and tunnels. Some were like labyrinths, some had giant underground lakes, while some had flat ground. Earth abyss was home to untold number of living organisms. It was full of vitality. The unique ecology was clearly different from the surface. Truly a great place. The Earth G is dense in Earth abyss and will greatly reduce the time for the blessed land to fall. He Lulan nodded, then changed the subject. But the main headquarters of Ancient Soul Sect is in Earth abyss. Ancient Soul Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects. It is like a colossal beast that has held dominance over the far west for thousands of years. They have occupied Earth abyss and treat it as their own exclusive domain. If you want the blessed land to fall here, it is like planting flowers in another person's backyard. Aren't you afraid of being found? Fan Yuan laughed. Don't worry, the depths of Earth abyss are extremely secluded. Ancient Soul Sect has spent thousands of years but has only explored no more than 18 layers fully, with some brief explorations up to the 27th layer. From the 28 to 36 layers, only Ancient Soul Sect's Gu immortals roam about occasionally. As long as we plant the blessed land below the 40th layer, we do not need to be concerned about being discovered even if we make a large commotion. 40th layer? I remember the exploration of Earth abyss done by Ancient Soul Sect only found 36 layers? He Lulan was astonished. Fan Yuan snickered. That is because they are incompetent. The depth of Earth abyss surpasses people's imaginations. How could it stop at 36 layers? As he said this, he recalled his previous life. In his previous life, when Fan Yuan was rank 5, endless beast tides emerged from Earth abyss, attacking the surface and bringing disaster to Central Continent. Ancient Soul Sect suffered the brunt of their attack, suffering such disastrous losses that their foundation was damaged. After the beast tides charged out of Earth abyss, they constantly drove out beast groups on Central Continent's surface and gradually formed into an unprecedented, terrifying beast tide that spread over the whole of Central Continent. In those years, there was great misery and suffering in Central Continent. Countless small sects were destroyed like stones in the path of a flood. The 10 great ancient sects organized groups of experts and rushed everywhere to destroy the beast tide. They spent several years before they were finally able to eradicate the beast tide from the surface. Afterwards, both righteous and demonic path Gu masters moved together inside Earth abyss. Fan Yuan also entered Earth abyss together with others and killed wild beasts, obtaining resources for his cultivation. They purged layers after layers, and entered deeper and deeper. After entering the 36th layer, Gu masters discovered a new passage. Further down was an even larger underground world with territories of countless beast groups, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It was a land filled with dangers everywhere. Even when Fan Yuan had self-detonated, the exploration of the Earth abyss had not finished. They had only discovered there were 107 layers. Ancient Soul Sect currently occupied 36 layers, which was just the portion that was closest to the surface. Fan Yuan naturally would not speak of these details to He Lulan. He only said, "Just follow me." He Lulan saw Fan Yuan's confident appearance, and followed him deeper into Earth abyss. The place they had appeared was the 8th layer. And as they moved down, they saw many of Ancient Soul Sect's Gu masters. These Gu masters mostly were in groups, some were hunting wild beasts while some were gathering underground moss. The deeper they went, the fewer the number of Gu masters they saw, while the cultivations of the Gu masters increased correspondingly. From rank 2 Gu masters at the start to rank 3 to rank 4. How could these mortals have the ability to detect Fan Yuan and He Lulan's traces? Even if they brushed past some Gu masters in a narrow path, these mortals would not have been able to sense anything. When they reached the 30th layer, they no longer saw mortal Gu masters. It was a scene of darkness which greatly restricted vision, but fortunately, Fan Yuan and He Lulan were Gu immortals. They had all sorts of investigative Gu. At the 35th layer, one of Ancient Soul Sect's rank 6 Gu immortals was being chased miserably by an ancient desolate beast and 4 desolate beasts. This Gu immortal had helped Fan Yuan. He and He Lulan were able to smoothly pass through the desolate beast camps and enter the 36th layer. Here, Fan Yuan walked to the key area according to his previous life's memory. After setting up 6 Gu formations, Fan Yuan pointed below his feet and said to He Lulan, "My attack power is not enough. It is better if you activate your immortal goo and attack this muddy ground. He Lu Lan followed Fan Yuan's instruction. She transformed into a strength path phantom giant and punched heavily at the muddy ground 3 times. Mud and stones spattered, but could not splash out of the goo formations. Thunderous sounds echoed, but outside the goo formations, it was a scene of tranquil silence. The muddy ground was not completely smashed, and only formed a crater that reached 70 to 80 feet. Continue quickly, Fan Yuan urged before jumping inside. He Lu Lan took a deep breath and jumped inside, punching rapidly. Under these continuous bombardments, the giant crater deepened further, and after thousands of feet, it finally broke open completely, forming a hole. Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan entered this hole to the 37th layer. He Lu Lan was covered with sweat. She raised her head and saw that the hole was rapidly being restored under the effect of the goo formations. That was the thinnest area in the 36th layer. Even so, it was nearly 10,000 feet thick. Fan Yuan explained. How did you discover this place? He Lu Lan was filled with doubts. Fan Yuan snickered. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, he could not lie but could choose to not speak. He Lu Lan saw Fan Yuan's silence and snorted, but did not pursue it. The 37th layer was filled with much more danger. After all, this place was completely in its raw state. Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan could be said to be among the first outsiders to explore it. When the two finally reached the 40th layer, the seal on Star-Lord Wan Xiang finally reached its time limit. Your estimate was really accurate. He Lu Lan placed Star-Lord Wan Xiang's corpse on the ground and gazed at Fan Yuan deeply. At Fan Yuan's will, hundreds of mortal goo flew out from Star-Lord Wan Xiang's body like a swarm of locusts. They buzzed as they flew into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Without the layer of suppression, Star-Lord Wan Xiang's body gradually let out bright starlight. The starlight became brighter and brighter. At the same time, the ground started to tremor. Several breaths later, vast amounts of earth chi emerged like layers of dust accumulating on the ground. The starlight stabilized. The piercing radiance was comparable to the sun during a summer afternoon. A formless suction force suddenly erupted which started to absorb the surrounding earth chi. Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan had already retreated far away from the starlight. What is going on? It is an earthquake, another earthquake. Leave, the earthquake this time is quite strong. If we don't leave now we might be buried alive. The goo masters in Earth Abyss scurried off like rats, shouting in panic as they ran as fast as they could out of Earth Abyss. They did not feel this was strange. The structure of Earth Abyss was not stable, and there would occasionally be earthquakes or collapse of places within. It was because of this as well that Ancient Soul Sect did not spend a lot of energy to carry out explorations, even though they were in control of this place. Large amounts of stones fell down from above. Even more dangerous were those sharp stalactites that could pierce through rank 3 defensive goo if they struck. In fact, not only the goo masters, the numerous living beings in Earth Abyss were also in misery. Many were crushed to death by the falling stones, while others were buried alive. To place the blessed land, Fan Yuan had brought about the death of at least 100,000 or more lives. After 5 minutes of time, the starlight slowly stopped absorbing earth chi, and formed a large square door. The large door was completely constructed from starlight, and was hovering in the air. There was a plaque on top of the door where 4 words were written: Starform Blessed Land. He Lu Lan let out a breath of cloudy air. We finally succeeded. It seems our luck is not bad. The commotion was huge, but it did not lead to an attack from the wild beasts in this place. Let's go. Fan Yuan took the lead and opened the starry entrance. He Lu Lan followed closely behind. The two entered Starform Blessed Land. It was as if it was late at night in here. The sky was pitch black and filled with stars. The dazzling starlight shone on the ground of the blessed land. The visibility was high, and it was not dark. The whole of Starform Blessed Land's terrain was like a giant basin. In the center were upwards sloping grounds, while at the edge of the blessed land were continuous mountain ranges, as if forming a circular wall. So much star fragment grass! Fan Yuan looked at the ground. The grass underneath him here actually entirely consisted of star fragment grass. Star fragment grass clearly required to be planted on cloud soil, but this star fragment grass was directly planted on the black muddy ground, yet their growth was in a much better state than the ones Fan Yuan planted in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fan Yuan sighed with praise. This is the benefit of having a star path blessed land. Growing the related plants is not only easier, but also guarantees harvest. He Lu Lan's gaze was, however, attracted to the spine-fin star dragonfish that were leisurely flying in the night sky. she could only see 3 spine-fin star dragonfish. These giant dragonfish were about the size of a whale, but had the shape of a carp. There were bones protruding out of their backs that extended outwards. Their scales were blue in color, their eyes were as large as carts, with some starry radiance in them. However, under the keen observation of Fan Yuan and He Lulan, they quickly discovered some traces of battle. Not far away, large patches of plotted grass were in flames with black smoke rising up. The 3 spine-fin star dragonfish had injuries on their body. At the far end of their sight, those continuous mountain ranges also showed unnatural holes, like cheese that was nibbled at by rats. It seems that this Gu immortal had been in a fierce battle, Fan Yuan said. Right, if not for my main body being heavily injured by Song Zixing, suffering hidden injuries to both the physical body and soul, how could my grand main body, Star Lord Wan Xiang, perish inside the 8th star hall? A boy suddenly appeared before Fan Yuan and He Lulan. His appearance was as if he was carved from jade. He was wearing pinkish blue clothes wrapped around his chest and stomach. His small arms and legs were tender white like lotus roots. He was hovering in the air, his small cheeks puffing in anger. Chapter 729. Splitting Loot. Star-Lord Wan Xiang? It's him. Hearing the land spirit introduce himself, Fan Yuan revealed a flash of comprehension on his face. Land spirit, do you still remember me? Fan Yuan smiled lightly. I had bought Star Fragment Grass and the killer move, Spring Star Rain, from your main body previously. Starform Child's gaze flickered. He reassessed Fan Yuan as his expression became more gentle. So it is you, I have some impression. Just the land spirit alone cannot take care of the entire blessed land. I wonder if you would like to seek refuge with one of us? Fan Yuan asked directly. He Lulan stood at the side, showing some nervousness on her face. She stared intently at Starform Child. Starform Child nodded his small head, showing some sadness, saying, To protect this foundation, I will need the help of others. But I have my conditions. Although Starform Child was formed from Star-Lord Wan Xiang's lingering obsession, it had assimilated with the Blessed Land and was the representative of the Blessed Land's will. If he did not have the help of other Gu immortals, the Blessed Land would experience heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities again and again, until it perishes. Any life form had an instinct for survival, even land spirits were no exception. Please speak, Fan Yuan quickly asked. Starform Child frowned, pouting as he said angrily. The reason my main body died in the 8th star hall was because of Song Zixing. He caused a huge injury to my main body, forcing me to expose my secret and explore the grotto heaven with immortal monkey King Shirley. If you want to become this blessed land's owner, you will need to bring me Song Zixing's head. Song Zixing's head? He Lulan heard this condition and laughed bitterly. Even though she was not a person from Central Continent, she had heard of Song Zixing's reputation. Song Zixing was a former disciple of Myriad Dragon Doc. After getting the Blood Sea inheritance, he refused to hand it over and chose to betray them. In order to exterminate him, Myriad Dragon Doc sent 8 Gu immortals in succession. 5 rank 6 and 3 rank 7, in the end, 4 were killed by Song Zixing, 3 were crippled and 1 was forced to retreat. Myriad Dragon Doc suffered a huge loss and from then on, they did not dare to attack Song Zixing without preparation again. Song Zixing was now roaming around scot-free. He was one of the strongest experts among the demonic path in Central Continent. He had rank 7 cultivation and used the blood path, which was extremely powerful at fighting. People in Central Continent publicly recognized that Song Zixing's battle strength was about the same as Shirley, while being weaker than Feng Jiuge. That was because many years ago, Song Zixing had encountered Feng Jiuge and was forced to retreat after Feng Jiuge used 3 moves to utterly defeat him. Alright, I will give it a try. Fan Yuan's expression was unchanged. He agreed. You have to hurry, try your best. Starform Blessed Land's earthly calamity is coming soon. If I cannot get through it, the Blessed Land will be destroyed. It will be useless even if you meet the condition then. Starform Child urged. Fan Yuan's gaze shined. If that is the case, I can help you resist the earthly calamity first. Starform Child shook his head like it was a rattle. I will not allow any external Gu immortal to stay in Starform Blessed Land for more than 7 minutes. People's hearts are hard to read. Only my master can help me to pass tribulation. Not long after, I will use Treasure Yellow Heaven to spread this information, and get more people to deal with that accursed Song Zixing. He Lulan's heart sank, but she had a deeply scheming heart. Her expression was still very calm. She thought about her words as she said, Then you have to be careful, land spirit. People's hearts are hard to read. You might attract greedy wolves that would come and attack your blessed land directly. Starform Child laughed. Don't worry, I am not stupid. I will not expose this location to them. Only those who meet my condition can enter Starform blessed land. Leave, and remember not to tell others the location of this blessed land. The land spirit was sending the guests out. Fan Yuan did not stay forcefully. He bid his farewell and left with He Lulan using the blessed land's entrance, back to Earth Abyss. The moment the two of them stepped into Earth Abyss, the door behind them vanished, completely disappearing. The blessed land was a small world, even though it was placed on the ground and took in Earth Chi. As long as the entrance was not open, it was very well hidden. Fan Yuan and He Lulan were silent. After getting rid of all their traces, they used fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They were in a safe environment now. The first thing they did was to split the loot. This journey into Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was terrifying but harmless. We made a huge profit. I am regretting it slightly now. If I knew this, I would not have agreed to the 40% and 60% split. He Lulan sighed as she took the loot out of her immortal aperture. Why are there so many desolate beast corpses? This boar looks like an ancient desolate beast. There is a lion here. It is not dead yet. At once, little Hu Immortal's attention was attracted to the desolate beasts on the ground. Blazing Divine Stallion, Flying Bear, Star Demon Bat, Chestnut Yak. A total of 7 desolate beast corpses and a yellow jade lion which was barely on the verge of death. Other than these, there was the astral wind flying heavenly boar, the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. There were also several hundred kilograms of diamond soil dug out from the diamond bear's cave. Finally, there were around 10 mysterious trees. These trees were part of a forest. When they had first entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they trapped Fan Yuan and He Lulan. The two could not tell the origin of these trees and decided to take a few into her immortal aperture. Afterwards, a star desolate hound charged over and interrupted their collection process. The corpse of a desolate beast was worth approximately 40 immortal essence stones. Ancient desolate beast corpses were much more expensive. They were 10 times the price of desolate beast corpses. That was 400 immortal essence stones. Looking at this, it seemed that the price of an ancient desolate beast was unreasonably high. But the truth was, ancient desolate beasts were hard to kill. Not only was their battle strength equivalent to rank 7 Gu immortals, their bodies were covered in Dao marks. Mortal killer moves were ineffective on them. Even immortal killer moves were not very effective. Ordinary immortal killer moves used rank 6 immortal Gu as the core. When dealing with ancient desolate beasts, it was like using a dagger to stab an elephant. Although it had effect, the injuries had to be accumulated over a long period of time. Only immortal killer moves formed with rank 7 immortal Gu were an effective method to forcefully deal with ancient desolate beasts. Therefore, when immortal killer moves were involved, immortal essence would be expended. The cost of killing an ancient desolate beast would be much higher as a result. One often needed to expend several hundred green grape immortal essence beads or tens of red date immortal essence beads. As a result, the profit that they gained was usually only about 100 immortal essence stones. Although the profit of killing ancient desolate beasts was still much higher in terms of efficiency, 2 factors needed to be considered. First, there was great risk in fighting with ancient desolate beasts. Second, not any Gu immortal could deal with ancient desolate beasts. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals would choose to retreat or run away when faced with an ancient desolate beast. Only rank 7 Gu immortals like Shirley, an expert even among rank 7 Gu immortals, had the confidence to kill ancient desolate beasts. 7 desolate beast corpses are worth around 280 immortal essence stones. The nearly dead yellow jade lion, for now we can count that as around 80 immortal essence stones. The corpse of the astral wind flying heavenly boar is 400 immortal essence stones. Hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil is around 30 immortal essence stones. These mysterious trees are of an unknown origin. We will exclude them for now. All in all, the profit is 790 immortal essence stones. He Lulan calculated. The result made her a little tongue-tied. Almost 800 immortal essence stones. Undoubtedly, this was a huge fortune. He Lulan's breathing became faster. Ever since she became an immortal, she had been calculating her immortal essence stone expenditure piece by piece. Right now, there were almost 800 immortal essence stones right in front of her. Fan Yuan was in better shape than He Lulan. Using the unlimited inspiration of Wisdom Gu, he made many transactions with Langya Land's spirit, and had tens of immortal essence stones on him as liquid currency. But even so, with 800 immortal essence stones in front of him, Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. Even in his previous life, he had no such experience. In the 500 years of his previous life, the highest amount of immortal essence stones he had on hand at a point in time was merely 60 or so. According to the 4-to-6 ratio, Fan Yuan could get 474 immortal essence stones. This huge profit was because we looted all of this without any battle, thus we expended no immortal essence. We merely picked them up for free. Fan Yuan calmed his mind and said, Hee, that barbarian monkey is probably fuming now. Will he attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land? He Lulan asked with a bit of worry. After all, this was a huge sum. No. Fan Yuan shook his head. To us, this is a huge sum, but for a rank 7 Gu Immortal like Shirley, he has at least several thousand immortal essence stones in his possession. Normally speaking, rank 6 Gu Immortals could have several hundred immortal essence stones on them, while ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals would have thousands. Strength and wealth were in a reasonable ratio. Fan Yuan and He Lulan were newly advanced Gu Immortals. They had just stepped into the world of Gu Immortals. They were working with a whole new identity, starting from scratch, thus they were extremely poor. As for Fan Yuan lacking money in his previous life, one reason was because Blood Path was not good for the development of assets, it excelled in fighting. Secondly, because of the 5 regions' chaotic war, there were many fights and he had high expenditure during that period. Fan Yuan continued to analyze. Furthermore, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are righteous sects, and even compared to super forces in the other regions, they have a long history. These great sects have to abide by order and stability, they care about their face and reputation. Sure, Lei will definitely want revenge on us, but he would not do it forcefully. He will use righteous methods to suppress us. After all, we are now a part of Immortal Crane sect. He Lulan nodded. She agreed with Fan Yuan's perspective. She showed some pity on her face. It is unfortunate that we did not obtain that walking meat tree. It is an ancient desolate plant, a thing of legend. It can be sold for a higher price than the astral wind flying heavenly boar. Fan Yuan said, I do not believe so. At that time, compared to the walking meat tree, Starform Blessed Land was much more important. How will we split Starform Blessed Land? He Lulan looked at Fan Yuan, her expression turning serious. In front of a huge profit, she was not going to give up on it easily. These desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses were easy to split because their price could be evaluated. But Starform Blessed Land could not be easily assessed. Immortal essence stones could not express the true value of a blessed land. A blessed land was like a gold mine, it could produce resources endlessly. After swallowing it, it could even improve a Gu Immortal's cultivation. It could be said that one's blessed land or grotto heaven was the Gu Immortal's greatest achievement in their cultivation journey. Fan Yuan thought about it before saying, Starform Blessed Land is not easy to split. How about this? We will compete for it fairly. Whoever fulfills the land spirit's condition first will obtain Starform Blessed Land. The other party has to accept the result without any compensation. Starform Blessed Land is the result of our hard work. Only the two of us can compete in this contest. We cannot interfere with each other maliciously. Other than us, even if it was Fairy Li Shan or Tai Bai Yunxing who want to fight for Starform Blessed Land, we will work together and stop them. What do you think? He Lulan's gaze flickered as she nodded. That will be the best. Chapter 730. Giving Yuqing Puti. Central Continent, by Qing Blessed Land. Bright sunlight shined down on this small world. The mountain stream flowed slowly, the tall ancient trees spread out their huge green leaves. Sunlight penetrated between the holes amongst the leaves. Because of the breeze, beams of light would sway gently when shining down on the ground. Feng Jin Huang was reclining on the grassy ground, her back against a tall tree. Feeling the wind, she breathed in deeply. The clear air was mixed in with the fragrance of the grass. The book was exquisite and beautiful. In the hands of Feng Jin Huang, she had already flipped it to the last few pages. Feng Jin Huang's eyes were clear as water. She stared at a page of the book without blinking. Although she had heard about the story of Renzu since her youth, due to her mystical experience in the dream realm, when she read of Renzu again with deeper insight, Feng Jin Huang felt many new emotions emerging in her. At the end of it said, Renzu's 10 children died one after another. Even Renzu himself was going to die of old age. He was at the end of his life. Before dying, Renzu retrieved the corpses of his 10 children, and sacrificed himself, sending them all into Derivation Gu's stomach, eaten by it. Large amounts of dream realms also followed the smell of the delicious food, going into Derivation Gu's mouth along with them. Derivation Gu's stomach was burst open, as countless light of life shone on the lands, creating the first batch of mortals. Because the dream realm was involved in the derivation, the first batch of mortals would experience dreams when they slept at night. Humans often sink deep into dreams, like Northern Dark-Eye Soul, and are unable to free themselves from it. Feng Jin Huang thought as she stretched out her hand, closing the book as she stood up. Mother, send me back to the building. I am tired, she said softly. Okay. At the next moment, Feng Jin Huang heard Fairy Bai Qing's gentle voice echoing near her. Feng Jin Huang vanished on the spot. She reappeared in her own room inside the small building. In the room, Fairy Bai Qing was already waiting. Feng Jin Huang's eyes shone with joy. Oh, Mother, why are you free today? Don't you need to blend in the Earth Qi? When a Gu Master reaches rank 6 and becomes a Gu Immortal, their aperture would take in the 3 Qi of heaven, earth, and human, elevating it into an immortal aperture, forming a small world. Gu Immortals manage their immortal apertures and increase their cultivation level. But the more objects that enter the immortal aperture, gradually, the heaven and earth Qi inside the immortal aperture would become insufficient. Like a carefully nurtured bonsai, as the tree inside grows larger, the pot becomes too small, and the soil will seem very shallow. At this time, Gu Immortals will place their blessed lands on the ground, taking in earth Qi, or place their grotto heavens in the sky, taking in heaven Qi. After taking in heaven and earth Qi, they would stabilize their blessed land or grotto heaven, increasing the foundation of the immortal aperture. After their cultivation level stabilizes, they would be able to continue cultivating with a more stable foundation. Fairy Bai Qing's current condition was that she had managed the blessed land for quite some time. It was becoming unstable. She placed the blessed land on the ground, and she herself was inside, taking in the earth Qi of the large region, central continent, and assimilating it into her blessed land. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her cute daughter with a doting gaze, praising. Huang Er, it seems that after this dream realm encounter, your mental state had been greatly trained. In the past, you would have complained to me and would request for me to accompany you. But this time, I blended in the earth Qi for 3 days and 3 nights without spending any time with you, yet you actually read books and refined Gu quietly. Your mental state is much more mature than before. Mother is very happy. Of course. Feng Jin Huang smiled happily, showing her white teeth. She raised her head as the bells rang on her phoenix coronet. She said proudly. Who am I? I am father and mother's flesh and blood. How can I ruin both of your reputations? Her smile infected Fairy Bai Qing as she smiled as well. Ever since the first batch of mortals were born, they could dream. Almost nobody can avoid dreaming. After all these years, countless geniuses and talented individuals, even immortal venerables and demon venerables, they have their own dream realms. These dream realms gather together, forming a huge hidden realm of an unprecedented size. Huang Er, your dream wings immortal Gu can allow you to enter dream realms at will. It is a movement immortal Gu that prevents you from being influenced by dream realms. This is a huge opportunity for you. You need to make good use of it. I understand, Mother. These recent days I have been trying to refine Gu. I found out that my refinement path realm had reached quasi-master level. The advantages of the dream realm are simply too much. I had always lacked interest in refinement path. I had never practiced it normally. But after this dream realm journey, my attainment rose so sharply, I have exceeded many people in the sect. Feng Jin Huang sighed and said, You moved about in old immortal Kong Ju's dream. You unknowingly obtained some of his refinement path true meaning. But that was because old immortal Kong Ju himself was a refinement path supreme grandmaster, thus you had much to gain. Dream realms are extremely complex. You might not be so lucky next time to encounter the dream of someone as qualified as old immortal Kong Ju. Fairy Bai Qing analyzed. Feng Jin Huang was nonchalant. She laughed. If I can't encounter it, then so be it. I do not have interest in refinement path anyway. Next time, all I need to do is enter the dream of an immortal venerable or demon venerable. Sigh, it is a pity. I walk on the meadow path, yet none of the 10 venerables cultivate this path. Fairy Bai Qing's heart jumped when she heard this. She became serious. Huang Er, do not let your guard down. You were safe and sound this time because you were lucky. The dream realm you were in was not dangerous or harmful. If you really enter the dream of a venerable, you have to retreat immediately. The power of a venerable is not something you can imagine. Feng Jin Huang's first stuck out her tongue, before she replied obediently. Yes, Mother, I understand. Fairy Bai Qing's expression became more gentle. She took out a letter. Gu. This is a letter from your father. He has already broken through the regional wall, and has found a place to rest after entering Northern Plains. He has not learned of your awakening yet, but since he has already sent us a letter, we can use this letter Gu to reply to him, say a few words to him and relieve his worry, so that he can deal with the missions in this Northern Plains journey. Father's letter? Feng Jin Huang's eyes shined. She jumped over and took the letter Gu from Fairy Bai Qing, her consciousness entering it. But in the end, she could not read it. Feng Jin Huang pouted. Oh, it is that information path immortal Gu, letter sending green bird. I am still immortal, I cannot read it. Fairy Bai Qing patted her head. Your father is currently in Northern Plains. How can he cross the regional wall without using an information path immortal Gu? What are you anxious for? I had just praised you for becoming more mature. Saying this, Fairy Bai Qing injected a will into Feng Jin Huang's mind. Feng Jin Huang was familiar with this. Countless thoughts generated in her mind as she conversed with the will. Instantly, she could see the information in Feng Jiuji's letter. Father. Feng Jin Huang read Feng Jiuji's letter, and saw the concern and worry he had towards her. She was so moved her eyes turned red. I want to see Father immediately, and show him my current refinement path attainment. He had always been worrying about my refinement path realm. Feng Jin Huang muttered. Don't worry, I will tell your father in the letter. Don't tell him, I want to give Father a surprise. All right. Fairy Bai Qing took out a letter Gu next. It was also a letter sending green bird Gu, but this was a rank 5 mortal Gu. This is another letter for you, it is from Fan Yuan. He had sent it long ago, take a look at it. Fairy Bai Qing said. Fan Yuan. Feng Jin Huang heard this name and gritted her teeth. Her brows were sharp like swords, and her beautiful face turned red from embarrassment. She snatched the letter Gu and checked it. Fan Yuan had put in a lot of information in the letter. He first praised Spirit Affinity House extensively. His tone was like he wanted to join them, and he afterwards agreed with Feng Jin Huang's challenge, and he even apologized for replying so late. At the end of the letter there was a line, I am currently in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, my doors are open to await for Fairy Feng Jin Huang's visit. I have heard that Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea is extremely famous. If you intend to spar with me, I would get to experience the taste of this famous tea, that would be extremely enjoyable. Humph! He truly has the leisure time and mood, he wants to drink Qingpu tea? He wants to enjoy the taste of tea? Evil thief! Lecherous thief! I want to tear you into pieces and break up your bones to feed dogs. Feng Jin Huang's eyes were burning with fire. She exerted some strength unknowingly, and the letter-sending green bird Gu was chirping in response. Fairy Bai Qing quickly saved this letter Gu. Huang Heir, this is something Mother wants to talk to you about. Undoubtedly, Fan Yuan has exceeded our expectations once again. He is no longer like before. If you spar with him now you will only lose, there is no way to win. What? Feng Jin Huang stared with her eyes wide open, looking at Fairy Bai Qing in shock. Fairy Bai Qing told her about the details of Fan Yuan becoming an immortal zombie, and that he had a mysterious force behind him that managed to force Immortal Crane's sect to retreat after attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Immortal zombie? He actually became an immortal zombie? Feng Jin Huang muttered to herself. If it was not her mother saying this, she would not believe it herself. How long has it been? He actually became an immortal already. We are about the same age. How can he have such firm foundations to charge towards Gu immortal realm? Feng Jin Huang was very perplexed. Fairy Bai Qing replied her. Regarding his suddenly transformation into an immortal zombie, our 10 great ancient sects have some guesses. Although raising one's foundation is hard, it is not impossible. There is an example right in front of us, that is Dream Realms. Other than that, we have guessed that the mysterious force behind him might have some sort of special immortal ascension method, to allow a Gu master to become an immortal zombie. But becoming an immortal zombie means your cultivation level will stagnate, it can no longer progress. Feng Jin Huang frowned. That is the cast. But think about it, a rank 5 mortal Gu master compared to a rank 6 immortal zombie, the latter is obviously much stronger. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Jin Huang showed some disdain on her face. I don't care if he was greedy towards short-term profits, or that he was forced to do so, he will definitely not be my match in the future. He is rushing to challenge me now. It is obvious that he knows he can only continue to bully me during this period of time. In the future, it will be my turn. This coward is timid like a rat. he is a shameless and unscrupulous person. Huang Er, do not be blinded by your own hatred and anger. Fairy Bai Qing's expression was very solemn. This Fan Yuan is not simple. This letter that he sent was right before Immortal Crane's sect attacked. His real intention was to build a relationship with us, Spirit Affinity House. It was a tactic to bring in a third party. He has Danghun Mountain right now, and is making transactions with our 10 great ancient sections. His name has spread far and wide in Central Continent. Almost every Gu Immortal knows of his existence now. Mother, I was wrong, I was too agitated. Feng Jin Huang gritted her teeth, trying to regain her calm. How will you respond to this letter? Ignore it, or reply to it, I will let you decide. Fairy Bai Qing purposely tested her. Feng Jin Huang said immediately, of course we will reply. Since this challenge was set by me, and he has already responded. If I avoid battle because he is an immortal zombie, then I would be showing weakness. But... Her eyes turned as she said, the enemy is strong while I am weak. Only a fool will go head-to-head with him. Humph, soon, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is going to begin. I will use Refinement Path and defeat him in public. This will soothe some of my anger. Mother, what do you think of this? Fairy Bai Qing nodded in satisfaction. This is a good idea. Feng Jin Huang gritted her teeth, her eyes shined with bright light. In the following days, I am going to find Refinement Path Gu Master Dreams, and rapidly build up my foundation in Refinement Path. Using him as an opponent, it will urge me and promote the growth of my cultivation level. Fairy Bai Qing laughed, patting Feng Jin Huang's head. This is my good daughter. Feng Jin Huang squinted. As she replied, she chuckled coldly. You want to pretend to be cultured and drink Qingpu tea, sure, I will give you 50 or 60 jars of it. But if you want to compete, we cannot do so without a bet. I will make you lose in both reputation as well as substance. Chapter 731. 4 to you, 6 to me. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Land spirit, I brought you a live desolate beast, come and check it out. Fan Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture, activating a dozen goo worms as he took out a lion and placed it on the ground. This lion was large like a giant elephant. It was brown-yellow in color, and thick fur covered more than half of its body. It was sleeping now, making a snoring sound. It was the yellow jade lion. It was originally injured heavily, on the brink of death. But as long as it was still alive, with Fan Yuan's current abilities and assets, he could heal it back to full health. Langya Land Spirit stroked his beard, walking around the yellow jade lion as he observed. He could move freely now, the chi path seals on his body were all released. Good lion, even if you are sleeping, you look so fierce. Not bad. Saying so, Langya Land Spirit stretched out his arm and opened the yellow jade lion's mouth, seeing the tightly clenched teeth. Good teeth. Langya Land Spirit praised. He continued to touch the lion along its body, until he reached the area between its hind legs. Throughout the process, Langya Land Spirit had been activating goo worms silently. After inspecting it, he was pleased. Not bad, it has vigor and vitality, it can reproduce as well. It is a pity that my blessed land is a refinement path blessed land, it is not great for raising these fierce beasts. Langya Land Spirit had 12 desolate beasts. He was very experienced with them and had become quite an expert. He was not unfamiliar with desolate beasts at all. But Langya Blessed Land was a refinement path blessed land. Refining goo here would have higher chances of succeeding. But there was no assistance or help for raising beasts. Meanwhile, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path blessed land. It was good for raising fox groups. The fox groups inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land would have greater chances of producing a desolate fox. Blessed lands and grotto heavens were all very different, each of them had their own specialties. This was because blessed lands and grotto heavens were the immortal apertures of Gu Immortals. When Gu Immortals undergo immortal ascension, they would take in heaven and earth chi, and according to their understanding towards heaven and earth, their immortal aperture world would be created relating to the path of the Gu worm that they toss into it. Langya Land Spirit was very pleased with this yellow jade lion. He quickly gave Fan Yuan 88 immortal essence stones. At the same time, he gave the details of the killer move on familiar face. Fan Yuan looked through the details of it in front of Langya Land Spirit. This killer move had an extraordinary origin. It came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. As expected of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he had an innovative idea and went on a creative path. Fan Yuan praised. There are only 300 goo worms used here, but they involve transformation path, strength path, Wisdom Path, and others, for a total of 6 paths. Some of the goo worms are rare. It seems that it will take a while to recreate this killer move, after I collect all of these goo worms. Langya, do you have these goo worms? Langya Land Spirit shook his head, chuckling. What would I keep these goo for? I cannot use this killer move. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, and familiar face, these 3 killer moves are a series. What you obtained is merely the mortal killer move, able to transform into someone people do not know. If they know the person, you will be exposed. The latter 2 are immortal killer moves. Even if you transform into a familiar person, you would not be exposed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable seem to have left behind an inheritance of this. If you have the opportunity, you might obtain the other 2 killer moves in your lifetime. Who knows? Fan Yuan laughed bitterly. How could I have such luck, to coincidentally find the other 2 immortal killer moves? The inheritances of these 2 might have been taken by others already. Although he said that, he was moved in his heart. He thought about the time in Northern Plains, when he obtained the inheritance that involved Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's Luo Pavali inheritance. He had already refined the key to enter the inheritance, open door goo and closed door goo. But he had not acted yet. Goo Master inheritances were not easy to obtain. Especially demonic path inheritances. They were usually much harder than righteous path inheritances, and much more dangerous. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance was definitely an extremely dangerous place. With the situation being unclear, and Myriad Self being unusable, Fan Yuan would rather wait a while longer than take the risk unnecessarily. Fan Yuan did not place much expectation on this, because he had guessed long ago. The inheritance clue that I obtained was obviously not the only one out there. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not want his inheritance to remain undiscovered, thus he spread the clues far and wide to increase the chances. This inheritance had been created such a long time ago, someone might have gone there already. Not speaking of anyone else, just look at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He seemed to have used Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate Soul Path. Since Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance involves Luopa Valley, I'm afraid Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has already been involved in it. In fact, he might have taken Luopa Valley away already. Clearing up his mind, Fan Yuan took out 3 completed Immortal Goo recipes and handed them to Langya Land Spirit. This is the current transaction. Langya Land Spirit received the Immortal Goo recipes and checked them. Seeing that there were no problems, he praised Fan Yuan's talent again. Rascal, I rarely admire people, but your talent in deducing Immortal Goo recipes has truly made me look at you in a different light. Land Spirit, I was about to talk to you about this, Fan Yuan said. Regarding the transaction of the Immortal Goo recipes, I would like to change the details of our transactions. Oh? All of your Immortal Goo recipes that have a high completion rate have been deduced by me already. The remaining ones have 60 to 70% completion rate, or even under 50%. I want to deduce these Immortal Goo recipes, but it would take a long time if I want to complete them. If I have to spend a month or 2 on them, I would not be able to do anything else. I suggest that we change the details of our transaction. Before Fan Yuan finished, Langya Land Spirit shook his head. Not changing, why must we change? I've spent so many Immortal Essence Stones, wasn't it because you could deduce Immortal Goo recipes? You are a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, and you are so skilled at deducing Immortal Goo recipes, why do you not want to continue? At most, I can increase the price and pay you a bit more compensation. Langya Land Spirit, don't reject me yet, listen to me. I know you will be interested. Fan Yuan laughed confidently. My suggestion is this: from now on, you will take charge of deducing the Immortal Goo recipes. Whenever you encounter a problem and cannot continue, I will help you deduce the next step and get over that hurdle. Each time, I will only charge 2 Immortal Essence Stones. What? So it is such a deal. Langya Land Spirit fell into deep thought. Fan Yuan's suggestion had indeed moved him. After all, he was Long Hair Ancestor's Land Spirit. His refinement path attainment was quasi-great grandmaster. He had skills in deducing Immortal Goo recipes. The reason he did not finish deducing these Immortal Goo remnant recipes was because he had met with a tough problem in each of them, and could not continue until he resolved it. If he passed this obstacle, he might be able to advance through the Immortal Goo recipe easily, and successfully complete it. Thus, Langya Land Spirit would only need to pay Fan Yuan 2 Immortal Essence Stones. It would be much cheaper than their former price. Of course, if the Immortal Goo remnant recipe was very difficult, Fan Yuan might earn even more Immortal Essence Stones than before. But Langya Land Spirit was confident. with his refinement path attainment, the first situation would be more likely. This way, Fan Yuan, your income will be much lower. I almost forgot, you are selling Gutsgu now, your business is booming, is that why you do not want this work anymore? Langya Land Spirit jumped to realization. Fan Yuan laughed. Land Spirit, this transaction benefits you too. After getting so many immortal goo recipes, and having regained your freedom, you can refine immortal goo again. When refining immortal goo, the vast majority of attempts fails, the success rate is simply too low, and you would expend an incredible amount of resources. I am helping you to save immortal essence stones, shouldn't you be thanking me? I knew you would say that. Langya Land Spirit rolled his eyes, saying, I can agree with this, but I have a condition. What condition? It is a long story. Do you know about Qin Bai Xing's auction? Langya Land Spirit could not leave the blessed land, but he knew clearly about the things happening in northern plains. Of course I know. Fan Yuan nodded. Langya Land Spirit continued. You are aware that some time ago, a mysterious force attacked my Langya blessed land. They all failed, and during this process I captured some Gu immortals. I intend to sell them all, or rather, I want to sell their blessed lands. Selling blessed lands? Fan Yuan looked at Langya Land Spirit with some shock. This was a very big move. Is this business practical? Fan Yuan's expression was solemn. It would be 1,000 times more popular than my Gutsgu business. After Gu immortals buy these blessed lands, they can swallow them and raise their cultivation level. They can also skip heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Why did you not keep them for yourselves? Langya Land Spirit shook his head. To swallow a rank 6 blessed land, one needs master level attainment in that realm. To swallow a rank 7 blessed land, one needs grandmaster level. To swallow a rank 8 grot heaven, one will need great grandmaster attainment. Although my refinement path attainment is high, I am not involved in many other paths. And the most important reason is, I do not want to devour them. My Langya blessed land has already reached the limits of a blessed land. Any progress would elevate it to a grotto heaven. A grotto heaven's tribulations are far more dangerous. Back then, I purposely weakened Langya grotto heaven until it became a blessed land. Why would I raise it up again? Fan Yuan understood. That is true. Wait, your condition is to ask me to sell these blessed lands at the auction in your place? Langya Land Spirit raised his thumb, saying with a tone of flattery. You are a smart lad. Fan Yuan stared with wide-open eyes. Do you want to kill me? No, this is definitely impossible. Once I sell these blessed lands, I will become the biggest target of everyone. It earns too much attention. How could have the ability to capture all these Gu immortals? If I appear like this, that mysterious force would know and associate me with Langya blessed land. Next time when they attack you, they might even attack my blessed land. Isn't the Inkman King Motan Sang your good friend? Ask him to go. Sigh, he is an Inkman immortal. His origin is not good and has always been ostracized by humans. Furthermore, he has his family and Inkman's city to take care of. He is not appropriate. Langya Land Spirit shook his head. Oh. You do not want him to go die, so you want to send me to die? Don't make it sound so terrible. Don't you have the killer move on familiar face? With this killer move, other Gu immortals cannot identify your true form. Langya Land Spirit said in a low tone. Fan Yuan gave an assessing look at the Land Spirit. I was wondering why you were so generous, giving this precious killer move to me, so you had a plan from the start. Langya Land Spirit could not take it anymore. He stared with furious eyes as he shouted. Rascal, do you think I'm unfamiliar with you? You have ridiculous guts. Since when have you been scared? You even destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and toppled 88 True Young building. As long as the benefits are high enough, you are a desperado. Afraid of this matter? Just tell me, how much do you want? Fan Yuan snorted coldly. We will split the profits from selling the blessed lands. At the least, it has to be a 4-to-6 ratio. 4-to-6 ratio? You are too greedy. You are asking for 40%? Langya Land Spirit screamed. A cold light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. His face was grim. You are wrong, Land Spirit. My intention is, I will take 60%, you will take 40%. Langya Land Spirit was stunned. Even though he had lived for so long, he was shocked by Fan Yuan's shamelessness and greed. He breathed in deeply, staring at Fan Yuan's face. Such words, you have the face to say it? Why wouldn't I? Fan Yuan's face was thick as a city wall. I am going to take a huge risk involving my life. Without enough profits to motivate me, I will not do it. This price is already the lowest. I am considering this based on the fact that we are old friends. This is a friendly price. Friendly price? I think you are trying to con a friend? So no deal? Consider it more. This is the price I want. There is still some time until the auction. I am leaving first. Fan Yuan opened a stargate. Get lost. Chapter 732. Top tier mortal killer move. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fan Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, looking at a pair of bat wings in front of him with full concentration. A pair of large bat wings was hovering in front of him, thin and small scales of an eerie blue color with each having the size of a pinky finger grew on the wings. As light refracted from the scales, it seemed to be giving off starlight. After Fan Yuan returned from Langya Blessed Land, he started repairing the star demon bat's wings. After 9 days and 9 nights of effort, it had reached the current crucial moment. Whether I can fix these bat wings or not depends on this. Fan Yuan willed and summoned a mortal goo from his aperture. He flicked his finger and threw this crucial mortal goo in. The mortal goo turned into a drop of jade green liquid which created a layer of green light when it shot into the bat wings. The radiance flowed like water, the green light spread and soon covered the entire pair of bat wings. In the blink of an eye, the green light dispersed and was replaced by fine hair that covered the whole of the star demon bat wings. Fan Yuan meticulously observed and probed with his 10 fingers in turn. Following his movement, the green-haired bat wings also made constant turns in the air, letting Fan Yuan observe it from all angles. Fan Yuan spread open his fingers, the shrunken star demon bat wings also unfolded. When he saw fine hair growing inside the bat wings, he nodded in satisfaction. When Shirley attacked and killed this star demon bat, he attacked with no restraint, causing the wings to be greatly damaged when I obtained it. Now I have invested my full effort into restoring it, but whether I can restore it or not, even I don't have much confidence. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh and stood up. He casually waved his hand. Hundreds of goo worms flew and circled around the green-haired bat wings, tightly securing it inside. Fan Yuan then passed by the bat wings and walked out of the secret room. He closed the door of the secret room. Darkness enshrouded the green-haired bat wings inside the secret room. Fan Yuan stood outside the door and lightly stamped his foot, calling, "Land Spirit! Master, Master, you called for me!" Little Hu Immortal immediately appeared beside Fan Yuan, her eyes shining and her face carrying a joyful expression of being able to see her master. "I asked you to pay attention to the business in Treasure Yellow Heaven. How is it going?" Fan Yuan walked as he asked. Little Hu Immortal closely followed behind, replying, "Master had put the desolate beast corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven for sale, but only one desolate beast corpse was sold over these days." Immortal Monkey King Shirley had already discovered Fan Yuan, thus Fan Yuan might as well put these desolate beast corpses up for sale openly in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He had discussed matters with He Lulan. The two took what they needed first. Fan Yuan took the yellow jade lion and star demon bat wings while He Lulan took the flying bear corpse. Fan Yuan was put in charge of selling these beast corpses. No matter what the result was, he would have to give 40% of the earnings to He Lulan. He Lulan was also not afraid he would renege on his words. After all, there was the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Under normal circumstances, these desolate beast corpses would be popular goods that were quite rare. When they were put in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they would be sold within 4 to 6 hours and it was very easy to earn immortal essence stones. However, Fan Yuan did not want immortal essence stones this time. He arranged a will to express to other Goo immortals. To buy these beast corpses, they would have to exchange with specific goods. First of all was a method for immortal zombies to turn back to human, or any information and clues. Second was the goo recipe for White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo, the goo worm itself, or corresponding information and clues. Third was the wings of bat desolate beasts. Fourth was top-tier mortal killer moves. The more outstanding they were, the better. Fifth was bone path goo worms like battle bone wheel that could be arranged to form the killer move, White Bone Chariot. Last was wisdom path inheritances or information and clues about them. These 6 conditions were arranged in descending order according to Fan Yuan's needs. The ones listed first would be cheaper for the buyers when they purchased the beast corpses. Fan Yuan's guts goo business was extremely thriving right now. He did not lack immortal essence stones for the moment, thus he wanted to exchange them with goods. Because of this, the desolate beast corpses, which were popular goods and easy to sell, had become this hard to sell. 12 days had already passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but they only managed to sell 1 desolate beast corpse. "Oh? What did that beast corpse exchange for?" Fan Yuan asked excitedly. One whole chestnut yak was exchanged for a pair of bat desolate beast wings and an investigative killer move called 100 Li. Little Who Immortal replied. Mortal killer moves normally would not exceed 6 immortal essence stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There were also detailed classifications between them. Mortal killer moves that sold for half an immortal essence stone were classified as bottom-tier goods, but they were better than nothing. Mortal killer moves that were worth 1 to 2 immortal essence stones were mediocre. They could provide some help to Gu immortals if used properly. For instance, the killer move Fan Yuan looked at before but did not buy, Spiral Drill Star Spear, was valued at 1 immortal essence stone. Star Lord Wan Xiang's Spring Star Rain was sold at 1.5 immortal essence stone. The Poison Breath killer move which Fairy Li Shan gave Fan Yuan could be sold for 2 immortal essence stones. Fan Yuan's previous defensive killer move Hair Armor was worth 2 immortal essence stones, and was at the peak level of common mortal killer moves. Tai Bai Yunxing's defensive killer move 9 Cloud Ring could absorb enemies' attacks to a certain degree before counterattacking. It was valued at 2.5 immortal essence stones. Mortal killer moves worth 3 immortal essence stones were middle tier. They were reliable methods. For instance, Western Desert Gu Immortal Plump Lady's killer move, Burial Dragon Sand Coffin, was valued at 3 immortal essence stones. Mortal killer moves worth 4 to 5 immortal essence stones had outstanding might, and could not be looked down upon. They were considered as powerful methods that could often change the situation to a certain extent when they were used. Fan Yuan's Icy Drill Stardust had mixed in Do Min Jun's inheritance which raised its value to 4 immortal essence stones. The Lion Fur Armor which was an improved form of hair armor was valued at 4.5 immortal essence stones. And mortal killer moves that were worth 6 immortal essence stones were classified as top tier. Few could be bought in the market. Fan Yuan's reinvented movement killer move, True Solid Bat Wings, would have the effect of this tier if 3 pairs of bat wings were used. Killer moves were one of the 4 main factors that influenced the Gu Immortal's battle strength. When Fan Yuan possessed Icy Drill Stardust, Hair Armor and Light Illusion Bat Wings, his battle strength had already reached the upper tier of rank 6 Gu Immortals. In his previous life, before Fan Yuan self-detonated, he possessed more than a dozen mortal killer moves. Most of them were top-tier level killer moves worth 6 immortal essence stones. His battle strength had been at the peak of rank 6. However, when one reached rank 7, it was a different scene. The immortal killer moves that consumed green grape immortal essence became common methods. And those immortal killer moves that consumed red date immortal essence became uncommonly used, hidden trump cards. Most Gu Immortals did not have immortal Gu. This was referring to rank 6 Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals that could cultivate to rank 7 were even fewer in numbers. They were the elites of elites, experts among experts of rank 6 who would have experienced innumerable tribulations and calamities, had excellent aptitude, temperament, and accumulation. There was no way to justify them not having immortal Gu. With immortal Gu, there would be immortal killer moves. Immortal killer moves were evolved from using mortal killer moves as a foundation. Like He Lu Lan, who was trying to modify her Strength Path killer move to an immortal killer move. Often one immortal Gu can form different immortal killer moves according to the differences in mortal Gu. Thus, many Gu Immortals would have offensive killer moves even if they did not have offensive immortal Gu. For instance, Fan Yuan's Myriad Self was an offensive killer move, but its core was Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, which was a support immortal Gu that helped Gu Immortals in soul path cultivation. 100 Li. After hearing Little Who Immortal's reply, Fan Yuan nodded and commented. This mortal killer move is valued at 6 immortal essence stones. It allows the Gu Immortal to observe the scenery within 100 Li as clearly as the lines on one's palm. Good, I was lacking this kind of investigative killer move. But of course, the greatest satisfaction in this transaction is that I obtained another pair of Desolate Beast bat wings. He then asked, Did any important things happen in the Blessed Land these recent days? Little Who Immortal shook her head and reported that everything was normal. Such tranquil days were very rare to Fan Yuan after his rebirth. However, Fan Yuan did not dare to slack even a little. Ever since he saw the external manifestation of a dream realm in his trip to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he felt a sense of urgency, and could vaguely tell that the waves of the new era were coming. Over the next few days, Fan Yuan began to handle the newly obtained pair of bat wings. At the same time, he also arranged the old hairy men in the Blessed Land to refine Gu. The air sac Gu which could store guts Gu were naturally the main focus of the hairy men. Besides this, Fan Yuan divided the refinement procedures of group strength Gu and small family Qi Gu He then separately taught the old hairy men and let them go through similar practice. These 2 gu recipes could not be compared to others. They were ancient gu recipes. Their materials were rare and not easy to find in the present age. Thus, Fan Yuan first used other similar materials and gu worms to raise the hairy men's proficiency. When their proficiency reached the level Fan Yuan was satisfied with, only then would he truly let them refine these 2 gu. Fan Yuan's doctrine was to not raise idlers. Since he had already purchased the hairy men, he would try to squeeze every last bit of their worth. After 3 days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there was still no activity in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan had taken care of a small part of the newly obtained bat wings. But the wings of the Star Demon Bat was still being incubated. Fan Yuan opened the door of the secret room and entered, standing in front of the green-haired bat wings. Right now, the green hair on the bat wings had already grown to be extremely thick and lush. Success or failure shall be determined at this moment. Fan Yuan used mortal gu, and with a snapping sound, a spark immediately was sent flying out. The spark flew to the green-haired bat wings, a soft sound echoed, the spark set the green hair aflame, forming a green fire. The fire appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. In a blink of an eye, the green hair on the bat wings floating in the air was already burned off, revealing a pair of black bat wings. There were no small blue scales on the bat wings. Instead, they were replaced by a layer of thick ash. Fan Yuan showed a trace of disappointment. Failure. He softly let out a breath of cloudy air. The weak breath touched the bat wings. This pair of bat wings fell down on the ground like charcoal and broke into pieces. The bat wings were filled with heavy injuries. Shirley had destroyed the Star Demon Bat's wings first to kill it. The wings had thus suffered serious damage. The Star Demon Bat could no longer display its advantage in flying, and was finally killed by Shirley. Fortunately, I have another pair of bat wings. Fan Yuan quickly got over the disappointment, and soon he was busy in the refining process. Chapter 733. Recognizing one's own ordinariness. With the previous refinement experience, this second attempt was much easier for Fan Yuan when refining the Desolate Beast bat wings. After over half a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he transplanted this pair of Desolate Beast bat wings onto his back. In accordance with his usual practice, Fan Yuan still chose to retain the sense of pain in the bat wings. On this day, Fan Yuan was testing his killer moves on the top of Dang Hun Mountain. 100 Li. He activated the killer move. His bright red pupils suddenly enlarged. He could see the grassland or debris within 100 Li of his surroundings with extreme clarity, like they were in front of him. Outside of 100 Li, his sight became blurry but was still much clearer than seeing with the naked eye. After 400 Li, his line of sight reached the limit. It was all blurry and he could only distinguish some color and shadows. 100 Li is the base for 1000 Li. The latter is an immortal killer move and requires corresponding immortal gu to be used. Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This killer move was valued 6 immortal essence stones, and it indeed had outstanding effect. It was just that the vision could not see through stealth or bypass obstacles. If any obstacles blocked the sight, the thing behind the obstacle could not be seen. This was the downside of 100 Li. Fan Yuan remembered both the merits and demerits, as he lightly flapped the wings on his back and flew to the sky. He continued to maintain 100 Li while flying, looking at the sky and ground with clear vision. Lion for armor. He willed and activated the defensive killer move. Soon, his body was covered in a layer of bronze armor with a helmet resembling a lion's head. Even his wings were covered with a layer of thick plate, greatly raising its defense. But the speed, however, became slower. Lion for armor and true solid bat wings cannot perfectly complement each other. Once I activate Lion for armor, true solid bat wings will have its speed reduced. If I don't use it, my speed might be fast but my defense will be lacking. Fan Yuan frowned. This problem surpassed the range of his capabilities. To create a movement killer move like Lion for armor, he had to balance the down marks of 3 paths, and it was the limit of his master attainment realm in transformation path. Adding true solid bat wings on top of that was too difficult for Fan Yuan. If he had Grand Master attainment in transformation path, there was a possibility. But reaching Grand Master realm required large amounts of time and accumulation. This time was not only tens of years but could be 100 years or even several hundreds of years. Fan Yuan's highest attainment realms currently were Blood Path and Strength Path. Blood Path Grand Master realm was achieved by Fan Yuan in his previous life after 200 to 300 years of deep accumulation. It could be seen how difficult it was to raise one's realm and accumulate their foundation. His strength path attainment was also at Grandmaster realm, and besides a small part of the accumulation being from his previous life, most was from obtaining Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning infusion. Otherwise, he would have required 200 or 300 years of accumulation to reach Grandmaster realm. At the Gu Immortal level, one had the strength to search and obtain lifespan Gu or other methods to prolong lifespan. Ordinary mortals had lifespans of 100 years. But as long as a Gu Immortal put some effort, they could live several hundreds of years or even 1,000 years. The long lifespans and time involved made the significance of accumulation even more heavy. Why were Fan Yuan and He Lulan not able to beat Immortal Monkey King Shirley? It was because after Shirley became a Gu Immortal, he relied on combat Immortal Sect and had accumulated all sorts of experiences and insights for close to 300 years. Fan Yuan and He Lulan had only recently advanced to Gu Immortal. How could they compare to Shirley's 300 years of accumulation? It was normal for them to not be able to defeat him. If so, why did Fan Yuan and He Lulan have battle strength at the upper tier of rank 6 Gu Immortals when they advanced only recently? Fan Yuan relied on the gains found in 88 Truyang building, while He Lulan relied on her mother's inheritance, as well as the help of her aunt, Fairy Li Shan. In other words, they had borrowed help from the accumulation of their predecessors. If I want my battle strength to improve drastically, just relying on myself to advance step by step would no doubt be a very long and inefficient process. In my previous life, when I walked on the blood path, I spent over 200 years before I was able to comprehend a dozen or so mortal killer moves and create hundreds of new blood path Gu. I naturally need to learn from this lesson. In this world, heroes emerge in large numbers and geniuses are everywhere. Stars and peaks have been shining constantly in the long history of time. If someone wants to stick out and move forward bravely, they can only take advantage of their predecessors' inheritances and accumulations, absorbing their essences. All rivers flow into the sea. By being able to gather the different specialties together, only then can one rise above the group and become a ruler of people, achieving supreme feats. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered as he flew around, sighing deeply in his heart. People often believed they were extraordinary when they were young, feeling they were the main characters of the stage. After they undergo some experiences, they would then realize and accept many other people had talent not inferior to themselves. The saying goes, no matter how excellent you are, there is always someone more excellent than you. A person's lifespan was limited in the end, like a lone boat. Meanwhile, the mysteries and profound meanings of heaven and earth were equivalent to a vast, limitless body of water. Since ancient times, those who were in some sense able to reach the peak of heaven and earth numbered no more than 10. But even they could not reach the peak of all fields. Thus, even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had to request for the help of Long Hair Ancestor in the Gu refinement aspect. There was a record in. Renzu started walking on the road of life. The surroundings were pure darkness and under his feet was dirty mud. Renzu asked Self-Gu, "Where is this?" Self-Gu replied, "This is the ordinary marsh in the lowest level of Ordinary Abyss." Renzu knew of Ordinary Abyss. His eldest son Verdant Great Sun had once been trapped inside. Renzu could not help but become excited. Since this is the bottom of Ordinary Abyss, does that mean I have already left the door of life and death and returned to the living world? Does that mean I am now reborn? In a way, that is true, Self-Gu said. But how is this possible? I have not passed Luopa Valley and have not charged through the reverse flow river, Renzu said in an incredulous tone. Self-Gu said, "O human, you should know that you are talking about the path Fate Gu traveled. And this path you have walked on is a completely new path, a path created by you. Where this path goes is all decided by your own intentions. Like I said before, as long as you want to walk, there will be a road for you to step on." Renzu suddenly came to a realization. So it was like this. He then felt doubtful. Then how did I walk to this place? Self-Gu. Humans are born ordinary. Although they are the spirit of all living beings, they do not have the claws of a tiger, nor the ability to absorb nutrients from the earth like plants, and also cannot transform like clouds and rain. You came to the ordinary marsh. What's strange about it? It is not only you. Look at the mud under your feet carefully. You will see traces of many other footprints. Renzu lowered his head close to the ground before he was able to see clearly. Like Self-Gu said, Ordinary Marsh was filled with all kinds of marks. Claws prints of wild beasts, root imprints of vegetation, traces of water flowing and also traces of stones rolling past. How can there be so many marks? Renzu asked curiously. Self-Gu replied, This is ordinary abyss. All living beings will enter here due to various reasons. All living beings are ordinary. But the absolute majority of them will be trapped in ordinary abyss for all their lives. Only a small portion can leave ordinary abyss through their own efforts. I do not want to be trapped here for my entire life. There is nothing here, it is completely dark and the air stinks. I want to leave this place. Renzu frowned. Self-Gu laughed loudly. If you think that being ordinary is an abyss, then it is an abyss. But if you think that being ordinary is heaven, then it shall be heaven. Since you do not want to stay here, then leave, use your 2 legs to walk out of the ordinary marsh step by step and become extraordinary. Renzu took the first step. Suddenly his body bent, his front leg was deeply embedded into the marsh. It was not easy to walk in the marsh, one step was deep, another was shallow. The path, which looked almost uniform, had some parts that were rather solid, while some were very loose. Renzu walked several steps when his eyes suddenly brightened as he thought of a trick. He purposely chose to walk on the spots which had the claw marks, since these spots could hold the marks. Its soil texture was also much more solid. Thus, Renzu was able to walk very smoothly, almost like he was running when compared to his previous speed. He said with a burst of emotion. So it turns out that in ordinary marsh, walking in the footsteps of predecessors is much faster than finding the way on your own. After testing true solid bat wings and lion fur armor, Fan Yuan descended onto a slope. Unfamiliar face. Fan Yuan activated this newly obtained mortal killer move. Almost all the goo worms required for this killer move were essentially purchased from Treasure Yellow Heaven by Hu Immortal Land Spirit, while the last remaining portions were refined by the hairy men. Under the effect of the killer move, Fan Yuan's bat wings retracted, his 8 rough and thick arms also changed to 2. His sharp teeth were greatly shortened while his scarlet-red eyes also turned lighter. Finally, Fan Yuan's 6-meter-tall body shrunk back to a normal person's height with great changes to his appearance. It was only that his immortal zombie body was still an immortal zombie body, it could not be hidden. Despite this, Fan Yuan could not help but praise. Wonderful! This is only a mortal killer move, but it is able to change my immortal body to this extent. Indeed worthy of being an invention of thieving heaven demon venerable. Fan Yuan could imagine that if he was still immortal, he could completely transform to any appearance, even changing to a woman perfectly. He now had an immortal body. His body was filled with strength path down marks. And as a mortal killer move, it was definitely not easy to alter his appearance to this extent. The main thing was that this transformation was not an illusion, but a real transformation of his physical body, even involving subtle transformation of his aura. In short, even if Fan Yuan stood in front of Tai Bai Yunxing right now, the latter would not be able to recognize this immortal zombie was his own junior brother within a short period of time. Master, your appearance became much better looking. Ah, this letter just came in. Right at this time, the land spirit, Little Hu Immortal, appeared while holding a letter Gu which she handed to Fan Yuan. Letter sending green bird Gu. Spirit Affinity House finally responded? Fan Yuan's gaze flashed as he took the letter Gu and sent in his consciousness. In a short while, he retracted his consciousness, a pondering expression flashed across his face. Feng Jin Huang actually wants me to participate in the Refinement Path convention to compete in Refinement Path? I remember she had no interest in Refinement Path in her early years, and her accumulation in this field could be said to be like a blank sheet of paper right now. So why does she have so much confidence to compete with me in Gu Refinement? Could it be that she had already discovered the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Gu? Fan Yuan's heart sank. Dream Wings, Dream Path. Fan Yuan's eyes turned cloudy as he recalled the details of his previous life. In his previous life, why did he gang up with a group of demonic path Gu immortals to think of all sorts of ways to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land? It was to kill Feng Jin Huang and seize Dream Wings Immortal Gu. Chapter 734. 2 Great Events. To think that more than 400 years before the end of my previous life, Dream Realms had already shown up. Fan Yuan held the letter-sending green bird Gu in his hand as he sighed in his heart. At once, he lost the mood to test his killer moves. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Central Continent was the first to trigger the war, suppressing the other 4 regions single-handedly, and expanding rapidly. After that, the 4 regions collaborated, resisting Central Continent's invasion with much difficulty. The entire war had gone into a stalemate, and when the 4 regions joined hands and attempted to attack Central Continent in return, Dream Realms appeared in all 5 regions. In this world, ever since Renzu produced the first batch of humans, humans began to dream. Every time they dreamed, they would expand the dream realms, providing strength to them. After countless days, a vast amount of time and changes, many heroes and geniuses rose up among humans, constantly expanding the dream realms. The dream realms got bigger and bigger, finally attaining a qualitative change and surfacing to the outside world. The people soon discovered that even though the environment of a dream realm was extreme and complex, dangerous and strange, it had great benefits. In dream realms, people could obtain the foundations of ancient people, allowing their cultivation realms to surge and improve rapidly. The rise of their attainment could be in terms of decades, a century, or even centuries of hard work. Because of dream realms, the attainments of Gu masters rose rapidly. This led to an increase in their strength, and produced many amazing experts. Previously, resources were held in the hands of clans and sects, attainment levels were hard to raise, and unless one was an incredible genius, they would not be able to rise up. After dream realms appeared, their attainment levels rose, like they were standing on the shoulders of former geniuses. Gu masters could recreate many Gu worms and killer moves, and on this basis, they could develop new Gu recipes, and new killer moves that were tailored to their abilities. That was the flourishing of a super-level great era. Many small forces lacking in prominence rose up, countless lone cultivators emerged. The appearance of dream realms devastated the rigid system and structures. Social order was in upheaval, the immense benefits made the people go wild. Originally, the 4 regions were collaborating to resist Central Continent, but before they even began, the plan was halted. All the different forces, countless Gu immortals and Gu masters, they all placed their attentions on dream realms. In order to compete for all of the surface dream realms, the 5 regions fought against each other, resulting in a thoroughly chaotic war. In order to explore the dream realm more efficiently, many knowledgeable people, talents and geniuses, produced the necessary Gu worms. Soon, the newly discovered dream path was rapidly formed and developed. The legendary rank 8 wisdom path Gu Immortal Yi Yan's prophecy of 3 venerables, was brought up once again. He predicted that many years later, after 3 great eras, 3 venerables would appear, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, second was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and third was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As for the problem regarding the space escape Gu, it would be solved by Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had already shown up. This made everyone believe in the prophecy more deeply. The two were linked together, forming a common theory. The dream realm was the opportunity to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Whoever can control the entire dream realm would be able to use the accumulations of past individuals to become a historical figure that transcends sages, a king among immortal kings, a venerable above venerables, Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In my previous life, the reason why I could rise up and become the lord of an area was not only because of my fortuitous encounter involving Blood Path, but also because of the 5 regions' chaotic war. All of the super forces had much lower control over the situation at that time, and because they were focused on exploring dream realms, they could not pay attention to the real-world situation, and that gave me the time and freedom to develop and grow. Unfortunately, by the time I had control in the real world, this new area known as Dream Realms had already been split up by all the huge forces. Even though I could enter Dream Realms and explore using Mortal Dream Path Gu, I was lagging behind everyone as a beginner. Unless I had a Dream Path Immortal Gu, that would be the only way to catch up. Precisely because of this, Fan Yuan gathered Song Zhong and other demonic Path Gu immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, killing Feng Jin Huang. Unfortunately, he did not get her Dream Wings Immortal Gu. Lacking an Immortal Gu and only having Dream Path Mortal Gu, this caused Fan Yuan's exploration of Dream Realms to be without any important discoveries, while he was constantly chased away and suppressed by the large forces. Fan Yuan had obtained a Blood Path inheritance in his previous life. He was constantly chased after and had an arrest warrant on him. After building the Blood Wing Demon sect, he had spent a lot of effort managing his sect. It took away a lot of his time and effort. All in all, he missed the golden era of exploring dream realms. After rebirth, he had been reflecting upon this. This was a mistake, although mostly due to external pressure forcing him. A small part of it was due to his poor judgment. Thus, in this life, he remembered this lesson, and even though he had a foundation in Blood Path, he did not dare to cultivate Blood Path rashly before taking that crucial Blood Path inheritance. Blood Path Gu masters were hunted down like rats. Not only did the righteous path issue warrants to arrest them, even demonic path members were wary of them. Only during the Five Regions' chaotic war, when law and order broke down, could Blood Path emerge and prosper at a time when nobody could afford to care about them. It turns out that dream realms surfaced more than 400 years earlier than the end of my previous life. All of the super forces had interactions with them long ago, thus, in about 300 years, when dream realms surfaced extensively, these forces could enter and expand their influence. They were prepared since long ago. It was not my inability that I lost to them. At this point of time, Fan Yuan was still immortal during his previous life, desperately living at the bottom level of Gu Masters, restrained by his memories and experiences on Earth. Only after a long time did he break free of the limitations and shackles of such a mentality. Sometimes, the advantage of being a transmigrator can also be a disadvantage. This caused his information to deviate from what was happening in reality. For example, like Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Star Constellation Immortal Zombie was 7-star Child Immortal Zombie. What Fan Yuan knew in his previous life was that this star constellation Immortal Zombie was a lucky person who had gained the most benefits inside the fragment worlds of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. But the truth was, he was the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The reason why he called himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie was most likely because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realms surfacing inside his Grotto Heaven. This resulted in 7-star Child obtaining some of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's accumulation. This matter regarding 7-star Child is what originally happened. But Feng Jin Huang understanding the true usage of Dreamwing's Immortal Gu was much earlier than in my previous life. Was this the effect of me snatching Hu Immortal Blessed Land from her? Fan Yuan thought. After Feng Jin Huang learned about the true effect of Dreamwing's Immortal Gu, Spirit Affinity House was sure to be alerted. And this in turn would affect the other 9 great ancient sects as well. And from the other 9 sects, the entirety of Central Continent would be affected. There is no wall in this world that can block all winds. In this way, the speed at which the people in this world learn about dream realms would be greatly pushed forward by me. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan felt a strong sense of urgency. Dream realms were an entirely new field. They were dangerous and complex. Even though there was only one type of resource in them, they were extremely profitable. Fan Yuan would not commit the same mistake from his previous life twice. However, in the current situation, dream realms would not surface on a large scale. Dream realms that have surfaced can be explored using Dream Path Mortal Gu. Those dream realms that have not surfaced can only be explored by using Dream Path Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan was extremely aware of the value of Dream Path Immortal Gu. But currently, with Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Jiugu around, even though Dreamwing's Immortal Gu was in the hands of Feng Jin Huang, immortal, nobody dared to target her. Dream Travel was in the hands of the Northern Plains Gu Immortal, Lady Poison Scorpion. She lay dormant in Zidu Blessed Land, and was the first Gu Immortal who used Dream Travel to explore dream realms. In the future, she used the identity of a lone cultivator to become the 3rd overlord of dream realms. Lady Poison Scorpion was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Her battle strength was even greater than Hei Qing, and the defense of her blessed land was like an iron fortress. It was not easy to target her either. As for the other Dream Path Immortal Gu, they were either not created yet or had not appeared yet. Their origins were unknown. Fan Yuan thought about it for a while. He used his primeval essence and wiped away the details on the letters sending Green Bird Gu, using his thoughts to fill it with words of his own. He agreed to Feng Jin Huang's challenge, to have a competition during the Refinement Path Convention. Feng Jin Huang has Dreamwing's Immortal Gu, she has confidence in herself. But my Refinement Path attainment has advanced from Master level to Quasi-Grand Master level. Why would I be afraid of this junior? Fan Yuan snorted in his heart. Deducing Immortal Gu recipes for Langya Land Spirit was an opportunity. It allowed his Refinement Path realm to reach a breakthrough recently. Refinement Path Convention, it concerns the infallible inheritance. Such a grand event, even if Feng Jin Huang did not challenge me, I would have gone there to get a share of the rewards. However, joining the Refinement Path Convention will need me to prepare my own Gu refinement materials. If I want to have any gains, I will need to start collecting materials now. Fan Yuan had the experience of participating in the Refinement Path Convention from his previous life. To get a good ranking, he would need to prepare a huge amount of materials, worth at least 500 Immortal Essence Stones. A clever wife cannot cook without rice. Even the best Gu recipe could not proceed without the relevant materials. Other than this, I have to attend the huge auction that Qin Bai Xing is organizing with Fairy Li Shan as well. According to the newest information, this auction would have a segment for exchanging immortal goo. Immortal goo could not be bought, commonly speaking, they could only be exchanged. When goo immortals obtain immortal goo, they might not suit their own path. At this time, they would undergo exchange with other goo immortals, to get an immortal goo that was suited for themselves, to display greater effect when used. Just like Fan Yuan's worldly wave trace immortal goo, this was a water path immortal goo. The effect was much weaker when Fan Yuan used it as compared to a water path goo immortal. This was because worldly wave trace immortal goo had the law of water path. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan was a strength path goo immortal. His body was filled with strength path Dao marks. Strength path and water path interfered with each other, reducing the normal capability of this immortal goo. During the 5 regions chaotic war in Fan Yuan's previous life, because battles were common, these goo exchange sessions became much more frequent as well. But now was still a long time away from the war. This grand auction in Northern Plains would probably be the only large-scale immortal goo exchanging opportunity for the next 200 years. Fan Yuan naturally had to make use of it. Other than that, he was also very interested in the luck path inheritance. Auction and refinement path convention, both of them need huge amounts of immortal essence stones. I have only 200 immortal essence stones on me now. I can barely join in either of the grand events. It seems I can only rely on Langya Land Spirit's idea of selling blessed lands of goo immortals. Chapter 735. Finally obtaining a wisdom path inheritance. Even with the sale of Guts Goo, it had been too short of a time period. Fan Yuan had not accumulated enough immortal essence stones yet. Furthermore, he had been refining goo and tempering his bat wings. All these expenses caused his accumulation of wealth to be very slow. The auction and refinement path convention were 2 huge events. They would be held one after another. The former was already right around the corner. The only way to obtain a huge amount of immortal essence stones now would be through the goo immortals' blessed lands and Langya Land Spirit's possession. It is a pity that my immortal aperture is dead. I cannot swallow other blessed lands. Otherwise, the first person to buy the blessed lands would be me. Fan Yuan sighed in his mind. The immortal apertures were small worlds, they could swallow each other, but there were requirements. Firstly, dead apertures could not swallow apertures, they could only break down constantly until they vanished completely. Secondly, a smaller immortal aperture could not swallow a bigger one. Lastly, to swallow a rank 6 blessed land, one needed master attainment realm, to fuse the 2 different worlds together without problems. To devour a rank 7 blessed land, Grand Master Attainment Realm is needed. To swallow a rank 8 Grotto Heaven, Great Grand Master Realm is needed. That is to say, if Fan Yuan wanted to swallow immortal apertures, he would first need to become alive again, making his blessed land regain life force. Secondly, he could only devour Strength Path, Refinement Path, Enslavement Path, and Transformation Path blessed lands. Although Strength Path and Blood Path were at Grand Master Attainment Realm, he was only rank 6 and could only devour rank 6 blessed lands. But even with such limitations, goo immortals were never hesitant towards blessed lands they could swallow. The immortal aperture was the base and foundation of a goo immortal's cultivation. Swallowing blessed lands was like taking someone else's foundation. It caused one's own cultivation level to surge extremely quickly. As long as one was a goo immortal, they would know the value of the blessed land. Regarding the auction of blessed lands, it was sure to whip up a huge storm during the auction. In the following days, Fan Yuan refined group strength goo and small family chi goo, while using the light of wisdom to try and improve the transformation path killer move Unfamiliar Face. At the same time, he was still continuing to sell desolate beast corpses and treasure Yellow Heaven. Half a month had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the sole rank 7 corpse in Fan Yuan's possession, Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar, was successfully sold. Fan Yuan obtained a wisdom path inheritance that he had been wanting since a long time ago. Malicious Thought Goo. A few days later, Fan Yuan held a rank 5 mortal goo in his hands with a complex expression. This malicious thought goo was refined by him using the goo recipe in the wisdom path inheritance. It had a huge body, around the size of a washing basin. It was like a spider, but the 8 legs were like needles, the tips were extremely sharp. On the body of the spider, there was tough and long prickly hairs. If not for Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body, ordinary flesh and blood would bleed upon touching this goo. Fan Yuan injected primeval essence, and malicious thoughts appeared in his mind one after another. These malicious thoughts were like bubbles with sharp spikes on the surface. Fan Yuan tried to use these malicious thoughts, as they started to collide into each other instantly. The scene of their collision was very peculiar. The bubbles had spikes, they hooked up to one another, before getting destroyed or fusing into even bigger thoughts after that. Soon, these malicious thoughts were consumed. Fan Yuan opened his eyes, showing some joy in his gaze. Even for Wisdom Path Gu immortals, their main method for deduction is to use thoughts. When using malicious thoughts to scheme or plot against others, the effect would be much greater. In that case, one malicious thought could be equivalent to tens of joyful thoughts, star thoughts, or empty thoughts. Fan Yuan had used Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu to create a huge amount of joyful will in the past to assist his thinking. That was a wrong move. Although wills were made of thoughts, their real use was not for thinking, but to act independently after splitting from the main body. Gu immortals create many different wills, sending them into Treasure Yellow Heaven to sell items. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will was left behind to defend 88 True Young Building. This was the real use of wills. To make a comparison, thoughts were like cleavers, while wills were like sabers. When thinking about how to cut vegetables, one would obviously use a cleaver. Which chef would choose to use a saber for that? Different professions are like separate worlds. Wisdom Path was the most mysterious path. Fan Yuan did not know this in the past, thus he used joyful will to think. The effect seemed reasonable, but he had, in fact, resulted in much expenditure. He was better off using joyful thoughts. I now have the Gu recipes of Malicious Thought Gu and Malicious Will Gu. I can mass produce these two mortal Gu. As an immortal, I have unlimited primeval essence. Activating a huge number of malicious thoughts would be the best value for me. Expending Green Grape Immortal Essence to activating Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu is simply too expensive. In the past, Fan Yuan only had a small number of Wisdom Path Mortal Gu in his possession. Most of them were bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The thoughts produced when using these Mortal Gu were simply too few, and they varied in types. They could not sustain the expenditure when deducing Immortal Gu recipes. Thus, he had to use Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu. But now that Fan Yuan had the Gu recipes for Wisdom Path Mortal Gu, his first plan was to mass produce these Mortal Gu. The thoughts produced by one Mortal Gu were few, but with enough quantity, the numbers of the thoughts would be very significant. Activating Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu was not only expensive, it was a waste of a precious resource. It is a pity that this Wisdom Path inheritance appeared a little late. I have already entered the next stage in my transaction with Langya Land Spirit. If this appeared earlier, I would have been able to save a huge amount of Green Grape Immortal Essence. After saving Green Grape Immortal Essence, my costs would fall, the profits from each deal would increase, and it would definitely not be 26 Immortal Essence stones like before. Fan Yuan thought of this and felt a little regret. He could not help it, life is like this. Not everything would happen at the exact time you needed it to. Life did not go so smoothly. It was bound to include imperfection, dissatisfaction, and untimely events. Like the Wisdom Path inheritance that Fan Yuan obtained, it was not complete, it was quite lacking. All in all, it was already a very fortunate thing that Fan Yuan could obtain the Mortal Gu recipes of Malicious Thought Gu and Malicious Will Gu. Other than these two Gu recipes, he also obtained a Wisdom Path killer move, called Harboring Malicious Heart. The Gu immortal who sold the Gu recipe seemed to have a great need for the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse, and it seemed that he was a bit tight on finances as well. If not for that, even if an ancient desolate beast's corpse was worth several hundred immortal essence stones, he would not have sold the Wisdom Path inheritance. Even if this Wisdom Path inheritance was not complete, it was still very rare in the market. Thus, in the following days, Fan Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land peacefully, and refined Malicious Thought Gu non-stop. Even though Malicious Thought Gu is not a consumable Gu, it is still a mortal Gu, it has limits. Even though my primeval essence is unlimited, if I activate it too many times, after a while, these Malicious Thought Gu would be damaged. With that in mind, Fan Yuan knew that his need for Malicious Thought Gu would be kept at a certain level in the future. But the refinement of Gu would always take a long time. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the longer the time it would take. Gu immortals often spend decades, a century, or even centuries to refine one immortal Gu. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan decided to put in a large investment and purchase Hairy Men. During this time, he had sold more batches of Guts Gu, each batch earned him 48 Immortal Essence Stones of profit. He only kept 50 Immortal Essence Stones, he spent the rest to purchase Hairy Men without restraint. This caused the price of Hairy Men in Treasure Yellow Heaven to surge for a brief period of time. Fan Yuan wanted the Hairy Men inside Langya Blessed Land the most. These hairy men were not only well trained, they were also much better in quality than those in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but after he asked Langya Land's spirit, he was sternly rejected. Not only that, Langya Land's spirit scolded him fiercely and said that Fan Yuan was not being a good friend. Although Fan Yuan was scolded, he was happy. Langya Land's spirit saying he was not being a good friend meant that Langya Land's spirit acknowledged him as a friend already, even though their friendship could not compare with Langya Land's spirit and Inkman King Mo Tan Sang's relationship. However, Mo Tan Sang and Langya Land's spirit's friendship had not started in this generation. It began with a former city lord long ago in Inkman City. After countless generations, Inkman City had been maintaining this relationship with Langya Land's spirit secretly. This friendship had accumulated to an immense amount through time. Langya Land's spirit has just been released, and has obtained so many completed immortal goo recipes. According to his temperament, he is definitely going to refine immortal goo. But refining immortal goo requires a vast amount of resources. Even the affluent and rich Langya Blessed Land cannot sustain such costs. Goo immortals cannot enter Treasure Yellow Heaven physically. After this auction, he would have no chance to sell them. If he wants to sell the Goo immortals' blessed lands, then to him, it is an urgent matter as well. Fan Yuan knew that Langya Land's spirit was already anxious deep down. When he loses his cool, he would find Fan Yuan personally. Langya Land's spirit's connections were too shallow, he only had Mo Tan Sang. But Mo Tan Sang had Inkman City to take care of, and he was a Varian human, he had lots of restraints. How could he appear personally to sell these Goo immortals' blessed lands? The status of variant humans was lower than normal humans. The same applied to variant human Goo immortals. Seeing that the variant human Goo immortal was selling human Goo immortals, it would ignite the animosity of the human Goo immortals against a common enemy. That is to say, other than finding Fan Yuan, Langya Land's spirit had no other candidates. This was really not his fault. After all, a land spirit could not leave the blessed land. Furthermore, Langya Blessed Land was a land of treasures. It was filled with wealth and would draw out people's greed. Since blessed lands could be swallowed, it was Langya Land's spirit's method of self-preservation to have minimal contact with Goo immortals. Langya Land's spirit was internally anxious. This made Fan Yuan much less anxious about it. For the next 2 months, Fan Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, building another Fan Yuan stone nest, and also filling up all of the rooms in the stone nests with hairy men. These hairy men were quite skilled in refining goo. They were the higher quality goods in Treasure Yellow Heaven. High-grade hairy man slaves, even though Fan Yuan could buy them, they were low in numbers. When Fan Yuan bought this group of hairy men, he not only needed to care about the quality, but also have sufficient quantity. With the second stone nest, the production of air sac goo would increase, which meant that the production and sales of guts goo would also increase. Each time Fan Yuan made a transaction, he would earn more immortal essence stones. But Fan Yuan did not order all of the hairy men to refine air sac goo for now. The second stone nest was meant to refine malicious thought goo. Chapter 736. What a huge transaction. If malicious thought goo were used to replace delight in water and mountain immortal goo, the quantity of the former would definitely have to be enormous. Fan Yuan needed a lot of malicious thought goo and not just several hundreds of them. He made an initial estimation that he required at least 2,000. By simultaneously activating them, the amount of malicious thoughts they produced could barely be sufficient for use under the light of wisdom. Most importantly, these 2,000 malicious thought goo must be rank 5. Fan Yuan had the recipes of rank 1 to rank 5 malicious thought goo. Rank 1 to rank 5 malicious thought goo had similar effects in producing malicious thoughts. The only differences were the amount of thoughts they could produce in one activation and the vast difference in the quantity of primeval essence they consumed. Goo refinement is not easy. The higher the rank, the more difficult it is to refine. Especially rank 5 malicious thought goo, which cannot be obtained immediately but requires the refinement to be one step at a time, from rank 1 to rank 2 to rank 3 and so on. This means, in addition to a low success rate, the amount of resources consumed will be extremely large. Fan Yuan's initial plan was to first refine 2,000 malicious thought goo. As for malicious will goo, he did not need it at the moment, as he still had a lot of joyful will left in his mind. Refining 2,000 rank 5 malicious thought goo was no doubt an enormously time-consuming project. If Fan Yuan had not purchased hairy men and built the second stone nest, the hairy men in the first stone nest could only take on this project when there was spare time from refining air sac goo. This meant they would at least need 10 years of time to reach the target of 2,000 rank 5 malicious thought goo. Now, Fan Yuan had the second stone nest and large numbers of hairy men. This time period was greatly shortened to about 16 months. If I can improve the goo recipe within this time and think of a completely new rank 5 goo recipe that can directly refine rank 5 malicious thought goo, then the 16 months will be further reduced greatly. Fan Yuan thought inwardly. His refinement path realm had already advanced to quasi-grandmaster, but he had almost no foundation in wisdom path. However, he still had confidence. The source of this confidence was none other than wisdom goo. Relying on the light of wisdom, he could get endless inspiration. Even if his attainment level was lacking, it was not of much concern, and he could forcibly make deductions. The might of rank 9 immortal goo is indeed extremely terrifying. Fan Yuan was becoming increasingly aware of the power of rank 9 wisdom goo. Using the light of wisdom, he could deduce immortal goo recipes. And these immortal goo recipes had perplexed even the quasi-great Grandmaster Langya Land Spirit, unable to make progress. Fan Yuan could also use the light of wisdom to deduce immortal killer moves. Vicious Lightning Fiend comprehended the immortal killer move Lightning Deity from a remnant recipe of Blood Deity, after using up several years of time in closed cultivation. If it were Fan Yuan and he possessed the corresponding lightning path attainment, using the wisdom goo, he would require at most a month to accomplish this. Hei Lu Lan was currently trying her best to advance her mortal killer move, Self-Strength Phantom, to an immortal killer move. Unfortunately, even if she had the foundation of a mortal killer move and the strength path attainment level, she would require at least years of time to reach her target. Were it Fan Yuan, he could probably accomplish this in half a month. In actual fact, Fan Yuan had been intermittently deducing immortal killer moves. The immortal killer move he was deducing was none other than Myriad Self. Myriad Self's core was Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, but because it was starving, it could not be used. Fan Yuan's main goal in deducing Myriad Self was to replace Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo with other goo worms. Unfortunately, once this Soul Immortal Goo was gone, the power of the killer move greatly fell. Even if he used a lot more mortal goo, it could not reach the original might. In the long history of goo masters, since ancient times till now, there was only one mortal killer move that had the offensive power of an immortal goo. That was White Bone Chariot. This killer move came from Proud Bone Demon Lord Shinjiao. It was a peerless creation standing high above in both ancient and present times. Thus, Fan Yuan had listed as one of the exchange conditions for buying a Desolate Beast corpse in Treasure Yellow Heaven, to use a Desolate Beast corpse to exchange for rank 5 Bone Path Mortal Goo like Battle Bone Wheel. Battle Bone Wheel was one of the mortal goo required to form the White Bone Chariot killer move. Fan Yuan only had one of it, which he obtained from the battlefield where Wolf King Chang Shan-in had hidden himself in northern plains. Fan Yuan's talent could not match Shinjiao. If he got rid of Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, Myriad Self would simply not have enough power. Over the next half of a month, Fan Yuan tried hard to improve Malicious Thought Goo's recipe, and besides this, he also did not give up in improving his immortal killer move Myriad Self. In this time period, he sold another 2 Desolate Beast corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He exchanged them for the second pair of Bat Desolate Beast wings as well as dozens of Immortal Essence stones. Fan Yuan had not wanted to use Desolate Beast corpses to exchange for Immortal Essence stones. But he only had 50 Immortal Essence stones remaining on him, as most of his wealth had been used to purchase hairy men. Now, he was refining rank 5 Malicious Thought Goo on a large scale, which required extremely great resources. Thus, he had no choice but to exchange for Immortal Essence stones in order to barely be able to cope with his expenses. With this, Fan Yuan only had 3 Desolate Beast corpses remaining on sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The Immortal Essence stones on him also reached a number of just over 20. And since he was constantly making deductions, his Green Grape Immortal Essence also fell down to 36 beads. Fortunately, Fan Yuan's plan of improving Malicious Thought Goo's recipe succeeded. It was a completely new Malicious Thought Goo recipe. Although it did not reach his previous expectations, it already was reduced by a number of steps. Previously, the rank 5 Malicious Thought Goo could only be refined step by step from rank 1 to rank 2 and so on. Now, the rank 5 Malicious Thought Goo only required 2 steps. The first step refined a half-finished Malicious Thought Goo, while the second step completed the refinement. Although the success rate did not improve, the procedure had shortened. The materials required decreased by a lot and time was also saved. According to this speed, the estimated 16 months has been directly reduced by half. I will have 2,000 rank 5 Malicious Thought Goo in just 8 months. However, I am already tight on Immortal Essence stones. At this rate, Even with the support from the transaction of Guts Goo, I won't be able to make my ends meet. Do I have to slow down for the moment and let the second stone nest refine air sac goo, raising the production of Guts Goo to earn immortal essence stones? Just as Fan Yuan was having this thought, the good news he had been waiting a long time for had finally arrived. Brat, you win. I agree to your condition. We will split in a 4-to-6 ratio. Lang Yalan's spirit said furiously, his emotions in a mess. Fan Yuan lacked money to refine mortal goo on a large scale, while Lang Yalan's spirit was refining immortal goo. The resources he had to expend amounted to more than 100 times what Fan Yuan required, so he lacked money even more so. Just like Fan Yuan expected, Lang Yalan's spirit did not have other channels and only had Fan Yuan to accomplish this task. Thus, he had no choice but to accept, even though he knew this was an extremely large loss. Fan Yuan also did not want to push his luck. Such a sharing of profits was already the limit of the land spirit. If he did not accept this and angered Lang Yalan's spirit, there would not only be no transaction, even the relationship he had built with much difficulty would collapse. Northern Plains, by Zhu Grotto Heaven. The hall was lit with bright lights, beautiful women were dancing without rest, fine wine and delicacies were presented at the table in a row. Eat this, I personally like this dish very much. It is made of the rank 5 goo, flying Vajra centipedes, which are roasted over a charcoal fire, making its flesh delicious and tender. Heavenly Lord Baizu said with light laughter from the main seat, inviting the 2 Gu immortals in the hall. The 2 Gu immortals were none other than Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan. Although the dishes were made by others, the 2 immortals had no misgivings. Qin Baixing picked up a long piece of meat and threw it in his mouth. He chewed it loudly, his lips shone with oily luster. He raised his thumb in praise. Indeed a delicacy. Not bad, not bad. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed loudly before looking at Fairy Li Shan. I wonder how Fairy finds it. Fairy Li Shan's eating manner was much more elegant than Qin Baixing. She took a few bites then appreciated the taste before smiling. It is delicious. Not only is there the smell of coal, there is also a nice chewy taste with a creamy and refreshing texture. It truly is a masterpiece. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed heartily with extreme satisfaction. I won't conceal it from you too. I thought painstakingly and tested for 8 days and 8 nights to create this dish. This is one of my most satisfying works during this year. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 Gu immortal and a lone cultivator. He had a hobby which was famous throughout the world of Northern Plains Gu immortals. He liked to cook gourmet food and create new fine dishes. In this visit, we not only succeeded in inviting Heavenly Lord to participate in the auction, but also tasted such a delicacy. It is truly our honor. Qin Baixing spoke at an appropriate time. I shall engrave Heavenly Lord's hospitality in my heart. Now, we have already signed an alliance treaty. Please forgive Li Shan for not being able to stay longer. Fairy Li Shan said. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded while all smiles. Good. There are only a few rank 8 seniors in Northern Plains. You too have already invited me, as well as Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster and old ancestor Shui Hu. If only Prince Feng Xian is left out, it won't be good. Heavenly Lord has penetrating insight. We were going to invite Prince Feng Xian. Go. Organize this auction properly. This old man has great expectations. Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan left by Zhu Grotto Heaven, then hurried towards the southeast direction. Midway, Fairy Li Shan's expression suddenly changed. In her immortal aperture, Fan Yuan's message had arrived through moving perspective cup gu. Fairy Li Shan slowly came to a halt. Qin Baixing asked curiously. Fairy, why are you stopping? Fairy Li Shan gave a light smile. There is a person I want to introduce to you. Eh? Qin Baixing's interest rose. At this moment, Fan Yuan came out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture. He quickly scanned his surroundings before looking at Qin Baixing. Lord Qin, your mighty name has long since resounded in my ears. Qin Baixing was a rank 7 Gu immortal with outstanding battle strength at the level of Shirley. Right now, as he saw Fan Yuan was only an immortal zombie with the lowest cultivation of rank 6, his interest that had been roused just before rapidly disappeared. However, remembering Fan Yuan had directly come out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture, it could be seen that Fan Yuan's relationship with Fairy Li Shan was not shallow. Qin Baixing did not become arrogant, and only nodded and smiled lightly. You flatter me, you are? My name is Xia Huang. I have a large transaction that I want to discuss with Lord Qin. Fan Yuan smiled. What large transaction? When Fan Yuan spoke of the matter of selling Gu Immortal's blessed lands, Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan both turned pale. In the letter from the moving perspective Cup Gu, Fan Yuan had not explained things clearly and only said he wanted to participate in the auction. Fairy Li Shan was endlessly shocked. Sha Huang, you really have blessed lands of Gu Immortals to sell? Haha, they are not mine, I am only running an errand. Fan Yuan smiled. He and Fairy Li Shan were under the Snowy Mountain Alliance, so he must speak the truth. However, this indeed was the truth, just that he had only said part of it. He naturally would not say that he, this errand boy, had more of a share of the profits than the owner. Qin Baixing's mood calmed down only then, as he deduced that Fan Yuan was a subordinate of some great person. In the open, Northern Plains had 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals, but it was rumored there were some old monsters who were apparently still alive. Immediately, Qin Baixing re-evaluated Fan Yuan. He was still smiling, but his tone had a slight change now. It is indeed a huge transaction. Brother, since you think highly of me and have confidence in this auction, then how could I refuse? Many thanks to Lord Qin for making an exception. Fan Yuan's smile turned even bigger. What exception? Honestly speaking, I am just glad it was not too late. Gu Immortal's blessed lands, TSK, this will definitely heighten the climax of the auction. Haha, this auction I am holding will definitely be one of the few grand auctions over several hundred years in Northern Plains. Qin Baixing laughed loudly and passionately patted this small rank 6 immortal zombie, Fan Yuan's shoulder. Honestly, I am a boorish person. Lord Qin is a strange way to address me. Brother, if you think I am worthy, then even if I am older by some years, how about calling me brother? Qin Baixing was already over 700 years old. He was indeed older than Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan directly cupped his fists with a smile. Brother Qin. Haha, brother Sha. Qin Baixing returned the greeting. Chapter 737. Joining Zombie Alliance. Qin Baixing was quite the character. His battle strength was on par with Immortal Monkey King Shirley, but he did not have any arrogant attitude. Not only that, when he conversed with Fan Yuan, he kept a cool demeanor and was very amicable. Not only did he laugh grandly, he even gave people a feeling that he was very open-minded. This time, Fan Yuan had obviously appeared under the disguise of the mortal killer move unfamiliar face. He had to conceal himself. Ma Honyun and Zhao Lianyun were in the hands of Qin Baixing. If they had revealed the details or had their souls searched, Qin Baixing would have known about Fan Yuan's 8-armed heavenly zombie form already. Be it He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing or Fan Yuan's 8-armed heavenly zombie figure, they could not appear openly in Northern Plains. Because the 3 of them were key surviving members of the 88 True Young building incident. Right now was a sensitive time. Ever since Northern Plains' #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dong Fang Changfan, deduced before his death that the culprit was not a person from Northern Plains and was an outsider, Northern Plains had formed an attitude of resisting a common enemy. Countless forces and experts wanted to take revenge. Especially the 10 or so super forces in Northern Plains, their benefits were heavily affected. They wanted to slaughter the culprit, to chop them into pieces and slice their skin and bones, to torture them for endless years to appease their hatred. Once Fan Yuan and the others showed up, even if their crimes were not exposed, it would sure to stir great attention and Northern Plains Gu Immortals would immediately make their moves, wanting to use Fan Yuan and the others as the key to obtaining more inside information. Thus, Fan Yuan came here using the fake name of Sha Huang. At the same time, his 8 monstrous arms turned into ordinary zombie shoulders. His terrifying 6-meter-tall body had turned into that of a normal person's build, or even shorter. The fangs in his mouth were also completely retracted. He no longer looked ruthless but instead gave off a weak and powerless feeling. Of course, Fan Yuan had informed Fairy Li Shan already regarding his disguise in his letter. When they established the Snowy Mountain Alliance earlier, they had considered such a situation, thus, this was Fairy Li Shan and Fan Yuan collaborating to deceive outsiders. He did not go against their agreement at all. But even if Fan Yuan was so insignificant, an immortal zombie with stale cultivation and a grim future, Qin Baixing did not look down on him at all. He talked with Fan Yuan on equal terms. In fact, when they conversed, he spoke with an affectionate tone. Qin Baixing's attitude made Fan Yuan praise him inwardly. This person is really quite a character. No wonder he could turn this around and forcefully change this situation of being attacked by Northern Plains Gu Immortals to one that benefits him greatly. Qin Baixing was also thinking. This small rank 6 immortal zombie has an ordinary appearance. But even after I probed him for so long, he has not slipped and exposed anything. Even now, I do not know his origin and background. While he can still talk to me, Qin Baixing, calmly and normally, he is not simple, not simple. Fairy Li Shan was at the side, squinting as she smiled, watching Fan Yuan and Qin Baixing talk. Fairy Li Shan saw that they were talking with more enthusiasm as she laughed lightly. The way you two are talking, it is a shame that you have only met now. You actually left me in a corner. You look like long-lost brothers who had just met each other. I am ashamed. Fan Yuan quickly said. Qin Baixing heard this and his eyes brightened up. Fairy said it well, that was fabulous. Brother Sha and I feel like old friends, we really hit it off. Why don't we become sworn brothers? With Fairy's mountain pledge Gu, from now on, as long as I have meat to eat, I will not let little brother starve. Fairy Li Shan was shocked. She did not expect Qin Baixing to be serious. After the shock, she flustered. Is Qin Baixing's discernment superior to mine? He has already seen through Fan Yuan's disguise? Fan Yuan gasped, immediately showing an expression like that of a youngster with poorly concealed temptation. I am not worthy. I am not worthy. Oh, what is brother saying? There is no such thing as worthiness. This is fate. Unless. Even though brother is showing this on the surface, you actually look down on me, a person without a force? Qin Baixing's eyes shined brightly. He looked at Fan Yuan tightly, showing a half-smiling expression. Oh no, my unfamiliar face is only a mortal killer move. Qin Baixing has felt something amiss already. It boils down to the excessive strength that I displayed. I actually had Gu Immortal prisoners and was going to sell Gu Immortal's blessed lands. Although Qin Baixing is a lone cultivator, he is skilled at gathering allied forces and is organizing an auction, thus he wants to use me to latch onto the force behind me. Of course, there is a possibility that he suspects that I am the culprit who toppled 88 True Young building. No matter which one it is, I can see the troublesome and powerful methods of this person. These thoughts flashed by in Fan Yuan's head quickly, as he gave a bitter smile. To speak the truth, I really hit it off with Brother Qin, but I am a small character, I cannot decide this. I am not like Brother Qin and Fairy Li Shan who are free. The matter of becoming sworn brothers, it is not that I do not want to, but I cannot. Of course they could not. Once they did, making an oath before the mountain pledge Gu, Fan Yuan would be at his mercy. The most simple way was for Qin Baixing to suggest that brothers cannot lie to each other. What can Fan Yuan do then? How could he reject him? So that is the case. Brother has his difficulties, I understand. Not only do I understand, I can even help you, brother. Qin Baixing patted his chest. While speaking, he still continued to try probing Fan Yuan's background. Fan Yuan cupped his fist to thank him, before turning around and looking at Fairy Li Shan. Fairy, I came here this time with another task, that is to borrow and make use of your mountain pledge Gu. This. Fairy Li Shan looked at Qin Baixing, hesitatingly saying. Sha Huang, you might not know, but we are going to find Prince Feng Xian to invite him to attend the auction. Our time is tight. I am not sure if Prince Feng Xian will be angry. After all, he is the last person we are visiting. Qin Baixing said instead. Prince Feng Xian is a model of the righteous path. How can he be so small-minded? Anyway, we are going to take some time in flying there. It is not a problem to lend it to Brother Sha Huang. It's fine, I am not in a rush. Fan Yuan cupped his fist. In that case, Fairy and Brother Qin should go first. We will split up here. Why doesn't Brother Sha Huang come with us? It is a rare opportunity to be able to meet Prince Feng Xian. Qin Baixing invited. How could Fan Yuan dare to go to a rank 8 Gu Immortal? Especially when this Prince Feng Xian had an investigative Immortal Gu that was at least rank 7. Even though unfamiliar face came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was just a mortal killer move. In front of an investigative Immortal Gu, it was insufficient. Fan Yuan rejected Qin Baixing's invitation and watched them fly away. As their figures vanished into the sky, his expression turned cold. He had finally learned how troublesome Qin Baixing was to deal with. Compared to the brutish Shirley, this person had an exquisite mind, who knew how many thoughts were in his head, while he could appear on the surface to be grand and full of passion, as if it came from the bottom of his heart. Just this acting ability alone was on par with Fan Yuan. If not for Fan Yuan being a reborn old monster, he might not be able to see Qin Baixing's true colors. This person is a lone cultivator, yet he was able to make a network of alliances and influence the entire world of Northern Plains Gu Immortals. His methods were truly incredible. He has some real skill. Unfortunately, his luck in my previous life was bad. Just when Blood Hunter came out of seclusion, he unfortunately met with and engaged in fierce battle, succumbing to that monster's methods. Fan Yuan recalled as he turned around, flying towards another direction. Not long later, he met with a group of azure ostriches. This bird had a swollen back, like that of a camel, it had azure feathers and its body was as strong as a grown man. Often gathering in groups, they were the overlords of the sky. This group of azure ostriches were not few in numbers, they were a myriad beast group. Fan Yuan did not care about them, he continued to fly forwards. The azure ostriches found the prey Fan Yuan and were very excited. They first screeched before getting close to him, but the moment they got close to him and sensed his immortal zombie aura, they ran away in fear. All living beings had survival instincts in them to avoid danger, even beasts and birds had this insight and would not send themselves to death. If this had been Fan Yuan when he stepped into Northern Plains for the first time in his previous life, if he met the azure ostrich group, he would need to dig a hole and bury himself to avoid them. But now, even without doing anything, he had chased this group of azure ostriches away. Even though I became an immortal zombie, compared to my previous life's achievements, my cultivation level has greatly exceeded what I had been during this time. In my previous life, at this point, Qingmao Mountain had been destroyed by Bai Ningbing's self-detonation. Because clans are united by bloodline, they spurn outsiders. Before I became a lone demonic cultivator, I joined a caravan and was often at the front lines, trying to earn a living like this. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had moved around southern border, western desert, eastern sea for over 300 years before becoming a rank 5 Gu master in central continent. But now, only decades had passed and Fan Yuan was already an immortal, even though he was an immortal zombie. His battle strength was already upper tier among rank 6 Gu immortals. Firstly, the rebirth advantage he had was huge. Secondly, Fan Yuan took part in many dangerous situations, the higher the risks, the greater his rewards. But as time passes, the influence of my rebirth would become bigger and bigger. This auction had never happened in my previous life. Hopefully, when I join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance this time, there will be fewer accidents and my plans would go smoothly. Having unfamiliar face, Fan Yuan decided to try joining Zombie Alliance. Plans could not keep up with changes. His original plan was to first take Dark Limit Immortal Gu. But Shui Songzi and He Cheng's incident had inadvertently served as an alert. Afterwards, Fairy Jiang Yu had disappeared mysteriously, even Fairy Li Shan could not find her. He also had another plan, to kill Ma Hong Yun and Zhao Lian Yun. But now that they were captured by Qin Baixing, they were watched by almost all of the Gu immortals in Northern Plains. How could Fan Yuan kill them now? After these two plans succeeded, his third plan was to join Zombie Alliance. But with the current situation, Fan Yuan had insufficient control of the circumstances. He had to take a risk and join Zombie Alliance, even if it was dangerous. As he flew, Fan Yuan considered the plan for joining Zombie Alliance again. Along the way, he met many bird groups, but they were all repelled by Fan Yuan's immortal zombie aura. Only once, he met a desolate beast flying snake. Fan Yuan did not want to waste time and avoided it. Although Northern Plains was huge, having 5 billion square kilometers of surface area, 10 times that of Earth, but Fan Yuan's current location was not far from his destination. After half a day, he saw a mountain on the horizon. It was Kumu Mountain. Chapter 738. Old Earthwood, Immortal Zombie Guyi. Kumu Mountain, rather than a mountain, it looked more like a giant dead wooden tree that extended into the clouds. The name of the wood was Old Earth. Old Earthwood had a long lifespan. This particular pillar of Old Earthwood had more than 1,000,000 years of history. From Reckless Savage Demon Venerable Zera, to Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and then to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, it was still alive. When it had lush leaves, the greenery covered the entire sky, and it produced countless fresh fruits. On its strong branches, unique tree farms could be created. During its golden years, it was usually owned by the strongest Gu immortals or the most powerful forces in Northern Plains. But as the river of time continued to flow, the lush green leaves wilted, its strong trunk decayed, its glorious days were over, and it became a gloomy and silent structure. Long ago, countless forces had fought over it, fighting with their lives or even dying due to the old earthwood, but eventually, its late years were lonely. The barren tree branches could only create a shade over a small area, attempting to pitifully recreate its former glory. Right now, the old earthwood tree's main trunk was mostly dead, only a small portion still had a little bit of life left. From a mystical treasure that everyone was after, to a monument that nobody visits, it was like an aged giant, bending its back and sitting on the ground calmly, awaiting the end of its life. Fan Yuan did not come here to admire the old earthwood tree. He was here for the immortal zombie who was living on top of the old earthwood. This immortal zombie was a woodpath Gu immortal during his life. His name was Gu Yi. If Fan Yuan wanted to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he would need an immortal zombie's recommendation. Fan Yuan had already gotten the details of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance from Fairy Li Shan. The reason why he chose Gu Yi was not because this person was special, but because he was the closest. As he got close to the old earthwood tree, Fan Yuan slowed his speed, but he did not see Gu Yi appearing. He frowned slightly. This Gu Yi's alertness was simply too terrible. Finally, when he arrived at the old earthwood tree, Fan Yuan shouted, "Is Old Earth City Lord around? My name is Sha Huang and I am here to visit." His voice echoed through the old earthwood tree, causing the wilted leaves to scatter onto the ground. From a deep part of the old earthwood, a figure came out. "Why are there more people? Do you really think I, Gu Yi, am easy to bully?" His tone was filled with anger and helplessness. Gu Yi appeared before Fan Yuan. He was yellowish in color, tall and skinny, resembling the old earthwood. There were wooden markings on his skin. It was an immortal zombie body that resembled dead wood. Seeing Fan Yuan, Gu Yi was stunned. The anger vanished on his face as he said hesitantly, "Sir I am Sha Huang. I have turned into an immortal zombie recently without much choice. I wanted to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I wonder if Old Earth City Lord may give me a recommendation." Fan Yuan cupped his fists as he expressed his intention directly. "Oh, you are a newcomer who wants to join Zombie Alliance. A pleasure to meet you." Gu Yi's expression changed. He quickly greeted back while smiling. "I thought it was. Forget it, let's not talk about it. We are all in the same boat, please come in." Fan Yuan slowly flew up. Under Gu Yi's lead, they traveled past many rotten leaves and branches, arriving at a deep part of the branches of the old earthwood tree. This was a city. It was completely built on the old earthwood branches. It resembled a carved wooden city. It was quite unique. Countless wooden houses were lined up. Some were tall while some were short. Not only were there common squares, there were towers and city walls. All sorts of streets and paths were interconnected like blood vessels, moving along the countless branches. There were also all sorts of vine ladders, either drooping or hanging from one branch to another. It was a pity that this wooden city was half destroyed. Large numbers of houses had collapsed. The yellow vine ladders were no longer green. They could not sustain any weight. When the cold winds blew, the vines might break, landing on the branches and causing a loud sound. This is Old Earth City. Although it is like this, the atmosphere still remains. Back in the day, this was a popular area and countless famous characters gathered here. This was once the heart of Northern Plains. Fan Yuan looked around as he sighed casually. The city is dead, there is nothing left. Brother Sha is calling me Old Earth City Lord, but that title is very hollow now. Gu Yi laughed bitterly at the side. To speak the truth, if not for this place still producing a woodpath resource called wilted essence, who would care about it? Fan Yuan nodded, agreeing. That is indeed the case. Gu Yi sighed deeply. Sigh, if I knew that this place was so barren, I would not have accepted this mission from Zombie Alliance. But the duration of my mission is almost over. I can leave this painful place already. Brother, look at my pathetic state and learn from it. When you enter Zombie Alliance, do not choose the mission of guarding Old Earthwood. Fan Yuan had already guessed that Gu Yi was injured. Seeing him say this, he placed his gaze naturally on his face. Gu Yi's face was swollen. It looked like a pink peach was growing on one side of his cheeks. The other side of his face was caved in, filled with many cracks. Looking at him, his entire head was in a strange shape, like a deformed melon. Not only that, there was a long scar on his chest. Although the scar was shallow, the injury was big. There was poisonous gas that were dark purple in color spiraling it. Even if Brother Gu didn't mention it, I was going to ask. Where did you get your injuries from? Fan Yuan asked. Sigh, brother. Seeing that you have just turned into an immortal zombie, you still do not know the pain of immortal zombies. Gu Yi sighed pitifully. He was about to start his story when there was a loud sound outside. The entire old earthwood tree shook intensely as wilted leaves flew, even the rotting branches that seemed like tall pillars collapsed, they came crashing down. Gu Ye's expression changed. Next, Fan Yuan heard someone shouting from outside. Gu Yi, come out now, this divine lord is here to make a transaction with you. Gu Ye's expression became uglier, his eyes were spewing fire as he gritted his teeth. Divine Lord Tiandu again! Bam! Another loud bang. Old Earthwood shook again, leaves fell from the branches like a huge rain. The beautiful wooden houses collapsed, causing dust and smoke to rise. Outside there was another Gu immortal shouting. Gu Yi right? Come out now, I am Shirho, come out, I have a matter to discuss with you. Saying so, there was another loud bang, causing a distressing noise in the old Earthwood. Looking at their actions, they were not going to give up until Gu Yi showed up. Gu Ye's expression was very ugly, he clenched his fists as he took a few deep breaths, smiling forcibly at Fan Yuan. Brother Sha, take a seat first, I will be back shortly. No worry, I will go with you, Fan Yuan said. Gu Yi showed a touched expression as he cupped his fists, thanking sincerely. Then I will thank brother in advance. The two walked out of the old Earthwood tree, seeing the two rank 6 Gu immortals in the sky. One had a strong muscular body, his skin was bronze in color as lightning coiled around his body. His name was Divine Lord Tiandu, the other had messy hair, he looked like a brute carrying a skull, it was Shirho. Seeing Fan Yuan, Divine Lord Tiandu was stunned before laughing. To think that Gu Yi found a helper. But it is a pity, you found an immortal zombie. In his speech, he did not hide the disdain towards immortal zombies. You! Gu Yi flew into a rage, about to speak. Divine Lord Tiandu waved his hand, saying impatiently, I will not talk trash with you. I know that you have some wilted essence with you. My friend has an immortal essence stone. He will buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence from you. One immortal essence stone for 150 kilograms of wilted essence. Why don't you just rob us instead? Gu Yi was stomping his feet in anger, shouting. Robbing is possible too, but seeing that you are Divine Lord's friend, I wanted to do him a favor. Shirho snickered, his attitude was very arrogant, as if Gu Yi was helpless against him. You two are shameless, you are basically bandits. Gu Yi stared with wide open eyes, his lungs were about to explode. He did not attack in the end. He was furious, but also extremely helpless. The other party were two rank 6 Gu immortals, but he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie. His blessed land was dead, and he only had over a dozen immortal essence stones. Even though he would fight with them, what would he do after that? Ignoring the question of whether he could win, even if he won, he would expend a lot of green grape immortal essence. Without the blessed land's replenishment, he could only use immortal essence stones to replenish it. After one battle, he would go bankrupt. Gu Yi was full of worries. He looked at Fan Yuan beside him. Actually, Divine Lord Tiandu and Shirho were also looking at Fan Yuan. Divine Lord Tiandu had extorted Gu Yi many times already. He knew about Gu Ye's background, but he did not know anything about Fan Yuan. Furthermore, it seemed like Fan Yuan was Gu Ye's helper. But why would Fan Yuan help Gu Yi for no good reason? His gaze flickered, he showed a hesitant expression as he asked Gu Yi in a weak tone. Brother Gu, what is going on? Who is the other party? Such absurd demands, why isn't the Zombie Alliance interfering? Seeing Fan Yuan's hesitation, Gu Yi lost all hope, he sighed deeply. The Zombie Alliance can interfere, but I cannot afford it. It was better when Leader was around, but now. Sigh. Forget it, after you join the Zombie Alliance, you will learn about it, brother. Is that so? Fan Yuan's face showed a perfect mix of shock, disappointment, and even worry towards the future. Hearing their conversation, Divine Lord Tiandu and Shirho could see the joy in each other's faces. So this newly emerged immortal zombie wants to join the Zombie Alliance. We are going to successfully extort him again. The two transmitted. As they expected, Gu Yi was helpless but to accept their demands. Eventually, he sold 150 kilograms of wilted essence for one immortal essence stone. Ha ha ha, this was a pleasant business deal. Gu Yi, when you ask for help next time, at least invite a living person. The two left while laughing loudly. Sigh, this rotten place, I do not want to stay here for even one more second. Gu Yi showed disappointment, his head was sinking even lower now. Chapter 739. Dark Flow Giant City. Fan Yuan watched as Divine Lord Tiandu and Shirho disappeared into the horizon, before retracting his gaze, looking at the immortal zombie Gu Yi beside him with a slightly flickering gaze. With a trembling and hesitant voice he said, Brother Gu, may I ask, how many times has this happened? Gu Yi restrained his grieving expression and patted Fan Yuan's shoulder, comforting him on the contrary. Not too many. It is just that with the nearing of Qin Bai Xing's auction, some shameless scumbags are trying everything they can to get the capital to participate in this level of grand event. Fan Yuan had not helped him, but Du Yi did not blame him. He did not have any hope, thus his disappointment and grief had no relation to Fan Yuan. With this, even though they had just met each other, Gu Yi was even more certain that Fan Yuan's situation was similar to his and even slightly worse, as a fallen Gu immortal who had helplessly turned to becoming an immortal zombie. But this behavior is too ugly. Fan Yuan pretended to be indignant. This expression looked like his true feelings in Gu Ye's eyes. At least there is something to cover the humiliation. Gu Yi looked at the immortal essence stone on his hand with irony. This immortal essence stone was the price Shiho and Divine Lord Tian Du had paid for 150 kilograms of wilted essence. He shook the immortal essence stone. Look, Divine Lord Tian Du and Shiho might be strong, but they still are apprehensive of zombie alliance behind us and had to give us face in this way. Could it be? Could it be that zombie alliance's face is only worth one immortal essence stone? Fan Yuan's expression was aghast, as he made an inquiry. Gu Yi laughed. His laughter was bitter, mixed with helplessness, sadness, and grief. He looked at Fan Yuan, and felt he was looking at himself back when he had just joined Zombie Alliance. He patted Fan Yuan's shoulder again. Brother Shah, you have reached this point and also know the hardships and disadvantages of immortal zombie. Blessed lands of us immortal zombies are already dead and cannot be operated, and cannot produce immortal essence. If I have to say it bluntly, we are on our dying breaths. Thus, we have to rely on external resources even more than those living Gu immortals. You also might have already heard about it, Zombie Alliance indeed has many immortal zombies like you. But if you want to rely on these people as support, and to help maintain your face, you have to pay the price. Gu Ye's words had deep implications. Price? Fan Yuan pretended to not understand. Yes. If you want to request a rank 6 immortal zombie to help you, you need 2 immortal essence stones, and this is only the initial price. The concrete amount will depend on how intense the fight is. If you want to request a rank 7 immortal zombie, you need 20 immortal essence stones. Similarly, this price is only the initial price. If you have sufficient immortal essence stones, you can even request the whole of Zombie Alliance to support you. But if you don't have money or don't want to pay the price, then your face can only be worth this much. When Gu Yi said this, he slightly raised that immortal essence stone and intentionally shook it. Blessed lands of immortal zombies were already dead, it was hard to engage in business to generate income, and they had to rely on more external resources. This made immortal zombies have to meticulously plan and often choose to endure as opposed to fight. Only like this could they barely maintain their livelihoods. Like with Fan Yuan previously, he could not produce green grape immortal essence by himself, and could only use immortal essence stones to substitute. The pressure was too high. In that intense battle with Heiqing, his finances almost collapsed and fell into a plight again. Fortunately, Fan Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, which reduced the significance of his immortal aperture being dead. What was even more fortunate was that he had Wisdom Gu's help. And there were extremely large benefits to using the light of wisdom with an immortal zombie body. First was the immortal Gu recipe transactions with Langya Land's spirit, which allowed Fan Yuan to get out of the mire. Then with the help of the light of wisdom, he was able to innovate Arsak Gu and engage in the Guts Gu business, making immortal Crane sect compromise, and greatly improving his entire living environment. If I didn't have these, my situation might be extremely dismal just like Gu Ye's. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly, while on the surface he showed a look of realization and took a step back, bowing and cupping his fists. Brother Gu Yi, I have received your teachings. Gu Yi shook his head. Even without me speaking of these truths, you would understand it for yourself after some time. No need for thanks. Come, I will bring you to Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan followed Gu Yi to the depths of the old earthwood branches at that exquisite wood city again. Gu Yi flew ahead to a large plaza in the center of the wood city. The plaza was in ruins, from the damaged floor tiles to the surrounding destroyed flower beds and dried-up fountain. One might be able to only get a glimpse of its past prosperity. Gu Yi and Fan Yuan stood in the center of the plaza. Rise! Gu Yi mobilized his primeval essence, the plaza's surface instantly brightened. The thick and solid floor became translucent like a giant jade. The green jade light circulated around, shadows of countless Gu worms fluttered within the light. At the same time, large numbers of mortal Gu flew out of Gu Ye's body, mostly being rank 5 space path Gu and rank 4 wood path Gu. These goo worms flew above Fan Yuan and started to rapidly revolve like a hurricane. In the dusky surroundings, rays of brilliant light gradually appeared. Gu Yi continued to mobilize his primeval essence unceasingly. These flowing lights rapidly increased in number, and soon created a vast bluish-green patch. Untold numbers of mortal goo, under some wondrous rhythm, converged their powers, overlaying on top of one another and mutually amplifying themselves, finally forming a might display. This is the top-tier mortal killer move our Zombie Alliance research, Green Crystal Hero's Path. It can span across hundreds of thousands of li, directly connecting the old Earthwood and Zombie Alliance's garrison. You know us immortal zombies are goo immortals as well. Our bodies are filled with down marks, thus normal methods are unable to transport us. Gu Yi explained at the appropriate moment. Fan Yuan nodded. Immortal zombies might have weaker battle strength, causing their status to lower, and their thoughts to slow down, but their accumulations and foundations still remained for the most part. Especially when immortal zombies are in a similar situation, they could cast aside prejudices unlike normal goo immortals and cooperate with each other. Thus, being able to research a peak-tier mortal killer move was not strange. Gu Yi continued. I looked after the myriad poison date tree in Zombie Alliance for 2 years before I was able to get enough contribution points to exchange for this Green Crystal Hero's Path. Ah, right, you might be confused. Brother Shah, if you choose tasks which needs you to go outside, Zombie Alliance's prerequisite is that you have to grasp the killer move Green Crystal Hero's Path. Only with this can you reach Zombie Alliance at any time. They did not have fixed immortal travel, did not have Stargate, and also did not have moving perspective cup goo. Normal goo immortals could use connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo, but immortal zombies could not because of their dead apertures. Connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo were only mortal goo. The reason they could connect between blessed lands or grotto heavens was because the two small worlds involved would silently consume heavenly power. And an immortal zombie's blessed land or grotto heaven was already dead, and was unable to expend heavenly power. To set up connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo required the consent of both sides. Only with this, the immortal apertures could use heavenly power. If they were secretly set up, they would not be able to connect because of the absence of heavenly power. Connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo also could not be used if they were set up outside in the 5 regions. Ah, so Green Crystal Hero's Path was this important. Hearing Gu Yi explain again, Fan Yuan showed an appropriately admiring and envious look. Gu Yi caught Fan Yuan's expression and felt refreshed. The grief from the forceful transaction earlier eased up by a lot. Happiness often comes from comparison. Instantly, Gu Yi felt Fan Yuan was much more pleasing to the eyes. A thick green light soared to the skies from the dense dried yellow old earth branches and leaves. After a while, in Dark Flow City, over 100,000 li away, on the plaza in the southeast section, a dark green light suddenly fell down. The light engulfed the plaza, dyeing the surroundings green. Wind surged, and the hanging iron lanterns in the plaza constantly shook and squeaked. The light quickly disappeared. In the originally empty plaza appeared Gu Yi and Fan Yuan. Let's go, we should not stay here for long. Gu Yi composed himself and walked forward, with Fan Yuan closely following behind. This giant city was named Dark Flow. It was pitch black, resembling a giant beast sprawled on the ground. The sun was setting to the west, and there was still a source of light. However, every tile and brick of the giant Dark Flow city emitted a dense darkness that dyed the surroundings black. Especially, the closer one got to the center of Dark Flow Giant City, the denser this darkness became. Fan Yuan and Gu Yi walked ahead, but saw no humans in their path. The long path had street lamps erected every few hundred steps. But these street lamps let out weak dusky yellow light which only lit some dozens of steps, leaving behind long stretches of darkness in between the gaps of the street lamps, making the darkness of the giant city even more conspicuous. The large Dark Flows city felt like an abandoned city. However, there were still some faint clamoring noises coming from below the giant city. This is the main headquarters of our Zombie Alliance in Northern Plains, and it is almost as large as a mountain. It is divided into 7 floors. The lower 5 floors are the residences of mortal goo masters and are very bustling and clamorous. 1 floor above is where mortal zombies and people with some relation to us reside. The highest floor has the conference hall where 3 rank 7 immortal zombies are stationed throughout the year. Gu Yi gave an appropriate explanation. Fan Yuan nodded without being surprised. Zombie Alliance was not an organization that was only formed from immortal level members, but also covered mortal goo masters. These goo masters, for the most part, made use of Dark Path, raising zombies, commanding zombies, and even transforming into zombies. The two walked for a while, arriving in front of a large hall without seeing anyone in the way. Tall stone statues stood on either side of the large hall. They were taller and bulkier than even Fan Yuan's 8-arm immortal zombie physique. Fan Yuan carefully observed them. His eyes narrowed slightly as he discovered these stone statues were not as simple as they looked. You find it strange too? This is Yin Lu Gong's immortal killer move stone casket. Inside them are not ordinary zombies but immortal zombies. Gu Yi said this, then said in a lower voice, Yin Lu Gong is one of the experts of our zombie alliance. When the city lord left Northern Plains, they assigned 3 deputy city lords. He has won them and can command immortal zombies to fight for him. Yin Lu Gong. Fan Yuan silently engraved this name to his mind. This name was not in his previous life's memories. But just based on the fact Yin Lu Gong could command immortal zombies to fight, he needed to be attached importance. In my previous life, my rise was a matter that occurred 300 to 400 years later. And in this period of time, it was not that no outstanding characters emerged, but due to all sorts of reasons, they were washed away by the river of time. Fan Yuan was cautious, with no hint of carelessness. Come and push the door. Gu Yi suddenly moved to the side. So long as you can open this large door, you will have the qualifications to join Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan quietly put his 2 arms on the door and softly pushed, opening the door by a sliver. Instantly, over 20 sharp, gloomy or dull gazes followed the crack and shot towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan intentionally changed his expression slightly, then he took a deep breath and fiercely pushed open the door completely. Gu Yi laughed heartily while patting Fan Yuan's shoulder. Being able to push open this large door means you are a person of Northern Plains. Come, your timing is really exquisite. Our Zombie Alliance's meeting is held today. Chapter 740. 9 Heavens Fragment. Central Continent. White egrets flew in the sky. The weather was pleasant today. 3 rank 7 Gu immortals who came from Combat Immortal Sect had gathered within this sky. According to Immortal Monkey King's request for help, it should be this place. Qian Zhu Xian looked around as he said. He was dressed in a green robe, he had a slim figure and his eyes were dark like an abyss, as if incapable of being alarmed. Although this place looks ordinary, it is evident that the grotto heaven opening that was stated in the letter has closed up. But to check if it is really this place, we will need Divine Mother's help. Valley Lord Minghe, who was dressed in a white robe, looked over. Beside him was a female Gu immortal. Beautiful and elegant, she was dressed in a golden robe and radiated majesty and dignity. She was a Space Path Gu immortal, known as Divine Mother Jukong. Among these 3, she was the oldest Gu immortal, being over 900 years old. Divine Mother Jukong closed her eyes using her mysterious method. Her aura remained calm and there was not even any trace of fluctuation. In a short while, she opened her eyes, letting out a breath of foggy air. It is here indeed. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is located at this place. The other 2 immortals heard this, and their spirits lifted. 7 Starchild did not have much reputation back then, he actually cultivated to this extent without making a sound. In fact, his Grotto Heaven even absorbed a fragment of Blue Heaven. Precisely because of this, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven could still exist now. It is incredible. Qian Zhu Xian sighed. During the immemorial antiquity era, the world of Gu Masters had 9 heavens in the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black, they formed the immemorial 9 heavens. But 7 of the 9 heavens were destroyed by Renzu's children. Right now, only black and white heaven were left alternating in the sky. 7 Star Child had a fortuitous encounter in the past. He secretly absorbed a fragment of blue heaven. This allowed his grotto heaven to exist to this day, and not become a dead aperture due to his state. The immemorial 9 heavens were 9 different worlds. The immortal apertures of Gu immortals were also worlds. Worlds could swallow one another. The most famous example was Treasure Yellow Heaven. Back then, Treasure Yellow Heaven's owner, rank 8 Gu immortal, Taoist countless treasures, unexpectedly obtained a fragment world of Yellow Heaven. Thus, after he fused it into his grotto heaven, it formed Treasure Yellow Heaven. After Treasure Yellow Heaven was formed, it became extraordinary, and continued existing even until today. Once a grotto heaven absorbs a 9 heavens fragment, the benefits are really great. Not only will they gain some unpredictable mystical power, the immortal aperture's heavenly power would become unlimited. Furthermore, calamities and tribulations would weaken greatly, or completely vanish. If I can obtain such a fragment world, I might even wake up laughing in my sleep. Valley Lord Ming He was full of envy. Dream on, Ming He. Get your cultivation level to rank 8 first. Only a grotto heaven of a rank 8 Gu immortal can absorb a 9 heavens fragment world. Qianzhu Xian laughed. Valley Lord Ming He heard this and laughed bitterly. I want to get to rank 8 too, but I have no confidence in surviving the second Grand Tribulation. Thinking about how rank 8 Gu immortals have to undergo a Grand Tribulation every 50 years, I shudder at that thought. As for the myriad tribulation that is even more terrifying than Grand Tribulations, I simply cannot imagine them. Maybe, only someone like Shirley has no fear. Blessed lands had fortune, but heaven and earth was balanced, thus, once in a while, calamities and tribulations would befall. Rank 6 Gu immortals experience an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Thus, when assessing a Gu immortal's cultivation level, they often use the heavenly tribulation as the standard. Fan Yuan was a 2 heavenly tribulations expert in his previous life. After a rank 6 Gu immortal goes through 3 heavenly tribulations, their blessed land would expand to another level, and they would become a rank 7 Gu immortal. Rank 7 Gu immortals face an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Qianzhu Xian and Valley Lord Ming He were 1 grand tribulation Gu immortals, while Divine Mother Ju Kong was a level higher than them, being at 2 grand tribulations cultivation level. As for rank 8 Gu immortals, they no longer experienced any earthly calamities, but they faced the heavenly tribulation every 10 years, a grand tribulation every 50 years, and a myriad tribulation every 100 years. Myriad tribulations were far more scary than heavenly tribulations. They were known as hopeless myriad tribulations among Gu immortals. The difficulty was extremely high. Thus, 9 heavens fragments were much more precious. Because the immemorial 9 heavens were a part of the large world of Gu masters. Calamities and tribulations would only descend upon blessed lands and grotto heavens as they were immortal aperture worlds. This did not happen in the 5 regions or the immemorial 9 heavens. After the grotto heaven devours the 9 heavens fragment, in a way, they become a part of the large world of Gu masters. This could greatly reduce the size and power of the calamities and tribulations, and the grotto heaven would not die if the Gu immortal dies. For example, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was still intact despite 7 Star Child already becoming an immortal zombie. If the 9 heavens fragment that was absorbed was big, calamities and tribulations could vanish for good. For example, Treasure Yellow Heaven had never experienced any calamities or tribulations. It was now the biggest trading area in the Gu immortal world. The benefits of absorbing a 9 heavens fragment are huge. But don't forget, this method has a weakness too. Even if you absorb just a bit of the 9 heavens fragment, you will take in the aura of the greater world. Once the grotto heaven is rooted into it, it can never be placed into your body again. Divine Mother Ju Kong reminded them. Qianzhu Xian nodded, agreeing. Simply put, by absorbing the 9 heavens fragment, the Gu immortal loses their freedom. They can only stay inside their immortal aperture world and cannot move about in the outside world. This is truly a huge loss. But if a 9 heavens fragment appears before me, I would choose it without hesitation. That's right. Valley Lord Ming He agreed. Calamities and tribulations are too hard to survive sometimes. I would want to become an immortal zombie. At least their dead lands would not experience any calamities or tribulations. Alright, handling the task is the most important matter. We purposely wasted so many days. I'm sure that Monkey King has learned his lesson. Divine Mother Ju Kong slowly closed her eyes. Valley Lord Ming He fell into silence. Qianzhu Xian laughed. After we save Shirley, I want to see if he can still act arrogant again. Divine Mother Ju Kong could no longer keep a calm aura. Her golden robe fluttered as the aura of immortal Gu burst out from her. Open. Suddenly she opened her eyes. Her gaze was sharp as it pierced a hole into the void before her. The hole was about the size of a man. Through this hole, the 3 Gu immortals could directly see the scenery inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The 3 immortals did not speak. Qianzhu Xian charged ahead and entered it. Next, Valley Lord Ming He entered, followed by Divine Mother Ju Kong. But at the next moment, the 3 Gu immortals appeared in the sky again. What is going on? Qianzhu Xian and Valley Lord Ming He showed some shock on their faces. Divine Mother Ju Kong's expression was solemn. Her relaxed appearance was gone as she muttered. In is not in, out is not out, space is interchanging, swapping around. This is the mystical ability Starry Sky Grotto Heaven obtained after absorbing the Blue Heaven fragment. Yes. Shirley mentioned this in his request for help as well. Valley Lord Ming, he recalled. It is not strange. Why would it be simple if it could trap this monkey? Qian Zhuxian said. Divine Mother Ju Kong snorted coldly. This is only a minor problem. At the same time, in Northern Plains, Zombie Alliance branch, inside Dark Flow Giant City. This place had densely accumulated darkness, even the clear skies could not shine any sunlight into here. Fan Yuan pushed open the door and was inspected by more than 20 gazes. He purposely showed a scared and hesitant expression as he stepped into the discussion hall. He paid his respects, shouting, I am Sha Huang, greetings to my fellow brethren. Fellow brethren. You used a good phrase. We members of Zombie Alliance are in the same situation, we should help each other. On the main seat of the discussion hall, there was an immortal zombie smiling as he said. He was a fatty, he was over 6 meters tall, just like Fan Yuan's 8-arm immortal zombie form, but he was at least 3 times fatter than Fan Yuan. His skin was like bronze, his stomach was like a wine vat, big and round. Not just his stomach, his face, arms, fingers, they were all extremely round. Fan Yuan saw him and thought of the information he had. Flesh bronze zombie body, Yin Lu Gong. Before Fan Yuan came to the Zombie Alliance, he had gotten the relevant information from Fairy Li Shan. Immortal zombie Gu Yi beside him thought that Fan Yuan was a newbie. He quickly paid respects. Gu Yu pays respects to Lord Yin Lu Gong, Lord Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Lord Huang Quan Wang. Fan Yuan followed after him. I greet Lord Yin Lu Gong, Lord Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Lord Huang Quan Wang. Saying so, he gave Gu Yi a look of gratitude. Gu Yi smiled at him. Yin Lu Gong was seated at the center seat. On his left was Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He was sitting up straight with a ruthless expression. His fangs were pale and sharp. On the right was Huang Quan Wang. He looked old and had a hunched back. Even though they had overflowing death energy, their rank 7 aura could not be concealed. These 3 immortal zombies had true rank 7 cultivation level. They were stationed in Dark Flow Giant City. Sha Huang, is this your real name? Dragon Commander Yi Cha asked. His words were like steel. Once he spoke, a strong wave of killing intent burst out, making one feel as if they were in the middle of a terrifying battlefield. This was due to his experiences. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was a lone cultivator. He had joined the Imperial Court contest and had used some of the opportunities inside Imperial Court blessed land to accumulate his foundation and become a Gu immortal. In other words, he had very rich battle experience. Nobody dared to look down on him. He opened his mouth, and his tone showed his imposing nature. It made people feel like he was pressuring them heavily. Of course not. Fan Yuan laughed bitterly. Sha Huang was the name I gave myself on the 2nd day after I became an immortal zombie. It signified a new beginning, for me to temporarily forget my past glory. I had once sworn to heaven, only when I regained my real body and get rid of my immortal zombie status would I use my former name again. Once he said that, all of the immortals in the discussion showed varying expressions. There was disdain, sneers, silence, sadness, but mostly understanding. Fan Yuan's current performance and his mental state was just like theirs in the past. But after so many years, their grand ambitions were gone, their hopes and desires were almost completely burned out. They were still immortal zombies now, life had not changed for the better. Alright, since Sha Huang opened the door, then he is a Northern Plains Gu immortal. We in Zombie Alliance would be stronger with one more member. He has already proven himself. One has to know, previously, even Yao Huang did not manage to push open this door. Guh. Huang Quanwang said as he started coughing, showing his old and weak state. Chapter 741. Immortal Zombie Discussion. Speaking of the door of the discussion hall, it had quite the origin. It was created by the founder of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This predecessor's name was already lost in history, but his methods were simply divine. The door was filled with all sorts of Dao marks. Some people had guessed that consumable immortal goo were used on it. Only immortal zombies in Northern Plains could be acknowledged by the door, and would be able to push it open. If it was not someone who ascended to a Gu immortal in Northern Plains, their immortal aperture world would have the heaven and earth chi of other regions. Once their hand is placed on it, they would be repelled. If one was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, but not an immortal zombie, this door would heavier than a mountain, they would not be able to push it at all. Although Fan Yuan was not born in Northern Plains, After reaching Northern Plains, he had adapted to the environment, and had ascended to an immortal in Northern Plains, thus this door did not hinder him at all. Dark Flow Giant City had expanded many times throughout history, but this door had been preserved intentionally. The members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance were very confident in this door. When they heard Huang Quanwang's words, their gazes towards Fan Yuan became milder. Yin Lu Gong nodded. Huang Quanwang is right, you two, take a seat, you are just in time for the meeting. In addition, give Gu Yi some credit, he recommended a new member. According to the rules, he should be given 300 contribution points. Fan Yuan knew that recommending a new member had benefits, but after hearing this, he immediately turned his gaze towards Gu Yi beside him. Gu Yi felt ashamed when he was stared at, like he had taken major advantage. He pulled Fan Yuan's arm. Come, Brother Sha, sit beside me. Everyone saw this and felt a deeper impression of Fan Yuan's ignorance. In the discussion hall, the immortal zombies sat nearly in a circular manner. Only the direction that led to the discussion hall's door was left empty, forming a path for them to walk in and out. The other directions were filled with seats. These seats were not in one row, from high to low, there were 3 rows. The lowest row was for rank 6 immortal zombies, there were the most number of people on this row. The center row was for rank 7 immortal zombies, only a few were present. The highest row was empty, it was for rank 8 immortal zombies. Gu Yi dragged Fan Yuan with much enthusiasm towards his seat. His seat was not empty, there was a will there, the appearance of the will greatly resembled Gu Yi. Gu Yi waved his hand and the will entered his mind. He immediately asked Fan Yuan to sit down. The meeting is not always attended in person. If we are busy, we will use a will to participate instead of our main bodies. Brother Sha, do you have wisdom path Gu worms? If you do not, I will give you one, Gu Yi said in a low voice. Of course I do, Fan Yuan replied. He expressed ignorance in relation to Zombie Alliance, but he did not want everyone to think that he was a complete newbie. The effect of wisdom path Gu worms was common knowledge among Gu immortals, he had to know them. Fan Yuan answered as he sat to the left of Gu Yi. The 2 seats beside Gu Yi were empty. There were so many seats, most of the immortal zombies were seated far from each other. Although there were more than 20 of them, most were wills, only a small number attended in person. Seeing that Fan Yuan and Gu Yi had sat down, Yin Lu Gong coughed. All right, now we will start the meeting. First, we will talk about the important affairs. Saying this, he pointed at the table. An image was shown, a spherical figure rose up from the center, turning into a volcano. This volcano was quite strange, it was short like a gourd. It shook intensely, spewing lava out at times. Above the volcano, thick smoke was rumbling, almost forming a dark cloud and blocking out the sunlight. The flame furnace has erupted, I'm sure everyone knows this. This is a troublesome affair, we have to settle this by suppressing it as soon as possible. The longer it is dragged out, the harder it is to deal with. Our initial assessment is, if anyone can successfully suppress the flame furnace, they will get 1,000 Zombie Alliance contribution points. Yin Lu Gong said. The immortal zombie began to converse with each other softly. Gu Yi introduced for Fan Yuan. This flame furnace is a great place for Gu refinement, it is especially good for refining fire path Gu worms. In the history of Zombie Alliance, there was once a refinement path immortal zombie who refined immortal Gu in the flame furnace. But for the last few hundred years, we have not seen any refinement path grandmaster in Zombie Alliance. The flame furnace was left forgotten, at most the leader only used it several times, because it was unused, it was also not maintained, thus it is erupting more regularly. Fan Yuan nodded. Gu Yi continued. The flame furnace is extremely hot, especially the inner core area, it is like a sea of fire. Often when the issues happen, fire path immortal zombies would go. But the fire path immortal zombie has to have some refinement path background. They have to preserve or even fix the Gu formation that was set up, otherwise forceful suppression would destroy it, they might as well not do anything. If the mission fails, not only would they earn nothing, they might even lose out. Fan Yuan mentally understood this clearly. They had to be of fire path cultivation and have refinement path attainment. This resulted in very few eligible people. No wonder those in the hall only discussed it for a while before keeping quiet, turning their gaze towards a certain will in the hall. Yin Lu Gong broke the silence, he looked at the will, saying, In the past, leader went to suppress it personally, but now that leader is in Eastern Sea, within our Zombie Alliance, you are the most suitable person, Craftsman Huda. Huda, what do you think? This Red Will thought about it before saying, My cultivation level is too low, it is very hard to suppress the flame furnace. But if everyone agrees, I will not reject it. Except that 1,000 contribution points is simply too low. Yin Lu Gong nodded. 1,000 contribution points is only an initial estimation. In that case, we will raise it to 1,200. Are you willing to accept that? I am willing, Will said. Good, now, on to the second matter. Yin Lu Gong did not drag on, he changed the topic. A Yiksha octopus has appeared in Earth Trench. It is wreaking havoc. It is seriously affecting our extraction of the black oil. A while ago, Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu were injured by this ancient desolate beast. If you can chase this beast away, you will get 1,000 contribution points. If you can kill this beast, you will be given 2,000 contribution points. Fan Yuan heard this and his heart jumped. The treasure that he wanted to take was deep within Earth Trench, and was guarded by a group of Yiksha octopuses. This treasure was the reason why he joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance now. In the circular area, the image of the volcano changed, it became an octopus monster, roaming around in Earth Trench. Large numbers of tentacles were moving around, causing waves in the thick black oil. Seeing this, the discussion hall became much quieter. It was not easy to deal with an ancient desolate beast. Not only did ancient desolate beasts have rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength, the immortal zombie themselves were inferior to ordinary Gu immortals, they had much to worry about. An intense battle carried great risks. If they could not gain something, they would return with a huge loss. Even if they won, they would need to weigh it with their condition before battling. Winning the battle, but losing out in terms of profits, they might as well not fight. All of the immortal zombies here were astute. Seeing no answers, Yin Lu Gong turned his head towards Dragon Commander Yi Cha beside him. Dragon Commander, this Yiksha octopus is compatible with your business, why don't you take on this task? But Dragon Commander Yi Cha shook his head, rejecting on the spot. I'll not hide it from you, I received Qin Bai Xing's invitation and have planned to attend the auction. There are some items in the auction that I have been searching for years. Now is a crucial time, I cannot take the risk. But I am willing to hand out an additional 600 contribution points to this mission. Once he said that, many of the rank 6 immortal zombies' eyes flashed. Killing this Yiksha octopus was not easy for rank 6 immortal zombies. But to force it to retreat, it would not be difficult for several rank 6 immortal zombies teaming up. But this mission only awarded 1,000 contribution points earlier. When split among them, it was too little. Now that Dragon Commander Yi Cha took out 600 contribution points on his own, some people were moved. Battling with an ancient desolate beast was risky undoubtedly, but as long as the benefits were enough, risks were not an obstacle. Immediately, 3 groups of people stated that they could accept this mission. The first 2 groups were alliances of rank 6 immortal zombies. The third was a single rank 7 immortal zombie. After some negotiations, this mission was taken by the rank 7 immortal zombie. Seeing that this troublesome mission was taken by someone, Yin Lu Gong sighed in relief mentally. Next is the last mission, it involves the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Red Fiend Divine Boat? Fan Yuan's gaze shined, he quickly thought of that glorious and huge flying boat that charged freely in the battlefield during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Gu Yi beside him explained softly. You just joined Zombie Alliance, it is normal that you do not know. Red Fiend Divine Boat is a famous immortal Gu house in history, it is very powerful. Earlier, a Northern Plains lone cultivator coincidentally obtained the entire recipe for the Red Fiend Divine Boat, but because he did not have the ability to refine it, he tried selling it everywhere. Leader tried to buy this boat's recipe, paying a huge price and buying about half of this recipe. Fan Yuan thought, this Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader had quite the ambition. Immortal Gu houses were more complete than immortal killer moves, they were the symbol of super forces. Basically, every super force owned an immortal Gu house. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader wanted to obtain an immortal Gu house. That was obviously an intention to elevate this branch to the level of a super force. We encountered some problems. Yin Lu Gong said in a low tone. The Gu immortal who sold the divine boat's recipe broke the agreement and did not want to deal with us anymore. He wants to sell the Red Fiend Divine Boat's recipe and the core Immortal Gu's recipe in the auction for a good price. How will Zombie Alliance deal with this problem? The immortal zombies started discussing again. The auction again. These recent days I have been extorted many times, all because of this auction. An immortal zombie was full of grievance, but it was not Gu Yi. This Gu immortal has quite the guts, merely a lone cultivator but actually breaking the agreement with our zombie alliance. Kill him, we have to kill him, otherwise if news spread, all of our zombie alliance's face will be lost. Although zombie alliance is weaker than a superforce, lone cultivators have no place to bully us. The immortal zombies shouted, most wanted to battle. Fan Yuan nodded secretly. Although immortal zombies had much to worry about, when huge benefits were involved, they would still dare to fight it out. But he did not favor Zombie Alliance's chances, because in his previous life, the force who controlled the Red Fiend Divine Boat was not them. Chapter 742. Earth Trench Black Oil. The lone cultivator who sold the complete recipe for the Red Fiend Divine Boat was only rank 6 without any background. Eventually, the Zombie Alliance decided to send a rank 7 immortal zombie and 2 rank 6 immortal zombies to search for this person, in order to maintain Zombie Alliance's reputation. Of course, the most important reason was to obtain the complete recipe of the Red Fiend Divine Boat. But in truth, Zombie Alliance had already gotten most of it. Only the few remaining core immortal goo recipes and the secret methods on how to coordinate the goo worms were left. Flame Furnace, Earth Trench, Red Fiend Divine Boat. After these 3 matters were settled, the atmosphere in the discussion hall was relaxed. Yin Lu Gong continued, pointing at the table. Next, we will talk about other matters. His finger tapped the table, emitting a buzzing noise. The immortal zombies looked at the formerly empty space, as the image changed again, turning into 4 huge pillars. On each of the pillars, there were lines of words moving around. Are there still any missions that have not been reported by everyone? Yin Lu Gong said. Everyone looked around, no one stood up. Missions could be turned in at any time, they did not need to wait until a meeting. Gu Yi did not want to do the mission of guarding Old Earth Wood, but the time limit was not up yet. Handing in the mission early would cause some of his contribution points to be deducted. Very well, now you can put up your own requests, Yin Lu Gong said. Once he said that, the entire discussion hall became heated. Voices overlapped each other. They were talking about goo recipes for goo refinement, collecting certain materials, appraising a certain goo worm, getting information on certain matters. All sorts of requests were put up, with varying content. Fan Yuan spoke too. He wanted to ask for a method to get rid of his immortal zombie status, a method that could revive him. This caused much laughter around him. Brother Shah, you have not made an oath yet, you do not have a Zombie Alliance token yet, without contribution points, how can you put up a mission? Gu Yi reminded him. So that's it. Fan Yuan frowned. Don't be anxious, after the meeting ends, I will bring you to get your new identity token. This token can record all of the contributions you have done for the Alliance. Furthermore, your request is the request of all of us immortal zombies, you do not need to purchase it specially. Look at the few missions at the top. Gu Yi pointed at the ever-changing image. Fan Yuan's gaze turned around, and he saw that at the top of the mission board, there were several missions. One of them had much larger font than the rest. Selling the research results of how to get rid of the zombie status and regain life through generations of work in Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan read it. There are prices stated there, but even the smallest research results need 20 contribution points. Gu Yi was very familiar with this information. In truth, every immortal zombie was very familiar with the details of this mission. What was the reason most immortal zombies joined Zombie Alliance? Was it not to find a method to get rid of their immortal zombie status and revive themselves? The reason for creating Zombie Alliance was also to research on how to revive immortal zombies. Brother Gu, are there any immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance who have revived due to these research findings? Fan Yuan asked again. According to rumors, there seems to be cases of it. Gu Yi said in an uncertain tone. Seems to be? Fan Yuan frowned. You have to know, a lot of the research findings here are priced at 1,000 contribution points or more to exchange them. After you join the Alliance, you have to sign an agreement, and will not be allowed to sell these research findings on your own. Gu Yi laughed bitterly as he said. He saw Fan Yuan frowning even more deeply, stating, You do not need to worry too much, at least I can guarantee that these findings are not fake. I had exchanged for one of them previously, it had great use. If you can obtain these findings, you will be able to step on the foundation of these predecessors, you will save much effort. Fan Yuan nodded. Zombie Alliance was an organization that responded to the mentality of the members. By using the research findings as the bait to keep the members working, almost no immortal zombies could stay away. Even if the immortal zombie exchanges for many findings, as long as they have not revived, they would still need to work for Zombie Alliance. The most amazing thing was that Zombie Alliance preserved some hope for the immortal zombies. Even if this research finding did not work, maybe the next one could help them to revive? Fan Yuan did not need to ponder upon it to know that the prices would be extremely high. They had to use an immense amount of contribution points to exchange for most of the research findings. But thankfully, the inheritance in Earth Trench was left behind by a great expert immortal zombie. There are research findings inside for the rebirth of immortal zombies as well. In my previous life, because Northern Plains immortal zombies obtained this, their battle strength surged rapidly. In fact, for a period of time, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance closed themselves away from the rest of the regions. It was even more powerful than the main branch, Eastern Seas Zombie Alliance. The reason why Fan Yuan entered Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was to obtain that inheritance. Fan Yuan had little interest in working hard normally and accumulating contribution points slowly in order to exchange for the research findings in Zombie Alliance. After all, the time and effort expended was too much. After a while, the discussion hall became silent again. All the immortal zombies had put up their missions and stated the contribution points for them. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the image in front of them. Some were looking around while others were thinking. Yin Lu Gong continued to direct the meeting. We will now issue missions. Do it one by one, do not be noisy. First, it will be the mission of feeding the ancient desolate beast Half Moon Qilin in Zombie Alliance. I'll do it. I'll take this mission. I want to compete for this mission. The moment Yin Lu Gong spoke, several immortal zombies responded, fighting for this mission. Gu Yi explained to Fan Yuan softly. The Half Moon Qilin is an ancient desolate beast. It is not easy to feed. But its pregnancy period is about to end. It is going to give birth to a Half Moon Qilin soon. These young Qilin are born as desolate beasts. As they grow up, they would develop into ancient desolate beast Half Moon Qilin. Many members in Zombie Alliance are trying to take advantage of this. They want to be close to the young Qilin to gain an advantage, making it their own, and establish a strong relationship between them before paying the contribution points. So that is it. Fan Yuan understood, so this was the reason. No wonder so many people were fighting over the mission. After all, the Half Moon Qilin would grow into an ancient desolate beast after maturing. It had battle strength equivalent to rank 7 Gu Immortals. Even Fan Yuan was slightly moved. But he was only moved, he had just arrived and had a secret motive. Blindly contesting now would attract unnecessary animosity and attention. It was not good for him. Regarding the Half Moon Qilin's feeding, everyone fought over it intensely. Eventually, Yin Lu Gong lowered the contribution points of this mission to 300, before some people gave up and the sole winner emerged. Feeding the Half Moon Qilin was not an easy task. Sometimes, when the Qilin has a bad temper, ordinary rank 6 immortal zombies could not handle it, they might even get injured. Most importantly, when the Qilin is pregnant, it would feel great pain, it would damage the surroundings to divert its attention. This was a dangerous process. Just 300 contribution points made many immortal zombies back out. And even if the Half Moon Qilin was born, the immortal zombie feeding it would only be the first to establish a relationship. This was only a head start. When they truly competed for it later, they would still need to bid a high price. After the mission of feeding the Half Moon Qilin, was a mission to gather Rui Fungus. Rui Fungus collection area is between Zombie Alliance and Lu Tribe. Every year, when the Rui Fungus ripes, the two forces would split them. But because Lu Tribe's power is bigger, they would take advantage of us. The difficulty of this mission is on that point. An immortal zombie with high cultivation level is needed to hold the ground, but they cannot be too overbearing. Gu Yi explained. With Gu Yi beside him, it was much more convenient for Fan Yuan. This mission was also quite popular. It fell into the hands of Granny Yuan. This immortal zombie old lady not only had rank 7 cultivation level, she was also closely related to Lu Tribe. With her presence, Lu Tribe would not go overboard. Next is a request from the Superforce Yao Tribe. They want us to provide another immortal zombie for Yao Huang to do research, to improve his healing immortal goo. The remuneration for this request is quite a sum. Yin Lu Gong said. Seeing this mission, most of the immortal zombies showed an indescribable expression on their faces. Letting someone else do research on them, it was quite hurtful to one's pride. They would lose face. But on the other hand, the researcher was Yao Huang, one of the 5 great rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains. Furthermore, the reward for this mission was truly profitable. Everyone looked around, they did not speak. Yin Lu Gong expected this scene. He smiled lightly as he looked at Fan Yuan. I wonder if Sha Huang is interested in this mission. Fang Yuan immediately shook his head, giving a forced smile. I have no interest. He had too many secrets on him, simply the two apertures alone could not be easily exposed. Yin Lu Gong nodded, no longer urging him. But his intention, other than to probe Fan Yuan's personality and foundation, was to induce some of the other immortal zombies to make a move. As he expected, soon, several immortal zombies spoke up, wanting to accept this mission. These few people competed, but their voices were not loud, they spoke softly with expressionless faces. After all, being used as research material was very damaging to one's reputation. Du Yi was beside Fan Yuan, explaining this to him. Fan Yuan knew the situation of these immortal zombies. They were those bottom-tier immortal zombies. Because they were stuck between reputation and benefits, they chose the latter. The following missions were of all different aspects. There was a huge number of different missions. There was a mission requesting the Super Force Yuan tribe to return an immortal goo. Back then, Zombie Alliance's leader had loaned an immortal goo to Yuan tribe. Before the leader went to Eastern Sea, she instructed them to urge Yuan tribe to return the immortal goo. But Yuan tribe had long exceeded the loan period, yet they refused to return it. Zombie Alliance would send members there every year to request for it, but they had always ended in failure. Not only did Yuan tribe find excuses for themselves, they even chased away Zombie Alliance members using force when the situation escalated. Initially, no immortal zombie wanted to take this mission. Yin Lu Gong had to raise the contribution points, and it was finally accepted by someone. There were also requests for purchasing glass soil and diamond soil, missions to capture beast groups or collect souls. The final mission was related to Fan Yuan. It came from Fairy Li Shan, who was looking for souls everywhere for the production of guts goo. She even went to Zombie Alliance. The most popular mission was to enter deep into Earth Trench and collect black oil. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. Spreading the black oil in the dead aperture could slow the speed of the disintegration of the blessed land. In the outside world, or to other goo immortals, it was a very useful goo refinement material that was widely used. It had a huge market. Black oil from Earth Trench was the most important trading item in Zombie Alliance. It was akin to the sale of guts goo for Fan Yuan. But the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the guts goo trade. Every time immortal zombies went deep into the Earth Trench to extract black oil, other than handing up the amount required by the mission, they would keep the rest for themselves. Thus, the profit of this mission was publicly recognized as among the best for immortal zombies. As a result, almost everyone fought for this mission. Fan Yuan wanted to compete for it as well. If he could enter Earth Trench through this and secretly take that inheritance, it would be ideal. But it was a pity that he had just arrived. He did not have the Zombie Alliance token yet. It was not wise or realistic to fight for it blindly. Furthermore, this mission had a time limit too. Fan Yuan was busy with the auction and refinement path convention. He did not have time to deal with this mission. Eventually, this mission was taken by 3 immortal zombies. In winning the 3 spots on this mission, not only would these 3 victors not have any contribution points as rewards, they even had to pay several hundred contribution points to Zombie Alliance. From this, one could see how profitable the extraction of black oil was. Chapter 743. Harboring Malicious Heart. Black oil is valuable in itself, but as it can delay the shrinking of blessed lands, its value is a level higher to immortal zombies. Fan Yuan pondered inwardly. He was also coveting the black oil. His blessed land was constantly disintegrating and a lot of space inside had already dissipated. Black oil was similarly useful to him. However, he needed to go through Zombie Alliance to get this black oil. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's main headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, was located above the entrance of Earth Trench and they used much of the Alliance's strength to guard this entrance. Zombie Alliance sent large amounts of black oil out every year, but they had fixed quantities sold for this. There were few goods but the demands were high. It was completely a seller's market like the business of guts goo, thus Fan Yuan could not meddle in this aspect. He had allied with Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, but their force was too small and could not match with super forces. So I need to make my move from inside Zombie Alliance. Accepting this task is one way. Fan Yuan engraved the mission of gathering black oil in his mind. The conference continued. The conference hall had dim lighting. Even if most of the over 20 immortal zombies had participated with their wills, it still seemed dark and gloomy. The whole conference continued for close to a day and a night. Fan Yuan participated in the whole process, roughly understanding the position of Zombie Alliance in Northern Plains. Roughly speaking, Zombie Alliance's position in Northern Plains was only slightly lower than Super Forces. But from the missions, one could see the Righteous Path Super Forces were clearly in tacit agreement to suppress Zombie Alliance. Zombie Alliance had a much more cooperative relationship with Demonic Path Goo Immortals, especially with Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, a Demonic Path headquarters in Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance could be considered both a righteous and a demonic force. This position was related to the higher-ups. Zombie Alliance's higher-ups were all immortal zombies. There were almost no immortal zombies that did not want to regain their living states. These immortal zombies came from all walks of life with all sorts of identities when they were alive, and after death, they gathered for similar purposes. As long as it was related to the goal of revival, Zombie Alliance would be interested and do everything possible to get it. This infringed upon many of the Righteous Path's interests, and many methods that could not be exposed openly in the Righteous Path, Zombie Alliance also frequently used. This led to another characteristic of Zombie Alliance: they had a lot of members, but they also had a loose structure. There were over 20 immortal zombie level members in Zombie Alliance. Even Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could not compare to this amount. Even if immortal zombies were weaker than living Goo Immortals, over 20 of them was a great power, and if they were to truly be united, they would have already been a super-level force. However, Zombie Alliance's barrier for entry was low. This could be seen from Fan Yuan's admission to the Alliance. The immortal zombies had varying origins and it was very difficult for them to be united. This was the reason there were many cases of immortal zombies being extorted by Goo Immortals recently. After the conference ended, Fan Yuan left behind a malicious will in the conference hall. He then followed Gu Yi to another hall, where he received his Zombie Alliance token. This token not only represented his identity, it also recorded Fan Yuan's contributions to Zombie Alliance. Besides the token, there was also a set of information path Mortal Gu used to transmit information of tasks from Zombie Alliance, information about new members or members leaving the Alliance, or important information like the death of the members. Gu Yi wanted to take his leave, and suggested for Fan Yuan to stroll around Dark Flow Giant City. Now that Fan Yuan had the token, he could freely move around Dark Flow Giant City. However, Fan Yuan did not let go of him and dragged him around, walking and chatting, probing out some information from him. Fan Yuan focused on inquiring about the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She was a female immortal zombie called Blazing Heaven Demoness. Her cultivation was rank 8 and her behavior was tyrannical and rampant. Her battle strength was especially prominent. Fan Yuan asked how it was prominent, and Gu Yi replied one sentence which allowed Fan Yuan to understand. Her lifespan had not reached its end, but she intentionally turned into an immortal zombie just to break through. Most immortal zombies were Goo Immortals that were on their last breaths and had no other choice. Naturally, there was many other methods other than to turn into immortal zombie for Goo Immortals on their last breaths. Like Wood Path Goo Immortals turning into tree men. However, these methods often had limitations. For instance, Strength Path Goo Immortals and Fire Path Goo Immortals could not turn into tree men. Turning into an immortal zombie was the most common method which could be done by Goo Immortals of every path. This Blazing Heaven Demoness was not someone who had no choice but to turn into an immortal zombie. Instead, she had done it intentionally. It was to make a breakthrough and increase her battle strength. If one thought just a bit, what was the extent of the increase in battle strength, the extent of the breakthrough, that made Blazing Heaven Demoness not hesitate to turn into an immortal zombie? Clearly, the extent of this breakthrough was sure to be extremely high and shocking. There is a rumor going around Zombie Alliance. It is said that the leader already has a method to revive. In the midst of the conversation, Gu Yi lowered his voice and carefully told Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled. This rumor was not groundless, since she turned into an immortal zombie of her own accord, who is to say she did not have a method to revive herself. Fan Yuan was able to extract much useful information from Gu Yi. Combined with the information Fairy Li Shan gave him and his own experiences, Fan Yuan was able to quickly gain a rough idea of Zombie Alliance. Gu Yi still had the mission of guarding Old Earthwood, and finally bade farewell to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan also left soon after. Before leaving, he climbed high and looked at the giant gully being guarded below Dark Flow Giant City. The giant gully was like the bloody mouth of a vicious beast, quietly opening up in the dense darkness. This was the entrance of Earth Trench, which was strictly guarded by Zombie Alliance. Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Huang Quanweng, 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, took turns in watching over it. Fan Yuan was using 100 Li to observe this clearly. He knew that following deep into this entrance, The gully would expand by tens of times and even hundreds of times. Earth Trench was extremely grand, with such large space that it would not be a problem to contain innumerable dark flow giant cities. It was also extremely deep and dark. Zombie Alliance still had not explored its true depths. One day, I will explore deep inside and take the inheritance, adding it to my foundation for a much brighter future. But now is not the time, Fan Yuan inwardly said. Even if he had not transformed into an immortal zombie, he would have tried all sorts of methods to get this inheritance. Fan Yuan retracted his gaze. His body rapidly rose higher and left dark flow giant city like a large bird. After flying a huge distance, Fan Yuan finally left the darkness covering dark flow giant city and saw the bright sunlight again. He changed his direction and flew high up in the sky before he finally confirmed there were no pursuers. Only then did he land down in an inconspicuous forest, arranged mortal goo and activated fixed immortal travel. Jade green light flashed and he disappeared from the spot. The mortal goo left behind moved about, removing as many traces of the immortal goo aura as possible. Fan Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. While waiting for news from Fairy Li Shan's end, he started researching the Wisdom Path Killer move, harboring malicious heart. This mortal killer move was not meant for attacking. Instead, it used Wisdom Path methods to transform a Goo Immortal's heart, causing the heart to be filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks inside and out, turning into a malicious heart. If it succeeded, not only could it use one's blood essence to automatically create large numbers of malicious wills, it could also reduce the amount of malicious wills consumed by a large extent when Fan Yuan used them to ponder. Unfortunately, this mortal killer move might be good, but it fit a normal Goo Immortal. Fan Yuan was a Strength Path Immortal zombie. His heart was already filled with Strength Path Dao marks, and he was not a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. The crucial point was his physical body was already dead, and was unable to nourish malicious will with his blood essence. Even transforming his heart into a malicious heart was an enormous barrier. Although Fan Yuan could not use the killer move harboring malicious heart, he was able to gain much inspiration from its workings. In particular, the inner contents of the killer move had several similarities to a killer move Fan Yuan obtained previously. This killer move was Poison Breath, which he obtained from Fairy Li Shan. Poison Breath killer move could let poisonous breath be emitted each time one breathed, and as it accumulated, it could injure enemies. And harboring malicious heart could let every heartbeat transform blood essence into malicious will. There were indeed similarities between the two. I am not a Poison Path Goo Immortal, and I am lacking in a Wisdom Path foundation, but since there is a common point, I might as well use Wisdom Goo to test it. Northern Plains, Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. In the guest hall, the rank 8 Goo Immortal, Prince Feng Xian, was sitting upright, while Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baixing bowed, requesting to leave. Go. I have many immortal goo that do not suit my path and need to be exchanged in the auction. You both are holding a good event for Northern Plains, preventing many fights and massacres. Very good. Prince Feng Xian allowed them to leave, his tone full of encouragement. Lord Prince being unable to be present at the auction is truly a matter of regret for all of Northern Plains Goo Immortals. Fairy Li Shan flattered. Prince Feng Xian shook his head. There is nothing to be done about it. I was mediating the heaven and earth chi in my immortal aperture when I was forced to come out because of the immortal goo. Now, it is the crucial time to manage my immortal aperture world. I cannot go out. But when the time comes, I will send someone to represent me. Yulan, send them off. 2 attendants were standing beside Prince Feng Xian. These 2 were actually rank 6 female Goo Immortals. One was cool and refined like ice and snow, the other was delicate and beautiful, like a yellow flower in a lush valley. At Prince Feng Xian's command, that cool and aloof female Goo Immortal stood up and first bowed to Prince Feng Xian, before saying to Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan, "Guests, please follow. We have troubled Sword Master Yulan." Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan did not dare to be conceited, and quickly replied. This Sword Master Yulan was famous in Northern Plains. She cultivated Sword Path, and though her cultivation was only at rank 6, her battle strength was very strong and moreover, she had Grand Master attainment in Sword Path. Sword Master Yulan led the 2 in silence. The 3 walked along a long corridor and through several doors before they finally stepped out of the entrance of the Grotto Heaven and returned to the world of Northern Plains. Sword Master Yulan, please stay, you don't need to send us off any longer, Qin Baixing politely said. His cultivation level and battle strength were higher than Sword Master Yulan, but the latter had one of the few rank 8 Goo Immortals of Northern Plains behind her. he naturally would not be arrogant. Sword Master Yulan nodded and closed the entrance of the grotto heaven. Once the entrance was closed, there was no strangeness in the sky and there was no difference between the sky and the surroundings. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of cloudy air. We have paid visit to 5 rank 8 powers and also came to an agreement with all of them using Mountain Pledge Gu, and have successfully invited them. Now, the situation is set, the auction is a certain event. It is all thanks to Fairy's Mountain Pledge Gu. Qin Baixing with a smiling expression. Saying this, he took out an immortal Gu and handed it to Fairy Li Shan. As per the agreement, this is the remuneration to Fairy. Qin Baixing said with sincerity and gratitude. Fairy Li Shan was moved. The auction had yet to start, but Qin Baixing already gave the remuneration to her in advance. Even though Fairy Li Shan had seen a lot and had done dealings with all sorts of Gu immortals, right now, she could not help but inwardly praise Qin Baixing's social conduct. Chapter 744. Vaguely familiar face. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Fairy Li Shan laughed, receiving the immortal Gu. She inspected it and placed the immortal Gu into her immortal aperture. This matter has been settled, we should split up and meet half a month later. Half a month later was the agreed date to hold the auction. The location was in Qin Baixing's Baixing Blessed Land. It was situated inside Crimson Reed Marsh. The two immortals went their separate ways on the spot, choosing different directions as they flew. Not mentioning Fairy Li Shan, who was using moving perspective cup Gu to contact Fan Yuan while she traveled right now. After Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baixing left, someone appeared in the entrance hall of Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. This person was dressed in a red and white robe, standing straight like a spear or sword. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, a divine light was flashing in his eyes. Under his amicable appearance, he was unbelievably self-confident. He had the disposition of a roaming, fierce dragon. His lips were curled up into a gentle smile. He was very gentlemanly but also domineering. His arms were behind his back. He faced the rank 8 Prince Feng Xian with no pressure on his face, as if they were of equal status. But from his unconcealed aura, he was merely a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even Qin Baixing could not help but lower his head when facing Prince Feng Xian. Prince Feng Xian looked at this person as his attitude also changed. He was no longer mildly arrogant like when he faced Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan. He really acted as if the two were of the same level. This rank 8 Gu immortal spoke. Feng Jiuge, have you really decided to take my place and join this auction? The rank 7 Gu immortal dressed in a red and white robe smiled as he nodded. That is exactly the case. Prince Feng Xian frowned. You became an immortal in Central Continent. The heaven and earth chi of your immortal aperture world come from Central Continent. It is different from Northern Plains. There are powerful experts going to the auction. Even rank 8 Gu immortals will be present. If you are discovered, it would be terrible. You have to know, all of Northern Plains Gu immortals are furious right now. They are trying to find the culprit who caused the downfall of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Before Dong Fan Changfan died, he deduced that the culprit is not from Northern Plains, but from the other regions. If your identity as a Central Continent Gu immortal is discovered at this time, it will have huge implications. When Prince Feng Xian said this, he did not hide it from the two Gu immortal attendants. The two female Gu immortals, including Swordmaster Yulan, had no change in expression when they heard this. Feng Jiuge laughed brightly. Prince, don't be anxious, look at my method. Saying so, a bright light flashed on his body, as his appearance changed. Prince Feng Xian gasped lightly, while Swordmaster Yulan, who had a cold attitude, stared with wide-opened eyes. The other female Gu immortal, named Li Yao, opened her mouth as she looked repeatedly between her female companion and Feng Jiuge. It turns out, Feng Jiuge transformed into an exact copy of Swordmaster Yulan. He resembled her perfectly, as if they were twins. What method is this? Prince Feng Xian smiled, praising. Not only is the outer appearance flawless, you even disguised your Dao marks. They really resemble Sword Path Dao marks. Your aura is also no different from any Northern Plains Gu immortal. This is vaguely familiar face. Feng Jiuge said the answer. So that's it, no wonder, no wonder. Prince Feng Xian realized. He then exclaimed. Only thieving heaven demon venerable could produce something so mystical and breathtaking. Feng Jiuge nodded. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, and familiar face. This series of killer moves originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. The former is a mortal killer move. It is nothing much. Vaguely familiar face is an immortal killer move with 3 immortal Gu as the core. Among them are 2 transformation path immortal goo. When used, deception will truly be hard to tell. I obtained this killer move long ago in a chance encounter, but it has a flaw, that is, I need acting skills. If I act poorly, my tone could expose flaws in my transformation. As for familiar face killer move, there is no such flaw. Even if the acting is not precise, others will not feel sudden strangeness. It can even affect other people's perceptions and mentalities. Even if you transform into a non-existent person, others will still feel like you are their friend or acquaintance. Feng Jiuge explained. The immortals realize now why Feng Jiuge transformed into Sword Master Yulan out of everyone here. That was because this woman barely spoke normally. There was not much acting skill needed to disguise as her. Prince Feng Xian nodded over and over. Rank 9 venerables are all incredible geniuses, their methods are out of this world. With this move, I will not be afraid of you getting exposed. Feng Jiuge laughed arrogantly. Even if I get exposed, who can stop me from leaving? Prince Feng Xian thought about a few days ago when he sparred with Feng Jiuge. He could not help but smile, praising. That is true, your immortal killer move has incredible power. Even I, a rank 8 Gu immortal, would not want to take the hit directly. Feng Jiuge, your reputation is well deserved, you really have the power to roam freely in this world. Feng Jiuge cupped his fists, speaking with sincerity. It is nothing compared to senior brother and junior sisters. You chose to ascend to Immortal and Northern Plains for the sake of Spirit Affinity House's major task, staying hidden here for hundreds of years. I am truly full of admiration towards you. Prince Feng Xian's expression turned dark. He clenched his fist as he said, It is a pity that someone used our methods before I activated our plans, taking the fruits of our labor. This is definitely the doing of someone in the 10 ancient sects. Don't let me find out who it is, otherwise. Humph. The truth was, the great Prince Feng Xian, one of the few rank 8 experts in Northern Plains, was actually a spy sent by Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House made a huge move. In order to set up Prince Feng Xian, Spirit Affinity House undoubtedly gave up a lot of benefits in Central Continent. If Spirit Affinity House had one more rank 8 Gu Immortal stationed in Central Continent, they would be able to fight for more benefits when contesting with the other 9 sections. But Spirit Affinity House was the leader of the plan to topple 88 True Young Building. To complete this plan, they had to send Prince Feng Xian to Northern Plains. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Prince Feng Xian might have made many contributions and provided much help for the Central Continent Gu Immortals to destroy 88 True Young Building. But in this life, Prince Feng Xian had not done anything yet, and the plan was already ruined. The culprit of this matter, the immortal zombie Fan Yuan, was already in Langya Blessed Land. He borrowed Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Of course, he borrowed it for a fee. Fan Yuan paid Fairy Li Shan 3 Immortal Essence Stones for this. 3 was an extremely good deal due to their relationship. If it were another person, Fairy Li Shan would not casually lend it even if they paid 10 Immortal Essence Stones. Lending Immortal Gu carried risk. There was an example right here. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demoness, lent Yuan tribe an Immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness was out in Eastern Sea, thus Yuan tribe had been holding on to this Immortal Gu, refusing to return it to Zombie Alliance, who had been asking every year. After using Mountain Pledge Gu to make an agreement with Langya Land Spirit, more than 10 coffins emerged from the cloud soil with a cry from Langya Land Spirit. These coffins were oozing with immortal auras. They were pure white as clouds. On the surface there were clouds forming and breaking down. It was the manifestation of a certain immortal killer move. After opening the coffin, the sleeping Gu Immortal could be seen inside. In each coffin, there was a Gu Immortal captive. A total of 13 coffins, that was 13 Gu Immortals. Even though Fan Yuan was mentally prepared, after seeing this number, he was still shocked. So many captives? Fan Yuan opened his eyes wide. He displayed a somewhat exaggerated expression. Langya Land Spirit laughed smugly. He loved to see Fan Yuan shocked. He shook his head as he said, Who am I? Think about it. These Gu Immortals were simply courting death. They dared to attack my blessed land. Selling them is the punishment they deserve. Fan Yuan looked at Langya Land's spirit deeply. On the surface, there were only 12 desolate beasts in Langya Blessed Land. To defend against the 3 waves of attacks from a mysterious force, the group of desolate beasts was insufficient. Langya Land's spirit's true methods were likely to be his prized Immortal Gu collection. I have some ideas. The number of Immortal Gu in Langya Blessed Land definitely exceeds the number of Immortal Gu I have. Also, it seems that among his Immortal Gu, or among the Immortal Killer moves that Langya Land Spirit owns, At least one of them has the ability to capture Gu immortals. Fan Yuan thought. Such a number of captives was not normal. Most of the Gu immortals who attacked were captured, only a small number died from battle. Fan Yuan looked at the coffins one by one. He saw some familiar faces, like the three Huahai immortals, Loner Hongyu, and Gui Wang. As for the others, Langya Land Spirit introduced them to him. There was the Metal Path Gu Immortal Tai Jiazi, Enslavement Path Gu Immortal Great Immortal Shui Xiong, Wood Path Gu Immortal Mu Dian-san, a famous lone cultivator in northern plains, carefree for sages, and a rank 7 Gu Immortal, Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunderhand. He had rank 7 middle-tier battle strength. Fan Yuan's horizons were broadened, be it his previous life or this life. This was the first time he had seen so many captives of such strength gathered together. It was as if the Gu immortals were not worth anything, they were like cabbage sold in the market. Fan Yuan's joy gradually faded, and he showed some worry and solemnness. To be able to gather such power and attack Langya blessed land multiple times, this mysterious force hidden behind the scenes made Fan Yuan's heart shudder. The moment I sell them, I will become a thorn in that mysterious force's sight. Fan Yuan touched the coffin as he sighed. But before such huge profits, no matter how strong the mysterious force was, Fan Yuan had decided to do it. He was not someone afraid of trouble, someone afraid to take risks. He was a person in the demonic path, he was a risk-taker. If he chose to not take the risk, that meant that the benefits related to that risk were not enough to move him. Fan Yuan asked Langya Land Spirit. You had interrogated them intensely, using many methods, did you have no gains from it? Langya Land Spirit waved his hand. None. These Gu immortals were gathered due to various reasons. There were 3 crucial people who contacted them and organized the attack, while also providing information on Langya blessed land. But these 3 Gu immortals have already died in battle. Even though I controlled my attacks, I could not stop their deaths. After they died, the situation became a little strange, their souls perished completely. I could not even find a fragment of their souls. Towards the end, Langya Land Spirit gradually frowned. Fan Yuan frowned as well, looking at the Gu immortal captives sleeping in the coffins, he was silent. Chapter 745. Incomplete immortal move. Fan Yuan planned to bring all 13 cloud coffins back to Hu immortal blessed land. Because they had made the mountain pledge, not only did Langya Land Spirit not stop him, he even gave Fan Yuan 8 mortal killer moves. These killer moves are the key to unsealing the immortal killer move Sleeping Cloud Coffin. Remember the order that I told you, that is the only way to unlock the coffins, otherwise, it will be destroyed along with the Gu immortals inside. Before Fan Yuan left, Langya Land Spirit instructed him. Fan Yuan nodded, memorizing all of the mortal killer moves. These mortal killer moves had no names, their only use was to act as the key to opening the coffins. But towards Cloud Path Gu immortals, it had some reference value. Tai Bai Yunxing had cultivated Cloud Path on the side. Fan Yuan planned to give these mortal killer moves to Tai Bai Yunxing for reference. Fan Yuan brought the 13 Gu immortal captives back to Hu immortal blessed land successfully. He first summoned Hu immortal land spirit and asked for the latest news. Hu immortal blessed land was doing well. Hu immortal land spirit had been steadily doing what Fan Yuan had instructed her. She was progressively selling the rockmen in the blessed land and buying some fox groups. Hu immortal herself was an enslavement path Gu immortal skilled at manipulating fox groups to fight. Her immortal aperture, Hu immortal blessed land, was most suited to raise fox groups. By following this route, eventually, desolate beast level fox groups would appear. It was a huge benefit. The profit was even higher than 3 transactions of Fan Yuan's Guts Gu. But this method took a long time to see effect, it needed a long, sustained effort. Hu immortal was a lone cultivator, she was in a terrible state back then. After several earthly calamities, her finances collapsed, her losses could not be recouped and her battle strength fell, eventually dying in the hands of the blue charm Lightning Shadow. The Gu immortal's immortal aperture would experience calamities and tribulations at certain intervals. It was like rounds of challenges that strongly limited the number of Gu immortals in the 5 regions. There was another huge obstacle, that was the limitation of lifespan. Back then, Hu immortal had Danghun Mountain, she wanted to use this unique resource to generate great income for herself. Her method was a wise choice. Even though raising fox groups was in line with the proper management of Hu immortal blessed land, the effect took too long to nurture. The longer it took, the more accidents could occur. Especially when Hu immortal's circumstances were getting worse by the day, she could not afford to develop slowly. However, She did not have wisdom goo, she could not think of a method like using air sac goo, she could only use the guts goo to raise the number of rockmen and sell the rockmen. Fan Yuan had used this method before, there was not much benefit, and it was very troublesome. The rockman market was saturated, why would it be as profitable as directly selling guts goo? Eventually, Hu Immortal failed and died in the earthly calamity. The fortune she left behind assisted Fan Yuan. At the crucial moment, it provided him with immeasurable help. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could be said to be Fan Yuan's initial startup fortune, the foundation of his rise. In his past life, Fan Yuan destroyed Hu Immortal Blessed Land in order to kill Feng Jinhuang. In this life, he became the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This was a wondrous contrast. Right now, since Fan Yuan could sell Gutsgu directly and had enough money, he could start to develop Hu Immortal Blessed Land again, going on the proper path that even the previous owner, Hu Immortal, could not accomplish, slowly accumulating fox groups and raising desolate beast foxes. This business was a long-term plan. Fan Yuan was in no rush, and he was not looking for short-term profits in this aspect either. After looking over the situation of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan placed his attention on Immortal Crane Sect and Combat Immortal Sect. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was Immortal Crane Sect's subsidiary force in name, he had to pay some attention to Immortal Crane Sect. As for his younger brother, Guyu Fangjing, who was inside Immortal Crane Sect, Fan Yuan had stopped paying attention to him long ago. A mere mortal Gu master, even if he was rank 5, what could he do? Just like back then on Qingmao Mountain, as long as he did not hinder Fan Yuan's path, he would not even bother to stomp on him. He was too busy. Mortals were like ants, there was no need to waste time and effort to stomp on them. That dear brother of mine is probably dead now? Fan Yuan had a guess. Earlier, Fang Jing had used mutual sense Immortal Gu to connect with Fan Yuan. This allowed Fan Yuan to gain much information, learning about Fang Jing's predicament, and seeing that he was in a blood pool, and the sad sight of demon flowers growing on his body. During this period of time, Immortal Crane Sect's situation was quite calm. They successfully resolved the problem of Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had a newly emerged third Gu Immortal and was ready to get rid of their status as a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane Sect. Immortal Crane Sect was a righteous sect, even though their strength greatly exceeded Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Because of the rules of the righteous path, they could not attack forcefully, they could only recruit the Gu Immortal in Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Eventually, they succeeded in recruiting a Gu Immortal in Great Heavenly Sword Sect. It was that new third Gu Immortal. Great Heavenly Sword Sect controlled limited resources. It was tough enough to provide for 2 Gu Immortals, a third was too much for them. The newly advanced Gu Immortal was given alluring conditions by Immortal Crane Sect, joining them in the end. Great Heavenly Sword Sect lost the crucial person and their strength fell. They no longer had the foundation to detach from Immortal Crane Sect. They could only sign the subsidiary contract once again. However, even though Immortal Crane Sect stabilized the situation in the northwest area, they were heavily suppressed in the reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tan, who was the Gu Immortal stationed there, was heavily injured. He had no choice but to return to the sect to recuperate. Reincarnation Battlefield was the publicly recognized #1 battlefield killer move in the world. It was set up by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. The 10 great ancient sects had taken control of this area for many years, engaging in fierce competition. Immortal Crane Sect's attention went back to the reincarnation battlefield again. For the time being, they had no energy to think of new ideas to deal with Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Fengyang, who was in charge of taking down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, had been busy recently in trying to find a way to heal his beloved 9 Palace Crane, Little 9. This was undoubtedly good news to Fan Yuan. He could attend the auction in peace without caring too much about Central Continent. Fan Yuan paid attention to Combat Immortal Sect next. From some unimportant-looking news from Combat Immortal Sect, Fan Yuan sensed something strange. This news could deceive the other 9 great ancient sects for the time being, but to Fan Yuan, who was aware of the inside story, he could tell what was going on. It seems that Combat Immortal Sect has indeed deployed the battle strength of Gu Immortals to attack Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Fan Yuan thought. What he did not know was, after he left, Immortal Monkey King Shirley was trapped inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Combat Immortal Sect sent 3 Gu Immortals to reinforce him, but after they entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they met with some obstacles as well. In this case, the Dream Realm in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has been exposed to Combat Immortal Sect. The dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable has a connection to the predictions of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Combat Immortal Sect will definitely attack the Grotto Heaven in secret. I have to make good use of my time. The advantages of my rebirth are shrinking rapidly. Fan Yuan felt a sense of urgency again. Ever since he started selling Guts Goo and had made contact with all the large and small forces in Central Continent, it had become much easier for him to gather information compared to before. But this information was very general, there were no secrets involved. It could not compare to Fairy Li Shan's intelligence, those that came from Northern Plains. Fan Yuan did not mind this at all. Many Goo Immortals placed importance on collecting information. Every year, they would invest a huge amount of funds to search for critical information or to sustain the avenue of their source of information. But Fan Yuan did not need it. He saved a huge sum from this, because with his rebirth advantage, he had a lot of intelligence about his previous life. Compared to the information that these Goo Immortals obtained through hard work and resources, it was much more comprehensive and important. After confirming the situation around Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan was at ease. He looked at Tai Bai Yunxing's letter as well as He Lu Land's situation. Tai Bai Yunxing was currently exploring Yulu Blessed Land with Shark Demon and some others. Immortal Goo landscape as before had completely restored Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. It made Tai Bai Yunxing gain the favor of the others, and he successfully mixed in with the exploration group. As for He Lu Lan, she had recently undergone tribulation. Goo Immortals faced calamities and tribulations once in a while. Rank 6 Goo Immortals faced one earthly calamity every 10 years. 10 years was not in terms of the time of the 5 regions, it was the time in the Goo Immortals' immortal aperture. Because the branch of the river of time was different in every immortal aperture, the time flow was also different when compared to the outside world. He Lu Lan went through immortal ascension with a great strength true martial physique. She obtained a super-grade blessed land. The flow of time in her blessed land was extremely fast, even faster than Tai Bai Yunxing, who was a time path Goo Immortal. It was at 1 to 38. That was to say, 1 year in the 5 regions would be 38 years in He Lu Land's blessed land. During this time, she would need to undergo 3 earthly calamities, with only 2 years left until the 4th. More than half a year had passed in 5 regions' time since the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. He Lu Land's blessed land had already undergone 2 earthly calamities, this was the 3rd. Each tribulation was a trial, but He Lu Lan had Fairy Li Shan's help, and with several immortal Goo in her possession, if she met with any real difficulties, she could ask Fan Yuan for help. No news from her currently meant good news. After confirming the situation of the people around him, Fan Yuan had no more reservations. He fully committed to his plans. He calculated, only half a month was left until the auction. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, because the flow of time was 5 times as fast, that was approximately slightly less than 2.5 months. The transaction of Guts Goo had to continue. At the same time, Fan Yuan planned to use the light of wisdom to try to follow up on that burst of inspiration that had emerged earlier. Time passed quickly. 2 months went by in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time. Fan Yuan came out from the underground cave with a satisfied look. He had made great achievements in using the light of wisdom for deductions this time. He successfully fused the details of poison breath and harboring malicious heart to form a new, incomplete immortal move. Fan Yuan named it Poison Spit. Using immortal Goo Woman's heart as the core, it was called immortal, but this was not complete yet, because each time it was activated, large amounts of poison would remain in the body, causing backlashes due to the toxicity. Thus, this was only an incomplete move. With my immortal zombie body, I can activate Poison Spit 3 times. More than that, and the remaining poison would be able to kill even my soul. The 2 killer moves are the crystallization of my wisdom path and poison path attainment. It is a solid foundation. With the unlimited inspiration brought about by the light of wisdom, I could use this foundation to create something new. Fan Yuan had already used the light of wisdom many times. The more he used it, the more he felt the benefits and convenience of the light of wisdom. He could tell that wisdom Goo had immense value and an even more incredible effect. Chapter 746. Joyful News, a way to escape the zombie body. A few days later, Tai Bai Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fan Yuan met with him and saw the joy in his eyes, saying, "Old Bai, it seems that you have obtained something great in this journey to Eastern Sea." Tai Bai Yunxing laughed heartily. "Junior brother is sharp as ever, that is right. Guess what gains I made this time?" Fan Yuan said in curiosity. Fairy Yulu was a female attendant of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She cultivated Earth Path and Water Path, she was skilled in defense and healing. I know about the group that you went with to attack the Blessed Land. Did you unexpectedly succeed in one try, and manage to take down Yulu Blessed Land? In truth, Fan Yuan did not think well of the prospects of Tai Bai Yunxing's trip. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression turned stiff, he sighed. So junior brother did not expect us to succeed, you were right after all. In this attempt, we attacked the Blessed Land for 7 days and 7 nights, but we were defeated by the land spirit, and suffered huge losses. A Gu immortal nearly died, but I used man as before immortal Gu to save this person. Oh? Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew about the value of man as before immortal Gu. Once Tai Bai Yunxing exposed this Gu, his value would greatly rise among this group of people. As expected, Tai Bai Yunxing continued. After my man as before immortal Gu was exposed, I gained a lot of attention and respect. Next, Shark Demon invited me enthusiastically to go to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. Why would I dare to go to other people's base all alone? Thus, I rejected him. In the end, Shark Demon and 2 other immortal zombies hosted me in Haishur Blessed Land, and during the banquet I heard an important piece of news. Saying so, Tai Bai Yunxing paused, halting his words as he looked at Fan Yuan with shining eyes. Fan Yuan laughed mentally. He followed his intention and asked, what important news is it? For you to leave me hanging like this? Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was solemn, he said. It is a method that can revive you, junior brother. It is a method to break free of your immortal zombie body. Oh? Fan Yuan's eyebrows rose. He had made no progress after joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. To think that Tai Bai Yunxing would make more progress before Fan Yuan even gained anything. What method is it? Fan Yuan asked. Tai Bai Yunxing said, Shark Demon has a wife called Subai Man. She is also an immortal zombie. A long time ago, she obtained a time path immortal Gu from an opportunity after defeating strong foes. Its name is Time Anchor. This Gu can leave a mark in the river of time, even though that is useless on its own. When paired with other time path immortal Gu, the effect is incredible. Fan Yuan heard this and understood what Tai Bai Yunxing was going to say. His eyes shined, but they quickly dimmed. Old Bai, I understand what you mean. I've heard of Time Anchor immortal Gu long ago. If paired with your landscape as before, it can indeed make a mountain or river be restored to a certain period in time. If used with man as before, it can theoretically send a target back to their body condition at a certain time period as well. But the requirement for this is, Time Anchor immortal Gu has to leave a marking in advance. That is correct. My man as before immortal Gu can only go back by an instant in time, but with Time Anchor immortal Gu, we can exceed that limit of a single instant. Junior brother, with this method, you might be able to get rid of your immortal zombie status. Tai Bai Yunxing was excited. Tai Bai Yunxing's words were not wrong. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, they each have one effect, all being different. Immortal Gu are unique, although they are powerful, they have weaknesses and limitations. Man is the spirit of all beings, they were most skilled in wisdom and creation. Using a combination of different Gu worms, they could raise the overall effect and make up for the respective Gu's weaknesses. With Time Anchor immortal Gu's assistance, man as before immortal Gu can break free of the single instant limitation, but... Fan Yuan shook his head, continuing. The coordinated usage of 2 immortal Gu is not as simple as just using them. Many mortal Gu are needed at the same time. In fact, other immortal Gu might also be needed, in order to form an immortal killer move. Time Anchor and man as before can indeed coordinate theoretically. But you do not have a corresponding immortal killer move. I think Shark Demon is providing you such hospitality because he wants you to help them, to contribute man as before so that they can research the immortal killer move, right? Tai Bai Yunxing nodded continuously, praising. Junior brother is smart, you guessed accurately, that was indeed the case. It is a pity. Fan Yuan shook his head again. A pity what? I think this method has high hopes. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fan Yuan uncertainly. Old Bai, you should know, the fact that I have become an immortal zombie has long since been set in stone. Maybe Shark Demon and others had used Time Anchor immortal Gu before becoming immortal zombies, and left a marking in the river of time, but I did not. Thus, even if you research this killer move successfully, it is useless for me. Fan Yuan sighed. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed. Junior brother, your concern is right. But I have good news for you, that is, Subai Man and Shark Demon had not used Time Anchor immortal Gu to leave a marking. Oh? Back then, Subai Man forced back her enemies and obtained Time Anchor Immortal Goo, but she did not know its usage. Subai Man was heavily injured at that time. She had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. After Shark Demon learned about this, in order to accompany his wife, he became an immortal zombie even though he had ample lifespan. Years after the two became immortal zombies, they finally learned about the origin and usage of Time Anchor Immortal Goo. So that's it. Fan Yuan's expression changed. Getting a mysterious immortal goo and spending a few years or even over 10 years to learn about the origin and use of it, this was quite common. Previously in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Fan Yuan obtained many immortal goo as well, but he did not dare to test them recklessly. Thankfully, there was Langya Land's spirit to clear up the information regarding those goo. Tai Bai Yunxing continued. When they found out about the use of Time Anchor Goo, they were in deep regret, but it was too late. I had the same concerns as you, junior brother, and asked them during the banquet. Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies mentioned another method, that was Spring-Autumn Cicada. Oh? Fan Yuan had a curious but suspicious expression. Spring-Autumn Cicada is that mystical goo? Legends say that it can travel up the river of time, and return to the past. But that has never been confirmed. Tai Bai Yunxing did not suspect anything. Spring-Autumn Cicada is not reliable. Mentioning Spring-Autumn Cicada was only as an example. Shark Demon was trying to say that even though they missed the timing to use Time Anchor Immortal Goo, if they could use Immortal Goo like Spring-Autumn Cicada, they could bring the Goo Immortal in front of the River of Time. By then, using Time Anchor Immortal Goo to leave a marking upstream, one could use manas before Immortal Goo successfully. I think that this method has a high chance of success. Fan Yuan shut his eyes slightly. He fell into deep thought and did not speak. What Tai Bai Yunxing did not know was, Fan Yuan in front of him was the owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Be it Shark Demon or Tai Bai Yunxing, they were not familiar with Spring-Autumn Cicada, they only knew about it from rumors. Fan Yuan thought, if I could directly use Spring-Autumn Cicada, I would have used it. Why would I need to use an additional step with Time Anchor Immortal Goo? But this method, in theory, is possible. Fan Yuan had an agreement with Wisdom Goo. In a way, he controlled Wisdom Goo. He could rise up quickly despite being an immortal zombie, charge forward in over half a year, rapidly changing his situation and finances. Half of the reason was due to Wisdom Goo. If Fan Yuan wanted to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to be reborn and get rid of the immortal zombie trouble, he would have used it long ago. That is, leaving aside for now the failure chance of Spring-Autumn Cicada. But during the Northern Plains journey, Fan Yuan was too weak. Even if he was reborn and did it again, there were too many variables. Fan Yuan did not even have a 5% confidence of getting greater benefits from it. The agreement with Wisdom Goo was truly due to the perfect time and place. That moment was simply too unique. The rank 9 Wisdom Goo was Fan Yuan's greatest profit. If he did not obtain Wisdom Goo, there would be no better benefits in comparison. Other than Spring-Autumn Cicada, there are other Time Path Immortal Goo. Like Looking Back Immortal Goo and Vivid Recollection Immortal Goo, they can allow a Goo Immortal to stand in the present and observe the past, except that the two have differences. Using Looking Back in the area of the old Earth would allow one to see the former glorious scenery. Using Vivid Recollection Immortal Goo would allow one to inspect their own past. By refining the two Immortal Goo together, one could obtain the rank 8 Immortal Goo Extreme Past. The Goo Immortals can be drawn out and observe all that has happened in the past through the River of Time. Fan Yuan deduced in his mind, if I had the Time Path Investigative Immortal Goo Extreme Past, using it with the Time Anchor Immortal Goo, I might be able to form a Time Path Immortal Killer move, standing in the present and marking the past. Next, I can use manas before Immortal Goo to return to my human body and restore my living state, without losing Wisdom Goo. Of course, Extreme Past Immortal Goo is just an example. There might be other Time Path Immortal Goo that are more compatible with Time Anchor. Fan Yuan thought over it before opening his eyes. Old Bai, thank you. He thanked Tai Bai Yunxing sincerely. Although this method is innovative, it would expend a lot of time, effort, and resources. It is at least a 100-year project. But it is a form of hope at least. We are like family, there's not need to say thanks. Tai Bai Yunxing responded immediately. However, old Tai Bai understood what Fan Yuan was saying. He sighed as he continued. Exactly, it is at least some hope. Even though it will take a long time, during this period, junior brother, you can use the black oil in Zombie Alliance to slow the destruction of your blessed land. Even though black oil is hard to get, with my cooperative relationship with Shark Demon, I will be able to get enough. Fan Yuan laughed. During the period when you were gone, I had already used a fake identity, called Shahuang, and made my way into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. So Junior Brother had such a plan. Fan Yuan continued, I want to attend the auction in Northern Plains, come along with me. This is the Mortal Killer move. Unfamiliar face, it came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. I have a few Cloud Path killer moves, you can take a look. Aren't you cultivating Cloud Path now as well? Tai Bai Yunxing received these killer move as a warm feeling emerged in his heart. When I was thinking about my junior brother's problems, he was also looking out for my benefits. Fan Yuan showed him the Gu immortal captives and the deal he had with Langya Land Spirit. Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked, he said with worry and excitement. It seems that this auction will be a great show. I will go with you. It would be best if Hei Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan also are there. They will definitely go. But although our alliance was exposed to Hei Qing, now is not the time to openly travel with them, Fan Yuan said. Junior Brother makes sense. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded. Chapter 747. Auction 1. The mountain stood high above the clouds. On the peak, there was a mirror-like pond, reflecting the traces of clouds in the sky. This was Jinwu Blessed Land, the headquarters of Northern Plains Yuan tribe. The surname Yuan was not rare, it was very ordinary. In southern border, eastern sea, western desert, it existed in all 5 regions. But in Northern Plains, the surname Yuan was much more significant. It represented a superforce, a supreme authority. In the sky above the water, a white-robed old man was waving his spear. His aura was grand as he whipped up wind currents that moved the clouds. The old man was white-haired but greatly spirited. His body was moving around, sometimes fast as lightning, sometimes slow like a rock. With the spear in his hand, he extended it like a dragon's movement. It was very surreal. But regardless of how much commotion he caused, the lake on this mountain peak did not even have any ripples. It was calm like a mirror. The lake water had much life. The seaweed was moving without any currents in it. A large group of carps watched the white-robed old man wave his spear under the water. They were opening their mouths continuously as they spoke one by one. Old man Yuan, you danced pretty well. It was a good sight. These spear skills are not bad. You had a trace of Taoist spear's shadow. The spear was swept too greatly though. The angle was a little off. Hearing the carp's words, the old man stopped his movements, landing beside the pond. The long spear in his hands was still giving off a bright white light. It turned into a gu and went into his robe. Next, he paid respects to the carp in the pond as he inquired, May I ask, the horizontal sweep earlier, why was the angle off? You used too much strength. Too brutish, you lost your grace. Old man, you are too old and yet feisty, you should eat some seaweed to lower it. The carp spoke incessantly, criticizing with no restraint. These carps were not ordinary. Their skin was white as snow, while their scales were black like ink. The black and white formed a clear contrast. There was no other color. People called them true martial carp. They were born from heaven and earth. Each of them was a mutated beast king. The old man thought about it before raising his finger, using his arm instead of a spear, and practicing his moves. Is this okay? No. Wrong. Old man, you are so stupid. The carps spoke one after another, scolding the old man. At this time, a Yuan tribe Gu immortal, Yuan Qi, came running. Hearing the true martial carp's criticism, he did not feel anything strange. He paid respects to the old man as he said dutifully, Greetings to First Supreme Elder. The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first Supreme Elder, having rank 7 cultivation level with peak battle strength. Seeing someone come, he frowned unhappily. Junior Yuan Qi, why are you here? Didn't I say that when I am practicing my martial arts, I do not want anyone to disturb me? Lord, you instructed me earlier, so I am here to remind you not to miss the auction. Yuan Qi was extremely respectful. Oh? There was such a thing, I nearly forgot. That means the auction is happening soon? Yuan tribe's first Supreme Elder patted his forehead. Yuan Qi laughed bitterly. Lord, today is the day of the auction. Ah? Time flies so quickly. Lad, thank you for reminding me. When I return I will reward you. Off I go. Saying so, Yuan tribe first Supreme Elder waved his sleeves and an immortal gu flew out of the pond. This gu was called human language. It could turn the words of beasts into human words. Human language immortal gu left, and the discussions of the true martial carps came to an end. One could only hear the slight bubbling when they opened their mouths. Yuan tribe first elder collected the human language immortal gu and flew away. turning into light. The carp groups swam around one another. After some discussion, they felt bored and swam away. Yuan Chi looked at First Elder's figure as he vanished into the horizon. First Elder is still the same, he sighed, waving his sleeves at the pond. Winds blew and clouds moved. A thick white cloud covered and concealed this important place in Yuan tribe's territory. Magnolia Pulp Boat returns to the homeland of the lotus flower. Singing in the hall lasts till late into the night. The lake reflects the willows surrounded by light fog. Mountains far away resemble the contours of a beard that curls beautifully like a yellow moon. A scholar moved his head around as he held his scroll. Sitting in a pavilion with lotus flowers in the water, he recited in this calm night, as wind blew and a fragrance spread. A female attendant was beside the scholar. Her facial features were picturesque. Her skin was white like snow. She was holding a small vessel as she poured wine into the wine cup. After the scholar finished reciting his poem, he held his scroll as he looked at it while grabbing the wine cup on the table. He drank the wine without even looking at it. After gulping it down, he said, "Although the wine is good, there is not much left. During this auction, we should request for a few more jars from that person. Hong Xiu, you will go with me on this trip. Let Tian Xiang stay here and guard the blessed land." "Yes, young master." The female attendant was overjoyed as she replied quickly. Ding ding ding. Immortal Gu heavenly gong's sound resonated in the mind of Gu immortal He Lang Zi. He sat on the ground, opening his eyes as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This immortal Gu heavenly gong is very powerful. I had only activated 5% of its power, but my 5 intestines shifted and my blood flowed backwards, even though I had also been activating a top-tier defensive mortal killer move. He Lang Zi laughed sinisterly. His blood flow went back to normal. In a few breaths of time, it was like he had never been injured. Such power, I do not need to worry about the immortal Gu not being traded by anyone. He stood up and flew towards Crimson Reed Marsh. This is Crimson Reed Marsh? The scenery is great here. A rank 8 Gu immortal wearing a tall hat and with a common face was looking down at the Crimson Reed Marsh below him. But all he saw were reeds growing, with water pathways that were complex and interweaved, resembling a maze. What was most eye-catching here were not the water ducks, the gulls, or the fish, it was the crimson red reed. Countless reeds surfaced from the water vigorously, seemingly carrying grandness and boldness. They were imposing and expanded without restraint. With the attitude of a king, they subdued all of the living beings here and took them for themselves. The rank 8 Gu immortal observed before saying with some amazement, "This scenery has both delicateness and grandness. The outstanding nature is hidden deeply." Based on such a sight, this Qin Baixing clearly is a meticulous person despite his grandness. He is unrestrained but also has a scheming mind. No wonder he could cause such a commotion and hold this grand auction. Esteemed guest has brilliant judgment. A rank 7 Gu immortal beside him nodded in agreement. Qin Baixing's actions were truly the source of a huge commotion. It was a great method to protect himself. I, Murong Jin Xiao, admire his actions greatly. I am looking forward to it, this auction that involves almost all of Northern Plains heroes. The rank 8 Gu immortal greeted as the esteemed guest retracted his gaze, his tone becoming excited. Ha ha ha, Eastern Sea is rich in resources, countless heroes emerge from there. Esteemed guest is an overlord of a region, controlling the entire Glass Sea. Although Northern Plains has many talents, there are few that are worthy of receiving your compliment. Murong Jin Xiao said respectfully. From his words, it seemed that this mysterious guest was not a Northern Plains Gu immortal, he came from Eastern Sea. Brother Qin, we meet again. Fan Yuan cupped his fists, greeting Qin Baixing. Ha ha, Brother Sha, I have been waiting for you. But I did not expect you to come directly from Fairy Li Shan's side. Qin Baixing was very enthusiastic. He grabbed Fan Yuan's arms, like he really regarded him as a brother. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing went together. They did not travel in Northern Plains. Instead, they entered Fairy Li Shan's blessed land and used Whole Earth Gu to reach Baixing blessed land. With their earlier agreement and the Mountain Pledge Gu, Fairy Li Shan's and Qin Baixing's blessed lands had been set up with a pair of Whole Earth Gu, allowing them to connect. Fan Yuan brought the 13 sleeping cloud coffins and arrived in the blessed land through this path, meeting Qin Baixing once again. There's no choice. I have such valuable treasures with me. With my low cultivation level, I can only come here through this method to reduce the risk. Fan Yuan purposely laughed bitterly. Don't be humble, brother, you are so well hidden, your depth is unfathomable. With just you and Fairy Li Shan's relationship, Who would dare to target you? Qin Baixing said respectfully. No matter how good you are, there is always someone better than you. But if I have brother's battle strength, I would have no fear. Fan Yuan quickly replied. In terms of interpersonal skills, he was not inferior to Qin Baixing. I wonder who this is. Qin Baixing turned around, looking at Tai Bai Yunxing, who was next to Fan Yuan. Right now, Tai Bai Yunxing had used unfamiliar face and turned into an ordinary old man. His appearance was very different from before. This is my good friend, Gu Immortal Baixing. Fan Yuan introduced fearlessly. Baixing. Forgive my ignorance, I did not know that a person of your caliber was hidden in our northern plains. Qin Baixing took the initiative to greet. No, I am flattered. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly responded. Qin Baixing brought Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing to the auction hall. For this auction, I purposely altered my blessed land to form this huge auction hall. Qin Baixing introduced. It is quite extraordinary, there is a very magnificent aura, as expected of Brother Qin's setup. Fan Yuan smiled as he praised. Qin Baixing showed a hint of worry and doubt, saying, I have no choice, many huge forces and countless experts in northern plains were all invited to this auction. As the person in charge, if the auction is too run down, I will be offending them. Honestly speaking, there had been a huge pressure on me these recent days, I could barely sleep. Thankfully, with Brother Shah, the blessed lands will definitely be a popular item when up for auction. I can't wait to see that commotion. I wonder if you have many? Fan Yuan did not say a number, only smiling as he said, Brother Qin, you can be at ease about it, no need to worry. Haha, of course I'm not worried. Qin Baixing's gaze flashed. Since he could not probe the answer, he changed the topic. In this auction, I have the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. The main hall can allow free interaction, the single rooms are for those Gu immortals with strange temperaments, or who enjoy being alone. The secret rooms will hide everything about the Gu immortal's identity. These three arrangements have been written in the Alliance content long ago. Brother Shah does not need to worry that I have done some tricks behind the scenes. I wonder which location Brother Shah would choose? These three locations, can they be swapped at will during the process of the auction? Fan Yuan asked first. Of course. But if a secret room is already occupied, unless the owner agrees, nobody can get in. Qin Baixing answered. Then I will choose a secret room. Fan Yuan said. I will choose a secret room too. Tai Bai Yunxing followed behind. Qin Baixing nodded. The first 9 secret rooms have been booked already. I'll give you the 10th and 11th rooms respectively, how about that? Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had no reason to say no. After they entered their secret rooms, Baixing Blessed Land opened its entrance and invited many Gu immortals in. Chapter 748. Auction 2. In the secret room, Fan Yuan was playing with the Gu worms in his hands. These mortal Gu were owned by Qin Baixing, but currently they were lended to the secret room's owner, thus Fan Yuan could activate them. He activated his primeval essence and tried to inject it, as the environment in the secret room changed at once. It seems that Qin Baixing really put in some effort. Even though it is a secret room, it is like a small world in here, it is larger than a garden. These mortal Gu can be used to change the environment. It can become a mountainous or river-like area, or even become an ocean or lake, a pavilion or a terrace. As Fan Yuan continued to use the Gu, the environment in the secret room continued to change. At times, it was a lush mountain and he was at the peak of the mountain in a pavilion. At times, there were huge rivers and he was in a boat docked at the side of the river. Of course, these changes were just illusions, they were not real. If they were real, such terrain-changing abilities would definitely come from immortal Gu. He would need to spend a lot of immortal essence. Fan Yuan retrieved the Gu worms and browsed one with his mind. This East Window Gu had many of the auction items listed in it, they were all precious treasures. Fan Yuan was dazed upon seeing the huge catalog. Some of the auction items had the conditions written in the description. Other than using immortal essence stones to bid for them, one could also trade for them using resources. Evidently, these resources were what the owner of the auction item were looking for. Fan Yuan swept through the content of the list and focused on the latter portion. This portion's information listed a variety of immortal Gu. They had all sorts of effects and were from all kinds of different paths. The information on how to trade these Gu were all written on the back. Unlike the previous content, immortal Gu were unique, they could not be bought using immortal essence stones. This rule was practically set in stone. Even during the 5 regions chaotic war it was still in place. Thus, to buy an immortal goo, one needed to use another immortal goo as the price. Fan Yuan's focused his mind and quickly saw that his immortal goo were also listed there. There were 4 immortal goo: Rising Azure Cloud, Worldly Wave Trace, Calamity Beckoning, and Delight in Water and Mountain. The former 2 were movement immortal goo, one was Cloud Path and the other was Water Path. They were incompatible with Fan Yuan's Strength Path. Although Tai Bai Yunshin cultivated Cloud Path as well, he was a Time Path goo immortal. Rising Azure Cloud was also not suitable for him. As for Calamity Beckoning immortal goo, it was rank 7, but the effect could be said to be harming oneself. It was practically a luck path suicidal weapon. Even though Fan Yuan had conceived some uses for it, if he could exchange it for other immortal goo, that would be more worthwhile. The final one was Delight in Water and Mountain immortal goo. It could produce huge amounts of joyful will. But Fan Yuan was already prepared to mass produce malicious thought goo. In that case, it could replace the use of joyful will. He might as well put it up for auction and see what immortal goo he can get from it. If there is no suitable trade, he could just take it back. After the 4 immortal goo, Fan Yuan naturally listed the conditions for exchanging them. What was worth mentioning was that these 4 immortal goo were all put up using Fairy Li Shan's channel. He was not associated with them. Even though Calamity Beckoning immortal goo was quite troublesome to sell and might even attract trouble, if it could be traded for a useful immortal goo, the benefits exceeded the cost. If he missed this golden opportunity, he might not have an equivalent one for several hundred years, until the 5 regions' chaotic war. Fan Yuan was a vigilant person, but he was also resolute. When he needed to take risks, he would not cower in fear and doubt. Other than these 4 immortal goo, I still have Spring Autumn Cicada, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, Woman's Heart, and in a way Wisdom goo. Fan Yuan counted. He needed these remaining 5 immortal goo. He would not put them up at the auction, or even give any chances of exposing them if possible. Spring-Autumn Cicada's actual effect would only be known by the user. Even though there was a chance of failure, Fan Yuan obtained a lot of benefit from it and gained much experience. He could not do without it. Even with Wisdom goo in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Spring-Autumn Cicada was still his biggest trump card. Fan Yuan had already decided that Spring-Autumn Cicada would remain as his vital goo in his first aperture. In the future, if he had a chance, he would choose Time Path and undergoing Immortal Ascension. Cleanse Soul Immortal goo was the core of the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self. Although it was hungry and could not be used, he would not sell it. Connect Luck Immortal goo could make up for Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness. Fan Yuan had already experienced the power of Luck Path. He would not let go of this Immortal goo. Wisdom goo was out of the question. If he took it out, it would cause a huge commotion and make countless people go after his life. As for Woman's Heart Immortal goo, it was originally something Fan Yuan wanted to get rid of. But due to a coincidence, Fan Yuan deduced the Poison Spit Killer move. This Woman's Heart Immortal goo was its core, and was now placed at the right part of Fan Yuan's chest. It was like a heart, beating continuously. It was small like a baby's fist, it looked purple-black and was surrounded in poisonous energy. It was already connected to Fan Yuan's bloodstream. Every time he breathed, the zombie blood would flow slowly, carrying the poison and circulating in Fan Yuan's body. From this point, one could see traces of the Wisdom Path Killer move harboring malicious heart. But the mortal goo assisting Woman's Heart were like a goo formation for reverse refinement. Through reverse refinement, they were extracting Woman's Heart's strength. This was due to Immortal goo Woman's Heart's special property, refinement and nurturing in one. This goo needed the hearts of women to feed it. After it is full, the more it is fed, the stronger the poison. Right now, Fan Yuan was using a reverse refinement process to draw out that poison. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Although Woman's Heart is a consumable immortal goo, and would be expended in when used normally, through his own method, and combining it with other goo worms, it could be used repeatedly by extracting its power slowly and continuously. Poison Spit is only an incomplete immortal move. It needs to be improved later. With Wisdom goo, it should not be a problem. Fan Yuan gathered his thoughts as he put down the east window goo. He willed and the view in front of him became clear. Fan Yuan could see the auction hall. The auction was split into the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. Fan Yuan could not see the latter two, he could only see the main hall. Right now, on the seats in the main hall were more than 20 goo immortals. They were talking openly without fear of eavesdroppers. Old Lu, it has been a while. I trust that you have been well. Oh, Qin Xianzi, you have gone through the second heavenly tribulation already, right? I am ashamed, my foundation is too weak. I was scared and have placed my blessed land in the outside world of Northern Plains these recent years. After spending a lot of resources and borrowing a time path immortal goo, I have slowed the flow of time in my blessed land. Right now, I still have one heavenly tribulation cultivation. The earthly calamities are hard to survive, the heavenly tribulations are even harder obstacles. You are very stable and careful, not taking huge risks. This is a very safe method. Sure Yen, you are here too? Your words are too funny. If you Wurong can come, why can't I? Humph. The grudge of you snatching my goo back then, I will take revenge. Just you wait. Hee, I know this immortal goo is suitable for your use, but I am going to auction it. Let's see if you have the ability to bid for it. Some goo immortals were catching up on old times, some were building relationships, but there were others with great animosity. They were like barrels of gunpowder. At this moment, a white-robed old man walked into the main hall. Haha, there are quite a number of people. The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first supreme elder. He looked around and laughed heartily. His laughter soon attracted the attention of the people in the hall, as talks became softer. Fan Yuan directed his gaze as well. This first supreme elder of Yuan tribe was a rank 7 goo immortal, the leader of the super force, Yuan tribe, of Northern Plains. He had exemplary battle strength and financial power. He was a strong contender in this auction. Qin Baixing was standing at the entrance inviting guests inside. He went up and paid his respects. It is truly my Baixing blessed land's great fortune that Lord Yuan is here to grace our auction with his presence. Don't call me Lord, call me by my name, Yuan Rangzun. Yuan tribe's first supreme elder saw Qin Baixing and his eyes shined. He patted Qin Baixing's back with much enthusiasm. Long ago, he had fought with Qin Baixing. The latter's strength had gained his acknowledgement. But I had some gains after practicing my spear skills recently. Is there any time we can spar once again? Yuan Rangzun's changed the topic and he showed his true nature as a martial arts fanatic. Senior Yuan's down-marked spear arts are still vivid in my memories. I wonder if Senior Yuan would like to sit in the main hall, or get a single room or a secret room. Qin Baixing laughed. He did not reply to the invitation. Give me a single room. Yuan Rangzun knew that now was not the time for this. He thought about it and gave his response. Just as Yuan Rangzun stepped into his single room, a handsome scholar walked into the auction with a female goo immortal following behind him. Unfettered scholar came too? The gazes of the goo immortals in the main hall were attracted again. I had heard that Unfettered Scholar has great luck with women, having 2 goo immortal attendants, named Tian Xiang and Hong Xiao. I wonder who came with him? Many male goo immortals turned around to look at the female goo immortal. She wears a red dress that looks like fire. It should be Fairy Hong Xiao. If it was Fairy Tian Xiang, who was born with a certain fragrance, the main hall would have already been filled with fragrance if she was here. A certain goo immortal who knew a lot about them said with much enthusiasm. Fan Yuan's mind rapidly went through the information. This unfettered scholar was a lone cultivator. He had quite a few obstacles in life. His ancestors were not from Northern Plains. He came from a clan in Central Continent that had gone downhill. Central Continent was full of sects. It was tough for clans to survive. If they could, they would cross the regional walls and live in the other 4 regions. Alone in another region, Unfettered Scholar's clan was ostracized and lost a lot of their strength. They were barely surviving in Northern Plains. Their situation was turning worse. After several generations, they had finally mixed into Northern Plains, but at that time, they were on their deathbed, like a dying old man. By Unfettered Scholar's generation, the clan had already been thoroughly destroyed. Unfettered Scholar brought along his 2 attendants, and they escaped for their lives, living a tough life. In their most difficult moments, even though they were in danger of dying, Unfettered Scholar had never abandoned his 2 attendants. Eventually, he obtained an opportunity, and became a goo immortal. After becoming an immortal, he spent a lot of money and effort to make his attendants immortals as well. This was quite a story in Northern Plains' goo immortal world. Be it Yuan Rangzun, Unfettered Scholar, or the other goo immortals, they each had their own exciting stories. They were the main characters of their own legendary tales. Goo masters who were able to become immortals naturally were exemplary characters. Before this auction had even begun, before all of the goo immortals had entered, brilliant heroes and geniuses had already appeared like shining stars in the sky. Chapter 749. Auction 3. Brother Qin, go ahead with your work, we can choose a room for ourselves. Unfettered Scholar waved to Qin Baixing as he spoke in a tone that revealed his close relationship with Qin Baixing. Next, Unfettered Scholar walked away slowly, into a room with Fairy Hong Xiu. After he left, more Gu immortals arrived. Some chose single rooms, but most chose the main hall. As for those who chose the secret rooms, they entered through secret channels, into their respective rooms. This could not be seen from the main hall. Although Qin Baixing is a lone cultivator, he has great strength and yet shows great respect for people. He has a wide network and relationships with many experts. Tai Bai Yunxing transmitted from the 11th secret room. This was the first time he had met Qin Baixing, yet he had a high evaluation of the man. Fan Yuan looked at the hall as he analyzed. It is not entirely Qin Baixing's credit. Earlier, when 88 True Young building collapsed, Northern Plains Gu immortals obtained many immortal Gu. They need to trade them and satisfy their own requirements. There is also the essence of the luck path true inheritance. In addition, with Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, Northern Plains' situation has rapidly changed. All the super forces need to establish new rules. Because of this specific timing and situation, the auction could become so huge. Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan were able to invite rank 8 Gu immortals not only as a result of their own reputations. As time passed, more and more Gu immortals arrived. In the hall, Gu immortals were talking and created lots of noise. Although Gu immortals were powerful and had unlimited primeval essence, capable of crushing mortals, they were busy with managing their immortal apertures and had to make lots of preparations for the calamities and tribulations. They had very limited time. Furthermore, the world was huge and Gu immortals were small in numbers. It was rare for them to interact with each other. Especially an opportunity like this which gathered so many Gu immortals, it was very rare. Gu immortals needed to interact. They placed great emphasis on their social network. Immortal Gu were unique. Often, Gu immortals needed to borrow immortal Gu to settle their problems. Furthermore, the economy of this world was not developed. Many precious resources could not be bought using immortal essence stones. They could only be traded with rare goods at times. This auction gathered almost all of the Gu immortals in Northern Plains. Such an opportunity to interact was extremely rare. In the main hall, Gu immortals talked and exchanged information. Even several enemies had their grudges temporarily mediated and resolved. Gu immortals were so rare, their social network was only so big. If one was not a friend, there would be an enemy. Even if they were a stranger, they would still be connected somehow in this social network as long as they talked about their friends. After Unfettered Scholar, an old man carrying a walking cane walked into the auction hall slowly. Qin Baixing saw this and his expression brightened. He quickly walked forward and paid respects. Qin Baixing pays respects to Lord Yao Huang. Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains. The hall was silent. Many Gu immortals could not sit any longer. They stood up and greeted. Lord Yao Huang, you are my benefactor. Please accept my respects. If not for Lord Yao Huang, I would still be injured now. Lord Yao Huang, do you remember me? I am Xiao Si, who searched for the bean sprout worm for you back then. Even the Gu immortals who were in the single rooms walked out and greeted Yao Huang. Hello everyone, good day, good day. Yao Huang had an amicable expression as he nodded. He did not put on airs and was not acting arrogantly. Like Tai Bai Yunxing, Yao Huang was a healing Gu immortal and was famous in the righteous path. He had a pure Huang Jin bloodline, being the first supreme elder of the Super Force, Yao tribe. He had a lofty reputation in Northern Plains. It could be said to be the highest of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals of Northern Plains. Stories regarding Yao Huang was numerous. They would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to read. The following story was closely connected to Fan Yuan. It happened decades ago. Yao Huang created a new healing immortal Gu. For the last 100 years, he had been asking for immortal zombies and Zombie Alliance to do experiments on them. As his research got deeper, Yao Huang had some results and actually managed to turn himself into an immortal zombie. Many Gu immortal experts were unable to learn about the truth. They were deceived and thought that Yao Huang's lifespan was almost used up, forcing him to become an immortal zombie. Yao Huang thus proclaimed that he wanted to join Zombie Alliance. At the same time, Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demonis, already had left and entered Eastern Sea. Without the leader, Zombie Alliance only had Yin Lu Gong and the other 2 rank 7s to guard the headquarters. No one in Zombie Alliance could expose Yao Huang's methods, but at the final moment, he lost to the entrance of the discussion hall. No matter how Yao Huang pushed it, he could not open the door. This made the immortal zombies only able to look at each other in dismay. Eventually, Yao Huang could not get in and could only laugh loudly, removing his disguise and explaining the truth. Even though he had lied to everyone, he had a great reputation and high cultivation level. None of the immortal zombies dared to offend him. In the end, they even sent him back courteously. Just as Yao Huang walked in, Yin Lu Gong arrived as well. "Oh, little Lu!" Yao Huang looked back and greeted. "Junior pays respects to Lord Yao Huang." Yin Lu Gong had a flattering expression as he went up and greeted. "Right now, Zombie Alliance took up the mission just in time. That immortal zombie came to Yao tribe and my research was not held up. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to the cooperation of your Zombie Alliance." Yao Huang thanked while smiling. "I am flattered. It is our honor to work with Lord Yao Huang. In the future, when Lord Yao Huang succeeds in the new healing immortal goo, it would benefit the goo immortals in Northern Plains as well." Yin Lu Gong was skilled at social relations. He spoke appropriate words. Yao Huang stretched out his wrinkled arm, grabbing Yin Lu Gong. "Come, little Lu, sit together with me." Before Yin Lu Gong could reject him, he said to Qin Baixing, "Little Qin, give us a single room." Thus, under everyone's envious gazes, the two entered the single room. Yao Huang was the first rank 8 Gu immortal to enter. Next, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, 5 Elements Grand Master, and Old Ancestors Shui Hu appeared. Each of their appearances unavoidably caused a huge commotion. Before the appearance of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, rank 8 was the peak of the Gu immortal world's battle strength. The 5 rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains were noble existences that earned much reverence from people. Among them, Old Ancestors Shui Hu was the number 1 person in the demonic path. He was the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang was the first supreme elder of Yao tribe. He was a rank 8 of the righteous path. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and 5 Elements Grand Master were lone cultivators. They were neither righteous nor demonic. They were in the neutral faction. Lastly, there was Prince Feng Xian. He was also a righteous path Gu immortal. But he was only an external supreme elder of the Super Force Gong tribe. He did not have the Huangjin bloodline in him. His status was rather awkward. Because he had some grievances with Gong tribe, he had been living outside for many years. He did not work for Gong tribe. Only when Gong tribe encounters a huge crisis would he help out. Among the 5 rank 8s, 2 were righteous, 1 was demonic, and 2 were neutral. Such a relationship was also the current balance of power in Northern Plains. The next 3 rank 8 experts all chose single rooms. In the hall, there were already 40 to 50 people. Among the 5 rank 8s, 4 have already appeared. Only Prince Feng Xian is left. This is really a rare event that is hard to witness in hundreds of years. It is an eye-opening experience. To be able to leave an impression on these experts, this trip was worth it. Rank 8 great experts are all glorious and have naturally imposing auras. I wonder what Prince Feng Xian's demeanor would be like. As everyone waited in anticipation, a cold-looking female Gu immortal walked in silently. It was Feng Jiuge, who had disguised himself as Fairy Yulan. Many people knew about Fairy Yulan and Prince Feng Xian's relationship. Their attention was quickly drawn over. Qin Baixing quickly attended to him. "Master is blending his grotto heaven's qi. I will be representing him for this auction," Feng Jiuge said, without laughing or smiling. He had huge guts. As an outside region's Gu immortal, he dared to attend the Northern Plains auction at this sensitive time. The moment he appeared, he announced this loudly. It was to deter the others. By using Prince Feng Xian as a shield, it would help him during the process of the auction. Hearing that Prince Feng Xian was not coming, a wave of disappointment came over the main hall. Feng Jiuge had a calm expression. Vaguely familiar face was really an amazing killer move. None of the Gu immortals in the hall could see any flaws in his disguise. Of course, this also was because the Gu immortals were respecting each other and did not use investigative Gu to peek at one another for no reason. Especially when Fairy Yulan, who Feng Jiuge was disguised as, had a rank 8 great expert behind her. In addition, nobody would expect him to be so daring. Under everyone's shining gazes, Fairy Yulan walked into a single room. Like Fang Yuan, he toyed around with the mortal Gu and changed the environment in the room. Next, he grabbed the east window Gu and looked inside. Oh! The moment he looked at it, Feng Jiuji's heart jumped. Worldly wave trace immortal Gu, delight in water and mountain immortal Gu. Aren't these the core Gu worms for an immortal Gu house, water pavilion of my sect? They actually appeared here. Shock flashed across Feng Jiuji's eyes, but it quickly calmed and disappeared. This showed his supreme control over his own mental state. It seems that the supreme elders in the sect guessed correctly. Back then, our sect saintess, Mo Yao, had brought water pavilion into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without Water Pavilion's help, she would not have been able to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88 True Yang building collapsed, it seems that Water Pavilion also broke apart, and the core Gu were taken by Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Oh? There is Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu. According to the sect records, Saintess Mo Yao had once obtained the essence of Luck Path in 88 True Yang building, refining Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu to help her husband, Bo Qing. But Bo Qing's tribulation was too great. Even though Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu drew away part of the tribulation, they could not survive, both of them perished. Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu was also destroyed in the process. To think that there is a new Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu. This discovery gave Feng Jiuge further suspicions. How did Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu come about? Who refined it? The person auctioning it? Or did it scatter into the outside world after Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, thus being taken by someone? What did this have to do with Mo Yao? According to rumors, Mo Yao left behind an inheritance. Would this inheritance contain the way to refine Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu? At once, Feng Jiuge fell into deep thought. Many ideas appeared in his mind. He suddenly laughed. This auction was really worth coming to. The moment I entered, I obtained so many clues. In any case, I have to take back Delight in Water and Mountain and Worldly Wave Trace. Spirit Affinity House has lost Water Pavilion for too long. As for Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu, it is rank 7, the price for exchanging for it is very high. I'll see how things go first. Chapter 750. Auction 4. Things progressed stably with the passage of time. The Gu Immortals entering became fewer and fewer. After a while longer, Qin Baixing closed the entrance of his blessed land. He walked to the raised platform in front of the main hall, proclaiming briefly and to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has arrived. The auction will officially start. Strange, why have Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not arrived? Tai Bai Yunxing transmitted a message to Fan Yuan. Yes, I am also puzzled. According to Fairy Li Shan's nature, she should be sitting in the main hall after she arrives. However, there is not even a trace of her. Fan Yuan replied. The auction currently has 3 spaces for participants: the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. If they had chosen a secret room, they would have entered directly through secret pathways and not made a public appearance. But even if Fairy Li Shan entered a secret room, she would not have done so without even greeting us. Have you noticed this? There are no Gu Immortals of He tribe present. Tai Bai Yunxing pointed it out. Fan Yuan mumbled, we should first send a letter inquiring about the situation. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan are bound to us by the Snowy Mountain Alliance. The possibility of them betraying us is not likely. If they encountered an ambush from He Cheng and others, with the strength of those two, they should have been able to send a message to request for support. While the two were secretly discussing, the first auction item was already displayed on the platform. Everyone should know, these are Sky Chief Clouds. When they are spread out, they can stretch out for over 1,300 square kilometers. Such a large amount of Sky Chief Clouds are rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The starting bid is 20 Immortal Essence Stones. Every bid should be an increase of at least 5 Immortal Essence Stones. Please start. Qin Baixing announced. Sky Chief Clouds, this is useful for my Tai Bai Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunxing's attention was immediately attracted, and he subconsciously utilized the prepared Mortal Gu in the secret room to make his bid. Qin Baixing sensed the bid and immediately announced. The 11th secret room bids 30 Immortal Essence Stones. The next moment, a Cloud Path Gu Immortal in the main hall shouted, 35 Immortal Essence Stones. Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled as he activated the Mortal Gu to bid again. He directly raised the price by 10 to 45 Immortal Essence Stones. 45 Immortal Essence Stones were enough to buy a desolate beast corpse. The Cloud Path Gu Immortal who had made the bid gritted his teeth, hesitating for a while but not making another bid. On the ground, there was the Earth Chief Beast. In the sky, there was the Sky Chief Beast. Within the immemorial 9 heavens, Sky Chief Beast groups more or less lived in each of the heavens. The so-called Sky Chief Clouds were formed from the breath of the Sky Chief Beast, condensing slowly over long periods of time. These clouds could construct an environment in the immortal aperture that could greatly increase the production of Cloud Path Gu worms. If a group of Sky Chief Beasts live in this cloudy environment, the effect would be even more wondrous, and if it was managed properly, there would be a never-ending flow of Sky Chief Clouds. However, the intact parts of the immemorial 9 heavens could only be explored by powerful rank 7 or rank 8 goo immortals. Every Sky Chief beast was at least a mutated beast king, comparable to an ordinary beast emperor. And the king of every group of Sky Chief beasts was essentially at desolate beast level. 45 immortal essence stones, going once. Qin Baixing spoke, seeing that there were no more bids. There are already large numbers of float ball tea in my blessed land. I will have the first batch of harvest at the end of this month. I intend to bring in jade hummingbirds later on. If I can add Sky Chief clouds, I will have the building blocks to smoothly bring in sky flowers and floating sparrowhawks. Junior brother, you advanced to Goo Immortal later than me, but you already have experience in managing blessed lands through Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Can you tell me what you think of my plan? Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled as he transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan. On the platform, Qin Baixing shouted again. 45 immortal essence stones, going twice. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, and replied to Tai Bai Yunxing. Sky flowers indeed grow in clouds, and floating sparrowhawks often are the hosts for cloud path goo worms. Old Bai, are you thinking of cultivating both time path and cloud path? Yes. My time path abilities are specialized in healing. If I can add in cloud path, it can make up for the other shortcomings. Tai Bai Yunxing said without reservation. He was originally skilled with cloud path and movement ability, his attainment reaching flying master realm using it. Later, he had dealings with Northern Plains Ingman King, Mo Tan Sang, who sold him the killer move 9 Cloud Ring for a low price. This deepened Tai Bai Yunxing's interest in cloud path. Fan Yuan did not feel this choice was abrupt. At this moment, Qin Baixing shouted for the third time. 45 immortal essence stones for over 1,300 square kilometers of Sky Chief clouds, going thry. Hold on, 55 immortal essence stones. The bid was just about to be decided, when suddenly a Goo Immortal spoke up. His voice came from the 17th single room. Tai Bai Yunxing had not expected such a change as he hurriedly made a bid. 60 immortal essence stones. This price finally dispelled any thoughts of buying from everyone present, allowing Tai Bai Yunxing to get his wish. The second item for auction is a group of rare black spirit antelopes. The beast group's size reaches 320,000, and has 5 beast emperors. The lowest price is 10 immortal essence stones. Every bid should be at least 4 immortal essence stones higher. The price can be lowered if you use vertical rainbow ointment to trade. Qin Baixing announced. Black spirit antelopes were already hard to find in northern plains. This beast group's size was so large, it should have been reared in some Goo Immortal's immortal aperture. The goo worms residing in black spirit antelopes were mainly soul path goo worms, thus this especially attracted the attention of soul path goo immortals. The Goo Immortal putting this group of black spirit antelopes up for sale required a goo refinement material, vertical rainbow ointment. Thus the bidding could be done using immortal essence stones or vertical rainbow ointment. A round of bidding passed, and this black spirit antelope group was purchased by a Goo Immortal for 28 immortal essence stones. The third item is a set of goo recipes that came from the medieval antiquity era. Its name is Inch of Time. It contains all the recipes from rank 1 to rank 5, and the crucial point is that these goo recipes have already been improved. All of the refinement materials can be found commonly. The lowest price is 22 immortal essence stones, and you can also use the desolate beast, 6-headed snake skin to reduce the price. Qin Baixing announced. 23 immortal essence stones. Isn't it disgraceful to add only 1 immortal essence stone? 30 immortal essence stones. I bid 32. This time, there were clearly more Goo Immortals bidding than the previous 2 times. Inch of Time was a time path goo worm which could not be used on humans but could be used on other targets, and was extensively used in goo refinement. For instance, if a goo worm required 3 days and 3 nights to be refined, and the Inch of Time goo was used, it would quickly reach the state that required 3 days and 3 nights of time, by accelerating the growth and transformation of the goo worm. And the amount of time the goo master would have to spend probably would only be few short moments. Fan Yuan had obtained the goo recipe for the olden antiquity era's group strength goo, the market price of which was only 2 immortal essence stones. Inch of Time was only a goo recipe from the medieval antiquity era, but it was a complete set, from the rank 1 goo, 1 inch of time, to the rank 5 goo, 5 inches of time. The most important point was that this goo recipe had already been improved by the Goo Immortal. All the goo refinement materials required also conformed to the present situation, and were not difficult to obtain. It was not like the original goo recipe, in which many refinement materials would be extremely scarce, expensive, or extinct. This point determined the explosive increase in the price, reaching the base price of 22 immortal essence stones. Soon, the bidding reached 48 immortal essence stones. Tai Bai Yunxing also made his bid at this time. 58 immortal essence stones. He increased the price by 10 immortal essence stones at once, attempting to scare off the competitors. Tai Bai Yunxing was rich, even more so than Fang Yuan. He had landscape as before and man as before, two great time path healing immortal goo, and therefore was very much sought after in the Eastern Sea. Especially in the exploration of Yulu blessed land, they might have failed, but he had used man as before to save a goo immortal. This goo immortal gave him 100 or so immortal essence stones as remuneration, and also said he owed Tai Bai Yunxing a favor which he would pay in the future. Most crucially, Tai Bai Yunxing's blessed land was healthy and produced green grape immortal essence at every fixed interval of time. His green grape immortal essence was accumulating day by day, to the extent that he could not use them all up. His Tai Bai blessed land's time flow was 33 times faster than the outside world, nearly the same as He Lu land's super-grade blessed land. This was because his was a high-grade blessed land, and he was also a time path goo immortal. Thus, in the aspect of time path resources, it was rather outstanding. One day in the outside world would be a month in Tai Bai Yunxing's blessed land. In theory, blessed lands would produce green grape immortal essence every month. In the same given time for the outside world, the amount of green grape immortal essence Tai Bai Yunxing obtained was several times or even 10 times higher than ordinary rank 6 goo immortals. On the contrary, Fan Yuan might have guts goo business, but he had to handle all sorts of expenses, especially the constant converting of immortal essence stones to green grape immortal essence. His immortal aperture was dead and could no longer produce immortal essence. Moreover, it would crumble and shrink every set interval of time, which was an extremely large setback to him. Tai Bai Yunxing's bid indeed scared off most of the competing goo immortals. But there was still some who persisted. As the bid increased with 2 additional offers, the price had slowly risen to 66 immortal essence stones. 66 immortal essence stones to purchase a set of mortal goo recipes! Some of the low-level goo immortals in the main hall were tongue-tied. It can't be considered expensive. Inch of time cannot be used on oneself, but it can be used to save time and has wide range of applications like reducing the duration of goo refinement. If you consider it in the long term, especially for those goo immortals who also cultivate refinement path, they can use inch of time to slowly accumulate savings worth 66 immortal essence stones. A goo immortal calmly analyzed. This price is already at the peak. It would be unwise to raise the price further, unless you have a special requirement for it. Another goo immortal added his analysis. 66 immortal essence stones, going once. Qin Baixing started to close the bids. At this moment, Fan Yuan transmitted his voice to Tai Bai Yunxing. Old Bai, let's split the immortal essence stones and make the bid together? Tai Bai Yunxing was happy. Junior brother, you also have the intent to get it, that is good. He thus raised the price directly to 68. Only one other goo immortal continued to bid, adding 1 immortal essence stone. Finally, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing paid an expensive price of 70 immortal essence stones to finish the purchase of Inch of Time. Time passed by, one after another, treasures continued to be auctioned off. The competition in the main hall was getting more fierce and the atmosphere had also turned fiery. Many goo immortals lost their bearings and started arguing. Although they had sense and calmness, with large profits in front, they could not help being flushed with agitation. After dozens of items were auctioned off, some low-leveled goo immortals already became powerless to continue fighting, some were perspiring, some were pale, while many were exhausted. The bidding did not only compare wealth but also involved psychological battles. Gradually, rank 6 goo immortal bidders became sparser. Rank 6 goo immortals usually had several hundreds of immortal essence stones of savings, while rank 7 would have several thousands or over 10,000 directly in their hands. At rank 8, having several tens of thousands available was a certainty. And those who had accumulated over the years would have hundreds of thousands of immortal essence stones in hand. The stronger the cultivation, the more resources they owned. Ordinary rank 6s had too weak of a foundation. Fortunately, they could lower the price with other goods, otherwise most of them would have already been completely out of the game. Fan Yuan also only had few hundred immortal essence stones. He had made bids, but there were very few successes while most failed, and he was still waiting patiently for the main show. Finally, he heard Qin Baixing announce. Next, we shall begin the auction of immortal goo. The most important part is here. Fan Yuan's eyes brightened. Not only him, other goo immortals were also invigorated. The previous auction could only be considered the prelude. The true event had just taken stage. Immortal Goo Trade. Chapter 751. Auction 5. Qin Baixing stood on the stage and took out several mortal goo, passing them around the hall. A few goo immortals received these mortal goo, showing doubt on their faces. Qin Baixing spoke slowly. The auction of immortal goo is extremely important. The ones that are auctioned first have a greater advantage. They can be exchanged for more varieties of immortal goo. Thus, for fairness, this auction will not go according to the listed order. I have specially prepared these mortal goo. Once you activate them, they will point to one of the immortal goo up for auction. As for which one, it is completely random. Nobody can manipulate them. Go ahead and inspect these mortal goo. These words attracted quite a pleased response. The goo immortals inspected the mortal goo in turn as they discussed softly. This method is great. I was worried that my immortal goo would be auctioned later and be at a disadvantage. Qin Baixing is not simple. He considered everything carefully for this auction. If he really did something secretly, I cannot complain. My inspections say that there are no problems at all. These mortal goo were inspected by the goo immortals and were sent to the secret rooms. Soon, it was Fan Yuan's turn. He personally inspected them and discovered nothing wrong with them. After the goo immortals in the secret rooms inspected the goo, the mortal goo went to the single rooms again. The rank 8 goo immortals were almost all in single rooms. After inspecting, the mortal goo were passed back to Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing did not continue the auction, he asked. Is there anyone else who is still uncertain? Would you like to go ahead and inspect it again? As expected, there were goo immortals who said that they needed to inspect it again. Among them, some had already inspected the goo before. This set of mortal goo had no problems earlier, but it was passed around. What if someone did something to them while they were passed around? Goo immortals were wary and meticulous, thus they wanted to take another look. After inspecting it again, they found nothing wrong. At this point, the true purpose of this auction was about to begin. Qin Baixing activated this set of mortal goo in front of everyone. They shined in a bright light as smoke rose. The smoke gathered in the air and formed into the two words Conceal Luck. It has been chosen. The first immortal goo is Conceal Luck Immortal Goo. Qin Baixing shouted. Conceal Luck Immortal Goo was originally numbered at the end of the auction. To think that it became the first now. Tai Bai Yunxing grabbed the east window goo as he muttered after checking. At the same time, many other goo immortals were doing the same thing. The sequence in the east window goo was not the real order. Their own immortal goo could possibly be the next one up for auction. If they happened to be at the end, they could only blame their luck. This was a fair rule. None of the immortals had any disagreements. Even the rank 8 goo immortal great experts agreed with this. On the stage, the screen was changing as it turned into the appearance of the Conceal Luck Immortal Goo. Qin Baixing introduced when the time was right. As everyone can see, this goo looks like a white-skinned beetle. It is half the size of a palm and is a rank 6 Luck Path Immortal Goo. It can conceal one's own luck. The seller wants a Metal Path Defensive Immortal Goo. Whoever has a Metal Path Defensive Immortal Goo can bid for it. There is no lower limit for this. Conceal Luck Immortal Goo, concealing one's own luck. Luck Path has Luck Inspection Goo. It can inspect another person's luck. There is also Conceal Luck Goo. It can hide one's own luck and prevent others from seeing it. This Conceal Luck Immortal Goo is rank 6. It can defend from rank 6 Luck Inspection Goo. Although the effect is good, its use is too narrow. In the main hall, goo immortals were discussing softly, but no one bid for it. If Luck Path was flourishing and widely used, so be it. But since Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created Luck Path, he had been secretive and hidden it for himself. This caused the number of Luck Path Mortal Goo to be very low. Especially Conceal Luck Immortal Goo, it could only have value against someone who had Luck Inspection Immortal Goo. This Immortal Goo's use was too narrow, it had little value. Goo immortals were not stupid. Why would they bid randomly? Damn it. The person who had Conceal Luck Immortal Goo was a female goo immortal. She sat in a single room as she bit her lips. She helplessly watched her Conceal Luck Immortal Goo go without bidding. Nobody wanted it. The first Immortal Goo was not successfully sold. This was out of everyone's expectations. Qin Baixing's face was a little dark as he used the Mortal Goo in his hands to start the bidding for the second item. The image changed, and showed a cicada-like Immortal Goo. This cicada was not as exquisite as spring-autumn cicada. It had a big head and was shining in silver light. This is Heavenly Gong Immortal Goo, a sound path rank 6 Immortal Goo, to be traded with a transformation path related Immortal Goo, Qin Baixing said. In the main hall, a Goo Immortal saw this Goo and flew into a rage, shouting, Heavenly Gong Immortal Goo! Humph, this Goo was mine, but He Lang Zi snatched it. He Lang Zi, come out now! I'll come out, do you think I'm afraid of you? From a secret room, He Lang Zi walked out with a ruthless smile. It is He Lang Zi indeed, a famous loner of the demonic path in northern plains. Rumors say that he had obtained an inheritance of thieving heaven demon venerable, thus he can snatch other people's immortal goo. This person was raised by a female wolf since he was young. His nature is like that of a wild animal. He is cruel and insidious, and is a loner, being very different from normal people. Old ancestor Shui Hu had once attempted to recruit him, but he rejected him. The Goo Immortals discussed enthusiastically. He Lang Zi crossed his arms as he walked towards the main hall, sitting in front of the shouting Goo Immortal. The Goo Immortals around him quickly moved away, choosing other seats. You! The shouting Goo Immortal pointed at He Lang Zi as his face turned red. He was trembling from anger. Me what? He Lang Zi licked his lips. He had a cruel and mocking gaze. Old man Xiong, you are a sound path Goo Immortal. If you do not bid now, when will you? Transformation path Immortal Goo. I have one here. It is called Demon Ferret Skin. After using it, one's skin can turn into the skin of the heart demon ferret. Unfettered Scholar's voice came from a single room. A heart demon ferret was a desolate beast. There were normally wisdom path goo worms in its body. The demon ferret's skin could provide resistance against wisdom path attacking methods. After Unfettered Scholar killed a heart demon ferret, he used it to refine this goo. But he already had methods to defend against wisdom path, thus this goo was redundant to him, therefore he took it out. Demon ferret skin. If one can gather demon ferret bone, demon ferret blood, and other related immortal goo, one can unleash the immortal killer move, heart demon ferret transformation. He Lang Zi's gaze shined as he thought. Transformation path was different from other paths. Their killer moves were easy to form. As long as one gathered a set of immortal goo, they could form an immortal killer move. Thus, there was much to consider when trading for transformation path immortal goo compared to other paths. He Lang Zi had 3 immortal wolf transformation killer moves. It could allow him to transform into 3 different desolate wolves. They had great battle strength. If he transformed into the heart demon ferret, even though it was similar to the form of a wolf, what He Lang Zi wanted was to develop his fighting ability in water. Thus, He Lang Zi slightly shook his head, not speaking. Qin Baixing had been observing silently. He said, Any other Goo Immortals want to bid? I have a Moon Demon Bat Claw Immortal Goo. It can transform your hands into the bat claws of a Moon Demon Bat. Feng Jiuge said loudly. This is Fairy Yulan who is representing Prince Feng Xian. Isn't Fairy Yulan a sword path Goo Immortal? Why does she want the sound path Heavenly Gong Immortal Goo? She is representing the rank 8 Great Expert, Prince Feng Xian. This bid is likely to be Prince Feng Xian's intention. The Goo Immortals started guessing. Nobody knew that the so-called Sword Master Yulan was actually Feng Jiuge. He was a sound path Goo Immortal, thus he desired the Heavenly Gong Immortal Goo. He Lang Zi did not speak, he shook his head. Moon Demon Bat Claw Immortal Goo could bring about a future possibility, immortal killer move, Moon Demon Bat transformation. But He Lang Zi was not good at aerial combat, he even hated the sky. This was because he had lived in a wolf's den in his youth. He learned to move on all fours from his wolf mother, and was skilled in using his teeth to bite objects. Most wolves were land-based creatures, they could not fly. Qin Baixing obtained a transmission. Afterwards he said, The Goo Immortal in the first secret room has bid a Grand Smoke Sea Turtle Shell Immortal Goo, together with verified information regarding ascending heaven plane. He Lang Zi's gaze shined, he raised his head. Grand Smoke Sea Turtle was a desolate beast of the sea, it suited his needs. But this turtle was skilled in using illusions to conceal itself. It did not have high speed or strong defenses. This was quite different from He Lang Zi's battle style. Ascending heaven plane, what is that? He Lang Zi asked. Although he had high battle strength, he was a loner and did not trust any human Goo Immortals, thus he was lacking in information. Humph, a frog in a well. Goo Immortal Xiong laughed as he refused to give up any chance of mocking He Lang Zi. Ascending heaven plane is a place, anyone who passes it, even if it is immortal, can enter the immemorial 9 heavens. In the legends, Northern Dark Eye Soul, who was able to enter Black Heaven, went through Ascending Heaven plane to reach it. Qin Baixing explained patiently. So that's it. He Langzi was moved. He was a rank 7 lone cultivator, he needed to fight for every piece of resources personally. But Northern Plains had limited resources, and the super forces were holding on to them. Meanwhile, the immemorial 9 heavens had the heavenly Wind Chi Wall. Only very strong Gu immortals could force their way in and explore the 9 heavens. Even though in the immemorial 9 heavens, only White and Black Heaven were left intact, while the other heavens were utterly broken, or even completely destroyed, be it the intact heavens or the 9 heavens fragment worlds, they had abundant resources. My battle strength is enough to break through the heavenly Wind Chi Wall, but I cannot fly. If I can get the information regarding the Ascending Heaven plane. He Langzi was increasingly moved. As he thought about it, 2 more Gu immortals took out their transformation path Immortal Gu and entered the bidding. One was the shouting Gu immortal who wanted to tear He Langzi into pieces, Gu immortal Xiong. A total of 5 Gu immortals bid for 1 immortal Gu. They continued to increase their bids, or added in immortal essence stones, even providing rare resources, lost Gu recipes, or a large group of beasts. Eventually, He Langzi chose the offer of the first secret room, obtaining Grand Smoke Sea Turtle Shell Immortal Gu, as well as a large group of water wolves. The 2 sides made the transaction in public. Because the Gu immortal in the secret room could not show up, Qin Baixing was the middleman for this. After He Langzi got the intelligence about Ascending Heaven plane, he looked at it in anticipation, but when he saw it, he stared with furious eyes as he started to shout in anger. Chapter 752. Auction 6. Why, is there an issue with the Ascending Heaven plane information? Qin Baixing's expression changed as he asked. This was his auction. According to the oath, neither buyer nor seller were allowed to lie. Verified information was given, which meant that there was a true location. No. He Langzi's expression turned grim. He refused to speak, but it looked like he had suffered a huge loss. That batch of water wolves? He asked. It is already in the blessed land, Qin Baixing said. Bring me there, He Langzi said stiffly. Qin Baixing waved his hand and teleported He Langzi away. After the latter checked the goods and found no mistake, he collected the wolves and left the auction in advance, without returning to the auction hall. Ha ha ha, seeing this wolf rascal suffer a loss, it is truly quite gratifying. In the first secret room, Murong Jin Xiao laughed. Next to him, the rank 8 Gu immortal from Eastern Sea was playing with the heavenly gong immortal Gu. Thanks to esteemed guest's help, even though He Langzi saw the location of Ascending Heaven plane, it was in Eastern Sea and he could not go there. One could only imagine his anger. Murong Jin Xiao thanked. No need to thank me, my daughter is skilled in music, she cultivates sound path, I bought it for her. I was not targeting He Langzi personally. The Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal waved his hand. Ascending Heaven plane is in Eastern Sea. I know the location of it. How did the Gu immortal in the first secret room learn about it? Fan Yuan was suspicious. I vaguely remember that there is a super force in Northern Plains that has connections with Eastern Sea. It was Murong tribe, right? Soon, Fan Yuan set aside his suspicions. Because Qin Baixing had chosen the 3rd immortal Gu that was up for auction, it was Fan Yuan's Rising Azure Cloud Gu. Qin Baixing announced clearly. Immortal Gu Rising Azure Cloud, rank 6 Cloud Path, specialized in ascending and descending in the air. The seller wants a Strength Path Immortal Gu. Anyone interested can start bidding. Fan Yuan was now a Strength Path Gu immortal. This was a fact that could not be changed. Even though Strength Path was declining now, he could only push on in this direction. Because of Spring-Autumn Cicada, ever since rebirth, his plan had been to become a Time Path Gu immortal using his first aperture. In regards to this, he was quite helpless. In the earlier stages of this life, Fan Yuan simply chose Strength Path as a transitory measure. In the end, because he was forced by circumstances, he ascended to an immortal using Strength Path. And because of Reckless Savage's true meaning, his Strength Path attainment rose to Grandmaster level, becoming equal with Fan Yuan's Blood Path. This was unexpected. Fan Yuan would rather give up Blood Path than Spring-Autumn Cicada. He was undoubtedly a Blood Path Grandmaster, but there was more than one Blood Path Grandmaster other than him. On the other hand, there was only one Spring-Autumn Cicada in this world, and it was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Vital Gu. Looking at the two, the choice was clear. But if Fan Yuan wanted to walk on Time Path, he would need to walk on a long journey. He lacked a time path foundation, and he was not a time path goo immortal either. The current situation was, Fan Yuan was an immortal zombie. He did not know when he could regain his living status. In a short time, if he wanted to gain more battle strength, he could only choose Strength Path Immortal Goo. This is the Star Desolate Hound Strength Goo. It can grant you the strength of a Star Desolate Hound. I have the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo. I'll throw in another 150 kilograms of Great Lakes soil, a Chi Grand Lion Strength Goo, and 5 drops of Rule Eye blood. As the bidding continued, a Goo Immortal's bid made the hall go into a commotion. Rule Eye blood! Did I hear wrongly? One of the 10 great catastrophes, Rule Eye Tribulation. Only by piercing the Rule Eye can one obtain this blood. This blood is genuine immortal material. It can be the main material to make a rank 6 immortal goo, or a supplementary material for a rank 7 immortal goo. Fan Yuan shook his head. Although Rule Eye blood was precious, 5 drops was too little. He sighed. Although Strength Path was declining, the number of Strength Path immortal goo was not few. But if not for this auction, he would not have seen so many Strength Path immortal goo. Northern Plains goo immortals, compared to the other 4 regions, had the lowest financial power. But even so, after many years of accumulation, they still had quite the sum. Goo immortals had many precious goods, but they usually kept it to themselves, hiding their wealth from others. Especially immortal goo, once these were exposed, they might get targeted, thus, they hid immortal goo even more deeply. Only during this auction would goo immortals expose these goo voluntarily. Otherwise, why would he say that the auction was a rare chance and a precious opportunity that he could not miss? A total of 5 goo immortals bid for Rising Azure Cloud immortal goo. After a few rounds, 2 goo immortals backed out. Not long after, the third stopped. Only 2 were left. But before they decided on the victor, Fan Yuan had sent a message to Qin Baixing. Enough, I'll choose the third person. The one with Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo. This auction involving Immortal Goo was different from normal auctions. Firstly, Immortal Goo were unique. Secondly, there was no developed economy. They did not have a common currency. Thirdly, Goo Immortals' resources were all different. Most of the precious immortal materials were hard to evaluate. Thus, during the auction, the seller could choose any buyer. Even though buyers competed with each other, it was only to attract the seller and move them. The winner who outbids the rest might not necessarily get the auction item. To simplify it, this was a seller's market. Immortal Goo were unique. If I did not sell it, where could you buy it? A moment later, Fan Yuan and that Goo Immortal completed the transaction. The latter obtained the Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo, while Fan Yuan obtained the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo, as well as a batch of immortal materials that were listed on Langya Land Spirits list. The reason why he chose Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo was because this was the only one which was a flying beast. The rest were all land-based creatures. Fan Yuan had true solid bat wings now. It was compatible with the strength of a flying beast. If he could unleash the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo while flying, it would have an effect on par with immortal movement killer moves. After Rising Azure Cloud was the 4th auction item. It was a Fire Path Immortal Goo. Once this goo appeared, a small surge erupted in the auction. Even the rank 8 Goo Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, joined the bidding. In terms of wealth, how could rank 6 Goo Immortals and ordinary rank 7 Goo Immortals compare to a rank 8 Goo Immortal? But in the end, 5 Elements Grandmaster returned empty-handed. The seller did not choose him, even though he was the eventual winner of the bidding. He would rather risk offending a rank 8 Great Expert. That was because the immortal materials offered by the buyer were too valuable to him. Immortal materials all varied greatly. The different types available were like the numbers of stars in the sky. Not even 5 Elements Grandmaster could possess all of them. But that was exactly why the auction was so interesting, because everyone had a chance. The 5th and 6th items were both Metal Path Immortal Goo. The auction hall became much more heated now. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these were the 5 most mainstream paths. They were even more popular than Cloud Path and Sound Path. Strength Path and Chi Path were much less so. Eventually, 5 Elements Grandmaster obtained one of the Metal Path Goo Worms. The last one was won by Qin Baixing. Not only was he the organizer of the auction, he was also a participant. As time passed, Immortal Goo after Immortal Goo were bought and sold. This was a rare scene that had not happened in a few hundred years of time in Northern Plains. There were records in history regarding such auctions, but they were smaller in scale. The most important thing was that the collapse of 88 True Yang building caused all the Goo Immortals to have some form of profit. this caused the auction to be at such a scale. Rarely seen immortal goo appeared one after another. Northern Plains goo immortals were trying to take advantage of this rare situation. Next is the 23rd auction item, Worldly Wave Trace. This goo is rank 6 and is used for movement. Qin Baixing was still introducing it when two goo immortals already began staring with shining eyes. Finally, Worldly Wave Trace, one of the core immortal goo of Water Pavilion. I have to get it no matter what. Feng Jiuge clenched his fists. Meanwhile, in the first secret room. Worldly Wave Trace, very good. I did not waste my efforts after all. I already have the relevant immortal goo recipe in my hands. Once I get it, I have a high chance of refining Worldly Horizon immortal goo. World Horizon immortal goo can allow me to enter the immemorial 9 heavens freely. It can reduce the cost of breaking through the heavenly wind chi wall. The goo immortal from Eastern Sea was already excited and in anticipation. The use and value of an immortal goo varied from one person to another. To Feng Jiuge, this was one of the cores to construct the rank 7 immortal goo house, Water Pavilion. To the Eastern Sea goo immortal, it was a path towards the immemorial 9 heavens, the way to immense benefits. These two choices had their own advantages. It was hard to say which was a better way. I have a Star Desolate Hound strength goo, a Peach Wolf strength goo, a Wailing Whale strength goo. The goo immortals bid rapidly. Feng Jiuge waited patiently. Seeing that the rank 6 goo immortals in the main hall were bidding, he could not help but smile. Using Sword Master Yulan's voice, he said, I have a strength path immortal goo here, called Pulling Mountain. It will allow your strength to pull up a mountain. I will also add in 150 kilograms of heaven metal. Heaven metal? Incredible, this is an immortal material that is on par with the Rulai blood. It is only produced in the immemorial 9 heavens. 150 kilograms from the start, this is much more than 5 drops of Rulai blood, did I hear wrongly? There was a commotion in the main hall. Feng Jiuge took out a huge sum to bid. With one move, he scared off most of his competitors. 150 kilograms of heaven metal was not a small sum, it was extremely valuable. But he only scared off most of them. In the first secret room, Eastern Sea Goo Immortal snorted unhappily, using his mortal goo to bid again. A strength path immortal goo, Overturn River, as well as 250 kilograms of cracked divine water. Is he crazy? 250 kilograms of cracked divine water? This is possible supplementary material for rank 7 immortal goo. Cracked divine water is on par with heaven metal. It can only be extracted from the deepest part of a great lake. In 100 years, there might only be about 10 to 15 kilograms. Oh? Feng Jiuge was slightly shocked. He did not expect such a fierce competitor to appear. He gave an arrogant laugh, using Sword Master Yulan's identity. He had less reservations, he said. Whatever the seller needs, be it materials, goo recipes, beast groups or variant human slaves, just tell me. The instant these words came out, the whole hall went in an uproar. Most goo immortals immediately thought of Prince Feng Xian, who was backing Fairy Yulan. It seems that Prince Feng Xian wants this immortal goo. Even that Eastern Sea Goo immortal could not help but guess. But he quickly laughed. His fighting spirit had been triggered. Prince Feng Xian is rank 8, but am I not rank 8 too? Soon after, in the auction hall, his voice could be heard. My request is the same as Fairy Yulan's. Can the seller give us an indication? The hall went into an uproar again. They were trying to guess who was in the first secret room. By directly competing with Sword Master Yulan, they were trying to contest with Prince Feng Xian. Oh? In the 10th secret room, Fan Yuan showed an expression of shock as well. His eyes turned as he laughed lightly. It seems that both sides are not ordinary. They really desire this goo. In that case, if I do not accede to their request, it would not be fitting. He directly took out Lang Yalan's spirits list. After multiplying the base amounts on it by several times, he handed it to Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing received it and showed a strange expression, before displaying it to everyone. The hall went into a third uproar. Isn't this list of items way too absurd? 3,000 kilograms of heaven metal and cracked divine water. Who is this seller? Does he think these materials are grass growing on the ground? This is an exorbitant amount. He is really asking for an absurd price. At once, even Feng Jiuge and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal were stunned. Chapter 753. Second Immortal Goo. Oh? Interesting. Seeing the list of immortal materials given by Fan Yuan, Feng Jiuge's gaze shined as he restored his calm. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal's expression was like it had never changed. He sat on the chair with a disposition of being in control. he asked Murong Jin Shao beside him. How many Refinement Path Grandmasters are there in Northern Plains? On the list, most of them were Refinement Path Immortal materials, the varieties were huge, and the types of materials were chaotic, one could become dizzy from looking at it. Fan Yuan could take it out in an instant, he had evidently prepared it long ago. Only Refinement Path Gu Immortals would bother to prepare such a list, to try and gain something from the auction. Murong Jin Shao replied without thinking. There are 4 major Refinement Path Grandmasters in Northern Plains. The greatest one is Yao Tribe's Rank 8 Gu Immortal, Yao Huang. Rumors say that his Refinement Path attainment has exceeded Grandmaster and perhaps even quasi-great Grandmaster level. The second is a Gu Immortal of my Murong tribe, Murong Shuexiang. She had once refined a Snow Path Immortal Gu successfully. The third is the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou. She has refined Gu from many Demonic Path Gu Immortals. The fourth is a lone cultivator, she is called Lady Miaoli. She is skilled at refining Enslavement Path Gu worms. The Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortal heard this and nodded, not saying anything further. The Gu Immortal in the 10th secret room is not simple. By asking for so many Gu refinement materials, even if this is an exorbitant amount, one can see his ambition and unique characteristics. In the main hall, after the Gu Immortals regained their senses, they realized this. Right now, this situation has become interesting. Both buyers are quite the characters, they have ample purchasing power. The seller is not to be underestimated either, he has a mysterious background, he is simply unfathomable. Qin Baixing watched with anticipation as he thought about this. He was the organizer of this auction, he knew that the Rank 8 Gu Immortal in the first secret room came from Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, even if he was Rank 8, had to restrain himself in Northern Plains. Especially in a place like the auction, outsiders were likely to get targeted. Thus, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal and Murong Jin Shao chose to hide their identities, choosing this secret room. Since they wanted to join the auction, they had to interact with Qin Baixing, who helped them to hide their identities and gave them the first secret room. This was a form of respect. Immortal Zombie Shahuang, he might look ordinary but he may possibly have a Rank 8 monster backing him up. And this Rank 8 great expert is skilled in refining Gu. I'm afraid Fairy Li Shan knows this as well. Otherwise, why would he, a mere Rank 6 immortal zombie, be so close to the third leader of Snowy Mountain? Qin Baixing was making a guess. In a way, he was correct. Because it was Langya Land Spirit who was behind Fan Yuan, in the past, Long Hair Ancestor was certainly a Rank 8 Gu Immortal. In that case, I will add in 150 pieces of Thunder Sound Leaves. After a bit of silence, Feng Jiuge was the first to speak. In the hall, gasping noises could be heard. Thunder Sound Leaves were not common. They did not exist in the outside world, they could only be created from strong lightning tribulations. It was the essence formed from thunder and lightning. But Thunder Sound Leaves were very rare, they were hard to obtain. This was because ordinary Gu Immortal already found it hard to undergo their immortal aperture tribulations. They would not have the ability to pick the Thunder Sound Leaves during their tribulations. Even if they had the ability, they needed a specific method to pick the Thunder Sound Leaves. Thus, even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Thunder Sound Leaves were very rare. But now, Feng Jiuge was offering 150 of them. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal laughed. Is Prince Feng Xian so petty? This list clearly states that the seller wants 280 Thunder Sound Leaves. After pausing for a while, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal shouted. I have 360 Heaven Flying Jades. Heaven Flying Jade, this is a type of jade that can allow a person to fly in Azure Heaven, of the immemorial 9 heavens. This jade has some mystical senses, it is like a bird or beast, it can avoid capture on its own. Who is the person in the first secret room? He offered 360 Heaven Flying Jades at once, it directly fulfills the amount on the list. In the hall, murmurs could be heard again. Actually, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal was also feeling heartache. He had once had an opportunity and entered a large Azure Heaven fragment world for exploration, obtaining more than 400 Heaven Flying Jades in the process, while getting injured. Right now, to compete for Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, he offered the majority of them, to deal a huge blow towards his contender. In the single room, Feng Jiuge snorted, his expression turned solemn. The other party's actions made him realize they were just like him, they were determined to get Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Offering 360 Heaven Flying Jades at once, this showed their immense wealth, they were a powerful foe. But who was Feng Jiuge? He was the person publicly recognized to have the highest battle strength in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Even though he was rank 7, he could withstand rank 8 Goo Immortals, with Spirit Affinity House backing him, and the many years of accumulation, his foundation was immensely abundant. If there were any rank 6 or 7 Goo Immortals in this auction who could contest with rank 8 great experts, then Feng Jiuge would definitely be number 1 amongst them. Adding more, Feng Jiuge did not hesitate, he continued. I'll add 10,000 pieces of star pupils. Star pupils, a rare material of the immemorial 9 heavens, not able to be found in the 5 regions. It was an immortal material that originated from Blue Heaven. In Blue Heaven, stars flew around in carefree fashion, raining down endless stardust. Among these uncountable stardust fragments, some were 8-sided, some were 5-sided, 7-sided, 16-sided. There were also stardust fragments with no edges, they were round. These edgeless fragments were like round jewels, the starlight gathered into the shape of an iris, thus, they were known as star pupils. Feng Jiuge's offer was shocking to the Goo Immortals. When this list first appeared, I had thought that there would not be a buyer so foolish as to pay such a huge price for an immortal Goo. I was wrong. The list only needs 8,000 edgeless stardust fragments, but Swordmaster Yulan is offering 10,000. This is evidently a counterattack against the competitor. Too wealthy, they are too wealthy. Is this the accumulation of a rank 8? Compared to these people, I am like a pauper. Such a feeling is really not good. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal heard Feng Jiuge's offer and his breathing stopped for a moment. Honestly speaking, he did not expect that he would attract a fiercer counterattack, an even stronger backlash. Although there are a lot of star pupils, I must remind the seller. Star pupils, after all, vary in quality. A fragmented star pupil and an intact star pupil have very different value. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal said. Fan Yuan heard this and thought about it. The voice from the first secret room was correct, this was true. But on Langya Land's Spirit's immortal material list, he did not mention this. The reason was, Langya Land's Spirit did not expect such a situation to occur. He thought, it was hard enough to collect star pupils. It was good if they could find any, the quality was not an issue, that was a secondary concern. You've said so much, but can you actually make a new offer? If not, I have a lot more here. Feng Jiuge smiled coldly. He continued his attack, mentioning region sand, sun salt, star galaxy wind, plane fire, and 3 other immortal materials. Although the amount did not fill up the list, the variety was enough to be shocking. A Goo Immortal immediately sighed. Fairy Yulan is cold and arrogant, she is going all in. Before the opponent made an offer, she raised it once again. A Goo Immortal beside him analyzed. This is a bidding tactic. In my opinion, the mysterious Goo Immortal in the first secret room is a formidable person as well, he will not give up easily. Feng Jiuge's offer gave the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal in the first secret room a reminder. That's right, the seller can take out such a list, they definitely cultivate refinement path. Refining Goo requires a large variety of materials, a large quantity of one material is not enough. The other party is making such an offer to attract them, I need to change my tactics as well. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal thought about it before shouting again. He competed with Feng Jiuge, offering huge amounts of immortal materials. This made the Goo Immortals present listen with dazed expressions, like they were dreaming. After a few rounds, be it Feng Jiuge or the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal, they started breathing roughly. In the secret room, Goo Immortal Murongjin Shao, who was at the side, could not say anything further. These 2 lunatics. In a single room, the rank 8 Goo Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, shook his head, sighing helplessly. He cultivation included metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He needed Goo worms from all the 5 paths. He wanted to participate in the Water Path Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Traces auction, but looking at this competition, his desire dwindled. Fan Yuan was quite surprised. If he added Feng Jiuge and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals bids together, then half of the materials listed would be collected already. Of course, Fan Yuan could only choose one of them. There cannot be 2 victors in this bid. Fan Yuan was not overly happy, his gaze was shining uncertainly. The other parties were not idiots, they were going after Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo so fiercely, that proved that for them, they could derive much greater benefits from this immortal Goo. I'll offer 5 kilograms of drunk immortal Qi. At one side, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal had made another offer. The auction hall started whirring, as if a small explosion had happened. What is drunk immortal Qi? It is also an immortal material, but its use is quite obscure. It can make even goo immortals drunk. It can only be created in a special environment. This drunk immortal chi is usually sold in traces. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, condensed drunk immortal chi that are in liquid form are sold in grams, since when are they sold in kilograms? The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal was really wealthy. With this heavy blow, even Feng Jiuji's expression became solemn. Feng Jiugu knew the value of this drunk immortal chi. 5 kilograms of it was simply extraordinary. Feng Jiugu was hesitant. If he made an offer again, he would need to provide value equivalent to 5 kilograms of drunk immortal chi. He calmed down and thought about it, asking himself, for solely worldly wave trace immortal goo, is such a price worth it or not? Of course it was worth it! Rebuilding Water Pavilion had been a wish of Spirit Affinity House for ages. Although Spirit Affinity House had the complete recipe of Water Pavilion, they could refine only the mortal goo. The immortal goo were unique. For Water Pavilion, Spirit Affinity House had put up detailed missions. Recovering each of the core immortal goo would have an immense reward. In that case, so be it. Feng Jiugu thought about it rapidly. After making up his mind, he took out another immortal goo while gritting his teeth. This is the Strength Path Immortal Goo, pulling water, he reported. The entire hall became silent. Chapter 754. Domination Immortal Chudu. The silence did not last for long. The auction hall exploded into a commotion soon afterwards. The Goo Immortals talked among themselves, as many of the Goo Immortals in the hall directed their gaze towards a single room. This single room was the place where Fairy Yulan was inside. Everyone subconsciously wanted to see what expression Sword Master Yulan had when she made such a shocking decision. Even the organizer, Qin Baisheng, was a bit stunned. He asked, "Exchanging 2 for 1, is that what you mean, Fairy Yulan?" "That is the case." Feng Jiugu made the decision already. He had no more hesitations. Hearing Feng Jiuji's confirmation, the discussions in the hall became softer. Feng Jiugu was a Sound Path Goo Immortal. Why did he have 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo in his possession? In truth, he had many more Immortal Goo than just these 2. Feng Jiugu led the 10 Goo Immortals into Northern Plains secretly. He had important missions assigned to him. The first was to find the culprit behind the collapse of 88 Truyang Building, the person who activated Central Continent's arrangements in advance. The second one was to collect as many Immortal Goo as he could. To achieve this target, the Central Continent Goo Immortals prepared many methods. One of the ways was to exchange goo, thus they brought along many immortal goo from their sections. After all, goo worms were hard to snatch. A goo master can destroy their own goo worms in an instant with just a thought. The same applied to immortal goo. The immortal goo that they brought over were mostly from unpopular paths, like Strength Path, Chi Path, and others. Intelligence on Northern Plains was always in the grasps of the 10 great ancient sections. Qin Baisheng had not concealed the matter of him holding the auction. He even promoted it greatly. Thus, Feng Jiugu and the others had heard about this even when they were in Central Continent. It could be said that Feng Jiuji's appearance in the auction was not a last-minute decision. He had planned for it long ago. In the current world, Strength Path was not doing well. It had been weakening. Those with enough wealth and ambition would certainly not choose to cultivate in Strength Path. Using these goo worms to exchange for goo worms of other paths, to the 10 sects, this was a form of victory. Although the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal was a rank 8 great expert, when they truly competed, he still lost to Feng Jiugu. After all, Feng Jiugu was backed by the 10 great ancient sections. Meanwhile, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal entered Northern Plains secretly and attended this auction. It was his personal matter. Feng Jiugu had the resolution to do a 2 for 1 exchange, but he did not. But he was not resigned. He made a final effort bidding, "I will add a sandalwood sacred elephant egg." A small commotion occurred in the hall again. A sandalwood sacred elephant is an ancient desolate beast. After it grows to adulthood, it can rival rank 7 Goo Immortals. The most important thing is to raise it from a young age, establishing a deep relationship. There would be a low chance of betrayal. A living ancient desolate beast's value is very high. If managed well, it is like a treasure trove with endless value. The blood of the sacred elephant is a good immortal material. The tusks of the sacred elephant will grow back even if they are removed. The Goo Immortal in the first secret room is using another approach. This is quite impressive, an immortal Goo versus an ancient desolate beast. Comparing the two, they each have their advantages and disadvantages. It is hard to decide. Immortal Goo are indeed unique, but ancient desolate beasts are useful too. Especially when the seller seems to have interest in refinement path, he might be moved and choose the ancient desolate beast. The people discussed. At this point, Feng Jiuge and the Eastern Sigu immortal stopped bidding. The situation was uncertain now. Feng Jiuge was exchanging 2 for 1, he had great resolution and had a better chance. But the Eastern Sigu immortal's offer was similarly enticing, he had a chance of victory too. As the auction hall turned silent, everyone was waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. This was an unexpected climactic moment of the auction. How would it end? Who would be the winner that obtains Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo? Everyone was waiting in anticipation. Fan Yuan thought about it before making his decision, informing Qin Baixing secretly. Qin Baixing nodded, announcing publicly, "The seller has decided, they will sell Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo to Fair Yulan." Once he said that, everyone breathed out in relief, starting their discussions. It was logical that Fair Yulan won. It was a 2 for 1 trade after all. If it was me, I would choose the ancient desolate beast. After all, the immortal essence expenditure of using 2 immortal goo is high. Which lucky person does this Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo belong to? He actually sold it for such a good price, 1 immortal goo in exchange for 2. Indeed, if I had not witnessed this personally, I would never believe it. Fair Yulan, or rather, Prince Feng Xian definitely has other objectives. They are not fools, since they are offering such a high price, then the benefits they can gain must also be higher. As long as there is demand, there is a market, and profits can be gained. The greater the demand, the greater the profit. Not just them, even Fan Yuan was trying to decipher the reason why Swordmaster Yulan was buying Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo at such a high price. Prince Feng Xian. The Eastern Sigu Immortal muttered this name as his expression turned slightly dark. As the auction continued, an Earth Path Immortal Goo appeared next. But the atmosphere was far beneath that of earlier. Most of the Goo Immortals were still thinking about the earlier situation, they were still discussing it. What was the meaning of affluence and wealth? They had finally seen it clearly. Even though many people were suspicious, why would Prince Feng Xian, a fire path cultivator, be interested in a water path immortal goo? But the mind of a rank 8 great expert was hard to decipher. It was not something an outsider could guess so easily. A mainstream path immortal goo was rapidly sold after several rounds of bidding. The quick deal gave people a relatively boring feeling. Towards this, Qin Baixing was helpless, he could only smile bitterly. After the climax, it would be the downturn. After all, Feng Jiuge and the Eastern Sigu Immortals' bids were too imposing, it weakened a lot of the Goo Immortals' desires to bid. Fan Yuan sat in a secret room, playing with the 2 strength path Immortal Goo as he paid attention to the auction. Transactions involving Immortal Goo were done on the spot. Fan Yuan looked through those immortal materials, he checked that there was no issue with the quantity. Through Feng Jiuji's cooperation, the 2 strength path Immortal Goo were completely refined by Fan Yuan, they were now his. At the same time, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo was in Feng Jiuji's hands. This is Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. After so many years, it is finally back in Spirit Affinity House's hands. Feng Jiuge sighed softly, he felt some emotions. As Immortal Goo were auctioned off one by one, as time passed, the atmosphere of the auction hall became heated once again. Next is the 34th auction item, Strength Path Immortal Goo, Cauldron Strength. This is a rare Strength Path defensive Immortal Goo. Once activated, it can create a Strength Cauldron, protecting oneself. The seller wants a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Qin Baixing said. Most of the Goo Immortals in the hall had little interest. Strength Path was declining, few people cultivated it, thus its demand in the market was small. Just as the owner of Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo was anxious, a hoarse and unique voice came from a single room. Wisdom Path Immortal Goo loving affection. This voice, its domination Immortal Chu Du. Immediately, someone in the hall shouted. That's right, it should be him, his voice is hoarse like this. To think that domination Immortal came. What is so strange about it? Lord Chu Du is a famous Strength Path expert, why would Qin Baixing not invite him? Domination Immortal Chu Du. In a single room, Feng Jiuge drank his tea as his eyes shined. Before he came to Northern Plains, he had obtained some information. The information regarding Domination Immortal Chu Du was rich and had a lot of details. Feng Jiuge placed great emphasis on him. Chu Du was a rare Strength Path Goo Immortal. Not only did he have great battle strength, he even had overflowing talent, creating a side branch of Strength Path personally. Strength Path was a huge path, it had once flourished. Right now, Strength Path was split into Beast Strength Phantom Branch, Atmospheric Heaven and Earth Branch, as well as Human Strength June Strength Branch. The Beast Strength Phantom Branch included Bull Strength, Tiger Strength and others. The Strength Path Immortal Goo, Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo, that Fan Yuan had obtained some time ago was in this branch. Atmospheric Heaven and Earth Branch was the strength of nature, like Wind Strength, Water Strength, Fire Strength and others. Or for example, Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water that Fan Yuan obtained from selling Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, both belong to this branch. Human Strength June Strength Branch referred to the Gene Strength Goo, Strength of 10 Gene Goo, June Strength Goo, Strength of 10 June Goo, Strength of 100 June Goo and others. This small branch was created solely by Chu Du. He brought Strength Path onto another track and revitalized this dying path using his own methods. Right now, the Human Strength June Strength Branch was already the mainstream Strength Path cultivation in Northern Plains. All the Goo Masters in Northern Plains had a Strength Path foundation. They had all used Gene Strength Goo, Strength of 10 Gene Goo, June Strength Goo, Strength of 10 June Goo and others. One could say that Domination Immortal Chu Du had single-handedly turned around the situation of Strength Path, affecting all of the Goo cultivator paths in the world. Feng Jiugu naturally had to pay a lot of attention to such a person. In fact, it was particularly great emphasis. Northern Plains is constantly engaged in battles. It is also a place where heroes emerge. If there is a chance, I have to meet this Domination Immortal. Feng Jiuji's mouth curled into an excited smile. Meeting all of the heroes in this world, that was the ambition of a true man. At this time, a voice echoed. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo, and 5,000 kilograms of Cloud's Soil. Guh. Feng Jiugu spat out the tea in his mouth. His eyes stared widely as he lost his calm. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo! He shouted. Damn it, my worry came true. Immortal Goo could be placed up for auction. They could naturally be used to trade for other Immortal Goo as well. If not for this, all of the registered Immortal Goo would be held up and not available for trade. This would greatly affect the auction's success. Feng Jiugu understood this rule, and thus he was worried about it. Whatever you worried about was bound to happen. Fan Yuan wanted Strength Path Immortal Goo. He had been paying attention to this Strength Path Immortal Goo since long ago. Right now, he offered Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. This was part of his original plan. 1 Heaven Pillar Wind. Facing Fog Yuan's competition, Domination Immortal Chu Du raised his offer. Heaven Pillar Wind was quite special. It originated from Green Heaven. It was like a tall pillar, extremely tall and long. When it blows, it will not cause movement, only blowing on the spot. From outside, it resembled a giant pillar that extended into the sky. 1 Heaven Pillar Wind had high value. It did not lose to Feng Jiuji's earlier bid of 150 Thundersound Leaves. Domination Immortal Chu Du. Fan Yuan muttered, immediately understanding. It seems that you are my biggest competitor this time. Chapter 755. Fan Yuan vs. Chu Du. The 10th secret room bids an intact skeleton of a sky dragon, along with 1,500 grams of fury powder. Qin Baixing stood on the platform and shouted loudly. Chu Du frowned. He had just bid a Heaven Pillar Wind, and the Goo Immortal in the 10th secret room immediately marked up the price with no hesitation. This is a strong foe. Chu Du sighed inwardly. In the previous bidding war of Feng Jiugu and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal, the price was settled by exchanging 2 Immortal Goo for 1, from which the 10th secret room had profited greatly. Everyone in the auction knew of this. Chu Du could not help but feel pressure. He was also a veteran Goo Immortal with rank 7 cultivation and a deep foundation. In his peak period, the immortal essence stones he had on hand to spend greatly surpassed several tens of thousands. But the situation now was different from the past. Chu Du recently succeeded in undergoing a tribulation of his immortal aperture, but as a result, his foundation had thinned. Thus, he broke through the heavenly Wind-Chi wall and entered deep within White Heaven to explore and replenish resources. He did make some profits, but he suffered injuries, and to heal these injuries he had to borrow immortal goo from others, which cost him a lot. Overall, he still ended up at a loss. The immemorial 9 heavens had plentiful resources, but were also danger zones. The benefits there were accompanied with risks. Thus, at this moment, Chu Du was quite short on money available to spend. But Strength Path Defensive Immortal Goo are rare. I have been a Strength Path Goo Immortal for so long, but only today have I come across one. If I don't try my best to obtain it, I might regret it in the future. Chu-Du thought of this, and gritted his teeth as he continued to bid. However, no matter how much he added, Fan Yuan also kept on adding. Several rounds later, Chu-Du finally could not persist with this and sent a message to Qin Baixing secretly, wanting to communicate with the 10th secret room. Qin Baixing was surprised, but without any change in expression, he sent the message to Fan Yuan. With Fan Yuan's permission, Chu-Du was able to send a letter to the 10th secret room. In the letter, Chu-Du wrote, if Fan Yuan to retreat from the bidding war, he would owe Fan Yuan a favor and would do a task of equivalent value for Fan Yuan in accordance to the future circumstances. If Fan Yuan did not believe him, they could use an immortal goo to create a vow. Not only this, Chu-Du also said he would provide Fan Yuan precious information regarding reckless savage demon venerables. True meaning. Fan Yuan was surprised and also happy as he read this letter. There was no doubt Chu-Du wrote this letter because he wanted to obtain Cauldron's strength immortal goo, and because of his insufficient financial condition, he wanted to talk things over with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan certainly would not agree. He was a strength path goo immortal as well, and naturally wanted to obtain this rare Cauldron's strength immortal goo. As for reckless savage demon venerable's true meaning, Fan Yuan already had a rough understanding of it. He even obtained benefits personally. I had originally thought Domination Immortal Chu-Du had deep pockets, but who could have thought he would make a fool of himself this quickly? It seems his fortune is at rock bottom. Fan Yuan snickered while making another high bid. Chu-Du gritted his teeth as he proceeded with the bidding, but the items he used to bid were a mishmash of different goods. Fan Yuan increased his bid again, adding on rank 7 immortal materials, which could act as the main refinement material to refine a rank 7 immortal goo. Their value was very high. Chu-Du sighed but still was not resigned to giving up, as he again added bits and pieces from here and there, bidding many rank 6 immortal materials. The overall price was similar to Fan Yuan's rank 7 immortal materials. The goo immortals in the hall began to notice the clues now. Strange, Lord Chu-Du seems to be in a strange situation. I had vaguely heard that Domination Immortal had undergone a tribulation few months ago. It seems the injuries from the tribulation were quite heavy. Chu-Du had borrowed healing immortal goo from Yao Huang, and reportedly had to pay a considerable price. The goo immortals quietly spoke to one another while sighing. Chu-Du was feeling anxious, but there was someone else who was more anxious. Feng Jiuge. This Domination Immortal also cannot handle the situation. Feng Jiuge felt disappointment. He had been hoping Chu-Du could pressure the 10th secret room with his might, and overwhelm them to achieve victory. But despite Chu-Du's reputation, currently his poor financial capacity was making a scene that Feng Jiuge could not bear to continue witnessing. He had no choice but to think of a way to stop Fan Yuan from winning. Worldly Wave Trace and Delight in Water and Mountain, these two immortal goo both belong to the goo immortal in the 10th secret room. This person is mysterious and seems to have a major origin. It is even possible that they are the main culprit of the Imperial Court case. I know them, but they don't know about me. The enemy is in the open while I am in the dark right now. It won't be appropriate if I directly buy Delight in Water and Mountain from him or her. Not to mention the chance of inadvertently alerting them. If they infer some clues and decide to not sell the immortal goo, that would be anything but good. Feng Jiuge kept on thinking. He also had a strategic mind. He had both brains and brawn. If not for this, Spirit Affinity House would not entrust him with such an important task and send him as the leader of the group infiltrating Northern Plains. If I directly interfere and participate in the bidding, that would be inappropriate as well. I am under the identity of Sword Master Yulan, but I have already bought Worldly Wave Trace. If I openly buy Delight in Water and Mountain again, in the case that the person in the 10th secret room knows of the secret of Water Pavilion, the possibility of exposing myself increases greatly. Feng Jiuge had secretly infiltrated into Northern Plains and also disguised his identity. Even if he was very powerful, he would be fighting in foreign territory, so he had some misgivings. The most troublesome thing is even if someone outbids others in this auction, if the seller does not choose them, it would still be a failure. Even if I interfere and suppress others, there won't be much significance. Moreover, there was another point as well. Even if Feng Jiuge succeeded in the bidding and bought Cauldron's Strength Immortal Goo, what would he use it for? He did not want a Strength Path Immortal Goo. Instead, he wanted to sell Strength Path Immortal Goo in exchange for other, more suitable Immortal Goo. Feng Jiuge's mouth dried. He took a sip of tea while having a regretful feeling in his heart. If I was not alone and had someone to help me, it would be much simpler to deal with this problem. However, on one hand, his vaguely familiar face, was an immortal killer move and it could not be easily passed on to others. On the other hand, he also could not use the Gu immortals at Prince Feng Xian's side. The logic here was simple. If, by any chance, Feng Jiuji's identity was exposed, Prince Feng Xian would not be greatly implicated. Prince Feng Xian could proclaim he knew nothing of it, and keep on lurking under cover. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Jiuge made the decision and quietly got in contact with Domination Immortal Chudu. The Gu immortals in single rooms and the main hall could directly contact each other, unlike the secret rooms, where Chudu could only contact Fan Yuan with Qing Baixing as the middleman. As long as either party within a secret room did not want to make contact, there could be no way to send a message. Chudu felt strange as he received Sword Master Yulan's letter. He was fairly close to Yao Huang, but he had only met Prince Feng Xian once. In the letter, Feng Jiuge said he was willing to fund Chudu to help him win Cauldron's Strength Immortal Gu. However, he made a request, saying that he hoped Chudu could sell the immortal material, True Heaven Silver. It seems that there is some value for the injuries I had in the exploration of White Heaven. I obtained 300 kilograms of True Heaven Silver, which is extremely rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. With Sword Master Yulan's help, I can still compete. Chudu naturally was somewhat doubtful of Feng Jiuji's true intentions. But he was feeling urgency in obtaining Cauldron's Strength Immortal Gu. Chudu immediately replied to Feng Jiuge, thanking the other party for the help and also stating that after this event, he would give detailed information on the exact location of True Heaven Silver. With Feng Jiuji's help, Chudu gained confidence and made a bid again. Changes occur in matters within the world, producing mysterious and interesting results. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Chudu died in battle and the killer had been Feng Jiuge. Now, because of Fan Yuan, these two people joined hands by a stroke of fate. The collaboration between the two was mutually beneficial. To Chudu, he needed Cauldron's Strength Immortal Gu, and Feng Jiuji's help was opportune assistance. To Feng Jiuge, the financial aid he provided Chudu with would be returned to him in the future. He could pay a low price to obstruct Fan Yuan's target. The bidding price continued to increase higher and higher. Chudu seemed to have been revitalized, having increased confidence as he made bids with no hesitation. Fan Yuan was surprised at this. After using up the immortal materials from Langhe Blessed Land, he had no choice but to start bidding with the immortal materials he had obtained earlier. Feng Jiuge could not help but feel vexed. These immortal materials had been his previously. He had not thought that after taking them out, they would be used against him so quickly. However, Feng Jiuge had no choice but to continue, while also calculating the situation. It seems the situation of Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu is going to be repeated. Domination Immortal Chudu seems to be bent on getting this Strength Immortal Gu. The 10th Secret Room has been requesting Strength Path Immortal Gu since the beginning, and is now competing with Chudu, with either side having the slightest intent to retreat. It seems there is going to be another surge in the auction. The Gu immortals discussed with one another in the main hall. Fan Yuan finally could not keep being seated, he left his seat and paced around in the secret room. Chudu clearly had no hope and thus sent a letter, but how, in that case, did he get such a boost in his wealth? Could it be that he was pretending to be weak? Impossible! There would need to be a hole in his brain for him to use such a clumsy plan. That means someone is helping him. Fan Yuan frowned, he had a hunch, but he could not precisely grasp it. Who was this person helping Chudu? Why was this person helping him? On the surface, it was a competition between two people, but Fan Yuan felt that there was someone meddling in the dark. Fan Yuan tapped at his immortal zombie head, as he sat down on his seat again and started to use the wills in his mind to help him in thinking. While he thought, he continued bidding. After 2 more bids, he suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. The thinking just now had given him some results, as he formed some conjectures. I must have this Cauldron's Strength Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan suddenly shouted, making an empty show of power. Whatever the seller wants, speak. I will do my best to satisfy it. The same goes for me. Whatever the seller wants, please speak. Chudu was silent for a moment before he followed suit, showing no weakness. The hall was in a commotion. The person in the 10th secret room is not simple, directly challenging Chudu. Sure enough, it has started again, the second climactic moment of the auction. The auction of Worldly Wave Trace was also like this. Now, let's see what the seller wants. The seller did not think for long, immediately speaking of a new requirement, a wisdom path inheritance. Chu Du gave a bitter smile when he heard this request. Where would he find a wisdom path inheritance? Wisdom path has been around for a long time, but it had always been passed down from generation to generation in a single line, and was extremely mysterious and rare. The seller saw the heated bidding war and got greedy, making such an excessive request. Feng Jiuge also gave a bitter smile. He had many immortal goo with him, but the seller's request of a wisdom path inheritance caused things to be awkward for him. Wisdom path was rare, even among the 10 great ancient sects. Only a few wisdom path inheritances were possessed by them. Fan Yuan had asked for a wisdom path inheritance in Treasure Yellow Heaven for a high price, but this had not been fulfilled. Finally, when fortune arrived for him, he only received an incomplete inheritance. That was also because the other party had an urgent need for the ancient desolate beast corpse. There were many wisdom path goo worms, but wisdom path inheritances were rare. For a while, Fan Yuan and Chu Du went silent. Chapter 756. Fan Yuan vs. Feng Jiuge. The seller was requesting for a wisdom path inheritance. This was really an excessive demand. Previously, in the immortal material list that Fan Yuan threw out earlier, at least goo immortals would more or less have something within it, but wisdom path inheritances were extremely rare. Even if it was a wisdom path goo immortal, they would not sell their own inheritance, something that is of utmost importance to themselves. Chu Du did not have a wisdom path inheritance, and neither did Feng Jiuge. Fan Yuan only had an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. It was extremely incomplete, it could not meet the requirements. He sat on the seat, licking his dry lips as he kept quiet, but his heart was growing with anticipation. At once, be it the 10th secret room or domination immortal Chu Du, they did not speak. The hall fell into a peculiar silence. Eventually, discussions arose in the hall again. Requesting for a wisdom path inheritance, this condition is too much. A wisdom path immortal goo is good enough, they were still greedy for a wisdom path inheritance. Hee. This is simply being blinded by greed. Such a condition, the 10th secret room and domination immortal are unable to satisfy it. The heated bidding earlier was ruined. This cauldron's strength immortal goo might end up going unsold. But this is nothing much. Unsold immortal goo will be in the second round of the auction according to the sequence. This seller of the cauldron's strength immortal goo also found something amiss. He was anxious and quickly added. Qin Baixing received his transmission and announced again. The wisdom path inheritance does not need to be complete. An incomplete wisdom path inheritance is fine too. Of course, the more complete it is, the better it would be. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. He had a rather incomplete wisdom path inheritance. His bid came from within the 10th secret room. I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Chu Du heard Fan Yuan's bid and his heart jumped. He did not even have an incomplete inheritance. But he still had hope in his heart. He placed his hopes on Sword Master Yulan. In his perspective, Sword Master Yulan was backed by Prince Feng Xian. They had incredible foundation and would likely have a wisdom path incomplete inheritance. Feng Jiuge laughed bitterly. Spirit Affinity House indeed had collected incomplete wisdom path inheritances. But he did not have any currently. He quickly used the whole Earth goo in his immortal aperture and communicated to the other 9 Central Continent goo immortals. The 9 Central Continent goo immortals knew about Feng Jiuge's actions. In truth, they were secretly lurking near Crimson Reed Marsh, waiting to reinforce Feng Jiuge. After receiving Feng Jiuge's message, 2 of them had an incomplete inheritance. One was from Old Oracle. He came from Ancient Soul Sect and was a Wisdom Path goo immortal. The other was Qingjinqi from Myriad Dragon Dock. He was a flying grandmaster, and had once explored an inheritance ground, obtaining one by chance. Feng Jiuge received their message and was overjoyed, quickly interacting with them. Wisdom Path inheritances, even if incomplete, were quite valuable. Old Oracle and Qingjinqi were not from the same sect as Feng Jiuge. Even if they were, they still had to properly balance the books. In a moment, Feng Jiuge finished discussing with Qingjinqi and paid some price to buy the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance from him. But after getting it, Feng Jiuge became hesitant. He could naturally provide the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance to Chu Du, but doing it in this way was too obvious. He had lied to Chu Du earlier, saying that he wanted Chu Du's immortal materials, the true heaven silver. But now, just for the true heaven silver, he was providing him the valuable and complete Wisdom Path inheritance. This was like giving up gold for silver. It did not make sense. Feng Jiuge could imagine, once he showed this inheritance, Chu Du would begin to suspect his true motives. Oh, if I had a companion that understood the situation alongside me, they would be able to bid now. Feng Jiuge sighed again. In this situation, there is an 80% chance that the seller would choose the 10th secret room. Unfortunately, in regards to the seller who is auctioning the immortal goo, I cannot contact them. Just as Feng Jiuge was about to risk Chu Du's suspicions and take out the incomplete wisdom path inheritance, Chu Du spoke. I do not have an inheritance, I'll back out from this bid. Feng Jiuge was stunned. The truth was, after waiting for a while, the tiny hope in Chu Du's heart vanished. He thought over it. His relationship with Sword Master Yulan and Prince Feng Xian was not deep, the other party was only helping him because of the true heaven's silver. Even if they had a wisdom path inheritance, why would they make such a huge sacrifice to help him? Just for that 300 kilograms of true heaven's silver? It was evidently impossible. Chu Du was a smart person, even though he was a lone cultivator, he needed his face. Fan Yuan had made his offer long ago, so many people were watching, Chu Du could not stall this by keeping silent. Thus, he announced his intention to back out from the current bid. Feng Jiuji's expression sunk. When Chu Du announced that he was backing out, he understood the reason behind it. At once, Fan Yuan's victory was imminent. Feng Jiuge did not know what to say. Should he blame Chu Du for being too smart, thus making deductions in advance? Feng Jiuge himself had hesitated, because he lacked a companion, his hands were tied and it was tough for him to manipulate anything. But even if Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo is handed over, there is still hope. After the open auction, there is still the free transaction period. Feng Jiuge consoled himself, his mental state quickly returned to normal. He had braved through many storms and difficulties in life that had improved him, they were on par with Fan Yuan's. If not for them, he would not be the Feng Jiuge he was today. Feng Jiuge was a type of person with much in common with Fan Yuan. They never gave up and would not mind temporary failure or loss, and they could lower their statuses if needed. The result of the competition for Cauldron's Strength Immortal Goo had become quite clear. Domination Immortal Chu Du conceded while Fan Yuan provided an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But just as Qin Baixing was about to announce the bid going to Fan Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11th Secret Room is bidding as well. They are taking out a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, as well as immortal materials that are on par with those of 10th Secret Room. Qin Baixing suddenly announced. This was an unexpected situation. The Goo Immortals in the main hall were very interested. Another mysterious Goo Immortal has entered the bidding competition. 11th Secret Room. They are able to make such a high bid. The auction has invited some formidable characters indeed. Since when were Strength Path Immortal Goos so popular? Everyone is fighting for this. Qin Baixing felt more confusion than the others. He knew that Tai Bai Yunxing and Fan Yuan arrived together, they should be allies. Why were they competing with each other now? Not only him, even the bidder, Tai Bai Yunxing, was confused. He had just received Fan Yuan's transmission earlier, asking him to do this bid. Since the seller could only choose one person to deal with, whether they chose Fan Yuan or Tai Bai Yunxing, they would only receive one of the bids. From start to finish, Fan Yuan did not violate the auction's rules. Fan Yuan sat in the 10th secret room, his finger was tapping on the armrest of his seat. His eyes were closed until only a slit remained. He continued bidding and competing with Tai Bai Yunxing. After several rounds, Tai Bai Yunxing pieced random materials together, showing his limited finances. Next, he purposely hesitated before bidding, displaying a changing mind. After several more rounds of bidding, Tai Bai Yunxing obtained a notification from Qin Baixing. After approving of it, he received a letter from another person. This letter's content was similar to the one written to Domination Immortal. Using one of the immortal materials that Tai Bai Yunxing had as an excuse, he saw that Tai Bai Yunxing could not afford to continue bidding and was willing to fund him in exchange for the immortal material. Junior brother, just as you had expected, someone is willing to fund me. Tai Bai Yunxing reported this to Fan Yuan in secret. Oh? Fan Yuan opened his eyes, straightening his back subconsciously. Who? Sword Master Yulan. Sword Master Yulan? Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. Sword Master Yulan. Prince Feng Xian. He could not sit any longer, he started pacing around in the room. Fan Yuan's plan earlier was only to ascertain a guess in his mind. Now that he saw a result from his test, Fan Yuan was a little surprised. Domination Immortal Chu Du obtained funding, thus he could continue competing with me. This person is likely to be Sword Master Yulan. If it is her, then why did she fund Chudu and Tai Bai Yunxing? It is definitely not for the immortal materials, but to prevent my delight in water and mountain immortal goo from falling into other people's hands. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo has no use in my hands, thus I am selling it. But if it falls into the hands of the seller of Cauldron Strength immortal goo, then he would not sell the delight in water and mountain immortal goo again because he wants to have it. Sword Master Yulan spent a huge sum earlier and used 2 Strength Path immortal goo to obtain Worldly Wave Trace goo. Now she is trying all sorts of methods to prevent me from selling delight in water and mountain goo. Why is that? The answer had already been flickering in his mind. That was the rank 7 immortal goo house, Water Pavilion. Fan Yuan paced in the room as he thought about it. After a while, he stopped in his tracks, raising his head. The scene in the secret room was like a painting, but Fan Yuan's gaze was like the abyss. It was as if it pierced through the layers of illusions and saw the goo immortals in the main hall. He saw Sword Master Yulan, who was in the single room. He even saw the region outside of Northern Plains. It was Central Continent. Fan Yuan's gaze was like ice. He laughed coldly in his heart. Impressive, a great move. In my previous life, during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, a certain Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House managed to sway Prince Feng Xian's heart and recruit him. Prince Feng Xian suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House. It caught people off guard. It almost killed Ma Hongyun, who had become a rank 7 goo immortal, causing Northern Plains' situation to become dramatically worse. Northern Plains sacrificed large numbers of goo immortals, countless territories were lost, and Spirit Affinity House was in the forefront, at number 1 among the 10 great ancient sects. To think that Prince Feng Xian all along had been a tool of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jiuge had used vaguely familiar face. Fan Yuan could not decipher the truth. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had ordered Feng Jiuge and the other goo immortals to enter Northern Plains. It was a top-secret mission. Several Wisdom Path goo immortals had worked together to eliminate all evidence of their actions. In accordance with Fan Yuan's intelligence-gathering methods, he naturally would not be able to find out anything. Fan Yuan did not know these matters, but Feng Jiuge was using Fair Yulan's identity. It instead helped Fan Yuan figure out the important secret that Spirit Affinity House had been hiding. Chapter 757. Resurrection from the Dead. This Sword Master Yulan has quite impressive methods. If Chu Du did not send me a letter earlier, I might not have found out the flaw. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would not have connected it either. Fan Yuan sighed in his mind. Feng Jiuji's scheming ability was not inferior to Fan Yuan's. Thus, when he struck, it was like a natural process, there was no traces. But in this contest of wits, Fan Yuan had come out marginally ahead. Firstly, Chu Du was the cause of Feng Jiuji's flaw. Feng Jiuge did not know that Domination Immortal had sent a letter to Fan Yuan. If he knew, he would not have acted this way. But Chu Du would not tell the other party for no reason. After all, this matter would cause a loss in reputation. At the same time, Chu Du had thought that Feng Jiuge really wanted his true heaven silver. Feng Jiuji's second weakness was that he did not have accomplices. He was also using a fake identity. He had a lot of worries and restrictions binding him. He was not like Fan Yuan, who had Tai Bai Yunxing assisting him. It could save a lot of trouble. Feng Jiuji's third misfortune was that his opponent, Fan Yuan, was not normal. He was a reborn person. With his previous life's memories, even if he did not know the truth, he could deduce some secrets based on the huge events that had happened. Fan Yuan sat down and continued to think while bidding against Tai Bai Yunxing. The situation had changed again. Earlier, Fan Yuan was in the dark, but now he had a grasp of the situation. He found out Sword Master Yulan's motive. Even though he did not know about the true identity of Sword Master Yulan, Fan Yuan had the initiative now. Feng Jiuge did not know that Fan Yuan had seen through his motives. This was a great opportunity where the enemy was exposed while he was hidden. Right now, Fan Yuan was pondering over an issue. Should he keep Delight in Water and Mountain, causing Spirit Affinity House's plans to fail, or trade it for the Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, or directly sell the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo to Sword Master Yulan? Fan Yuan was open-minded. He was not against others gaining advantages. If he could satisfy Spirit Affinity House and gain a huge amount of benefits, Fan Yuan would do it. But on the other hand, Fan Yuan did not want to give up Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. Such a Strength Path defensive Immortal Goo was very rare. Once he missed it, he might not find another again. Just as Fan Yuan was hesitating, a voice came from a single room. A wisdom path immortal goo, kindness thought goo, an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, and twice the immortal materials for this cauldron's strength immortal goo. The entirety of the hall gasped. The goo immortal who had entered the bidding competition was not a normal person, it was one of the 5 rank 8 experts in Northern Plains, refinement path goo immortal Yao Huang. Yao Huang is bidding too. He is a refinement path goo immortal, why does he have needs for strength path too? Maybe this cauldron strength immortal goo involves some immense benefits that we do not know about. In a single room, next to Yao Huang, one of the current leaders of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Yin Lu Gong, was seated. Yin Lu Gong said, "Senior Yao Huang, are you really buying this cauldron strength immortal goo?" Yao Huang chuckled. "Indeed, I want to refine an immortal goo, resurrection from the dead. There is an important stage where I need a formless vessel to act as the container during refinement. This vessel needs to be formless and ethereal, and cannot have any trace of the 5 elements, light or darkness. Thus, fire, ice, wood, metal, chi and other paths would not work. The best path for this is phantom path, followed by strength path, space path, and finally, ruo path." Yin Lu Gong realized, phantom path immortal goo are extremely rare, they are like wisdom path inheritances. Phantom path immortal goo that can act as a formless vessel are even rarer. This cauldron strength immortal goo, even though it uses strength to create a cauldron, it does not have the 5 elements or light or darkness in it. It is formless and ethereal, but it can defend against attacks. It is really a top-tier vessel for goo refinement. Yao Huang nodded. Nurture, use, refinement, they all depend on the person. Immortal goo are a tool, their use varies from person to person. Little Lu, you should believe my sincerity now, right? Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Earlier, when Yao Huang invited him and pulled his hand when entering a single room, it showed that their relationship was close and many goo immortals were very envious. But the outsiders did not know the details. Yao Huang had his own motives. These recent years, Yao Huang had been conducting research on an entirely new immortal goo. It was called resurrection from the dead. Like the name suggested, this goo could allow a dead person to regain their life. Yao Huang walked on the refinement path. He was also most skilled at refining healing goo worms. Right now, resurrection from the dead immortal goo was a new innovation. It would consume a lot of his effort and wealth. In the past, I had been collaborating with your alliance, using immortal zombies as the test subjects to research on the law of life and death. These years, following my accumulations, I've made great gains. I have 30% confidence of refining the immortal goo, resurrection from the dead, successfully. Yao Huang said with much pride. 30%. Yin Lu Gong showed admiration on his face. A 30% chance. This was extremely high for refining immortal goo. Once I refine the immortal goo, the biggest beneficiary is not me, but your zombie alliance instead. Yao Huang made a bid as he said this to Yin Lu Gong. Yin Lu Gong's heart jumped. Senior means? That's right. Yao Huang admitted. This goo involves the law of life and death, turning from dead to alive. It is suitable for you immortal zombies to regain life, and get rid of your statuses as immortal zombies. There is actually such an incredible use. As expected of Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lu Gong was stunned, but he quickly concealed his shock. But if Lord has this immortal goo, not only would the benefits be immense, you could also use it on yourself to extend your lifespan, correct? Ha ha ha, little Lu, you are so smart. Your thinking is right, lifespan goo are hard to find. I do not have too much life remaining, I have to find other ways to extend my lifespan. How about it, collaborate with me? Yao Huang smiled as he spoke, admitting openly. Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Lord Yao Huang has seen that I was moved, but to collaborate with Senior, Junior will have to provide at least 10 immortal zombies. Although I am one of the leaders of Zombie Alliance, there are still 2 others. Even the 3 of us together are only left to administer the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. This matter is very important. I need to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. 10 immortal zombies are the least required. To refine resurrection from the dead immortal goo, I will need something that can interact with the life and death Tao marks. That is why immortal zombies are the most optimal goo refinement material. I know that in Earth Trench, your zombie alliance has a graveyard. Past generations of immortal zombies are all buried there. Yao Huang frowned. Yin Lu Gong rapidly waved his hands. Lord Yao Huang, that is not possible. The dead should rest in peace, because we in Zombie Alliance are in this physical state, we place great importance on that. If I dig up their corpses, I will attract the rage of the entirety of Zombie Alliance, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's reputation would be ruined. After all, if we make use of even our own members' bodies, who would join such a callous organization? I have 2 immortal zombie bodies in my possession. They are traitors of Zombie Alliance. But even so, I used my killer move, Stone Casket, to seal them up and place them as defenses for the discussion hall's doors. They will not be mobilized under normal circumstances. Humph, you immortal zombies are so stubborn. If I can refine resurrection from the dead immortal goo, it will greatly benefit all of you as well. Yao Huang showed an unhappy expression. He exerted pressure on Yin Lu Gong. Precisely because Zombie Alliance was stubborn regarding this, Yao Huang had once disguised himself and attempted to enter Zombie Alliance in order to steal some immortal zombie bodies. Unfortunately, his plans were ruined by the door of the discussion hall. Yin Lu Gong was enduring the huge pressure, but he did not dare to relent on this matter. He thought over his words and said, "How about this, Senior? This matter is too serious. I cannot make the decision alone. In fact, even us 3 leaders cannot decide this ourselves. We need to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. She will decide. In a few months, I will definitely give you a reply." Yao Huang was unhappy. You 3 leaders are really loyal to Blazing Heaven. Yin Lu Gong felt as if cold sweat was pouring from him. Listening to Yao Huang's words, it seemed like he had talked to the other 2 leaders as well. Meanwhile, he said to Yao Huang, "To speak of loyalty, I am ashamed. Honestly speaking, we immortal zombies agree with Zombie Alliance's rules. After all, most goo immortals ostracize us immortal zombies. They look down on us. Zombie Alliance is our home." Yao Huang snorted coldly. He made an offer in the auction again, directing his unhappiness towards the auction itself. "I'll back out." In the 10th secret room, Fan Yuan spoke. Soon after, Tai Bai Yunxing in the 11th secret room also said, "I would not dare to compete with Senior Yao Huang. I admit defeat." Yao Huang was after Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. This was not his only goal. He also wanted to show Yin Lu Gong his resolution. To obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, he exposed a portion of his own Wisdom Path inheritance, and even took out an Immortal Goo to bid. The transaction was quickly completed. Yao Huang held the Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo in his hand and sighed. "This is still rank 6, it seems I will need to spend some effort to get it to rank 7. That will increase the chances of success when I refine resurrection from the dead immortal goo." Yin Lu Gong's heart jumped. He knew that these words were for him. After entering the single room, Yao Huang had been urging him and showing his resolution. This was the will of a rank 8 great expert. If he did not settle this properly, he might attract the rage of Yao Huang. The attack of a rank 8 great expert would cause an all-out war between Yao Tribe and Zombie Alliance. The Goo Immortals did not expect that this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo's auction would end up with Yao Huang as the winner. Fan Yuan backed out when he understood the tough situation. Feng Jiu sighed in relief secretly. This situation was good for Feng Jiu's benefits as well. If Fan Yuan succeeded and the seller obtained Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo, Feng Jiu would have much greater difficulty in obtaining it. The seller wanted the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, they would not sell it, and most importantly, Feng Jiu could not find the seller. From start to finish, this person did not expose their location or identity. They had been asking Qin Bai Sheng to represent him. With this, one could deduce that the seller was likely a bottom-tier Goo immortal and had weak strength. Otherwise, they would not act so timidly and carefully. Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo's auction ended. Everyone's attention was drawn to the next Immortal Goo. "This is the 3rd Luck Path Immortal Goo," a Goo Immortal said. The mysterious Luck Path Immortal Goo were very famous outside. Because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Northern Plains Goo Immortals had a unique attachment to Luck Path Immortal Goo. The 2nd Luck Path Immortal Goo was called Peach Blossom Luck. It was sold at a high price. The Luck Path Immortal Goo currently up was called Good Luck. It was a storage Immortal Goo that could gather and store all of the ownerless good luck that dissipated from heaven and earth. The seller wanted a Fire Path Immortal Goo. The Goo Immortals fought over it, eventually reaching a deal at a high price. Chapter 758. Eat Strength. The following auction was like it had been set up in advance. Several Luck Path Immortal Goos showed up consecutively. Leave Luck Goo which could rapidly expend luck, Seal Luck Goo which could seal luck, Transfer Luck Goo which could transfer luck, as well as the Break Luck Immortal Goo that Fan Yuan was after. Unfortunately, the sellers of all these Immortal Goo had their own desires. They requested for metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other Immortal Goo of mainstream paths. This was a weak point of Fan Yuan. If he could not fulfill this basic requirement, he could not even join in the bidding. Fan Yuan had suffered at the hands of Luck Path previously, but he had also obtained great benefits from Luck Path. He wanted to observe the situation and see if he could obtain a few Luck Path Immortal Goo, but now it seemed that he had no chance at all. The most regrettable thing was that he missed Break Luck Immortal Goo by a hair's breadth. Fan Yuan had already obtained Connect Luck Immortal Goo. It could work in conjunction with Break Luck Immortal Goo. But unfortunately, his opportunity to obtain it went by unsuccessfully. This auction was not set up specifically for him. Fan Yuan had gains, and naturally missed opportunities as well. The next Immortal Goo is a Rank 7 Luck Path Immortal Goo. It is called Calamity Beckoning. It was finally time for Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo to be auctioned. Qin Baixing spoke slowly as he introduced it. Rank 7 Immortal Goo were quite rare. Most of the Immortal Goo in the auction were Rank 6 Immortal Goo. Although it was a difference of just one rank, there was a great disparity in value. This was because the chance of raising a Rank 6 Immortal Goo to Rank 7 was very low, and the cost of refinement was very high. As for Rank 8 Immortal Goo, they did not appear in this auction. The Goo Immortals in the hall heard that it was a Rank 7 Immortal Goo and showed some interest. They looked over with gazes of anticipation. But after learning about Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo's use, they all shook their heads. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo's use was to help others by harming oneself, helping another person undergo tribulation, and attract the calamity or tribulation to oneself. Giving up oneself to save others, this was not impossible, but often benefits and exchanges were involved. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo did not have zero demand, some large forces needed it to help their own members. Furthermore, some Goo Immortals were moved, they could use this Goo to help others and earn some profits from it. But Fan Yuan wanted a Rank 7 Strength Path Immortal Goo. In the entirety of the auction hall, nobody made an offer. Fan Yuan saw that the situation was not going well. He quickly informed Qin Baixing that they could also use Rank 7 Time Path Immortal Goo to trade for it, but there were no responses. It really is Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. I wonder if this Immortal Goo came from the Goo Immortal in the 10th secret room? Feng Jiuge thought over it before communicating with Qin Baixing, requesting to talk to the owner of Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. Fairy Yulan, you finally lost your patience. Fan Yuan snorted. He rejected this request unhesitatingly. Eventually, because nobody bid for it, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not sold. Fan Yuan was mentally prepared for this result. After all, he was asking for a Rank 7 Immortal Goo, and he wanted a Strength Path Immortal Goo at that. There were few of such Immortal Goo. Most importantly, compared to other Immortal Goo, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not as attractive, thus nobody bid for it. Fan Yuan's Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not the only Immortal Goo that went unsold. At the start, there was the Conceal Luck Immortal Goo that went unsold. After that, several other Goos suffered the same fate. There was still a chance left for these unsold Immortal Goo. After the auction, there was still an event, the open transaction. During the open transaction, they could still sell these Immortal Goo. As time continued to pass, more and more Immortal Goo were showcased and bought. The anticipation of the Goo Immortals also accumulated gradually. There were few Immortal Goo left on the list, they soon would all be presented. The most important item in the auction was about to be showcased. It was the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance that Qin Baixing obtained. The following Immortal Goo is called Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. It is of Wisdom Path and Rank 6. The seller is requesting for a Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo. It would be best if it is a defensive Immortal Goo, Qin Baixing announced. When there were only a few Immortal Goo left, it was finally time for Fan Yuan's Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo to be auctioned. This time, he still asked for Strength Path Immortal Goo. He did not say a word about the immortal zombie body, or the method to regain new life. In fact, he did not even mention the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. Once these two matters were mentioned combined with the Strength Path Immortal Goo, the clues would be too obvious. Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel, this was known by everyone. Even if Fan Yuan did not know about the relationship between Prince Fengxian and Spirit Affinity House, he would not be brainless enough to make such a request. Rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo in exchange for a Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo. The requirement for this auction was much lower than Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo previously. Once Qin Baixing spoke, several Goo Immortals started bidding. Strength Path was declining, but Wisdom Path was mysterious and unfailingly stable over the ages. In the eyes of many Goo Immortals, a Rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo was much more attractive than a Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo. At once, regarding the delight in water and mountain immortal goo, the auction hall's atmosphere became incredibly heated. Fan Yuan carefully listened to the bids as he remained unmoved. He was waiting for Sword Master Yulan to bid. Before long, Sword Master Yulan indeed entered the bid. I have an Eat Strength Immortal Goo with me. This goo is not only of Strength Path, but also of Food Path. It is a Strength Path cultivation type immortal goo. One may consume beast meat or vegetation related to Strength Path. In order to allow Strength Path Dao marks to grow naturally on the goo immortal's body, they would fully fit with one's own body. Once he said that, almost all of the goo immortal's attentions were drawn over. This is a good immortal goo. For a Strength Path goo immortal, this is really hard to come by. Food Path has long since vanished. Its condition is worse than Strength Path. At least Strength Path had flourished once before, but Food Path did not. It has almost completely disappeared now. All that I've heard of it is that it is very useful for nurturing goo. Hearing the discussions of the goo immortals in the main hall, Feng Jiuge smiled lightly. This immortal goo did not come from the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Feng Jiuge had requested it from Prince Feng Xian not long ago because he knew that Fan Yuan would make such a requirement. Although he had many immortal goo, regarding Strength Path, he only had Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. Meanwhile, Prince Feng Xian happened to have this. It turned out that after 88 True Yang building collapsed, a formless hand flew out and landed near Prince Feng Xian's grotto heaven. After Prince Feng Xian broke the formless hand personally, he captured the Eat Strength Immortal Goo. This goo was very useful to Strength Path goo immortals, but to Prince Feng Xian, it had little use. After receiving Feng Jiuji's letter regarding requesting assistance, as people from the same sect, Prince Feng Xian used his method to secretly send this immortal goo into Feng Jiuji's blessed land. Fair Yulan, I wonder if you can sell this goo to me? I am willing to use another Strength Path immortal goo to exchange for it. I will provide valuable immortal materials as well, and I will not interfere with you in the bid for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Soon, Chudu sent a message. Domination Immortal was moved, but that is natural. However, how can the goo that he wants to exchange with it be more attractive than Eat Strength goo, even if they are both of Strength Path? Feng Jiuge replied, rejecting Chudu's request. He smiled more confidently now, since the 10th Secret Room's mysterious goo immortal wanted a Strength Path immortal goo. He was likely to be a Strength Path goo immortal. Even if he was not, the allure of Eat Strength immortal goo would definitely be very high to this person. Everything went as Feng Jiuge had expected. After Fan Yuan heard the description for Eat Strength Immortal Goo, he was surprised and overjoyed. This Eat Strength Immortal Goo was too suitable for him. Regarding a goo immortal's cultivation, it mainly involved undergoing tribulations in their immortal aperture. With each successful tribulation, the goo immortal's body would have an increase in down marks of their own path. The more down marks on a goo immortal's body, the closer they would be to heaven and earth, and the closer to the laws of the great Tao. The stronger the tribulation, the more down marks would be etched on them after completing it. Thus, when assessing a goo immortal's cultivation level, they would usually use standards like 1 heavenly tribulation, or 2 heavenly tribulations. The more numerous their down marks, the greater resonance they could cause when using the corresponding immortal goo, and the greater effect that immortal goo could unleash. When Fan Yuan used Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, the Strength Path Dao marks on his body were unrelated to Worldly Wave Trace's Water Path Dao marks. There even was conflict. Thus, the result was not great. He could only use about 60 to 70% of its power. But if Fan Yuan used a Strength Path Immortal Goo like Pulling Mountain or Pulling Water, his own body and the Immortal Goo would resonate. Not only would he be able to amplify the effect of the Immortal Goo, he could even unleash 130% of its power. Furthermore, the more they resonated, the more Fan Yuan would be able to comprehend the laws of Strength Path personally when he used the Immortal Goo. The more his understanding grew, the more his Strength Path attainment will deepen, and his foundation would accumulate gradually. One day, he would achieve a qualitative breakthrough. But despite that, Fan Yuan's greatest problem was that he was an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture was dead. Every once in a while, a portion of his blessed land would disintegrate, but he would also face no tribulations. The way of heaven was to be balanced and fair. Calamities and tribulations would only be unleashed on small worlds that had blessings. The greater the fortune, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Immortal zombies did not need to face tribulations. That was a good thing. After all, with a dead aperture, if they had to undergo calamities and tribulations as well, there was no way to survive. But to Fan Yuan, without any calamities and tribulations, he would not have any growth of Dao marks, and his cultivation level would stagnate. Of course, to increase my Dao marks, I can use immortal goo like Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo to form Dao marks on my body. But such beast strength immortal goo are not suited for the human body, and the number of Dao marks is very sparse, there is little effect. The Dao marks generated by 2 or 3 beast strength immortal goo are less than the amount gained from undergoing one earthly calamity. Fan Yuan had the experience of using beast strength goo worms. Beast strength did not suit the human body, they were not easy to use. Beast phantoms could only be unleashed sometimes, but not always. Like the Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo, it could carve a portion of the Iron Crown Eagle's strength path Dao marks onto his body. But these Dao marks did not suit Fan Yuan's physical body, because the structure of the human body was different from an eagle. When the Dao marks of the Iron Crown Eagle resonated with Fan Yuan, only then would he be able to unleash the strength of an Iron Crown Eagle, along with summoning an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Path Phantom. Unless he had all-out effort immortal goo. All-out effort's true effect was to allow complete resonance of the strength path Dao marks carved on a person's body. But Fan Yuan's all-out effort goo was only rank 4. Although it was a vital goo, he had no idea how to refine it into an immortal goo. The immortal goo recipe of all-out effort goo had been lost over the course of the long river of time. In this regard, Fan Yuan's greatest hope was Langya Land Spirit. There were several thousand immortal goo recipes in Langya Blessed Land. There was hope that one of them was the immortal goo recipe of all-out effort goo. Chapter 759. Successful Extortion. But at the moment, Fan Yuan and Langya Land Spirit's relationship had not deepened to the point of trading immortal goo recipes between them. Even when it came to mortal goo recipes, Langya Land Spirit treasured them greatly and refused to sell them. When it was related to matters involving the refinement of goo, Langya Land Spirit was always very stingy. Earlier, Fan Yuan was willing to pay a high price to buy his hairy men. However, these hairy man slaves were involved with the refinement of goo. Langya Land Spirit treated them like treasures and would not sell them, not to mention goo recipes. But if Fan Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal Goo, the situation would improve drastically for him. Eat Strength Immortal Goo could allow a goo immortal to grow strength path Dao marks. Because of that, the Dao marks that they gained would definitely be perfectly suited for their own body. Fan Yuan's cultivation level had stagnated. He could certainly rely on this immortal goo to make some form of compensation in that regard. Fan Yuan was moved now. One could say that as long as one was a strength path goo immortal, they would definitely be moved when they saw the Eat Strength Immortal Goo. With this strength path immortal goo I am not afraid that the other party will remain unmoved. Feng Jiuge sat down calmly, feeling very confident in his heart. Once this goo appeared, almost all of the bids of the competitors for the immortal goo seemed much inferior. As long as one was not an idiot, they would be able to see the benefits of Eat Strength Immortal Goo. If I did not find out the flaw, I might have traded for this goo already. What a pity for you. Fan Yuan was laughing coldly to himself internally. At this time, from the 23rd secret room, someone reported a price. 1 Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo, as well as 15 drops of the Immortal Material Rule I Blood. Hearing this voice, Fan Yuan's smile became wider. Earlier, he had used Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo to exchange for an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo. But during that process, he did not expose his identity. He had confirmed the buyer through informing Qin Baixing. Thus, other than Qin Baixing himself, none of the other Goo Immortals present knew who the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo ended up with. Qin Baixing had signed an agreement. He would naturally not leak any information on this. Thus, Fan Yuan could use it to bid freely. As for the person inside the 23rd secret room, it was none other than Tai Bai Yunxing. In order to obtain Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo, Feng Jiuge had made many preparations earlier, asking Prince Feng Xian for help. How could Fan Yuan not make some prior arrangements himself? He had already asked Qin Baixing and secretly changed Tai Bai Yunxing's room to another secret room. Even though Tai Bai Yunxing did not expose his or Fan Yuan's identity when he was in the 11th secret room, it was undoubtedly much safer for him to change his room now. After Tai Bai Yunxing made the bid, Fan Yuan did not make any response for a long time. As time passed slowly, Feng Jiuge started to inwardly frown. Domination Immortal Chu Du had also started bidding. He offered another Beast Strength Immortal Goo, while also adding some immortal material in the bid. Chu Du did not want Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo, but he had a use for it. He was a strength path goo immortal. The reason why he was giving up a strength path immortal goo was because he wanted to eat strength immortal goo. Fan Yuan chuckled lightly. He immediately understood Chu Du's intentions. It was Chu Du's own fault for exposing his identity. It forced him into a passive situation. Regarding Chu Du's sudden interference, Fan Yuan was happy to see such a situation. He remained silent as he allowed the auction to continue proceeding. Under his request, Tai Bai Yunxing continued to raise his bid again. Feng Jiuge frowned even more deeply. He had no choice but to start raising his bid as well. The moment he spoke, Tai Bai Yunxing would follow up and make a bid. His attitude was imposing, as if he definitely had to obtain this immortal goo no matter what. Feng Jiuge could not help but become suspicious. Was this eat strength goo too unattractive to the person inside the 10th secret room? Or was he just trying to be greedy and was waiting for the bid to rise? Feng Jiuge did not fall into the trap easily. He was the shining exemplar of a generation after all. He decided to pause now. That way, he could analyze the situation more clearly from the outside. He would also be able to probe Fan Yuan's true intentions. Sword Master Yulan stopped bidding. It was as if she did not want to lose eat strength immortal goo, thus she had backed out of the competition. Such a situation quickly attracted the attention of all the goo immortals. The happiest one was obviously Chu Du. He sent a message again and urged Feng Jiuge to sell the eat strength immortal goo to him. Feng Jiuge laughed lightly, rejecting him once again. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan instructed Tai Bai Yunxing to continue raising his bid. As the price increased steadily, it became very expensive. Most of the goo immortals started backing out of this. They were stating that this price was too high. Eventually, only Chu Du and Tai Bai Yunxing were left bidding. Chu Du was currently having a tough time. His real motive was to obtain eat strength immortal goo, but Feng Jiuge refused to sell it to him. It seemed like he still wanted to bid for the delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Chu Du did not dare to be complacent. He quickly followed along with the bidding. On one hand, he wanted to prevent the eat strength immortal goo from falling into someone else's possession, and on the other hand, if he obtained delight in water and mountain immortal goo, he would have a huge chance of using it to trade goo with Sword Master Yulan. Tai Bai Yunxing's intentions were very simple and pure. He just did whatever his junior brother asked him to do. Even if he won the delight in water and mountain immortal goo, that was fine. After all, whatever price he paid would still return to his own pockets. Feng Jiuge's strategy was also very simple. That was to sit this out for now and reap the spoils later. By the time the competition was almost over, he would jump in and raise the price by a huge margin, winning all at once. These three people, because of their own goals and intentions, created a stalemate by pure chance. As the situation continued to stall, after a few more rounds, someone among the goo immortals in the main hall came to a sudden realization. He shouted subconsciously, "Why is this delight in water and mountain immortal goo so popular now? There are so many immortal materials listed, the bid has reached such a high price." The others quickly became aware of this fact as well. "That's right, it is so high now. A wisdom path immortal goo that can only produce joyful will is actually reaching such a high price. This is a rare sight. In my opinion, the only reason why this is reaching such a high price is due to the involvement of Lord Chu Du. He is willing to give up a strength path immortal goo in order to obtain delight in water and mountain. I am sure he has his motives." Chu Du, who had just been mentioned, was not in a good state currently. His face was full of worries. His financial power right now was truly lacking. "Sigh, if I had known this, I would have stalled my tribulation." The intense pressure coming from Tai Bai Yunxing made Chu Du feel very uncomfortable. "Since when did I, the great domination immortal, get into such a pathetic state?" Chu Du had incredible battle strength, but in this huge auction, battle strength was not the key, it was one's financial power. Tai Bai Yunxing got instructions from Fan Yuan and continued to raise his bid. Chu Du gritted his teeth and hung on. After several rounds like this, delight in water and mountain immortal goo's price continued to rise under the eyes of all the goo immortals present. Qin Baixing had been observing quietly. By this point, he could not help but praise inwardly. "This Sha Huang is really a brilliant person despite being an immortal zombie. He is not simple. But Chu Du's financial limits are already clear now. He is hesitating when bidding. If it were me, I would take the opportunity and sell it now." Qin Baixing knew, although Fan Yuan's plan seemed simple, executing it was no easy feat. Having to plan matters out while simultaneously executing them, it required a lot of foresight and the ability to read people's minds. If he went overboard even a little, his profits would vanish like a puff of smoke. However, it seemed like Fan Yuan did not know what going overboard meant. He continued getting tied by Yunxing to raise the bid, acting imposingly. Chu Du was finally unable to continue. His forehead was full of sweat. His gaze pierced into the single room, looking at the direction of the 23rd secret room. He was thinking about the person inside. He probably had a special need for delight in water and mountain immortal goo, otherwise he would not bid at such a high price with an attitude of an unrelenting, fierce tiger. So be it. Chu Du sighed deeply, keeping quiet as he stopped bidding. At this point, only Tai Bai Yunxing was left. But even so, Tai Bai Yunxing continued to report a bid, raising the price by another margin. Meanwhile, Sword Master Yulan did not make a single sound. It was as if she had already backed out of the current bid. Fan Yuan laughed coldly, transmitting his decision to Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing heard this news and was first stunned. Why was he selling it to his ally? But he quickly understood that perhaps Xia Huang and Baixing were not as intimate as they appeared to be. He thought about this, and his mind cleared up. But deep down, he still felt that there was something weird going on. Qin Baixing shook his head mentally. He was on the stage and had no time to waste. He announced, 23rd secret room, going once. After pausing for a short while, he continued, 23rd secret room, going twice. The Goo immortals in the main hall talked to themselves softly. It seems that the victor of this round is the 23rd secret room. That's right, they seem to have great interest in delight in water and mountain. Even after Domination Immortal backed out, he still continued to raise the bid alone. His motive was to pull some distance and prevent the seller from having any intentions to sell the immortal goo at the last moment to Domination Immortal. This price is truly very high. Many of the immortal materials are making me drool. To think that towards the end of the auction, there is still such a high price being sold, this can squeeze into the top 10 most expensive auction rounds. The situation was now set. Fan Yuan started to get nervous. He squinted his eyes as his heart wavered slightly. Maybe my analysis earlier was wrong? 23rd secret room, going thry. Qin Baixing shouted until here, before someone interrupted him. Feng Jiuge spoke. Eat strength immortal goo, and on top of what the 23rd secret room is bidding, I will add in another 400 kilograms of red refinement metal. 400 kilograms of red refinement metal, this elevated the price again. This was a huge bid that exceeded what Tai Bai Yunxing had done earlier in his individual bids. Everyone gasped sharply. They did not think that at the last moment there would be such a huge change. Qin Baixing was also stunned for a while. Chu Du's expression turned pale, but he soon sighed to himself gloomily. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Great, Sword Master Yulan, you were truly very patient. From the 23rd secret room, Tai Bai Yunxing's voice could be heard. He sounded like he was extremely annoyed at his plan being thwarted. He continued to bid in an angry tone. Feng Jiuge laughed bitterly to himself. After observing for so long, he had already believed that the person inside the 23rd secret room was serious about bidding. My luck this time was truly horrible. The two immortal goo that I wanted to buy were both met with tough competitors. The most important thing was, these two competitors were very affluent and wealthy. No, the auction did not disallow the exchanging of secret rooms. There is also another possibility, that the secret rooms all belong to one person. Maybe he knows about the matter of Water Pavilion. After all, Mo Yao did leave behind an inheritance. Or maybe, it is the other 9 sects of Central Continent that do not want to see my Spirit Affinity House regain. Feng Jiuge was a very intelligent person, but intelligent people tended to overthink matters. Regardless of the situation, for the sake of Water Pavilion, I need to obtain this delight in water and mountain immortal goo no matter what. Feng Jiuge quickly made up his mind, bidding again. He and Tai Bai Yunxing bid back and forth, both refusing to relent. Under the shocked gazes of the goo immortals, delight in water and mountain immortal goo's price continued to soar higher. It soon went into the top 5 prices. Soon after, it climbed to the second spot at an alarming rate. The highest price was naturally Feng Jiuge's 2-for-1 exchange to buy Fan Yuan's Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. Don't tell me I have to do a 2-for-1 exchange again? Feng Jiuge's expression was cold and solemn. He finally experienced what Chu Du was feeling earlier. This was an overbearing pressure that was exerted on him constantly. No matter what price he bid, the person in the 23rd secret room would immediately bid at a higher price. Feng Jiuge could not sit anymore. He started to pace around in his secret room. If a 2-for-1 exchange would guarantee him victory, He would do it even if he had to grit his teeth. But he felt something amiss deep within himself, yet he could not state clearly where the problem was. If I do a 2-for-1 exchange again, someone who is paying attention might find out my true motive. That will be a huge hindrance when I try to find water harmony goo in the future. Feng Jiuji's target was Water Pavilion, but only 2 of the 3 core immortal goo appeared in the auction. He naturally wanted to obtain water harmony goo as well. The weird feeling in Feng Jiuji's heart was making him feel a hint of unrest as well. He sat back in his seat, deciding to go on the offensive. He shouted his bid again. This time, he requested for the seller to state what he needed, and he would try to fulfill those demands. Fan Yuan purposely paused for a moment, to give a false impression that he was in deep thought. Next, he gave Qin Baixing a new requirement, a complete wisdom path inheritance. Everyone gasped loudly. This price was too high. To think that this person had the guts to say it. Feng Jiuge was dumbfounded. He indeed had a wisdom path inheritance, but it was incomplete. The seller was acting like this. Were they trying to prevent the immortal goo from being sold? Tai Bai Yunxing quickly shouted. I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance in my hands. Feng Jiuge rapidly followed up. An incomplete wisdom path inheritance, I have that too. Tai Bai Yunxing snorted coldly. He continued. May the seller list another request, please? The Goo Immortal looked around at each other. Did they hear wrongly? The price was still going to increase further? Qin Baixing was silent for a moment before replying for Fan Yuan. The seller is requesting a killer move that can disguise one's identity. The one which is superior will win. Feng Jiuji's heart tightened. The seller said that. They were obviously putting more emphasis on the disguising killer move. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly said. I have a complete killer move. Although it is a mortal killer move, it originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It is called Unfamiliar Face. Unfamiliar Face? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The main hall went into a huge commotion. Feng Jiuji's forehead was sweating. His arms were tightly grabbing the handle of his seat as his gaze shined anxiously. He hesitated for a moment before shouting as well. I have a killer move. It is an incomplete immortal move, originating from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, called Vaguely Familiar Face. Everyone cried out in shock. Fan Yuan stood up from his seat excitedly, his eyes shining with brilliance. It seems that the rumors in my previous life were not baseless. Spirit Affinity House does indeed have the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Spirit Affinity House had many good things, but most of their signature collection could not be extorted. Once he did, the other party would understand matters at once. Furthermore, this killer move was the most useful one to Fan Yuan himself. Even in his previous life, Spirit Affinity House had the killer move Vaguely Familiar Face, but they did not spread any information about it. During the 5 regions chaotic war, when spies were abundant, they entered enemy territories and obtained many gains. After many times, Goo Immortals among both enemies and allied parties continued to analyze, and confirmed that this was the killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. But Spirit Affinity House refused to admit it. After all, as one of the 10 great ancient sects, a leader of the righteous path, using a demon venerable's killer move was damaging to their reputation. What Fan Yuan did not know was, this immortal killer move belonged to Feng Jiuge. In his previous life, Feng Jiuge had contributed this killer move to his sect, thus, the rumors from his previous life were started. Fan Yuan did not know this fact, and he did not guess that the person bidding was Feng Jiuge. But that did not stop him from extorting this killer move. Of course, Feng Jiuge would not hand over the entire complete immortal killer move to Fan Yuan. But an incomplete immortal killer move was already much better than the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face. Fan Yuan confirmed it on the spot, selling Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo to Sword Master Yulan. In this way, not only would he receive a huge amount of immortal materials, filling up half of his list, he even obtained Eat Strength Immortal Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, as well as the incomplete immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Chapter 760. Essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Fan Yuan and Feng Jiuge quickly connected and completed the transaction. Qin Baixing had already started the auction of the next immortal goo. Feng Jiuge was expressionless as he looked at the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo in his hands, his gaze flickering slightly. The strange feeling he had was still lingering around. After repeated twists and turns, I finally obtained this immortal goo. Even if I had to spend quite a lot, but considering the rewards for the sect's missions, they should be enough to cover for it, and even more. Eat Strength Immortal Goo might be precious, but it only has use to strength path goo immortals. Even though I had to sacrifice vaguely familiar face, it was only a portion of it. Even if I had to give the complete version, the core immortal goo are still with me, so I don't have to fear the other side using it. Feng Jiuge thought it over for a while, his expression gradually easing up. In the main hall, many goo immortals were bidding for the immortal goo. While Fan Yuan, similar to Feng Jiuge, did not have his attention on the platform, but on the goods he obtained. Feng Jiuge had let go of each strength immortal goo of his own accord, thus Fan Yuan was able to easily refine it and store it into his immortal aperture. This incomplete wisdom path inheritance was slightly more intact than Fan Yuan's malicious thought inheritance. It had the goo recipes from rank 1 to rank 5 of memory thought goo, and an immortal goo recipe for reminiscence immortal goo, as well as several mortal killer moves. This memory thought goo is rather suitable for me. I can only recall my previous life's memories roughly. With the help of this goo, I should be able to recall more clearly. If I can refine the reminiscence immortal goo, it would be even better. Fan Yuan checked them and stored this wisdom path inheritance with satisfaction. For the time being, he was not planning to try and refine immortal goo. There were extremely large costs involved in refining immortal goo, and the risks were also very high. Moreover, Fan Yuan already had many immortal goo with him. Reminiscence immortal goo was not necessary and would only be an additional bonus. The most urgent matter at hand for Fan Yuan was to get rid of the immortal zombie body and restore his living status. Even though he obtained each strength immortal goo, which could increase Dao marks, it was only a slight offset and could not compare to passing tribulations. Undergoing tribulation was dangerous, but the increase in Dao marks from doing so were extremely high. Were it not for this, He Lulan would not risk her life to pass tribulations. Fan Yuan carefully inspected vaguely familiar face. This was an incomplete immortal killer move. His initial estimation was that this was only 50% complete. However, Fan Yuan was already satisfied. He knew the other party would not take out the complete immortal killer move and sell it wholly to him. Obtaining this much was already good enough. Especially since the contents within did not conceal the crucial core immortal goo. The core immortal goo are the foundation of the killer move. They are in Spirit Affinity House's possession. Although I can't obtain it, I can remodel the killer move. Fan Yuan's intention was this. He had attainment in transformation path, and wisdom goos help along with the foundation of vaguely familiar face, the entirety of unfamiliar face. With the addition of 50% of vaguely familiar face's contents, he had high confidence. The 3 stages of familiar face are famous methods of thieving heaven demon venerable, but I can take references from them. We are all humans in the end. If others can do it, why can't I? So there is no need to copy others' thoughts directly. Fan Yuan was optimistic about this. After a while, Qin Baixing had already auctioned the final few immortal goo. Among them, the second last immortal goo unfortunately went unsold. The anticipation of the goo immortals were already pouring out of their gazes. Everyone was aware the next would be the main highlight of the auction, auctioning the essence of the luck path true inheritance. After secretly getting in contact with Qin Baixing, Fan Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing changed their secret rooms. Not only them, many goo immortals also did the same. After all, the essence of the luck path true inheritance had enormous value. Many goo immortals hoped others would not know what immortal goo they obtained. Truthfully, the goo immortals were allowed to casually change their secret rooms, and it could be said to be one of the loopholes of the auction rules. This auction was held in a hurry because of the situation. The loopholes were numerous, nowhere near as watertight as during the time of the 5 regions chaotic war in Fan Yuan's previous life. Regarding this point, Qin Baixing was actually aware of it, but he was helpless. He held this auction to protect himself. If he put in too many rules, he would be offending many forces and many people. To him, holding the auction was enough. He naturally would not go offend others for this. Now it is time for the auction of the first item of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. It is a set of goo recipes for luck inspection goo. Qin Baixing had just spoken and already attracted the intense attention of many goo immortals. Luck inspection goo. As the name implied, it was an investigative goo worm that could detect luck. Luck was formless and could not be detected by naked eyes or ordinary methods. It could only be done by using this luck inspection goo. It could be said that luck inspection goo was one of the main foundations of the luck path true inheritance. This luck inspection goo was even more useful to those goo immortals who had bought some luck path immortal goo beforehand, like leave luck goo, seal luck goo, transfer luck goo, break luck goo, and so on. Qin Baixing intentionally placed this set of goo recipes for luck inspection goo towards the end because he had thought it through. Looking at the restless goo immortals, Qin Baixing continued. This set of luck inspection goo recipes does not only include the goo recipes of the mortal goo from rank 1 to rank 5, it also has a remnant immortal goo recipe for rank 7 luck inspection immortal goo. Is there not any luck inspection immortal goo? Heavenly Lord Baizu asked. Qin Baixing smiled. There is indeed a luck inspection immortal goo which is rank 6 and is with me, but I don't want to sell it. But I can guarantee that apart from this immortal goo, everything related to luck inspection goo is being auctioned off. Because of the previous agreement, Qin Baixing's words were convincing. Not selling luck inspection immortal goo? Immediately, a goo immortal in the main hall frowned and showed his dissatisfaction openly. Qin Baixing snorted as he gave the speaker a deadly stare. This is merely a rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo. I am confident of having the ability to protect it. Guarong, do you have an opinion? If you buy this immortal goo, can you keep it safe? Goo immortal Guarong's expression changed, and he kept quiet. He was only a rank 6 goo immortal while Qin Baixing was a rank 7 expert. The two could not be mentioned to be at the same level. Guarong looked around, and broke into cold sweat, inwardly cursing his mistake. He wanted to borrow everyone's power to force Qin Baixing. But the other goo immortals were just observing like spectators. Qin Baixing was indeed forced into holding the auction, but he still had the ability to keep a rank 6 luck inspection immortal goos safe. His strength allowed him to do so. After this small interlude, Qin Baixing listed the requirements for trade. Because this does not involve immortal goo, you can use any resource to trade for it. Be it immortal essence stones or the immortal materials in the list. Saying so, he took out a list. There were a dozen or so immortal materials mentioned on the list, and the requirements for their quantities was not high like the shocking list that Fan Yuan brought out earlier. Qin Baixing did not specialize in goo refinement. Goo refinement consumed extremely large amounts of resources. Very few lone cultivators would go down this path, unless they had extremely high talent. Fan Yuan guessed that these immortal materials were very likely to be food for immortal goo. The auction began with an extremely intense atmosphere. Because it did not involve immortal goo, the threshold for the bidding was low, and for a while, most of the goo immortals made bids one after the other. In the main hall, the sounds of the bids being called out rose and fell. The speed of the bids being called out could be said to be at the peak since the auction began. The price quickly soared in the intense atmosphere. Qin Baixing looked at all this with a smile on his face. Since he held this auction, he naturally made arrangements that were more profitable to himself. Fan Yuan also made bids a few times but was quickly surpassed by others. I have one luck inspection goo. Unfortunately, mortal goo are not effective against immortals. This set of mortal goo recipes has no benefits to me. Qin Baixing has admitted he has the luck inspection immortal goo. So, even if I obtain the rank 7 remnant recipe and perfect it, immortal goo are unique. I won't be able to refine the rank 7 luck inspection immortal goo. Fan Yuan sensibly chose to stop bidding. He was merely one of those who retreated. The intense bidding soon eliminated a large group of people. Finally, only some experts like Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortal, Feng Jiuge and Yuan Rang Zun were left. These people all had a common point: they were all members of large forces. To them, mortal luck inspection goo were much more attractive than the rank 7 remnant recipe. Mortal luck inspection goo could be used to observe the luck of mortals. With them, these forces would have a completely new standard of detecting talents. For a long time, the Goo Master world had used aptitude as the standard for inspection. Besides the aptitude, there were also individual talents, disposition, and fortuitous encounters. Talents consisted of battle talent, comprehension, refinement talent, and so on. It would gradually be revealed as one continued to cultivate. Disposition could be observed through interaction. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to measure. Many times, Goo Masters with poor aptitude and talents would soar to the sky, or have an unexpected rise due to fortuitous encounters. This was a common event, especially in this world, where Goo Masters left behind their inheritances. If these forces had this goo, there was no doubt they could make a more comprehensive inspection of talents, and raise more geniuses. The individual lone cultivators retreated from the bidding war. But to large forces, the luck inspection goo had extremely strong attraction, and each of them made fierce bids without conceding. Finally, this mortal goo recipe had reached a high price, and leaders of several forces were almost going to exchange with immortal goo. It was then that Yao Huang said, "I will guarantee on my name, if I purchase it first, I will put this goo recipe for sale in the open transaction later." Yao Huang was one of the 5 great rank 8s of Northern Plains with extremely high reputation. He was also a leader of the righteous path, and with his assurance, everyone retreated. Qin Baixing felt very dissatisfied with this, but showed a smile on the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next is the second item. A rank 7 immortal goo of luck path called Reverse Misfortune. As the name implies, this goo can change a person's bad luck to good luck. Qin Baixing introduced loudly. This immortal goo was similar to Calamity Beckoning Goo. Both were of luck path and both were rank 7, but comparing the responses, they were as distinct as heaven and earth. Many rank 7 goo immortals as well as rank 8 great experts made their bids. This immortal goo was extremely practical and there was no need to use luck inspection goo with it. It was indeed worthy of being an essence of the luck path true inheritance. A fierce competition resulted for Reverse Misfortune. The intense competition was no inferior to a bloodbath in a battlefield. Because the starting bid for Reverse Misfortune was a Metal Path rank 7 immortal goo, Fan Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Finally, the price kept on soaring till it surpassed the high price records of Worldly Wave, Trace, and Delight in Water and Mountain, and took the first position. Chapter 761. Auctioning Ma and Zhao. The intense bidding had finally ended. In the end, the rank 8 goo immortal, 5 elements Grandmaster, used a rank 7 metal path and a rank 6 metal path immortal goo, along with countless immortal materials to become the eventual winner. 5 elements Grandmaster's cultivation included the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Thus, he had some metal path immortal goo as well. But this time, he was discarding a portion of his prized collection. It was like he was throwing away a meat-filled bun for a less tasty plain bread. Fan Yuan found it regrettable, but he had no way to compete in the bidding. Even if he had goo immortal captives, in terms of value, they could not compare to this extremely unique immortal goo. In fact, Reverse Misfortune immortal goo was very suitable with Spring-Autumn Cicada. The weakness of Spring-Autumn Cicada was that it gave the user bad luck. But after using this immortal goo, not only could this weakness be solved, the user's luck could even be improved, turning into good luck. Undeniably, the effect of Reverse Misfortune immortal goo was much more convenient than Connect Luck immortal goo. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan's financial power was at a completely disadvantage compared to people like 5 Elements Grandmaster and Yao Huang. Fan Yuan had only been an immortal for such a short time. From the point he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, only 2 years had passed according to the time of the 5 regions. Looking at southern border, the great battles at Yitian Mountain had not even begun yet. Honestly speaking, Fan Yuan was able to become an immortal zombie in such a short time. Developing himself to this point was already very difficult. As for 5 Elements Grandmaster Yao Huang and Feng Jiuge, they had already accumulated their wealth for countless years. They had hundreds of thousands of immortal essence stones, in addition to precious immortal materials. The amount of resources their immortal aperture worlds created each year could pile up into a mountain. The resources that they provided could even heavily affect the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven. These were all powerhouses, be it their battle strength, financial power, connections, or status. Fan Yuan could not compare with them at this moment. After Reverse Misfortune, it was another rank 7 immortal goo, called Blessing in Disguise. This goo's ability was quite mystical. It targeted the immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations. After a goo immortal undergoes tribulation, the down marks on their bodies would increase in numbers, causing their cultivation level to progress. This was common knowledge in goo immortal cultivation. Blessing in Disguise immortal goo targeted this point. After using it, when a goo immortal completes a tribulation, the increase in the number of down marks on them would be twice that of the original amount. This was a terrifying number. The reward of 1 tribulation would be equal to the amount normal people get from 2 tribulations. But this goo had a flaw. It had to be activated before the calamities and tribulations. It could only stop after the calamities and tribulations had ended. Through the effect of this goo, the calamities and tribulations would have a 30 to 40% increase in strength, based on their original power. This weakness dampened the enthusiasm in the goo immortals slightly. But they could still not resist the temptation. Up to 40% more power in the tribulation in exchange for twice the amount of down marks, the benefit outweighed the cost. For those experts confident in surviving a tribulation, this immortal goo had much greater attraction to them. A terrifying auction thus unfolded. As a Metal Path Gu Immortal, Qin Baixing naturally requested for a rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Gu as the base bid. Eventually, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had sweat on his forehead as he defeated his competitors, obtaining this Gu. The following auction items caused surges in turn. Fortuitous Encounter Immortal Gu that could allow opportunities to arrive for the Gu Immortal themselves. Immortal Gu from the 5 mainstream paths, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, that were helpful to Gu Immortals. An Immortal Gu that operated in both Luck Path and Wisdom Path. Luck Deduction Immortal Gu. It could consume one's own luck to make deductions on dangers or opportunities in the future. Luck Suppression Immortal Gu that could suppress the loss of one's own luck from other Immortal Gu. These Immortal Gu were indeed the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Not only were they incredible, they had useful effects that broadened everyone's horizons. But these Gu fell into the hands of Yao Huang, Feng Jiuge, and the other powerhouses. This was an expected situation. Fan Yuan wanted to interfere, but he did not have any Metal Path Immortal Gu. This was a helpless matter. The other rank 6 Gu Immortals and most rank 7 Gu Immortals were like Fan Yuan, only able to watch these powerhouses compete for Immortal Gu. The prices of the auction items created new records. Fan Yuan's records from the 2 Immortal Gu he sold were already pushed out of the top 10. The next item is the final, and most important item in this auction. Qin Baixing introduced it as such. His way of speaking immediately attracted the attention of the Gu Immortals. Just as everyone was guessing to themselves what Immortal Gu it was, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were unconscious, appeared on the stage. Qin Baixing spoke at an appropriate time. Please do not be alarmed, I am sure a lot of Gu Immortals have guessed it already. That is right, these two are the crucial people who were protected by the Luck Path True Inheritance previously. This girl is called Zhao Lianyun. She was very intelligent since a young age, and had experienced the crucial battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Although she was not the true inheritor, she had obtained a lot of benefits inside the Luck Path True Inheritance light lump. She had obtained a portion of the Luck Path Inheritance. As for this young man, he is Ma Hongyun, the one and only recognized inheritor of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Not only did he experience the battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he even has had the fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu used on him. Once he said that, the commotion was like a huge wave. Countless heated gazes were tightly fixed on Ma Hongyun. Did I hear wrongly? It is really fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. Fortune rivaling Heaven. This is the trump card Gu of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Although it was not recorded in history, there were many rumors that praised this Immortal Gu endlessly. But this fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu seems to be a consumable Gu. It can only be used once. Since it is the rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven, could Brother Qin use the rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu to check it? In the main hall, a Gu Immortal suddenly questioned. Qin Baixing smiled as he replied, according to the information that I obtained in the True Inheritance, unless it is the rank 8 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu, one cannot see the true appearance of fortune rivaling Heaven. Luck Inspection Immortal Gu below rank 8 can only see a portion of it. And that is only because the other party did not use any concealment method. Honestly speaking, I have already used the rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu to find out some traces of fortune rivaling Heaven. As for why I am so certain that fortune rivaling Heaven was used on Ma Hongyun, that is because I have searched their souls. If you buy one of them and conduct soul searching, you will be able to see what happened inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. By then, you will know that my words are true. At the same time, these two inherited a huge portion of the Luck Path True Inheritance. During the process of soul searching, you will be able to learn what they had learned in the inheritance. Saying this, Qin Baixing paused and said in an enticing tone, I have bad news to share with everyone first. The Luck Path True Inheritance is undoubtedly incomplete. The details do not contain the Immortal Gu recipe of fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. But there is good news. In the inheritance details, there is a method to take back fortune rivaling Heaven. It is possible to reverse refine the used fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu and obtain the original Immortal Gu. Of course, during the process of refinement, the main material would be this young man, Ma Hongyun. Hearing these words, most of the Gu Immortals had eyes shining like they were going to burst out in fire, some even gulped, as everyone was filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Baixing's lips curled, he showed a confident smile. I feel that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. I will not be setting a base price for them, because they are not Immortal Gu. You can bid for one of them, or both of them at the same time. We will start now. No base price? I will offer 300 immortal essence stones. One person shouted within the hall of enthusiastic Gu immortals. 30,000 immortal essence stones. Feng Jiuge said coldly, multiplying the bid by 100 times. But this price could not stop the enthusiasm of the other experts. It could only deny most of the bottom-tier Gu immortals. Yao Huan, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, they were still bidding, and the representatives of the super forces were not showing weakness either. The price skyrocketed at an extremely fast pace. Fan Yuan sighed to himself. His financial power was like an ant compared to these giants. Unless he put all of his Gu immortal captives on the line, he could not contest with them. But Fan Yuan would not do this. He was already on the strength path, and was planning to go into time path. He was not going to develop his luck path attainment. And he was also the main culprit of the Imperial Court Blessed Land incident. He had experienced more of that series of events than Ma and Zhao. He knew most of the inner details. Regarding the information of the luck path true inheritance as well as the reverse refinement of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, they were very tempting indeed. But fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu was rank 8, Fan Yuan was only rank 6, how could he refine it? His finances would definitely be unable to support it. Furthermore, even if he succeeded, he did not have the ability to keep it. The bidding of Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun lasted for much of the hour. Eventually, 2 unthinkable prices stood at the top 2 spots, at the record highest prices in this auction. The second spot was Feng Jiuge, he had bought Zhao Lianyun. The one who obtained Ma Hongyun was the rank 8 great expert Old Ancestor Shui Hu. The leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the number 1 person in the demonic path, had shown his incredible wealth at the end of the auction. Before this, he had always concealed himself, barely buying anything. Towards the end, he dealt a heavy blow and swept his enemies away. Many Gu immortals, especially the representatives from the super forces who had the Huangjin bloodline, had no choice but to watch as Ma Hongyun fell into the hands of the demonic path. Yao Huang sighed. He had bought many things already and expended a large amount of wealth. At the final moment, he lost to Old Ancestor Shui Hu. But thankfully, Zhao Lianyun is still in the hands of our Northern Plains righteous path. The Gu immortals that had the Huangjin bloodline consoled themselves. What they did not know was Swordmaster Yulan, who was representing Prince Feng Xian, was an impostor called Feng Jiuge. Speaking of which, this was really ironic. During his life, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had kept the luck path true inheritance as a deep secret, setting up layers of protection and thinking of passing the complete version down to his descendants. In the end, the luck path true inheritance became incomplete and was split up by everyone, circulating into the entire world. The most important inheritors were even held in the hands of people who were not part of the Huangjin bloodline. Chapter 762. Red Fiend Divine Boat. The main auction has ended. Next, there will be a 2-hour break for everyone to move around in the auction hall. 2 hours later, we will have the open transaction. After Qin Baixing said that, he left the stage. He was tired, as the host the entire time, especially when he auctioned the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Because his own benefits were at stake, he made many schemes during the process. Even though there were many traces and most of the Gu immortals present could tell, the profits were too immense, Qin Baixing could not care less. After this auction is over, I will escape and hide from the world. After managing and processing my gains for most of a century, I will roam the world after that. Qin Baixing decided in his head. He was the biggest winner of this auction. The immortal materials he obtained could pile into a mountain. He also obtained many metal path immortal Gu that were compatible with him. The saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Profits could move the human heart, even if Gu immortals ordinarily appeared to be unconcerned with worldly matters. That was only because mortal materials cannot satisfy their desires. Auctioning the essence of the luck path true inheritance was extremely profitable. It was greatly heated. Even the rank 7 expert, Qin Baixing, had felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussions soon commenced. Many Gu immortals came out of the single rooms and mixed into the group, engaging in conversations together. Qin Baixing left a 2-hour break for everyone. He had his own intentions. It was not really a time to rest, but it was for the Gu immortals to communicate with each other and interact. From the auction earlier, everyone had gained a certain level of understanding towards each other's resources. Now, to exchange for the things they wanted, they would naturally need to interact first. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing sat in the secret rooms and did not move. Unfamiliar Face was a mortal killer move. It had limited effect and the two had to be careful. They could not expose themselves. Fan Yuan felt some regret that he was unable to obtain anything in the luck path true inheritance. Especially Ma and Zhao, the people who knew the truth of the imperial court incident. Fan Yuan wanted to deal with them. But he did not have enough strength. He could only watch and could not interfere. There was nothing he could do. Thankfully, he had not sold the Gu immortal captives in his hands yet. There was the open trading later. He could still look forward to that. 2 hours later, Qin Baixing stepped onto the stage again, announcing the start of the open transactions. For the sake of fairness, he did the same thing again, using Gu worms to choose a lucky person to enter the stage first. This first Gu immortal took out a large amount of an immortal material, broken wave flowers. His request was prosperity soil. Broken wave flowers grew in large rivers. They were magical flowers born during the moments where waves appeared and vanished. Because they had a short lifespan, they were hard to gather. As for prosperity soil, diamond soil, green fizz soil, these soils were highly sought after items by Gu immortals. Gu immortals developed their immortal apertures. They used the resources produced in their immortal apertures to cultivate. The fertility of their soil played a huge role in this. Prosperity soil could grow all sorts of flowers, diamond soil could grow minerals, while green fizz soil could accumulate and gather the fertility to prevent it from vanishing. It was suited for immortal apertures with terrain resembling barren lands, like deserts. Gu immortals who owned prosperity soil were not few. Immediately, they started speaking, asking how much was needed for the trade. The seller on the stage actually had large numbers of broken wave flowers. After trading for 1,500 kilograms of prosperity soil, he waved his hand and left the stage. The difference between the auction and the open transaction was very obvious. The auction was for valuable items. They had a huge prerequisite for bidders. The open transaction often involved scattered trades. The entry level was low. But this was not universal. After several Gu immortals, a Gu immortal who did not want to expose themselves showed an immortal Gu and asked Qin Baixing to sell it for them. This immortal Gu was one that did not get sold earlier. The seller had lowered their requirements greatly. But even so, the request was still an immortal Gu. There were a few people who responded. They wanted the price to be lower. The seller refused and eventually, the trade failed and this immortal Gu returned to the seller's hands. When it was Fan Yuan's turn, more than 30 rounds had passed. The 37th secret room is selling a Gu immortal captive, Qin Baixing said as he displayed the sleeping Gu immortal inside the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately, the auction hall went into a commotion. The slave trade industry was well known by every immortal. But to sell Gu immortals like they were slaves, this was an extremely rare event. For many Gu immortals, this was the first time they had seen it. At once, Gu immortals discussed as their expressions varied. When Qin Baixing announced it again, the scattered conversations in the hall became softer. Someone asked for the details. Qin Baixing introduced. This Gu immortal captive might be familiar to some of you. He is Loner Hongyu, a rank 6 fire path Gu immortal. His cultivation is at 1 heavenly tribulation. This is the situation inside his blessed land. You can all take a look. Saying so, the image on the stage changed, reflecting the situation of Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a little barren. Yes, managing his blessed land so poorly, no wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the Gu immortal who captured him must have already looted his blessed land already. To us fire path Gu immortals, isn't it better if this Loner Hongyu's cultivation is lower? The Gu immortals were moved. Fire path Gu immortals had great demand for Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. Once they swallowed his blessed land, they could skip 1 heavenly tribulation, many earthly calamities, and gain cultivation levels out of nowhere. The foundation of their blessed land would surge by a huge amount. Even if one was not a fire path Gu immortal, most of the Gu immortals also wanted the blessed land. Even if their paths were different, and they could not swallow the blessed land, they could still occupy this ownerless blessed land after killing him, and obtain a good territory to manage. If they managed it well, the blessed land would be like a source of treasures, producing resources endlessly, sustaining the Gu immortals' cultivation needs. Just as Qin Baixing had expected, Loner Hongyu became a sought-after commodity. Fan Yuan listed a broad range of requests. First, he listed a large amount of immortal materials. Next was killer moves from Strength Path, poison path, time path, and wisdom path. Next was all sorts of goo recipes, the rarer they were the better. After that, he asked for desolate beast corpses, food path inheritances or clues for them, wisdom path inheritances or clues, time path inheritances or clues. Finally, he asked for battle bone wheel goo, the recipes for white bone chariot, lifespan goo, and others. Eventually, Loner Hong Yu went into 5 Elements Grandmaster's hands. 5 Elements Grandmaster cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all 5 paths. Loner Hong Yu's immortal aperture was useful to him. After selling Loner Hong Yu, the next person was up. According to the rules of the open transaction, each goo immortal could only sell one thing in each round. This was for fairness. Fan Yuan was not anxious, he patiently waited. After some rounds, he had sold more than half of his goo immortal captives. Not only did he finish Langya Land's spirits checklist, he even had extra. Not only this, Fan Yuan also obtained the corpse of a desolate beast bat. During this period of time, he noticed that he was not the only one selling goo immortal captives. Old ancestor Shui Hu and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sold them openly. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal sold 3 immortal zombie bodies, causing the displeasure of Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha. But in the end, Yao Huang joyfully bought these 3 immortal zombie bodies. After seeing this, Fan Yuan relaxed a bit. Langya Land's spirit was not the only one capable of capturing goo immortals. No matter how excellent you are, there is always someone more excellent than you. There were more capable people among other goo immortals. During this period of time, Fan Yuan had changed his room continuously, obscuring his traces and preventing others from finding out that he was the person who was selling most of the goo immortal captives. Gradually, more and more goo immortals stopped trading. They chose to watch on the sidelines. They had basically accomplished their respective goals. The remaining goo immortals, even though they were few in number, the goods they were selling were getting more precious and valuable. By the 9th round, goo immortals were starting to leave. Just as Fan Yuan thought that the last of his goo immortal captives would be sold routinely, Qin Bai Sheng's expression changed, as he received a major request from a lone cultivator. He raised his voice as he said, "Next we will be selling the complete goo recipe of the Immortal Goo House, Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller is requesting for anything that can assist them in cultivating Wood Path." "What? Red Fiend Divine Boat? They are selling this Immortal Goo House? Why are they selling it now? The auction is nearing its end. Haha, the people who left earlier must be dying of regret." In 2 single rooms, Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha had very ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance was trying to eliminate the goo immortal who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, but this lone cultivator was very good at hiding. They could not find a chance to strike. At the auction, Zombie Alliance could not make a move on him. They could only urge him and offer a high price. But this lone cultivator was swayed by the atmosphere of the auction. He became greedy and demanded even higher prices, extorting and threatening Zombie Alliance. Finally, just earlier, their discussions had ended in failure, with the lone cultivator immediately putting up the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe for sale. "I will pay 6,000 immortal essence stones and 1,500 kilograms of red refinement metal to buy it all. Immortal farmer soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of immortal farmer soil. I will use it all to exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe." "You bunch of fools, didn't you hear Brother Qin's words? The seller wants Woodpath resources. I have jade fallen grass here. So what if it is jade fallen grass? I have instinct roots." At once, everyone's moods were riled up, as the representatives of the super forces and the rank 8 great experts joined in. The 2 leaders of Zombie Alliance were furious, but they had to join in the competition. At once, the calm open transaction had turned into a battlefield, like they were back in the auction rounds. The allure of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was obvious from this. "I am willing to pay with a Woodpath Immortal Goo, in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe." Soon, the representative of a superforce, Meng tribe, shouted, "My Yuan tribe also has a Woodpath Immortal Goo. We will also add in 300 true martial carps." Yuan Rangzun shouted, the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was too alluring. He even used his precious true martial carps as part of the bid. "If you let my Zombie Alliance purchase this, I, Yin Lu Gong, will vow this on my reputation. I will definitely resell this recipe." Yin Lu Gong said coldly. "I, Yao Huang, can attest for that." Soon after, Yao Huang spoke, adding weight to these words. "Humph, I have a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery. it can deduce all traces of any inheritance. I will add in 3 vats of Lingji liquid. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu shouted. At once, shouting could be heard everywhere. It was a chaotic scene. Fan Yuan's heart was moved, his eyes burst with brilliant light. If he did not hear wrongly, that was the Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, correct? Chapter 763. 3 parties mutually win. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan muttered. His finger was tapping on the handle of his seat as it made soft noises. Bidding could be heard all over the auction hall. At the end of the auction, such a huge treasure like the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe appeared. This was an unexpected surprise. Ordinary lone cultivators did not need to consider it. Only the rank 7 Goo Immortals and Superforces or rank 8 Great Experts could have any chance in competing for it. Especially the Superforces. The allure of the Immortal Goo House was extremely great for the Superforces. The price rose at an absurd speed, climbing rapidly. Even though this was the open transaction, everyone was fighting for the good. They subconsciously returned to the auction format that was used previously. Qin Baixing laughed bitterly. The regulations were set by him, but seeing these experts screaming their lungs out, he chose to watch on the sidelines. At this point, talking about regulations would just offend all of these powerhouses. Do you see, this is the attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. Your zombie alliance was simply too stingy. The seller acted arrogantly upon seeing this, sending a message to the 2 leaders of Zombie Alliance. Dragon Commander Yi Chao's face darkened. Yin Lu Gong was sighing helplessly. Looking at this price, it was already higher than what the Zombie Alliance was planning to pay. And this was not the end, the price was still climbing. Yin Lu Gong was a sensible person, he knew that at this point, the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe could not belong to Zombie Alliance. When leader returns, who knew would she criticize him for being so incapable in handling this matter? As Fan Yuan listened to the bids, he assessed quietly in his mind. I have 4 Goo Immortal captives left. One of them is Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunderhand. He is the only rank 7 captive I have. There are 3 others, they are the 3 Huahai Immortals, they cultivate Wood Path. Evidently, there was little chance of success if he wanted to use these 4 Goo Immortal captives to trade for Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was an Enslavement Path Goo Immortal. With a different path, the allure of these 4 Goo Immortal captives was greatly lowered. The other point was, Immortal Goo were unique, and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was very useful. If not for the attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu would not have exposed such a good goo. If I tried to trade it directly, it would not work. The Strength Path Immortal Goo that I just obtained have no use to Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. If I use Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo, I will be exchanging a rank 7 for a rank 6, that exchange would be at a loss. As for Fixed Immortal Travel and Connect Luck, they are indispensable to me, I cannot trade them away. But Fan Yuan did not want to give up on Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. If he missed this chance, if he missed this situation, even if he had the resources in the future, it would be hard to trade for it. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was not a necessity to Fan Yuan. But in his memories, he had to wait to use this goo as the core. In combination with other rare supplementary goo worms, he could conjure a Dream Path Killer move. A Dream Path Immortal Killer move! At this time, the prophecy of the 3 Venerables had spread throughout the 5 regions. Because of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, almost all of the super forces and rank 8 powerhouses were researching Dream Path. Although their research results were shallow, dream realms were already starting to manifest. There were already 2 Dream Path Immortal Goo he knew of in this life. One was in Feng Jin Huang's hands, the other was in Lady Poison Scorpion's possession. To speak of it, the latter was more problematic. Feng Jin Huang was still a mortal lass, but Lady Poison Scorpion was in her blessed land, slumbering as she explored a dream realm. Everyone knew that Dream Path was the trend of the future. Thus, they treasured anything relating to this path greatly. Many Dream Path Mortal Goo that they refined were not shown to the world. They were the greatest mysteries of each force. Those who were able to become Goo Immortals were dragons among men. They had good foresight and were very shrewd individuals. Even in an auction of such scale, there had been no Dream Path-related treasures sold. Fan Yuan knew about the Goo recipes of many Dream Path Mortal Goo. But Mortal Goo were not helpful towards the exploration of dream realms. Otherwise, the major forces would have started exploring dream realms en masse already. The truly useful ones were Dream Path Immortal Goo. But the amazing thing was, be it the 2 that appeared now, or the dream path immortal goo that appeared in the future according to Fan Yuan's memories, they were all in the hands of women. Perhaps this was explained by the prophecy of 3 venerables, stating 2 male venerables and 1 female venerable. With this, one could deduce that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be a female Immortal Venerable. Within a short time, Fan Yuan would not be able to obtain a Dream Path Immortal Goo. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal Killer move, then that could substitute for the effect of a Dream Path Immortal Goo. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth, man is the spirit of all living beings. One could say, the use of Goo depended on the user. There was no strongest Goo worm, only a strongest Goo master. Genius Goo masters could often match different Goo worms together, unleashing a greater effect from that. For example, Fan Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal Goo previously, but he used the Soul Path Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, combined with other Mortal Goo, to form the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self, creating a starting point of the path formed from the convergence of enslavement and strength. This Dream Path Immortal Killer move was the same case. The core Immortal Goo was of Wisdom Path, Unravel Mystery, but it was a Dream Path Killer move. If I can obtain this Goo, I will be able to collect Dream Realm Goo materials and refine the various Mortal Goo. Even though it would spend some time, but once I succeed in forming my killer move, the rewards will be immensely more profitable. I will be able to make up for the regret during my previous life, becoming a pioneer in the exploration of dream realms, being ahead of all the forces in this world, being ahead of the superpowers. Fan Yuan's mouth turned dry as he thought about it. He estimated, the potential value coming from this Dream Path Killer move was in no way lower than Wisdom Goo. It was only beneath what had come from Spring Autumn Cicada and Who Immortal Blessed Land, but higher than All-Out Effort Goo. Among the countless opportunities in Fan Yuan's previous life, the most valuable one was Spring Autumn Cicada. Even though it was rank 6, far inferior to Wisdom Goo's rank 9, it could allow Fan Yuan to be reborn and start again. Even if there was a chance of failure, didn't he succeed every time until now? If he failed the first time, it would have been the worst opportunity he ever had. But it had succeeded, it was deserving of being his greatest fortune. Next was Who Immortal Blessed Land. It had allowed Fan Yuan to have the foundation of a Goo Immortal despite being immortal, standing on the shoulder of a former Goo Immortal. After becoming an immortal zombie, it made up for his weakness in his aspect. It was because of this blessed land that Fan Yuan had ample foundation. The cultivation of Goo Immortals was not just about fighting and killing, economic management was the biggest foundation base. Third was Wisdom Goo. Using the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan gained unlimited inspiration. It rapidly pulled him out of his slump. But that was built on the blessed land and his own foundation. In the future, if he truly controlled it, it might bring Fan Yuan a pleasant surprise. But for now, it was third. The fourth was All-Out Effort Goo. Even though this mortal Goo was only rank 4, he obtained it at a very crucial moment. It was the first springboard since Fan Yuan's rebirth. Without All-Out Effort Goo, Fan Yuan would not have had such incredible battle strength. Without his battle strength, he would not have been able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path Killer move, if he obtained it, Fan Yuan would be able to use it well and the value would be equal to the current use of Wisdom Goo. After this time period, the value of Dream Path Killer moves would fall drastically. When dream realms undergo complete external manifestation, and Dream Path would be thriving all over, this killer move's value would fall beyond belief. The value of opportunities depended on the timing. Spring Autumn Cicada was very valuable, but if Fan Yuan became a demon venerable and was invincible in the world, why would he need it? This was also the case for Who Immortal Blessed Land. If Fan Yuan obtained it after becoming a Goo Immortal and had his own healthy blessed land, the value he received from it would be far lower. The same logic applied to Wisdom Goo, All-Out Effort Goo, and this Dream Path Killer move. But I definitely need the core Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery, to use this Dream Path Killer move, otherwise, all of this is empty talk. Fan Yuan looked at the auction again. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Jiuge and old ancestor Shui who were out of the competition. These two had spent a great amount to buy Ma and Zhao, their foundations were shaken and they no longer were able to compete. Yao Huang had backed out regrettably as well. He had purchased some Refinement Path Immortal Goo, as well as many Goo Immortal captives. With the huge resource consumption of Refinement Path, all sorts of restrictions forced him to back out. 5 Elements Grandmaster had stopped long ago. He had bought many Immortal Goo of the mainstream paths, and he was also a lone cultivator. The last ones remaining were Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal, and 3 super forces. They were Yuan Tribe, Murong Tribe, and Chanyu Tribe. Soon, Chanyu Tribe left the competition as well. Even though Yuan Tribe's Yuan Rangzun was screaming that he wanted to sell all of the true martial carps away, he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan Tribe already had their own Immortal Gu house. Thus, only Murong Tribe, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zu were left. Murong Jin Shao, my force has no Immortal Gu house to defend it. This is very dangerous. If you can let go today, I will definitely compensate you well. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal urged. Murong Jin Shao shook his head, paying respects as he smiled. Lord, my Murong tribe's Immortal Gu house is lacking a core Immortal Gu. Everyone in Northern Plains know that. This matter involves huge benefits for my tribe. Please forgive me for my insolence. I want to fight for it. Whether it ends in success or failure, I do not want to be resigned. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal sighed faintly. He no longer said anything apart from raising the bid. It seems that I still have some hope. The price was already at 2 Immortal Gu. It had far exceeded the value of 4 Gu Immortal captives, but Fan Yuan's gaze was becoming more excited. Even though the Red Fiend Divine Boat is good, no core Immortal Gu are being sold. The Immortal Gu that the 3 of them are offering are rank 6, they have little use. 2 Immortal Gu are the limit, those 3 are already thinking hard, their bids are increasing very slowly. After all, even if they obtained this Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, it only involves the entirety of the Immortal Gu recipes. They still needed to spend a huge sum refining the Gu. The seller is a woodpath cultivator, he wants resources useful to his cultivation. Among these 6 Immortal Gu, only 1 is woodpath, it comes from Murong Tribe, but it is an investigative Immortal Gu. Hee, this is great. Forget about the last Gu Immortal, Rushing Thunderhand Wu Hao, that I still have, but the 3 Hua Hai Immortals are woodpath Gu Immortals. I can make good use of this situation in a plan. Fan Yuan moved quickly. He immediately informed Qin Baixing and contacted Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. The 3 parties are in a stalemate now. I do not have a woodpath Immortal Gu, and Murong Tribe has the greatest chance now. Maybe I can use this to break the stalemate? Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was moved. He changed his bid. He first took down Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu and put up the 3 Hua Hai Immortals. The seller's eyes brightened. He hesitated for a bit before choosing Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. He was an astute person. To him, even though the other 2 sides had an additional Immortal Gu, only one of them had a woodpath Immortal Gu. But in Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's bid, there was a movement Immortal Gu and 3 woodpath Immortal Apertures. He could swallow them and gain a huge boost in cultivation level. He sold the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. He had already offended Zombie Alliance. His current concerns were to protect his life and develop in secret. What suited himself had the greatest value. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu did not have any interest in the 3 Hua Hai Immortals, but the seller needed them urgently. As for Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, he did not make any losses. He still paid a price of 2 Immortal Gu. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, did it matter who it ended up with? Selling it to Fan Yuan, he broke the stalemate and obtained the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. As for Fan Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. This is a mutual win for 3 parties. Ha! He laughed heartily. Chapter 764. Actions of all parties. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu became the final winner of the intense bidding war, obtaining the complete recipe for Red Fiend Divine Boat. And the beneficiary of the backdoor deal, Fan Yuan, also successfully obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu became the focal point of everyone's attention, and apart from a few related people, no one knew Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu had landed in Fan Yuan's hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat's recipe could be considered as an unexpected final climactic moment of the auction. Time passed. 4 hours later, this auction, which included various outstanding people, finally ended. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's end? Fan Yuan secretly asked Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly sent his message. Nothing until now. Fairy Li Shan actually missed such a grand event. It seems there is definitely some issue on her end. Do we return through the previous route? Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing came to Qin Baixing's blessed land through the whole Earth Gu established between Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan. Now, the situation on Fairy Li Shan's end was unclear, and rashly using whole Earth Gu to return was undoubtedly an unwise move. No, we will first leave along with the others, then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful, though, there will definitely be turmoil soon, Fan Yuan reminded. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded with a serious expression. The auction might have ended, but there were sure to be many who were not satisfied with the results. With the end of the auction, the previous agreements signed by all parties would expire. Without the restriction, people's hearts and minds would be moved by wealth, robbery, extortion, and ambushes would be the next event. Most of the Gu immortals had the same thoughts as Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Thus, they left the blessed land in a hurry and full of caution. We must get that guy. He actually dared to sell the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe openly. Our zombie alliance's face had been lost completely. We could let go if it was only our face, but the key thing is that the leader had repeatedly reminded us of the importance of this task before she left. But now we have screwed up. When the leader comes back and hears the news, who knows how she will punish us? Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha discussed as they looked at their target hurriedly leaving. In the sky above Crimson Reed Marsh. Heavenly Lord, I wonder if you are interested in selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe to my Yao tribe? Yao Huang stayed behind and persuaded Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu chuckled. Lord Yao Huang is jesting. How can such a treasure be sold easily? I won't conceal it from you. I have a lot of descendants, and they are filling up my grotto heaven. Recently, I have been planning to establish a tribe. Perhaps we can have many opportunities to collaborate with Yao tribe. The leaders of various forces in the surroundings had changes in their expressions as they heard this. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was a rank 8 powerhouse. A tribe he established, with his support, was certain to thrive. Not only this, with the support of a rank 8 Gu immortal, even if the new tribe's foundation was lacking, it would still be a super force. Northern Plains was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's homeland, the place where he rose up and established a hereditary monarchy. For a long time up to now, the super forces in Northern Plains were almost all of Huang Jin bloodline. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was trying to poke his nose into this by establishing a super force, which no doubt was going to create an enormous impact on those Huang Jin descendants. At the same time, with the lone cultivator, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, becoming the first supreme elder of a righteous path force, it would have huge impacts on both the demonic path and lone cultivator camps. Yao Huang's smile became even brighter. Since Heavenly Lord has such an intention, who could stop you in this huge world? It is very difficult for us old fellows to gather together. No time is better than the present. How about we have a chat today? Haha, this is also what I wanted to say. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu laughed heartily. Yao Huang opened up his immortal Gu house, medicine cottage, and invited all the Gu immortals present to join. Most of the super forces entered in the end, including 5 Elements Grandmaster, who represented the benefits of lone cultivators. However, Old Ancestor Shui Hu refused. In this auction, Old Ancestor Shui Hu had invested a lot to buy Ma Hong Yun, as well as precious contents of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. What he most wanted to do now was to use Ma Hong Yun as the primary material in refining fortune rivaling heaven and use its effects on himself. The person representing Prince Feng Xian's will, Feng Jiuge, who had disguised himself as Sword Master Yulan, also refused this gathering and left on his own. In a hidden area among the reeds, he quietly met with the Central Continent Gu immortals. I have sent you the message regarding the auction. Feng Jiuge looked at everyone with a smile. Lord Jiuge made a really good move, such courage, I am in admiration. With Zhao Lianyun, we can search her soul and find many precious clues regarding the main culprit of the Imperial Court incident. I still have to thank Lord for trading a suitable immortal Gu for me. What should our actions be next? The Central Continent Gu immortals talked one after the other, clearly treating Feng Jiuge as their leader. Feng Jiuge smiled. In this trip, he first used his tyrannical strength to subdue everyone, and now he had taken the risk to enter the tiger's den and trade immortal Gu for them. Through Feng Jiuji's methods and charisma, a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, he was finally able to lead this group of experts. Of course, Feng Jiuge knew that behind this harmonious atmosphere, everyone still had their own thoughts. It was only that all the experts were astute, now that they were in Northern Plains with a heavy mission on their shoulders. Even if they had any hidden thoughts, they suppressed it deep within themselves for the time being, choosing to sincerely cooperate. To Feng Jiuge, this was enough. Everyone, although we obtained Zhao Lianyun, the clues available to verify the true culprit are probably not enough. If there were enough clues, Northern Plains Gu immortals would have already discovered the truth and the perpetrator would have nowhere to hide. However, I found someone who is suspicious. Feng Jiuge said. Everyone's spirits rose at hearing this information. Feng Jiuge continued, but this person has hidden themselves too deeply. I never was able to find out their true identity. To find this person, we must start from the host of this auction. Lord is talking about Qin Baisheng? He is a famous expert of Northern Plains, a rank 7 Metal Path Gu Immortal. I also know of this person. He is a lone cultivator. Creating such an achievement today with just his own strength is truly rarely seen. Qin Baisheng not only has outstanding strength, he also has many favorable social connections. If we are going against him, we need to use all our strength to strike as quickly as possible. If we let him escape and ask for assistance from his allies, the situation will turn for the worse. Everyone was discussing vigorously. They were the representatives of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, powerful and with lot of methods, but they were fighting in enemy territory. Once their identities were exposed, it was likely that Northern Plains Gu Immortals would band together to attack them. Fortunately, they still had Prince Feng Xian to aid them secretly. In another area, a fight had already started. He Lang Zi, you really have guts, you actually dared to attack our Chanyu tribe. The Gu Immortal who was ambushed shouted in fury. Humph, what is there to not dare? So what if you are from Chanyu tribe? No matter how powerful the immortal killer move Wing Blade is, can it save you now? Just be obedient and hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant egg, and I shall let you go. A giant wolf, the size of a small hill, spoke with an eerie gaze, in a human voice. This egg came from the mysterious rank 8 Gu Immortal of Eastern Sea. It had fallen into the hands of Chanyu tribe's representative at a certain point of the auction. He Lang Zi had left previously, but actually had other intentions. He carefully set up an ambush outside and waited for someone to fall into it, capturing this unlucky fellow. He Lang Zi, you have hidden your cards well. You actually have an informant in the auction. Didn't you call yourself a lone wolf, moving alone and disdaining interaction with other Gu Immortals? Humph, if you have the guts, then place a stake against me in battle. If you win, I will immediately hand over this sandalwood sacred elephant egg to you. If you lose, then join our Chanyu tribe and serve for 100 years. The Chanyu tribe Gu Immortal shouted. He had just spoken, when he heard the sound of a woman's laugh coming from nearby. A black light flashed, and 3 Gu Immortals appeared. The Chanyu tribe Gu Immortal was startled. The other party had approached this closely, but he did not notice in the slightest until they intentionally revealed themselves. You are He Ching? The Chanyu tribe Gu Immortal carefully observed and quickly recognized their identities. Also Fairy Jian Yu. Why is Shui Song Zi of the demonic path with you? Chanyu Zhong'er, I know you have the immortal killer move, Immemorial Flame Axe. But thinking of using this move to battle He Lang Zi and recruit a rank 7 as a goon for your tribe is too naive. Fairy Jianyu continued to smile. Chanyu Zhong'er's expression sank, as the other party had spoken accurately. It was because of this immortal killer move, Immemorial Flame Axe, that he had the confidence to participate in this auction as Chanyu tribe's representative. But who could have thought that he had still greatly underestimated human desire, and also overestimated Chanyu tribe's stature? He Qing, you are a He tribe Gu Immortal and are of Huangjin bloodline, like my Chanyu tribe. But you are actually colluding with demonic path outsiders to harm us righteous path Gu Immortals. Don't make such a huge mistake, it is still not too late to turn back. Chanyu Zhong'er thought rapidly and tried to persuade He Qing. Shui Songzi laughed loudly. If it was your big brother here, Chanyu Xiangyi, we would have a headache. If it was your younger brother, Chanyu Xia-san, we would have dispelled any intention of ambush. Unfortunately, you don't have the defensive prowess of your big brother, either do you have the speed of your younger brother. Today your defeat is certain. Chanyu Zhong'er's expression became more unsightly. He stared fixedly at He Qing and shouted, He Qing, you are a righteous path Gu Immortal, you built your reputation over so many years, do you not want it? If this matter were to be exposed or just a rumor of it is spread, you will be condemned by the public and hunted down like a rat. He Qing's eyes flickered with hesitation, but Fairy Jian Yu transmitted him a message, making him firmly resolute. Without saying anything, he waved an arm, from which a dark arrow flew out, straight towards Chanyu Zhong'er. He used action to show his resolution. Snowy mountain blessed land. Third branch peak. Jade green light shined and extinguished. Tai Bai Yunxing appeared in the room. At almost the same instant which he appeared, he activated his defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. One of the disadvantages of fixed immortal travel was that other goo worms could not be used during the process. Another disadvantage was that the amount of immortal essence consumed would depend on the strength of the target. Previously, Fan Yuan was still immortal with few down marks on his body, thus the immortal essence consumed was much lower. However, when transporting a goo immortal, the minimum consumption was at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. After finding no dangers, Fan Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. This room was the place where Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan had met with them previously. There has been no response from either Fairy Li Shan or He Lu Lan. In accordance with the alliance, we must look into this. The most probable place is here. Shortly, the two found Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan in a bedroom. They are lying on the bed. Sleeping? Tai Bai Yunxing was dazed. He was about to walk closer but was stopped by Fan Yuan. Don't approach them, it is dangerous. What danger? Fan Yuan's eyes let out a sharp light. They are in a dream realm. If we approach them, we will also be ensnared. Chapter 765. Qin Baixing vs. Feng Jiuge. Dream realm? Tai Bai Yunxing heard Fan Yuan's words and his gaze flickered. He showed a grim expression. Earlier, when Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan collaborated to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he had met with danger in a dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fan Yuan had explained this matter briefly to Tai Bai Yunxing. Thus, when Tai Bai Yunxing heard the term dream realm, he knew the severity of the situation. He sighed. No wonder Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan did not attend the auction, they were trapped in a dream realm. I had been guessing earlier if He Lu Lan's tribulation was causing them trouble. Fan Yuan nodded. Old Bai, you guessed correctly. Most likely, the tribulation caused them to be stuck in a dream realm, unable to free themselves. When goo immortals undergo tribulation, there can be dream realm calamities. Tai Bai Yunxing asked in suspicion. Fan Yuan sighed. Not in the past, but now that dream realms have manifested, such calamities and tribulations have appeared gradually. Especially in the 500 years of his previous life, towards the second half of the 5 regions' chaotic war, dream realms manifested on a large scale, showing up in all corners of the 5 regions. The phenomenon of dream realms becoming tribulations also became more frequent. Countless goo immortals were harmed in the process. What do we do now? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, we cannot abandon them. Tai Bai Yunxing was helpless. He asked Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was silent, his eyes were shining with a murky light. At this moment, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan had little to no defenses. It was not hard to kill them now. But because of the alliance agreement, Fan Yuan could not attack them, he even had to save them. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was made using Mountain Pledge Goo. If I want to break it, I will need to destroy Snowy Mountain. Unfortunately, I do not have enough strength now. It will be hard to do so. Even if I could destroy it, Tai Bai Yunxing is too kind, he might be an obstacle if I try to attack them. Fan Yuan felt some regret. This indeed was a golden opportunity. By killing He Lu Lan, he would obtain Strength Chi Immortal Goo, Self-Strength Immortal Goo, Flying Bear Strength Goo, and Slavery Immortal Goo. The first 3 were Strength Path Immortal Goo, while the last one was Enslavement Path. They all suited Fan Yuan very well. Especially Self-Strength Immortal Goo, if he obtained it, he could use it as the core and elevate the power of the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self by several levels. As for Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Goo, with it, Fan Yuan would have the same advantage as Fairy Li Shan. Helping other goo immortals make agreements, this was an extremely popular service. The benefits could surpass the Guts Goo trade. That was because using Mountain Pledge Goo to make agreements for others not only was highly profitable, he could also establish connections. Fairy Li Shan was able to mingle in both the righteous and demonic paths. A lot of that was due to this immortal goo. Mountain Pledge Goo was not an attack-type immortal goo, it could not provide defense or movement abilities to the goo immortal. But whoever held it would gain a huge advantage. It was only an assistance-type immortal goo, but goo immortals were not only concerned about fighting and killing. Goo immortals placed emphasis cultivation, management were their biggest priority. Realistically, fighting was just a small portion of a goo immortal's life. Only with the 5 regions' chaotic war would fighting become the general focus. Just as Fan Yuan was pondering, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land shook. A rank 8 goo immortal's immense aura emanated and filled the surroundings. We welcome Old Ancestor's arrival. Soon, several demonic path goo immortals spoke from their respective mountain peaks. It is Old Ancestor Shui Hu. He has his own grotto heaven, He almost never comes here. Why is he here now? Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. The moment he said that, he heard old ancestor Shui Hu's voice, resonating through the blessed land. All of you, come to the main hall and see me now. I have an important matter to discuss with everyone. As you command, old ancestor. The demonic path Gu immortals shouted in unison. Figures of Gu immortals rapidly flew out from the mountain peaks. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression paled. He said, "Oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still in a dream. If she does not appear or say anything, old ancestor Shui Hu will definitely get suspicious and come here to check. We can escape."